Today, Lin Ran was awakened not by the sound of Yu Ying's snoring, but by the gentle patter of rain outside. Upon waking, she always looked for Jang Chen first. He sat quietly on the sofa, his eyes fixed on her. "Good morning, Jang Chen." The little cat in Jang Chen's arms stretched as well, and Lin Ran said, "Good morning, little cat." Meow. The little cat politely replied with a meow. Yu Ying was sleeping soundly, still snoring on the footrest. Lin Ran got up and pulled back the heavy blackout curtains, and indeed, it had started to rain outside. The dense rain formed a thick curtain, and even with enhanced vision, Lin Ran could see only about 10 meters ahead. The rain was too heavy and too thick. She opened the window, letting the cool breeze from outside come in. She stood by the window, enjoying the feeling of the fresh air on her skin. It had been a long time since she felt such a cool breeze. "Jang Chen, we won't need to use the air conditioner for a long time. The air from the air conditioner is really uncomfortable," she said. Jang Chen didn't know what an air conditioner was, but he could tell from her tone that she was happy. Seeing that she seemed to be in a good mood, Jang Chen boldly stood up from the sofa and walked over to Lin Ran's side, looking into the distance like she did, through the layers of rain and mist. He watched the rain falling from the sky and curiously reached out his hand. "Don't touch it." Lin Ran quickly stopped the reckless Jang Chen. "The rain that falls in the first few days is toxic. You can't touch it or drink it." In her past life, many people saw the rain and thought their suffering was finally over. Those suffering from the heat rushed to celebrate in the rain, bathing and drinking the water. But after drinking it, they discovered it was toxic, causing fevers and stomach issues, and bathing in it would give them rashes. People suffered greatly, and many with weaker immune systems were taken away by the heavy rain. So, Jang Chen's farm visit would have to wait for a few days until the toxic rain stopped and turned into clean rainwater. After leaving the room, everyone was still late. Lin's mom was making breakfast and lunch together. Today, she was preparing a feast with the mutated rabbits that Lin Ran had brought back last time. Each rabbit was big and plump, with very tender meat. Lin's mom made cold rabbit, dry pot rabbit, spicy rabbit with peppers, shredded rabbit, braised rabbit, spicy rabbit heads, and roasted 9 delicious rabbit legs, one for each family member, including Yu Ying, De Huang, and Xiao Huamao. Ran, this mutated rabbit tastes really good. Can we eat other mutated beasts?" Lin's dad asked curiously while holding a big rabbit leg. "Not necessarily. Some can't be eaten, like the crocodile we might see in a couple of days," Lin Ran replied. Lin's dad was surprised. "A crocodile in a couple of days? We've never heard of crocodiles around here." Lin Ran glanced out the window at the rising water level and said, "I hope it won't come here." In her past life, the city was flooded, with water reaching the 10th floor of tall buildings. It brought not only water but also countless strange creatures. She hoped, as she wished, that there wouldn't be any flooding here or any strange things appearing. After dinner, Lin Ran told everyone that they couldn't go out for the next few days, and they should avoid rainwater and not be curious enough to drink it. They should stay at home, exercise, and absorb more crystal cores. Lin Zhe petted the dog's head and looked at the endless rain, knowing that there wasn't much to do outside. This weather was perfect for staying home and sleeping. What a nice white noise it was. However, it was impossible for him to sleep with so many crystal cores. He needed to keep upgrading. So, the family established a rare routine. They woke up at 6 a.m. every day, had breakfast, followed by 2 hours of physical training, then 2 hours of absorbing crystal cores. After lunch, they worked in Lin Ran's space for 3 hours, then absorbed more crystal cores. After dinner, the family practiced shooting on the 10th floor for 2 hours, and the rest of the time was dedicated to absorbing crystal cores. They agreed to go to bed at midnight. This continued for 10 days. Except for Grandpa Jiang, who had no special abilities, everyone upgraded their powers with the help of crystal cores. Lin Dad was now at level 3 in fire abilities and level 2 in strength. Lin Mom was at level 3 in ice abilities and level 2 in wood abilities. Lin Zhe's metal abilities had reached the peak of level 4, and his metal projectiles were now the size of ping pong. Lin Ran chose to upgrade her lightning abilities, which had now reached mid-level 6, and she noticed her space abilities were also becoming more powerful. She felt that her space abilities were nearing the peak of level 6, and she believed it wouldn't be long before they broke through to level 7. She was very excited about the changes that would come. Unfortunately, she had no crystal cores left. It seemed it was time to go out. The rain continued to pour and was getting heavier. Looking at the flood that reached the first floor, Lin Ran was grateful for her decision to return to her hometown. The flood in the city was likely already up to the 5th floor. Lin Ran stretched and looked at Jang Chen, who was sitting on the sofa watching a mindless drama. Jang Chen, let's go check your house. Jang Chen's eyes lit up. Finally, Ran had time to pay attention to him. Although he didn't know what checking a house meant, he followed Lin Ran closely, carrying his little cat. Wherever she went, he would follow. This time, Lin Ran only invited Lin Zhe to join them. De Huang and Yuing wanted to come along, but Lin Ran, seeing the heavy rain, decided not to take them to avoid getting them wet. The little calico cat, Lin Ran, couldn't make decisions. It followed Jang Chen wherever he went. Fortunately, the cat was small, and Jang Chen could hold it in his arms while wearing a raincoat, keeping it dry. The rain had already flooded the first floor, making it impossible to walk outside. Lin Ran took out 2 jet skis from her storage. Xiao Zhe, let's each take one. I'll carry Jang Chen and you follow me, she said. Okay, sis. Luckily, she had stocked up on these water vehicles, making travel much easier now. The trip to Jang Chen's farm, which usually took half an hour on foot, was much quicker on the jet ski. They arrived near the farm in just 10 minutes. However, it seemed like someone was already inside. White smoke was billowing from the chimney of the small building, and even through the heavy rain, Lin Ran could see clearly. Sis, it looks like someone is inside. Should we still go in? Lin Zhe asked. Lin Ran shook her head. Let's see first. She wasn't against helping people. If there were ordinary folks inside, she wouldn't mind letting them stay temporarily. But if there were bad people, she wouldn't allow them to dirty Jang Chen's place. Lin Zhe glanced at the blurry house in the rain and scratched his head. Sis, should I go in and ask someone what's going on inside? Lin Ran chuckled. No need, I have a way. The cameras she had installed were finally useful. Seeing the lights on inside, it seemed they had restored the power supply. This meant she could monitor everything happening inside through the local network. The rain had reached the first floor. Standing in the small building, Zhang Daming looked at the relentless downpour outside, relieved they had managed to retreat here in time. Otherwise, he didn't know what would have happened if they had stayed in the city. Brother Zhang, we just received a radio message that the flood in the city has reached the 5th floor of the high-rise buildings, someone said, their eyes filled with flattery as they praised Zhang Daming. Thanks to your wise decision, Brother Zhang. Or, we would have been trapped in the city. Zhang Daming laughed heartily. Captain Zhu, it was also your good cooperation and understanding of priorities. The city has become a lost cause. There's no point in clinging to it. Our main focus now is to secure that batch of goods. Brother Zhang, don't worry. I've already sent someone to investigate, and I believe we'll have news soon. Zhang Daming nodded. Captain Zhu, you know how important that batch of items is. You've heard the experts say that the outside world won't get better. Once we have those items, what does it matter if the outside world is still bad? At that point, we could be the rulers of a small area, like kings of the mountain. Since it's the end of the world, we can do whatever we want.
Who will care about us then? Ha ha ha.
The people in the room laughed loudly, but the person monitoring the app on their phone was not as cheerful. When Lin Ran set up the surveillance, she feared that the owner of this house might be after her. She installed it just in case, wanting to know more about this family. If the visitors had nothing to do with them, she would turn off the app and stop watching. If they were enemies, she could know their movements right away. After all, their sudden establishment of a farm stay was quite suspicious. They explained it as college students returning to improve their hometown, which was a stretch. However, the owner of the farmstay was unknown, and many of the things built there were similar to what they had. But this place wasn't a tourist attraction, and there were no good resources, plus it was 2 hours away from Yeondu. It didn't make sense. So Lin Ran couldn't help but be suspicious. In the end, she didn't expect it to be Jang Chen who was behind it. When she discovered he was the owner, she thought the surveillance would be useless. Who knew it would show her these two people? They were old acquaintances. Zhang Daming was someone she would never forget. He used to be a politician in Yeondu, extremely hypocritical. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the government hadn't given up on everyone. They would deliver supplies to various communities when the temperature dropped at night, and Zhang Daming was the most active in distributing supplies. He wanted everyone to know his name, using government resources to bring warmth to the communities, gaining a lot of support. But when the floods came, he somehow learned about the apocalypse and ran off with most of the supplies from the city. His betrayal caused the rescue supplies to be delayed, leading to even more deaths in the city. He was truly shameless. Later, he somehow got a batch of weapons and established the dragon base, where he was quite domineering at the time. Lin Ran had been to this base before. Everyone there was corrupt and bureaucratic. She faced a lot of trouble there and almost became a toy for Zhang Daming, but luckily she was clever and managed to escape. Unexpectedly, she encountered them here. She wouldn't hold back her old and new grudges. She would treat it as a way to rid the world of harm. From their conversation, it seemed they were looking for something. Could it be those weapons? Lin Ran made a decision in her heart. You all wait for me here. I'll go take a look. As she was about to leave, someone suddenly grabbed the corner of her clothing. Jang Chen looked at her with red eyes, looking pitiful as if he feared being abandoned. Lin Ran rubbed her aching forehead, regretting that she understood Jang Chen's expression so well. Jang Chen, I'm just going in to fix some equipment. Let go. It won't be dangerous. You and Xiaoze wait for me here. Jang Chen remained unmoved, holding onto her clothing tightly. Lin Ran noticed the fruit tree nearby was full of ripe yellow fruits, and her eyes lit up. Jang Chen, look at the mangoes on the tree. They are ripe. And there are lychees too. The cherries over there are red, and the watermelons in the field look plump. Why don't you and Xiaoze pick some fruit while I'm gone? Wait for me for 5 minutes, and we can eat together when I return. They will be delicious and sweet. After she spoke, Jang Chen finally loosened his grip a little, but he still didn't let go. There were fruits on one side and Lin Ran on the other. He knew which was more important. In the end, Lin Ran had to use the promise of being obedient to make Jang Chen reluctantly release her clothing. Xiaoze, take care of Jang Chen while I'm gone. Okay, sis, be safe and come back soon. Lin Zhe now clearly saw how much Jang Chen cared for his sister. Even as a zombie, he was so attached to her. Just her stepping out for a moment made him worry so much. It was truly touching. Lin Zhe patted Jang Chen on the shoulder and sincerely said, Brother Jiang, don't worry. I'll take care of you. Tell me what fruit you want, and I'll go pick it for you. Once Lin Ran left the area, she didn't use the jet ski anymore because it was too noisy and might alert Zhang Daming. She was a great swimmer. She had been on the school swimming team when she was younger. She wore a life jacket and moved like a fish, skillfully swimming toward the farmhouse under the cover of heavy rain. Lin Ran carefully went around to the back of the yard and climbed up to the rooftop platform. On the empty rooftop, she took out a memory card that she had placed in the server up there. With this card, she clearly understood Zhang Daming's purpose for coming here. It stored all the footage recorded by the cameras she had hidden here during this time. Now that the internet was down, she could barely use the local network to view the videos nearby, but once she left, the monitoring app would be useless. Lin Ran inserted a new card and then returned to her space. Before entering, she noticed someone paddling a kayak coming back from a distance, so she would soon find out their purpose for coming here. As soon as Lin Ran entered the space, she smelled the sweet scent of fruit. Sister, Brother Jiang, this cantaloupe is delicious. Look at its golden skin. The flesh is thick and crispy, and it's sweeter than honey. Do you want to try one? And this yellow one is called pineapple. Don't be fooled by its tough skin. It's sweet and tangy, really tasty. Want to give it a try? I can peel it for you. Lin Zhe quickly peeled a pineapple and eagerly handed it to Jang Chen. Lin Ran was surprised at how nice Lin Zhe was being to Jang Chen, considering they weren't very familiar with each other. Jang Chen took the pineapple from Lin Zhe and walked straight toward Lin Ran. He had sensed her unique presence as soon as she entered. Holding a cantaloupe in his left hand and a pineapple in his right, he offered both delicious fruits to Lin Ran. Jang Chen could only make that simple sound, but Lin Ran instantly understood what he meant. She took the pineapple from him and used a small knife to cut it in half. Thank you, let's share it. Lin Zhe, standing nearby, felt like he was being fed a mouthful of dog food. It was overwhelming. Was it really only possible to split such a large pineapple in two? It could have been divided into 3 pieces. Oh no, he had just been touched by their love story. Lin Zhe, the pineapple is great. Go pick a few more. Okay. After responding, Lin Zhe felt frustrated.
Ugh.
This annoying instinctive reaction. Hurry up, there's a good show coming.
Linsha, oh.
Well, it seems that sister still cares about him, as she hasn't forgotten about the good times. Lin Zhe quickly cheered up and hurriedly picked a few pineapples before running to Lin Ran's side. Lin Ran was wrapped in a large bath towel, using her phone to zoom in on the surveillance of Zhang Daming's house. Soon, another person appeared in his room. Brother Zhang, Captain Zhu, we are back. Captain Zhu said with a relieved expression, Wu Li, as long as you are safe. How is the situation over there? Wu Li wiped his face and replied, everything is fine at the cement factory. It looks like it has been abandoned for a long time and there aren't many people around. However, the water level is a bit high now. If we go in to get something, it will be hard to move the supplies. Captain Zhu immediately said, what if you take Li Qing with you? He has spatial abilities and can bring out that batch of weapons. Wu Li replied, this plan should work, but I don't know if Li Qing can swim. If he can, I can take him over now. Captain Zhu's face brightened at this and glanced at Zhang Daming. Brother Zhang, what do you think? Zhang Daming nodded. This plan is good, but Li Qing can't swim. You should find him some life jackets and diving suits from the supplies we brought back and prepare before going. Got it, Brother Zhang. After hearing their conversation, Lin Ran felt more confident. Xiao Zhe, do you want to go for a big score?
Yes. Linsha nodded eagerly.
He loved going on big adventures with his sister. It sounded exciting. Sis, what big thing are we doing? Lin Ran smiled. We're going to take over an arms depot.
Linsha.
Take over an arms depot. His sister was really planning something big. He happened to know about the cement factory they mentioned. They used to play there when they were kids, and their grandfather would take them past it when he had time. It was located at the foot of the mountain not far from here. She remembered her grandfather often saying that building a cement factory in such a remote place wouldn't yield much profit. Sure enough, the factory fell into disrepair shortly after it was built. She never expected it was not a cement factory at all, but an arms depot. The cement factory was just a front. Now, they needed to clear it out before Zhang Daming's people got there, cutting off his dreams of ruling in the apocalypse. To be safe, Lin Ran went out into the space alone again and swam a distance away from the farm before releasing Jang Chen and Lin Zhe. When she got on the jet ski, Lin Ran felt a pair of cold arms wrapped around her waist, almost making her shiver. Suppressing the strange feeling, Lin Ran instructed, Xiao Zhe, follow me. We're going to the cement factory at the foot of the mountain.
Got it, sis.
The speed of the jet ski was much faster than the kayaks she had seen earlier, and they quickly reached their destination. It was just as Wu Li had said. The area was low-lying and had already been flooded deeply. To enter, they would need to dive underwater. Lin Ran pulled everyone back into the space. Xiao Zhe, Jang Chen, you stay here. I'll dive in alone, and I'll let you out once I'm inside. Lin Ran put on her diving gear and prepared to go out. However, this time Jang Chen refused to let go. He wanted to accompany her. He had been waiting inside earlier, unable to do anything, and it had made him anxious. He wouldn't allow that to happen again. Lin Ran tried to persuade Jang Chen for a long time, using both coaxing and threats, but He was determined and wouldn't budge. Lindsay, watching from the side, thought, wow, their relationship is really strong. Brother Jiang is so devoted. It almost makes me want to cry. Who can resist such a tough guy being so affectionate? Go for it, Brother Jiang. Your sister will definitely give in and take you with her. Realizing time was precious, Lin Ran finally decided to take Jang Chen with her. After all, he was a zombie and didn't need to breathe, so he was much better underwater than she was. Lindsay watched this scene and silently sighed in relief. Oh yeah. With determination, Brother Jiang, you've succeeded. Once out of the space, Lin Ran fell into the cold water. The water was dirty, visibility was very low, and there were strong currents below. Lin Ran struggled to control her body while searching for the entrance to the cement factory. She was having a hard time feeling her way underwater, but Jang Chen seemed much more at ease. He held her hand tightly and guided her forward. Suddenly, she saw a huge fish swimming toward them. This fish looked mutated, with a very ugly appearance, bulbous eyes, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Lin Ran quickly took out a spear gun from the space and prepared to shoot at the giant fish. In the water, she felt at a disadvantage. Her lightning powers couldn't be used, or else both she and Jang Chen might end up in trouble along with the fish. Just as she was about to shoot the fish spear, Jang Chen did something, and the giant fish stopped moving. Then he led her to the large door hidden in the water. When they opened the door, the inside of the cement factory slowly appeared before them. As the door opened, water rushed in. Lin Ran was worried that the water would damage the things inside, but the clever designers of the armory had anticipated this, and the structure was built to withstand floods. The water only flooded about a third of the way into the cement factory before stopping. Lin Ran and Jang Chen walked onto dry land, and she took off her oxygen tank. She then pulled out 2 towels from her space, one for herself and one for Jang Chen. Even though she knew Jang Chen, being a zombie, wouldn't feel cold, she felt the need to wipe him down to ease her own discomfort. Once they were settled, Lin Ran released Lindsay. He was holding a meowing little kitten, which eagerly jumped back into Jang Chen's arms. It looked just like when she had left Jang Chen behind in the space. Pets really do resemble their owners. That saying is true. Xiao Zhe, where is the entrance to the armory? Okay, sister. The cement factory looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. Inside were old machines and piles of useless stones and gravel. They didn't know where the entrance to the armory was hidden when suddenly Lin Ran heard a roar. Roar. That was the growl of a zombie. Hadn't this place been abandoned for a long time? When did zombies get in? The growling grew closer, and from the sound of footsteps, there seemed to be quite a few. Lindsay quickly moved closer to Lin Ran. Sister, there are so many zombies. He picked up his sword and nervously looked around. There are indeed many, but let's see if they dare to come over. Lin Ran was not afraid. After all, Jang Chen was with her. As she spoke, dozens of strange-looking zombies appeared in front of Lin Ran. Some were missing an arm, and others had their bellies torn open, with their insides spilling out. Sensing the delicious scent of humans, they all lunged forward with claws outstretched. But as soon as they spotted Lin Ran and the others, the zombies suddenly halted their advance. Jang Chen, standing behind Lin Ran, opened his mouth and let out a soft growl. The zombies that had just rushed forward scattered, like mice fleeing from a cat. Sis, they ran away. Should we chase them? Lin Ran shook her head. No need to chase. Let's quickly find the entrance. These little cuties are still useful. How could she kill these zombies? This was a big gift she wanted to leave for Zhang Daming. The entrance to the armory wasn't hard to find. This cement factory was built against the mountain. Since it was hiding such important weapons, it couldn't just be left out in the open. Usually such facilities are built deep inside the mountain. Sure enough, at the deepest part of the cement factory, they found an electronic door. Lin Ran saw the locked door and signaled Lin Zhe to come over. His metal ability could even open safes. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, Lin Zhe shook his head. Sis, I can't open this electronic door. It probably needs an electronic key or something.
Right.
Such an important place, as the armory would definitely have a more complex lock. But she had a plan. Lin Ran rummaged in her space and took out a pile of explosives. Since we can't open it, let's it up. These were the most powerful explosives she bought from Wu Dahai, said to be able to open a bank vault. Lin Ran placed the explosives outside the door, then lit the fuse while pulling Lin Zhe, Jang Chen, and the little cat into her space. 5 minutes later, when they returned to the cement factory, the door had a big hole blown in it. Lin Ran looked at the hole and smiled. Xiaozhe, Jang Chen, let's go in and collect our rewards. As soon as they entered the armory, Lin Ran was amazed. This was truly an armory. There were guns of all kinds, both long and short. There were also boxes of bullets, various shells, and launchers. The most impressive part was that there were even tanks, armored vehicles, and military helicopters. No wonder Zhang Daming was able to thrive with this armory. It had so many things. Unfortunately, this time, all these things belonged to her. Lin Ran moved through the armory, and everything she touched instantly disappeared. After 20 minutes, the entire armory was empty. Sis, we hit the jackpot. Yes, Xiaozhe, we struck it rich. Sis, can I go back and take a good look at those guns? They look amazing.
Linse was practically drooling.
What man wouldn't like guns? Of course, when we get back, you can look around as much as you want. The two siblings stood together, chatting happily, and it was a warm scene. Jang Chen. This boy was a bit annoying. What should he do if his hands were itching? Lin Zhe didn't know why, but suddenly a hand reached out from behind and pulled him far away from his sister. Then, Jang Chen stood in front of him, placing himself between Lin Zhe and his sister.
Linse.
What's going on with brother Jiang? Is he jealous? But he is his sister's brother. How can he act like this? Just as Lin Zhe was about to ask Jang Chen, he heard a commotion outside. Lin Ran's expression changed, and she made a shushing gesture to Lin Zhe, whispering, "Be quiet, let's go check it out." The person leading outside was the one they had seen on the monitor, named Wu Li. He was surrounded by 10 people, closely watching a thin man in the center. The thin man said, "Everyone pay attention. If I make a mistake, you all won't be able to handle the consequences." He spoke arrogantly, because he was the only one with spatial abilities in the group. Wu Li frowned at this. Li Qing was truly reckless. At this moment, he still dared to speak loudly, not realizing they had already encountered several zombies. "Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear that?" Wu Li, unable to hold back, said, "Be quiet, Li Qing. Do you want to track the zombies? I'm not afraid of zombies. You all have to protect me. Brother Zhang said if I make a mistake, you'll have to answer for it." Li Qing continued to argue, causing the others to change their expressions. Wu Li was on the verge of breaking down. If he weren't the rare spatial ability user, he would want to knock this fool out. Roar. Roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. As the man's arrogant words fell, the sound of zombies roaring came from nearby. Wu Li's expression changed dramatically. Oh no, this fool really attracted the zombies. He really wanted to knock this idiot out. Lin Ran stood in the shadows, watching this dramatic scene, secretly amused. She recognized the foolish man in the center. He was once the third in command at the Yulong base. Due to his unique spatial abilities, he was very high profile in the base. He used to be a security guard, but after evolving into a rare spatial ability user, he was treated like a treasure by Zhang Daming. He climbed up from the bottom, but looked down on those still at the bottom. In the base, he loved to bully others, as if trying to regain some lost dignity from them. His favorite thing to do is to take the wives and daughters of ordinary people from the base, gaining a twisted pleasure from it. Before she awakened her powers, she almost fell victim to this creep. Now that she has encountered this troublemaker, she will take revenge for those people. The dozens of zombies that were scared away by Jang Chen reappeared. This time, without Jang Chen, they attacked recklessly. Lin Ran noticed that among the 10 people, 2 were strength-type mutants, 1 was a fire-type mutant, and 1 was a speed-type mutant. The others were strong fighters. These mutants likely belonged to Zhang Daming's team, which had decent resources. They had all reached level 2 of their powers. However, there were more zombies in this cement factory than they had imagined. After defeating this batch of zombies, another wave would emerge from somewhere. It was like a small zombie tide. Looking at the numerous zombies, Lin Ran realized it would be a fruitful day. Once she finished dealing with these, all the crystal cores would be hers. These zombies felt no pain or fatigue and lunged at people. No matter how powerful the mutants were, they couldn't withstand the endless swarm of zombies. Soon, one of the mutants was bitten. Li Qing, standing in the middle of the group, shouted in fear, "Ah, you useless bunch, why are you so weak? Hold your ground." He threatened, "If I get hurt, I'll take your lives." A speed-type mutant, bitten by a zombie, angrily replied, "Shut up. You're the fool. Protecting someone like you is the most humiliating thing I've ever done. You can go down with me." Li Qing was so scared that he lost control and shouted, "Ah, help." In a critical moment, he was saved by Wu Li. Wu Li shot the bitten teammate, but his team was already gone. Soon, Wu Li was bitten on the arm by a zombie. In his last moments, he desperately pushed Li Qing out of the zombie horde. "Go, take your weapon and find Brother Zhang. The diving gear is at the entrance." Ah. Before he could finish, Wu Li transformed into a zombie. Terrified, Li Qing shot Wu Li twice in the head and ran away like the wind. Lin Zhe shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Sister, this guy really has no conscience.
What a shame for that man."
If he hadn't been so loud and reckless, they wouldn't have died so quickly. Lin had a faint, disdainful smile on her face. "I think this person has lost their conscience. Let's go, Xiao Zhe. We need to get revenge for these people." Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled with interest. "Sure, sis, let's go get our revenge." Li Qing grabbed his gun and ran wildly toward the entrance they had just come through. Weapons? He wasn't interested. His life was the most important thing. All those missions were nonsense. If he got bitten by a zombie, his life would be over. Brother Zhang had so many beautiful women he hadn't enjoyed yet. How could he die so suddenly and without reason? Dying was something those foolish people should do. He, a valuable space ability user, deserved to be protected. Li Qing stumbled to the entrance, only to find that their diving gear was missing. Where did it go? He shouldn't have complained about the diving gear being dirty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost it. "Are you looking for this?" Just as Li Qing was about to lose it, a pleasant female voice reached his ears. "A woman? Here?" He looked up and saw a stunning woman, as if she had stepped out of a TV show. She had long, straight legs and a glowing, beautiful face, unlike anyone he had ever seen. In her hands was the diving gear he was searching for. "Miss, yes, that's what I'm looking for. Please give it back to me." Li Qing was captivated by Lin, his eyes almost bursting with admiration. He habitually ignored the two men behind her. In a world like this, men without weapons were useless. Jang Chen thought, "What an impolite man. He wants to poke my eyes out." Lin smiled lightly. "You say it's yours, but how can you prove it?" Li Qing was taken aback, not understanding her meaning. He raised his gun, fiddling with it dangerously. "Miss, I did leave that here when I came in. You should give it back, or I might accidentally fire my gun. But if you're willing to follow me, I have many wonderful things to give you." What a hopeless situation. Lin couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I'll give you this, but you have to give me your life in return." As she finished speaking, a purple light appeared in her palm. Li Qing was stunned. He realized she was an ability user. He hurriedly tried to aim his gun at Lin Ran, but before he could get it ready, he was pushed to the ground by a strong force. Li Qing's head was crushed under someone's foot. His black eyeball fell out, and Jang Chen kicked him twice more. "How dare you look at Ran like that? I'll crush you." Lin Ran was a bit surprised and withdrew her powers. Jang Chen was so fast. Could he have speed-related powers too? He was truly unbeatable. Lin Ran gave Jang Chen a thumbs up. "Jang Chen, you're getting better and better." Jang Chen proudly blinked, of course. Ran, I will always protect you." Li Qing was dead, and his space was filled with scattered items. It seemed to be full of supplies stolen by Zhang Daming from Yendu, with all kinds of food and necessities. I didn't expect Li Qing's space to be so large, holding so many things. Lin Ran found a crystal core in Li Qing's head. It was red, indicating he had level 2 spatial powers. The crystal core of a space-type ability user was just what she needed. It seemed her space powers were about to upgrade. This time, it was worth coming out. Lin Rand unceremoniously collected all the scattered supplies into her space. Zhang Daming, without Li Qing's supplies. Let's see how you fare. After collecting the supplies from Li Qing, Lin Rand's space was even more abundant. Looking at the overflowing supplies, Lin Rand's smile grew brighter. This time, she hit the jackpot. After Lin Ran finished gathering the supplies, Lin Zhe came over with a broadsword and asked, "Sister, what about the zombies here?" Lin Ran also took out her broadsword and waved it, saying, "We can't let the crystal cores that come to us go to waste. Let's collect them to take back for our parents' upgrade." Lin Zhe's eyes lit up, "Okay?" Watching Lin Ran fight fiercely among the zombies, Jang Chen, standing at a distance holding a small cat, felt a bit down. Ran wouldn't let him join and made him wait here. But he could easily take care of these zombies with just a finger. Why did she want him to hide here and not let him go? "Sister, why do I feel like Brother Jiang is a bit unhappy?" Lin Zhe casually glanced at Jiang Chen and said to Lin Ran. Lin Ran replied without turning her head, "There's nothing we can do. We can't let him come along." Lin Zhe thought about how the zombies seemed terrified of Jiang Chen, so it was indeed best not to let him come. It would be inconvenient to catch them again if they ran away. Lin Zhe glanced at Jiang Chen, who was standing far away and looked a bit pitiful, and thought, sometimes being too strong can be lonely. "Xiao Zhe, focus your abilities," Lin Zhe said with a grin, concentrating as he joined the battle. These zombies were a bit tricky. The previous ability users had turned into zombies. Even after their transformation, they still retained their powers. Now, these ability zombies were tough to deal with. However, they were the perfect practice targets for Lin Zhe. Lin Ran didn't use any big moves and didn't let Jiang Chen come over, wanting to train Lin Zhe a bit. Fortunately, Lin Zhe's abilities were becoming smoother. Just as a fast zombie rushed toward him, he shot a metal projectile that pierced its forehead. They rarely used firearms, aiming to maximize their own abilities. Soon, with the perfect cooperation of the siblings, all the zombies in the cement factory were taken care of. Once everything settled down, Jiang Chen couldn't help but walk over to Lin Ran, holding a little kitten. His deep red eyes were filled with grievance, looking like a child who couldn't get any candy. Lin Ran thought, "Why does it feel like I'm the candy?"
No, no, no.
She quickly shook off those thoughts. On a whim, Lin Ran took out a lollipop from her space and handed it to Jiang Chen. "This is very sweet. It will make you feel better." Jiang Chen blinked. "What is this? What does sweet mean?" Thinking Jiang Chen might not know how to eat a lollipop, Lin Ran kindly unwrapped it for him. She handed it back to him, saying, "Go ahead, eat it." Lin Ran never expected that Jiang Chen would take the lollipop directly into his mouth while holding her hand. The cold tip of his tongue brushed against her fingers, causing Lin Ran to shiver. It wasn't just cold, there was another feeling. Lin Ran's hand felt like it had been shocked, and she quickly pulled it away. "Jiang Chen, how can you?" Her scolding faded as she looked into Jiang Chen's pure eyes, leaving her at a loss for words. Jiang Chen didn't even know that a lollipop was meant to be licked. He was biting it loudly. Lin Ran smiled, realizing she was overthinking. He was just a zombie and probably didn't understand the meaning of his actions. But why did he have to be so good-looking? Even a simple action from him was so captivating. The allure of handsome men has led me astray. Lin Ran handed Jiang Chen another lollipop. "Wait for me here. Once we finish collecting the crystal cores, we'll go home together." Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt that Lin Ran's words were sweeter than the lollipop in his mouth. Oui. She actually cares about him, doesn't she? After collecting the crystal cores, Lin Ran used the pure water from her space to clean them again, then dove back with Jiang Chen the same way they came. As night fell, The sky grew darker. Zhang Daming and Captain Zhu were anxiously pacing in the room. Captain Zhu, why haven't they returned yet? Send someone out to look for them. Captain Zhu replied with difficulty. The kayak was taken by Wu Li and the others. I can't send anyone out. Is there nothing extra? Hearing this, Captain Zhu couldn't help but blame Zhang Daming in his heart. He wished he had extra resources. It's all because you tightly control the supplies, keeping everything with Li Qing, not willing to spare even a little for me. Captain Zhu felt frustrated with Zhang Daming but replied, there's nothing left. The rest is with Li Qing. All with Li Qing. Zhang Daming suddenly felt a chill. What if something happened to Li Qing since these people haven't returned? No, Li Qing must be safe. If something happened to him, everything would be lost. Thinking this, Zhang Daming could no longer sit still. Captain Zhu, find a few good swimmers. We need to send someone to support Li Qing. Captain Zhu sighed, Brother Zhang. The rain outside is too heavy, and it's dark. No one dares to go out now. I don't care. Zhang Daming suddenly raised his voice, staring intently at Captain Zhu. You know Li Qing can't be in danger. Captain Zhu looked up and met Zhang Daming's gaze. He saw fear in Zhang Daming's eyes, something he had never noticed before. He suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. Li Qing had only left 2 days' worth of supplies. If he didn't return, then I understand. I'll go find people right now. Captain Zhu, pale-faced, left the room, thinking that under a generous reward, brave people would emerge. He needed to find a few capable swimmers to search for them. Unfortunately, they didn't know yet how dangerous the seemingly calm water was at night, hiding countless terrifying mutated creatures. Just before dark, Lin Ran and the others finally made it home safely. Lin's mother saw them returning from a distance. When Lin Ran and the others came in, they brought warm soup. Ran, drink some soup to warm up. Mom has been cooking it for you all day, and she added brown sugar to make it sweet and tasty. Today, Lin Zhe was treated well too. He didn't have to wait for Mom to serve him, as Dad quickly handed him a bowl. Good son, you should have some too. Drinking the warm soup, Lin Zhe felt that his hard work today was worth it. After all, he had brought back a crystal core from a power-type ability user for his dad. Old Mr. Jiang also held a bowl of soup, looking at Jang Chen, unsure if he should offer it to him. He was a zombie, so he probably wouldn't feel cold, but drinking some soup shouldn't hurt him, right? But would he not want what was in his hand? Would offering it make him angry? Old Mr. Jiang's heart raced, and the soup felt like a hot potato in his hands, leaving him unsure of what to do. Just then, Lin Ran picked up the soup from Mom's hands and drank it all in one go. It's sweet and delicious. Thank you, Mom.
Sweet.
Jang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had just started to like sweets today, and hearing Lin Ran say that made him want some too. But why was no one giving him a bowl? As Jang Chen looked around for more soup, old Mr. Jiang finally mustered the courage to offer him some. Jang Chen, would you like some soup too? This was the first time Jang Chen really looked at the elderly man in front of him. In fact, aside from Lin Ran, he hadn't paid much attention to anyone else in the house. But now, he suddenly thought that this old man seemed quite nice. At least he knew he wanted to drink soup too. Jiang Chen took the soup and drank it without hesitation, but the first sip was nothing like he expected. Ugh, it was really bad. Jiang Chen almost spit it out. Seeing Lin Ran watching him, he forced himself to swallow it. Didn't Ran say it was sweet? Why did it taste so spicy and numbing? With that overwhelming flavor, the sweetness was hardly noticeable. Lin Ran found it amusing to watch Jiang Chen. He probably didn't know soup could taste so bad. He frowned as he drank half a bowl of soup, but he really couldn't drink any more. Even though he only had half, old Mr. Jiang was overjoyed. Jiang Chen had just drunk the soup he had personally prepared. This child had changed so much that no one recognized him. But he looked much better than he had a few days ago. He wiped the corner of his eye, firmly believing that Jiang Chen would get better and better. Seeing Jiang Chen frowning and looking a bit upset, Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh. She took out a lollipop from her bag and handed it to him, saying, "Here, have something sweet." Now Jang Chen knew the right way to eat a lollipop, by licking it. As he licked the sweet lollipop, he felt something in his chest, as if something was about to come out. While one family was happy, another was worried. Compared to Zhang Daming's gloomy situation, Lin Ran's side was much warmer and livelier. Lin Ran shared the news of their successful return, and Lin Zhe excitedly described it, making the whole family very happy. Lin Zhe said, "You won't believe it. There were so many things in the armory, even tanks." Ran, is that true? My biggest dream in life has been to touch a tank. When I was young, I wanted your grandpa to buy me one, but he wouldn't. Seeing Lin Dad shaking his head, Lin Ran smiled and said, "After dinner, I'll take you in to have a good look." Lin Dad replied, "You really are my wonderful daughter." Lin Zhe added, "Besides the weapons from the factory, we also brought back a lot of crystal cores." Lin Mom said, "Great job, son. We haven't finished using the previous crystal cores, and now we have more. We can stay at home for a long time without going out." Lin Zhe shook his head and said mysteriously, "These crystal cores are different from the previous ones. Some of the zombies we fought this time had special abilities. We have 2 strength-type cores, 1 fire-type core, and 1 speed-type core." Lin Dad was surprised. "There are strength and fire cores?" Lin Zhe nodded. "Yes, my sister said that these cores can greatly enhance the abilities of the corresponding ability users." Lin Dad exclaimed, "Does that mean I get to level up again?" Lin Zhe coughed and said, "That should be the case, since both of these cores are level 2.
Wow.
Lin Dad rushed over and gave Lin Zhe a big hug. "My wonderful son, I knew raising you was worth it, bringing back such precious things with Ran. When I level up, next time I'll find thunder and metal cores for you." Then he saw Lin Mom add and ice and wood cores too. Lin Mom smiled and said, "At least you have a good heart. But Ran and Xiao Zhe, please make sure to take your mom and dad along for such dangerous things in the future." Lin Ran nodded obediently, saying, "I understand, Mom. After we level up this time, we can go out together and fight zombies." Mom patted Lin Ran's head and said, "Good girl, Ran. Now, let's eat. Today, I made spicy fish head, boiled vegetables, hot pot, spicy chicken, and spicy fish. You all went out and caught a chill, so let's eat something spicy to sweat it out." The table was filled with bright red spicy dishes that made everyone eager to eat, and the Lin family's dining room became lively again. Jang Chen sat next to Lin Ran, feeling comfortable in this home now. The little cat jumped down from his lap and went over to the Huang and Yuing. Now it had its own special cat bowl filled with its favorite dried fish and tasty cat food. This feeling was special. It seemed like it had a home after getting a master. Yuing glanced at the little guy happily eating beside her. Its fur was shinier now, and it had gained some weight. It seemed like its abilities had improved a lot too. Thinking this, Yuing focused on eating even more. She needed to eat well and level up. She was the boss of this house and couldn't let this little one surpass her. Otherwise, how would De Huang, the silly dog, look at her in the future? After dinner, Lin Ran distributed the crystals to everyone in the family. Each member received one. She kept the space-type crystal for herself, while Dad took 1 strength-type and 1 fire-type crystal. The other strength-type crystal was level 2, which Lin Ran gave to Lin Zhe. Although it wasn't gold-type, it would still greatly help improve his abilities. The last speed-type crystal was given to Jang Chen. Since he was so fast today, Lin Ran suspected he might have a speed-type ability, so this crystal should be fine for him. After distributing the crystals, Dad held the 2 special crystals, smiling widely. He felt that the crystals were even more tempting than a tank. Ran, I'm going to absorb these crystals now. I'll check out your tank in the space tomorrow." Mom chimed in, holding a bunch of crystals. "I'm not very interested in tanks. I prefer the shiny crystals." Ran, I'm going back to my room now." Lin Ran smiled and agreed. The living room became quiet again as Xiao Zhe and Grandpa Jiang went to the 10th floor to exercise. Lin Ran looked at the red glowing crystal lying in her space and decided to absorb it. As calm returned to the Lin family, sharp screams echoed from a nearby farmhouse. "What's going on?" Zhang Daming, lying on the big bed with a woman in his arms, shivered in fear. Was someone trying to summon ghosts at this hour? He was really scared. What if this affected him later? I hope someone outside is in trouble. Otherwise, I might just lose it with whoever is making that noise at this hour. Zhang Daming trembled with anger. If this noise scared him, it could be dangerous for him. Brother Ming, what's happening outside? I'm so scared. The woman coiled around Zhang Daming like a snake, leaning against his back. This simple action was filled with charm. Zhang Daming felt his heart race again. He turned to look at the beautiful woman, who resembled a flower. She was truly enchanting. If he weren't in this situation, he would have treated her much better. Little enchantress, stay here and wait for me. I'll check what's happening outside and then come back to take care of you, he said, giving her a playful pinch. The woman squealed and tears welled up in her eyes. As Zhang Daming walked away, Luo Shing's smile vanished. What a useless man. He talked about getting weapons and returning to Yendu, where he could be a king and help her seek revenge. Now he was hiding here, and this place was driving her crazy. If she had known, she wouldn't have gotten involved with him. It was all her bad luck. At the start of the heat, she and her sister Luo Shing were entangled with that despicable man, Huang Yu. At first, Huang Yu was only interested in Luo Shing, but then he turned his attention to her as well. She tried to escape several times, but in the end, that scoundrel got to her. What hurt her the most was losing her innocence, not just to Huang Yu, but also because of her beloved sister's actions. It was her sister who tricked her into Huang Yu's tent, where she lost her most precious possession. She cried and asked Luo Shing why she did this. Luo Shing looked at her with a cold smile and said that as her sister, she should share the burden. Did she know how disgusting it was to face Huang Yu every day? She felt tainted, so why should Luo Shing remain pure? She wanted them to be the same. She asked what Luo Shing planned to do with her purity. Did she think she could one day attract Yining? Don't think about it anymore. Yining has only ever liked her. Everyone knows that Luo Shing is just her decoration. Her sister is just a useless pillow, meant to take on the unwanted attention from men. Yining should never hope for anything. When she heard this, she went crazy. All her beliefs shattered. She thought her sister loved her, that she was the only one in the family who cared for her. But that wasn't true at all. Luo Shing only loved herself. At that moment, she hated everyone. She even thought Luo Shing was more disgusting than Huang Yu and her stepmother. Unfortunately, she was too weak to fight back against anyone. One night, while Huang Yu was asleep, she escaped. Luo Shing was afraid to leave Huang Yu, fearing the terrifying zombies and other dangerous superhumans outside, but she wasn't scared. She had nothing to lose. All she had was her life. If she could run away, she would thank heaven and seek revenge one day. If she died, then it was just her fate. Fortunately, she survived and joined a small group, eventually managing to connect with Zhang Daming. Sadly, this man had not yet helped her get revenge. She wanted to kill Huang Yu, kill Luo Shing, kill her father and that woman. Everyone deserved to die. The screams outside continued, mixed with the sounds of gunfire. What's happening? Captain Zhu, what's going on? Captain Zhu trembled as he looked at Zhang Daming and said, Brother Zhang, it's bad. There are many monsters in the water. The people we sent to help Li Qing have been eaten by them.
What?
Zhang Daming looked out the window and saw the water glowing red under the flashlight. Floating on the surface were human hands and feet, alongside some animal remains. Captain Zhu, what are those? They're crocodiles. As he spoke, Zhang Daming saw a crocodile's mouth open and swallow all the remains on the water surface. Even though Zhang Daming wasn't an expert on crocodiles, he was sure he had never seen one this big. Its mouth was filled with sharp, pale teeth, resembling piranha teeth. How did these creatures become like this? Zhang Daming asked, his voice shaky. Captain Zhu sighed heavily. Animals are mutating too quickly. Brother Zhang, what do we do now? We're trapped here. Yes, what should they do? If Li Qing didn't return, they would be doomed. Zhang Daming knew he had to prepare for the worst. Crocodiles are amphibians, so we need to assign someone to keep watch and be careful of them coming ashore. In 10 minutes, call Li Quan and the others over for a meeting. By the time Lin Ran absorbed the crystal core of the second-level space ability, it was already the next day. She opened the curtains to see the rain still falling softly outside. Lin Ran looked out and noticed that the rain seemed even heavier than yesterday. She wondered how Zhang Daming was doing. Jang Chen sat on the sofa, staring at Lin Ran without blinking when he suddenly saw her wave at him. "Jang Chen, come here. I want to take you to a great place." After being ignored all night, Jang Chen was instantly excited and rushed over. In just a few steps, he almost seemed to teleport to her side. Lin Ran was a little surprised but quickly felt relieved. It seemed Jang Chen had also fully absorbed his crystal core, and his teleportation was more refined than yesterday. Feeling cheerful, Lin Ran said, "Jang Chen, I have good news. My space ability has finally upgraded again. I am now at level 7. Jang Chen blinked, seeming not to understand why this was such a big deal. Lin Ran excitedly took his hand and said, "My space is different now. Let me show you." Jang Chen felt her small hand pulling him, and he felt like he was about to fly. Wherever Lin Ran wanted to go, he was happy to follow. Suddenly, the two of them vanished from their spot. Seeing Jang Chen disappear, the little cat let out a disappointed meow. Yuing was awakened by the noise and opened her eyes to glance in their direction. Then she turned over and changed her position to continue sleeping. What a lazy little cat, so clingy. If they wanted to leave, so be it. It wasn't a big deal. She was fine, already a mature cat. Let them go play. They would return when they were tired. Could they really not come back at all? Entering the space again, it had changed dramatically. The level 7 space was now much larger than before. She could divide it into more areas, and there was more land to use. Lin Ran looked at the 50 automated farming machines in the storage area and felt they would finally be useful. If they fully utilized this land, think of how much food they could produce in a year and how many people they could support. Now, if they farm more, these crops would become valuable resources for trading with other bases in the future. "Jiang Chen, look. My little river has gotten bigger." She led Jang Chen to the riverbank, which was now a meter wider than before, and sat down on the ground. Jang Chen sat down, mimicking Lin Ran's posture. Lin Ran stared at the clear river and noticed that the little fish seemed to have grown a bit. She also spotted a few other things moving around in the water. "Jang Chen, my little river has shrimp and crabs now. Come look." Lin Ran excitedly pointed at the riverbed. These creatures weren't in her previous space. "My space is livelier now. Jang Chen, let's explore other places and see if there's anything else new." As they walked a bit further, they discovered many new things. Entering the pine forest, Lin Ran heard the sound of birds. A few small, dark birds that looked like sparrows were chirping on the trees. They seemed like chicks, but she couldn't identify the species. As they ventured deeper, Lin Ran realized that the white barrier in the pine forest was gone. Before them was a neat fence. Was this a ranch? When Lin Ran realized what this place was for, she nearly jumped for joy. "Jang Chen, I have a ranch now. I finally have a ranch." Her long-awaited ranch had finally arrived. With this, she could raise chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep, everything she wanted. Thinking of this, Lin Ran eagerly wanted to bring the quail and the few local chickens and ducks from the 3rd floor to try it out. "Jang Chen, let's go outside first." Lin Ran pulled Jang Chen out of the space, and just as he stepped out, a little calico cat jumped onto his shoulder. Meow, the little calico cat affectionately rubbed its head against Jang Chen's face. It was quite the affectionate cat. Watching this, Lin Ran suddenly felt a bit envious. It had only been a short while since Jang Chen left, and the cat missed him so much. What a lovely cat. She looked at Yuing, who was sleeping soundly and occasionally snoring. This big, fat cat didn't seem to care at all about her coming and going. Oh well, expecting this cat to be affectionate was out of the question. But she didn't really like the calico cat that much anyway, Lin Ran reassured herself, trying to shake off her jealousy. As soon as she opened the bedroom door, her dad came charging in, carrying over 100 pounds of Lindsay. Ran, Dad has made another breakthrough. Her dad was so excited. My power-based ability has upgraded to level 3. Do you believe I can lift your brother with one hand now? Lindsay exclaimed. Dad, please spare me. Shut up. You should feel safe in Dad's hands. Sure enough, right in front of Lin Ran, her dad demonstrated lifting Lindsay with one hand. Not only that, but he also tossed Lindsay around in the air. Lin Ran. Xiao Zhe, sister feels sorry for you. Lin Dad finished his performance and asked Lin Ran, am I handsome? Lin Ran gave a thumbs up. Super handsome. Then how about I lift you up and play, what do you think? Lin Ran. I think I'll pass. To be honest, I prefer watching you all perform. Seeing things were going wrong, Lin Ran quickly ran to Lin Mom's side.
So scary.
Who likes being tossed in the air? When Lin Dad calmed down, Lin Ran realized that everyone had been busy last night, and after a night of upgrades, they all had made progress. Thanks to those 2 crystal cores, Lin Dad upgraded the fastest. He is now level 4 in fire abilities and level 3 in strength abilities. Lin Mom is now at the peak of level 3 in ice abilities and has reached the peak of level 2 in wood abilities. Lin Zhe has broken through to level 5 in metal abilities. He is now a beginner at level 5 in metal. Lin Zhe, smiling brightly, approached Lin Ran and said, Sister, besides leveling up my metal abilities to level 5, I have a little surprise. Do you want to know? Lin Ran laughed. What surprise? You didn't awaken some other abilities, did you? As soon as Lin Ran finished speaking, Lin Zhe's expression became strange. Sister, how did you know? You really did awaken something else? Lin Ran was very surprised. What kind of constitution did their family have? At this rate, they really had an average of dual abilities. Lin Zhe smiled without answering, walked over, and picked up the 100-pound big yellow dog. Then, he hoisted it onto his shoulder. Ying, who had just woken up and walked out of the bedroom, yawned at this scene and quietly went back inside. It seemed she woke up too early and needed to sleep a bit more. Xiao Zhe, just tell us what your ability is. What are you doing? Lin Dad said with a puzzled look. Look at you. You've scared Big Yellow so much that all 4 of its legs are shaking. Lin Ran and Lin Mom exchanged glances at Lin Dad, wondering if he really didn't know what ability Lin Zhe had awakened. Lin Zhe, feeling quite wronged, put Big Yellow down and looked at Lin Dad. Carrying Big Yellow is indeed a bit tough. Carrying Dad is much better. In a flash, Lin Dad was lifted into the air by Lin Zhe. Dad, surprised? Exciting, right? Now you know what my ability is. Lin Dad finally experienced the feeling of being tossed in the air, and it was terrifying. Okay, I get it, it's a strength ability. My good son, please put me down. Your dad can't handle this kind of tossing. Old Mr. Jiang stood by, watching the playful Lin family, with a smile that never left his face. What a loving family. It's wonderful. Thinking of this, he glanced at Jang Chen. If only little Chen could get better soon, that would be even better. Being with such a family, the 2 of them would surely be happy. After the playful moments, Lin Zhe remembered to ask Lin Ran's sister, did you absorb the crystal core yesterday? Did you level up? Lin Ran nodded. I leveled up too. My space is now level 7. I'll take you all to see it later. I have a ranch now. Lin Zhe exclaimed. A ranch? Does that mean we can raise little animals? Lin Mom rubbed her hands excitedly. That's great. I always thought it was a pity that Ran couldn't raise animals in her space. Now that she has a ranch, it's perfect. Lin Ran replied, yes, we'll put the Luding chickens and those local chickens and ducks in there later. Lin Mom said regretfully, it's a pity this ranch came too late. We don't have other animals. It's okay. In the future, if we see any non-mutated pigs, cows, or sheep, we can catch them and bring them in, Lin Ran said. Hearing this, Lin Mom felt happy again. It's wonderful that we can raise little animals now. Life seems to be getting brighter.
P.S.
I see many comments saying the little calico cat is bad. Let me clarify. The little calico cat is very nice. It's just a cat and will never turn into a person or compete with the female lead for the male lead. Please don't be misled by other stories. In my story, the little calico cat is just a cat, and its owner is Ran. In the following days, Ran took her family into the space again. Now her space allows everyone to stay for 4 hours. They have more time to plant and raise little animals. Mom placed the Lu Ding chickens and local chickens and ducks in the ranch, and old Mr. Jiang even built them a nest and made a water trough. Ran looked at the beautiful chicken coop and smiled. Grandpa Jiang, I didn't know you could do this. Old Mr. Jiang smiled kindly. I've had my share of hard times. These tasks are quite simple. Now that my hands and feet are better, I can help with the work on your farm. Ran. Ran didn't hold back, saying, That's great. Grandpa Jiang, with so much land, I really need your help. Hearing this, old Mr. Jiang smiled even wider. All right, I'm feeling great now. As long as you don't mind me, I can keep contributing to everyone. Mr. Jiang is very grateful for Ran's words. This child truly treats him like family. Since he came to this home, Mr. Jiang has felt that this family is genuinely united, with everyone working hard to become stronger and better. He doesn't want to hold anyone back. Fortunately, ever since he took that medicinal bath, his health has improved day by day. After being unable to walk for many years, he can now walk again. He can even lift weights and feel strong. He is really getting better. Even though Xiao Chun is in this state now, he has hope. He can see that Xiao Chun is different from other zombies. He believes he can wait for the day when Xiao Chun gets better. He especially hopes to do something for this family and this community. Now, he can work the land well and use his remaining strength, which he considers his luck. Ran realizes that Mr. Jiang was a remarkable figure in the business world when he was younger, excelling at everything he did. He learned to operate the automated plowing machine quickly after just one explanation. Now, in her space, 5 plowing machines are working simultaneously, and after 4 hours, they have prepared a lot of extra land. Once they leave the space, everyone continues to absorb and upgrade, and they will wait until tomorrow when the space opens again to plant seeds. Days pass like this until Ran sees that the water has already flooded the 3rd floor. The recent rain has been heavier, and even with thick raincoats, going outside is painful from the rain. So Ran hasn't checked on Zhang Daming's side lately. Without Li Qing's supplies, he probably can't do much. She wonders how they are managing during this time and how many days' worth of supplies Li Qing left them. But for a small group, having supplies only go out and not come in must be stressful for them. Now that the water has reached the 3rd floor, their living space is likely squeezed. What will they do now? Thinking of this, Ran takes out a computer from her space and inserts the storage card she got from Zhang Daming. Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. She wants to see how many people Zhang Daming brought and who they are. This storage card is 1 terabyte and can hold 10 days worth of content. Ran first opens the video from Zhang Daming's house, and Jang Chen leans in to take a look. Ran was watching videos with him for the first time, which was very new for him. However, it was clear that what Ran was watching was not as interesting as his own choice. After a while, Jang Chen lost interest and focused on his own drama. His show was much better. After a short time, the 2 young characters were back together, sharing a moment. They looked like they were enjoying themselves. No wonder those silly zombies like to bite people. It must feel like that. But how come the person being bitten seemed fine? Oh, right. Maybe they had become similar to him. As Jang Chen watched the romance in the drama, he learned a lot until he heard a strange sound from Ran's video next door. Curious, he leaned over and saw 2 people together, not wearing clothes, doing something unusual on the bed. The woman's expression looked painful, yet there seemed to be some happiness mixed in. It was strange. Ran had no idea that Jiang Chen was being influenced by what he saw. She was mesmerized, not because of the absurd and suggestive scene, but because the female lead was someone she recognized. Wasn't that Luo Shing, the sister of her classmate Luo Shing? What was she doing here? Where had her sister gone? Actually, Ran didn't have strong feelings about Luo Shing. In her past life, when she met Luo Shing, it was only her, and it was Luo Shing and Yi Lan who had betrayed her. As for Luo Shing, She felt nothing. They had already settled their little disputes before. Lin Ran didn't like to hold others accountable for their actions, but she also didn't have a savior complex. She could only promise not to make things worse for Luo Shing. She always respected others' fates. Suddenly, Lin Ran noticed a gaze fixed on her computer screen. It felt like she was burned, and she quickly switched off the screen. Looking at the confused Jang Chen beside her, she felt like she could die. How long had he been watching? Had he seen all those inappropriate scenes? Oh no. This wouldn't corrupt the zombies, would it?
You
Cough, Jang Chen, were you watching that the whole time? Jang Chen blinked, confirming he had. Lin Ran thought, oh my goodness. She sadly rubbed her forehead and then lifted her head after a while, saying, Jang Chen, those were bad images. You need to forget them, okay? Jang Chen didn't understand. Were those images bad things? Then why were the man and woman doing those things? Even though he didn't know what they were doing, he saw their expressions, and they seemed quite interesting. Lin Ran noticed that Jang Chen didn't nod for a long time, and she felt like banging her head against the wall. Oh no. She was really worried about teaching the zombie the wrong things. Fortunately, Jang Chen always cared about Lin Ran's feelings. Sensing something was off, Jang Chen nodded at Lin Ran just in time. When Lin Ran saw Jang Chen finally nod, her tense heart relaxed instantly. That's good. There was still a chance to fix things. After this incident, Lin Ran became more cautious while watching videos. Whenever there was something inappropriate, she quickly skipped it. Later, Lin Ran stopped watching videos on the sofa. She sat on her bed instead, and seeing her leave, Jang Chen felt a bit upset, not understanding why she didn't want to watch TV with him anymore. Little did Jang Chen know it wasn't that Lin Ran didn't want it, but that Jang Daming's group was just too disgusting. These people were hypocrites, and most of the scenes were about mistreating women, making Lin Ran feel frustrated. Tap tap tap. Today, Lin Ran took a speedboat out. After watching the video, she really wanted to confront those people. She was out with Lin Zhe, Jang Chen, and the little cat. Lin Dad and Lin Mom strongly wanted to join, but Lin Ran convinced them to stay back. They were mainly going to check the situation over there. She didn't plan to take action. Sis, did you say Luo Shing became Jang Daming's mistress? Yes. Lin Zhe found it hard to believe. Just 6 months ago, they were innocent students in their ivory tower, and who would have thought things would turn out like this? Even though he never liked Luo Shing, he couldn't feel happy about this news at all. Lin Zhe felt once again how cruel the apocalypse really was. The rain fell heavily and quickly, but luckily, their speedboat had a canopy. Otherwise, Lin Ran would have struggled to endure the rain for long. As they approached Jang Chen's farm, Lin Ran asked Lin Zhe to slow down to avoid the loud engine noise alerting the people inside. Although the rain was heavy, they had little chance of being heard. However, there might be 1 or 2 sharp-eared people in Jang Daming's group, and if they were discovered, it wouldn't end well. When the speedboat reached the vicinity of Jang Chen's farmhouse, where they could see their house, Lin Ran sensed something was off. It was far from calm here. Hey, why does the water here look so much dirtier than ours? Lin Zhe said, reaching out to touch the suspicious-looking water surface. Xiao Zhe, don't. Lin Ran quickly warned him, but it was too late. A massive crocodile suddenly leaped out of the water, aiming for Lin Zhe's head. Everything happened too quickly. Lin Zhe was frozen in fear, forgetting how to react. In a split second, Lin Ran swiftly drew her dagger from her space. She absolutely could not bear to lose Xiao Zhe again. But it seemed she was a bit late. The crocodile was too fast. In an instant, she felt a surge of fear as Lin Zhe's head was just inches away from the crocodile's massive jaws. Suddenly, she noticed the crocodile's movement had stopped, as if someone had paused it in midair. Then, the crocodile's head was pierced by a fireball, and as it fell back into the water, a white crystal core dropped into a beautiful hand. Jie, you scared me to death. Lin Zhe, pale-faced, rushed to Lin Ran's side, trembling in fear. I almost died from fright too. How could you move around without seeing the bottom of the river? Lin Ran was frustrated with Lin Zhe. If it weren't for Jang Chen, he would have been in big trouble today. Jang Chen placed the white crystal core in Lin Ran's hand, his eyes shining with the joy of having done a good deed. She suddenly realized she had known too little about Jang Chen in her past life. He was so powerful, now he possessed time abilities. The last time he saved her, he must have used that ability to instantly stop those 2 high-level zombies. Indeed, only someone as strong as him deserved the title of Zombie King. Lin Ran looked at Jang Chen and sincerely said, "Thank you, Jang Chen. Thank you for helping me. If I had lost Xiao Zhe, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life." "Jia, look in the water." Lin Zhe's trembling voice pulled Lin Ran back to reality. She turned to look at the spot where Jang Chen had killed the crocodile and was shocked. How many crocodiles were there? Around the recently deceased crocodile, countless of its kind gathered closely. Moreover, more crocodiles swam over from the small villa nearby. Clearly, they had caught the scent of blood and flesh. "Big sister, these crocodiles have mutated. Look how big they are and how long their teeth are," Lin Zhe said, feeling extremely grateful to be on this speedboat. Without it, these monstrous crocodiles could tear him apart in an instant. However, Lin Ran was not thinking about that. She looked at the villa, now submerged to just 3 stories, and a terrifying thought crossed her mind. Why were all these crocodiles gathering here? There could only be one answer. Something inside the building was attracting them, and besides food, what else could it be? It seemed that Zhang Daming's situation was even more complicated than she had imagined. Perhaps they wouldn't need her help after all. "Xiao Zhe, let's go back," Lin Ran said. Lin Zhe was taken aback. "Sister, aren't we going to check the situation inside?" Lin Ran shook her head. "No need. With so many crocodiles here, we can trust that they are already having a tough time without our help." Lin Zhe nodded, though he was still a bit confused. Suddenly, he remembered the crocodile carcass that had been devoured in an instant and realized something. Were all these crocodiles gathered here waiting to eat the people inside? Not daring to think further, Lin Zhe started the speedboat, trying to turn back, but found it wouldn't move. "Sister, these crocodiles are biting the speedboat. They want to eat us." Hearing this, Lin Ran quickly shifted her gaze from the villa to the water below. Sure enough, about 10 crocodiles were gnawing at the speedboat, which was small and had a thin metal shell, looking like it would be torn apart soon. "These crocodiles have strong jaws, sister," Lin Zhe said. He immediately covered the speedboat's surface with his metal ability to reinforce its shell. However, the underwater propulsion system was damaged, and they couldn't escape. Seeing a few daring crocodiles trying to climb onto the boat, Lin Ran swung her tang knife and swiftly dealt with the bold ones. She didn't want to help the people inside the house fight off monsters. Instead, she pulled out a medium-sized ship from her space and provided cover for Jang Chen and Lin Zhe to quickly board it. Lin Zhe climbed onto the ship in no time. Jang Chen insisted on waiting for Lin Ran to leave together. After cutting down the crocodiles that were biting the boat the hardest, Lin Ran pulled Jang Chen onto the ship as well. This ship was specially built for her at a high cost, and it won't be easy for those crocodiles to destroy it. However, Lin Ran didn't want to fight. She decided to leave the crocodiles to Zhang Daming and the others. She stored the damaged speedboat away and waved her hand, signaling Lin Zhe to take the ship back home. "Brother Zhang, look over there. There's a ship," Captain Zhu exclaimed while watching the situation from the 6th floor window. Zhang Daming leaned out to take a look and, behind the heavy rain, he indeed saw a large ship. He was surprised. Where did such a big ship come from in this area? But having a big ship meant they had hope for rescue. Captain Zhu excitedly said, "Brother Zhang, we have a ship. We're saved." "Yes, those monsters in the water are disgusting. Now we are finally saved," Zhang Daming replied with a smile. "Quick, find a way to get their attention." "Okay." Captain Zhu picked up his gun but suddenly thought of something. "But Brother Zhang, what if the people on the ship don't want to help us?" Zhang Daming showed a fierce smile. "Then let them be. Captain Zhu, get ready." "Understood, Brother Zhang." They had been trapped for a long time, and Li Qing and the others were missing. The supplies they had were running low, and the monsters in the water were watching them closely. They had been through a tough time. Originally, they had 300 elite members, but now there were fewer than 100 left. The atmosphere in the building was filled with dread and terror. He felt he might go crazy if he couldn't escape. The appearance of the ship was like a lifeline for them. Captain Zhu initially wanted to fire a few shots to attract attention, but Zhang Daming quickly stopped him. "Stop. Are you trying to scare them away?" Captain Zhu halted, realizing Zhang Daming was right. Shooting now was not wise. "Then, Brother Zhang, if we can't shoot, what should we do?" "Use fire. Burn furniture, sheets, curtains, anything that can create smoke." "That's right." Using fire would let them see the flames and smoke, signaling that there were people here. It was also a universal distress signal. Without hesitation, Captain Zhu tore down the curtain in front of him and used his fire abilities to ignite it. Where did they go? Captain Zhu realized suddenly that the ship had already left. "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Everyone stay alert. We must not let the monsters inside." Captain Zhu shouted as he took the gun from Zhang Daming and ran downstairs. As he passed by Luo Shing, he hesitated for a moment. He couldn't help but glance in her direction and saw her wrapped in a blanket, smiling gently at him. Captain Zhu felt that her smile touched his heart directly. Lin ran and the others returned home safely, encountering some monsters along the way. Lin Ran even took the opportunity to collect their crystal cores. A first-level crystal core is still a crystal core, and she didn't mind having fewer. As they approached the land, the zombies on the shore heard the sound of the boat's engine and rushed toward them like crazy. Lin Ran showed mercy and collected the easy prey to spare them from struggling in the water. On the way back, Lin Ran noticed that they weren't just being watched by zombies. There were also humans. However, the humans were much more cautious than Zhang Daming. They couldn't tell if the people on their side were friends or foes, so they only dared to steal glances and didn't come out to ask for help. "Sis, why aren't those people coming out to ask us for help?" Lin Ran asked. "Would we help them?" Lin Zhe shook his head. "With so many people, how could we help them? In this world, people's hearts are hard to read. These folks have probably been through a lot and learned to hide instead of asking for help." Lin Ran felt comforted by Lin Zhe's words. It seemed that Xiao Zhe had truly grown up. He could think of so much now. Before having absolute strength, protecting oneself and family was the top priority. In her past life, she had been open and helped others, but what had that left her with in the end? So this time, she decided to be a bit more selfish. As Lin Ran's boat drifted away, Zhang Daming found himself in a new round of trouble. The gunfire disturbed the crocodiles in the water, and they climbed frantically toward the small building.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of gunfire and screams echoed continuously in the small building. "Captain Zhu, we don't have many bullets left." Zhu Zhen felt a jolt of fear. Were they really going to run out of ammunition? "What should we do, Captain Zhu?" Hearing the question, Zhu Zhen looked at Zhang Daming, whose face was frighteningly dark. "Throw those women locked on the 4th floor down to feed the monsters, then everyone retreat to the 5th floor." Zhu Zhen shuddered at the thought. Throwing those women down? But they were living people. However, if they don't throw them down, what other good options do they have? They can only let the women help delay the monsters. That's their only chance of survival. Otherwise, they might all end up dead together. Thinking this, Zhu Zhen took a deep breath and walked towards the group of poor women on the 4th floor. Help! What are you going to do? You can't treat us like this." "Brother Zhu, it's me, Xiao Xiao, your favorite. You can't do this to me."
"No." Bang! Bang! Bang!
Huge splashes erupted as the women fell into the water, instinctively trying to swim to shore. Unfortunately, before they could swim a few strokes, the crocodiles opened their massive jaws and swallowed them whole. The screams from the water were endless, and bright red blood stained the river surface. The crocodiles, drawn by the delicious scent of blood and flesh, returned to the water. The small building was temporarily safe. Luo Shing stood behind the window, trembling as she watched the scene unfold. It was so cruel. These men were despicable. They were like demons. Many of these women had entered with her, all trying to survive, yet the men treated them like toys. These men, using their strength and some abilities, could mistreat them at will. Sometimes, the women had to serve these men day and night without rest. They lived without dignity, and in the end, their deaths were just as tragic. To survive, they threw these innocent women into the water to feed the monsters. Luo Shing wrapped her thin clothes tightly around herself, forcing herself to keep watching the scene in the water. If she weren't Zhang Daming's exclusive woman, she had no doubt she would meet the same fate. She needed to remember this moment forever. She had to tell herself not to die so pitifully. Not even for Zhang Daming. Creak, the door to Luo Shing's bedroom opened again. She looked up with wide, innocent eyes, anxiously glancing toward the door. Captain Zhu awkwardly looked at Luo Shing. Her figure was stunning, and her face was truly beautiful. "I'm sorry, Miss Luo. I'm here to find Zhang to Captain Zhu. Are you here to capture me?" Tears suddenly streamed down Luo Shing's face.
What?
"No, not at all. Captain Zhu, please don't take me away. I don't want to die. I'm scared," Luo Shing said as she threw herself into Zhu Zhen's arms. "Captain Zhu, I'm so scared. Please don't throw me away. I can give you anything." Luo Shing had a pleasant scent, completely different from the dirty woman below. She felt soft, like she had no bones. Even if Zhu Zhen didn't reach out to hold her, he could tell she was truly beautiful. "I'm not here to catch you." Zhu Zhen felt reluctant to let go of the soft woman in his arms, but he didn't dare touch Zhang Daming's woman. Even though Zhang Daming had little power now, he still didn't want to underestimate that cunning man. "Hug me tight, I'm scared." The warm breath from Luo Shing brushed against Zhu Zhen's face and neck, making him feel dizzy. In a moment of impulse, he embraced the person so close to him. Forget who Zhang Daming was. Today, he couldn't escape this gentle embrace. In the heavy rain, Luo Shing looked at the swaying curtain of rain, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Since she couldn't control her fate, she just needed to have another card up her sleeve. She had to survive. She wanted revenge and to see Yining to tell him what kind of devil Luo Shing truly was. She absolutely couldn't die here. Lin ran and the others returned home this time and stayed quietly for a long while. She didn't care much about the situation with Zhang Daming anymore. A group of misfits was trapped in a small building by mutated crocodiles. No matter what they did, they probably wouldn't escape. They were no longer worth her time and energy. The only downside was that Jang Chen's house got dirty. However, the rain and flood would help clean that place. During her quiet time at home, her farm harvested its first egg. The large piece of land she cultivated was also fully planted, and the wheat and corn had already sprouted. Old Master Jiang had read many books on agriculture and animal husbandry during this time. He told Lin Ran that the soil in the space was very fertile, and crops planted there sprouted and grew much faster than in the real world. He was conducting an experiment, filling many flower pots on the 12th floor. He transplanted the crops from the space into the pots to see if the seedlings and seeds grown in the space would be much better than the original seeds. Lin Ran didn't expect old Master Jiang to have such a scientific spirit. Seeing him so interested, she fully supported him. No matter if he needed pots, soil, incandescent lights, or fertilizers, she provided everything unconditionally. If they can research something, these seeds and the high-quality seedlings cultivated might be very useful in the later stages of the apocalypse. At least they could trade them for crystal cores with other bases. However, Lin Ran does not insist on being able to cultivate them. 15 days later, the rainfall peaked again, and the water had reached the 5th floor. Lin Ran stood on the upper floor, looking towards Jang Chen's farm, knowing that the people there were likely dead by now. "Is it going to keep raining, sis?" Lin Zhe asked anxiously. Their building only had 12 floors. Would they end up flooding too? It seemed that this mountain range did not stop the flood at all. Lin Ran shook her head. "No, haven't you noticed? The rain has started to lessen." Lin Zhe looked out the window in surprise. Had the rain really gotten lighter? He was so annoyed by the constant dripping every day. Did today's rain really change from yesterday's? But since his sister said it was lighter, It must be true. After observing carefully for a day, Lindsay realized the rain had indeed decreased. It was not falling as heavily or as densely as before. In fact, there was even an hour today when the rain was much lighter than at other times. As time passed, the flood was gradually receding. However, Lindsay noticed that the mutated beasts in the water had become even stronger than before. When the water level dropped to the second floor, Lin Ran took out a speedboat and prepared to take the whole family out. Even the elderly Jiang, who had little combat ability, took an AK with him and boarded. Lin Ran looked at her neatly arranged family on the boat and smiled. Everyone, hold on tight. We are going out to hunt mutated aquatic creatures for their crystal cores. The more, the better. Does everyone have confidence? In response to Lin Ran's question, everyone answered yes. This was the family's first outing after leveling up, and they were both excited and eager, staring at the seemingly calm water, ready to jump in. After such a long time of upgrading, they were finally going to test the results. Elder Jiang also stared intently at the water, holding his AK in a very standard position. Although he did not have their powers, he had been practicing shooting every day. He didn't aim to be a great shot, just not to be a burden when real danger came. De Huang watched the water excitedly, like the best guard. The little cat lay quietly in Jang Chen's arms. It had gotten chubby during this time, with smooth fur, showing no signs of its previous stray life. Yuing lay next to Lin Ran, belly up, still looking like it was hard to wake up. Seeing how cute it looked while sleeping, Lin Ran couldn't help but give it a gentle pat. Feeling the touch, Yu Ying's whiskers twitched slightly, but it still didn't wake up. Lin Ran thought it had been sleeping more and more lately, spending most of the day either eating or sleeping, and it had a big appetite. When she first left the house, she didn't want it to come along, but it followed her out with sleepy eyes, swaying as it walked. Seeing how much it wanted to come, she decided to take it along for a little fresh air, knowing there were so many people around that it wouldn't be needed if things got rough. Hey, there's something in the water, Lindsay said. Hearing this, Lin Ran looked in the direction he pointed and saw bubbles rising from beneath the surface, clearly indicating something was approaching. Let me handle it. I won't let it escape, Lin Dad said, his palm glowing with fire as he focused on the bubbling water. You won't need to, Lin Mom replied, her palm shimmering with ice and vines, her face full of excitement. With a loud splash, a 3-meter-long giant fish leaped out of the water, its sharp teeth aimed at the speedboat. I'm having fish for dinner today, Lin Dad declared, sending a burst of flames toward the fish. As the red flames ignited, white ice arrows and green vines struck the giant fish fiercely. With a loud bang, under the combined efforts of Lin Dad and Lin Mom, the giant fish fell back into the water, its red blood staining the surface. As the blood spread, the commotion below the water grew louder. Lin Ran laughed. Now there's no need to fight over it. Many big ones are coming. Get ready. As she spoke, countless strange fish and even some zombies surrounded the giant fish's body. I'll take care of this, Elder Jiang said, his words few but firm. With a quick shot, he dispatched one of the strange fish. His aim was incredibly precise. Lindsay shot metal bullets like they were free. Lin Dad and Lin Mom took turns using their powers. Lin Ran occasionally unleashed her big moves, using purple lightning to take down waves of smaller mutated creatures. Her lightning powers were incredibly effective in this situation. The water was a great conductor, and once she unleashed her lightning, it took out a whole group. Big Yellow is also brave and unbeatable. Now it has fire abilities and can attack from a distance, launching a big fireball with a bark. When Dadlin saw how large Big Yellow's fireball was, he decided to show off his own skills. Not long after, a strange smell of fish wafted up from the water. Lin Ran sniffed and thought that if the timing were right, they could season the fish and enjoy a barbecue. Jang Chen sat behind Lin Ran with a little cat. Although he didn't take action, he was always watching the battle closely. These small fish were not a real threat, but he still needed to be careful and protect Lin Ran from any potential danger. Fortunately, these fish posed no threat to them, so he didn't need to intervene. 20 minutes later, the mutated beasts attracted by the smell of blood were all defeated. So easy, Dad Lin laughed. These mutated beasts are like little brothers, haha. Lin Zhe glanced at his dad with disdain, unsure of what online story he had read this time. His dad seemed to be using internet slang more skillfully than he did. Mom Lin came over with a net and said, "Stop boasting and quickly collect the crystal cores so we can level up." She felt the power of her abilities now. In the past, her ice powers could only create a small piece of ice, but now she could form ice strong enough to crush a giant fish. At first, she was scared of the giant fish, but with her children around, she pushed herself to the front. Now, she truly felt fearless because she realized how strong she had become. This is the benefit of leveling up. It brings confidence. She finally understood why Lin Rand wanted them to focus on upgrading. It's important for the family to support each other, but at critical moments, everyone needs to be strong. No one should hold the others back. Grandpa Zhang also took a net from Mom Lin and said, "I'll help too." Mom Lin smiled and said, "Uncle Zhang, you were amazing just now. I didn't know you were such a sharpshooter." Grandpa Zhang beamed with joy, saying, "Oh, it's all thanks to Xiao Zhe's teaching." He was genuinely happy, realizing he was still capable of helping everyone. Lin Ran observed the water and suddenly noticed the fish sinking too quickly. She urged, "Everyone, hurry and collect the crystal cores, or we'll have trouble if the fish go down." Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, the family quickly raised their nets and began to seriously fish for the crystal cores. Soon, the speedboat was filled with many heavy crystal cores, but Lin Ran quickly noticed something strange. All the crystal cores were white. Logically, with the mutations in the water, there should have been more variety. Where had all the second-level mutated creatures gone? Lin Zhe didn't think as much as Lin Ran. He was focused on fishing with the net and couldn't help but wipe his mouth. "Mom, let's have fish for dinner. The smell of the fish is too delicious." Lin Mom was counting the crystal cores in the cabin and was very happy. Upon hearing this, she nodded and said, "No problem. I'll make grilled fish, boiled fish, and spicy fish for you tonight." After listing the dishes, Lin Zhe couldn't stop drooling. He really wanted to eat. But he wasn't the only one. Lin Dad was already captivated by the delicious aroma wafting from the water. He pointed to a beautifully grilled giant fish and licked his lips, saying, Ran, we can eat mutated rabbits, but can we eat this mutated fish?" Hearing Lin Dad's question, Lin Ran thought seriously for a moment. Logically, it should be safe to eat. These fish have thin scales and they look normal, so they should be edible. Lin Ran wasn't just talking nonsense. She knew that many ability users survived storms by hunting some mutated aquatic creatures. Except for crocodiles and frogs, which were not safe to eat, she hadn't heard of any other poisonous ones. Lin Dad exchanged a glance with Lin Zhe and eagerly reached for the nicely grilled fish. Ran, do you have any salt? Give Dad a little." Seeing her dad's greedy expression, Lin Ran almost burst out laughing. There were 2 real cats on the boat. One was sleeping soundly, while the other lay elegantly in a handsome man's arms. How could her dad be greedier than the cats? Lin Ran couldn't help but say, "Of course, but these fish have been in the water for so long. Who knows what strange things they've eaten? Are you sure you want to eat them?" Lin Dad replied. What had these fish eaten? Could it have been human flesh? The thought made his stomach churn. He waved his hand and quickly said, "No, I don't want to eat anymore. Let's just have the fish your mom makes when we get home. It's safer." Lin Mom shot Lin Dad a glance, thinking he deserved to be tempted. He should know better than to be thinking about food right now. Lin Dad and Lin Zhe no longer dared to think wildly and seriously joined the fishing team. With many people working together, they quickly collected almost all the crystal cores. A few were too late to catch and fell to the bottom of the water. However, compared to that, it was a small issue. Lin Ran didn't mind and stored the crystal cores at her space, allowing Lin Zhe to continue driving the boat to explore the farm run by Jang Chen. Now, Lin Zhe's metal ability had upgraded to level 6. The speedboat, enhanced by his ability, was very sturdy. This time, if they encountered the crocodile attack again, the boat would not be damaged. They had cleared out most of the underwater mutated creatures, and Lin Zhe smoothly reached the area near the farm. Xiao Zhe, stop here, don't go any further, Lin Ran said, standing in the cabin with binoculars, observing the surroundings just as the speedboat was about to enter the farm's area. Why, sister? Lin Zhe asked. There are crocodiles inside. Lin Ran glanced at the small villa from a distance, which looked ruined as if it had been attacked. She even saw a few crocodiles wandering inside. It seemed the hungry crocodiles had taken over the place and had not left. Moreover, the water surface near the villa was crowded with crocodiles. Why haven't those crocodiles left? Are there still people inside? Lin Zhe wondered. Lin Ran shook her head. It doesn't seem like it. Those crocodiles have taken over. Then why are they still there? It's a bit strange. Suddenly, Lin Ran's expression darkened as she said, These crocodiles are indeed odd. Let's go back for now and come back tomorrow morning. Lin Dad was enjoying himself, looking at the many crystal cores available, saying, Ran, Dad has plenty of abilities. We can go today. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Mom pinched Lin Dad, causing him to wince. Lin Mom shot Lin Dad a look. Just listen to what Ran says. Xiao Zhe, let's go home. Hearing this, Lin Zhe obediently turned the boat around and headed back. They could come back tomorrow. His sister was right. Knowing this was the farm Jang Chen had prepared for them, Grandpa Jiang stood up, reluctantly looking at the house. He sighed in his heart, thinking it was a pity they had never stayed in such a nice house for even a day. Grandpa Jiang, I'll take you inside to have a good look tomorrow. Turning around to see Lin Ran's smiling face, old Master Jiang nodded with satisfaction. Good, we'll go in tomorrow. Jiang Chen kept his eyes fixed on Lin Ran, knowing she didn't want them to go in. Those crocodiles were much stronger than the strange fish. She was worried that they had exhausted too much energy today, and if they went in again, they wouldn't be able to handle it. But she didn't need to worry. With him around, those mutated beasts were nothing to fear. It was frustrating. She seemed to know nothing about his abilities. As Lin Ran and the others left on their speedboat, 3 people on the rooftop of the small building were filled with anger. It's a speedboat, but why aren't they coming over? Zhang Daming said, exasperated. Brother Zhang, what should we do? Should we send them another signal? Captain Zhu asked anxiously. What signal? The last one we sent cost us so many lives. If we send another and they don't come, what will we use to feed those monsters? Her? Zhang Daming pointed at Luo Shing, curled up in the corner. Maybe that's not a bad idea. If we throw you down, perhaps the noise from those crocodiles will attract them. Zhang Daming suddenly forced a strange smile, staring intently at Luo Shing. Hearing this, Luo Shing hugged herself, trembling uncontrollably, causing Zhu Zhen to narrow his eyes. They had been trapped in this rundown little room on the rooftop for a week. Who knows how they managed to survive? For some reason, they noticed that as time passed, the crocodiles became smarter. At first, they could distract them by throwing down corpses and disobedient people. But later, that tactic stopped working. No matter how many people they threw down, the crocodiles would eat and still attack. After losing the 4th floor, the 5th was breached, and then the 6th. The 3 of them had nowhere to escape, hiding in this broken house on the rooftop. They didn't dare make a sound or cause any noise, hiding here. When thirsty, they drank rainwater. When hungry, they ate the flesh of their fallen companions. A week passed, and the meat had gone bad. They truly couldn't hold on any longer. Zhang Daming's eyes were filled with madness as he looked desperately at the speedboat in the distance, praying for it to come and save them. But that speedboat, like the last big ship, turned away coldly. Zhang Daming was losing his mind. It couldn't leave. The speedboat couldn't leave. If it did, he was as good as dead. He reached out with his thin hand and grabbed Luo Shing's arm. Shing, don't you love me? For me, go out and shout for help. Come on. Luo Shing shook her head desperately. She wouldn't do it. This selfish, useless man didn't deserve her life. Seeing that Luo Shing wouldn't cooperate, Zhang Daming picked her up and was about to throw her down the stairs. His tone was gentle like a lover's whisper, but his words were cruel. Xing, you don't have a choice this time. Go feed the crocodiles. It won't hurt. Not at all. Zhang Daming's eyes were wild. People must look out for themselves. Xing, don't blame me. His hand gripped Luo Shing's thin body tightly, like a vice. Luo Shing struggled with all her might. She had known this day would come. She was fully aware of this man's coldness and shamelessness. She quietly extended her sharpened nails and dug them into Zhang Daming's arm. Ah, you scoundrel. Zhang Daming winced as Luo Shing's grip hurt him. When did her nails become so strong? What a feisty little cat she was. She was always so spirited in bed. If it weren't for the circumstances, he really wouldn't want to hurt her. Seeing this tactic wasn't working on Zhang Daming, Luo Shing turned and bit his face fiercely. This bite was incredibly fierce.
Ah, scoundrel, let go?
Zhang Daming had to release Luo Shing, trying to stop this crazy woman with his hands. Unfortunately, Luo Shing was not so easily deterred. She bit Zhang Daming's face with all her might, as if she wanted to take a piece of flesh from him. She wished she could devour this scoundrel. If he wanted her dead, then he wouldn't have it easy either. Zhang Daming felt pain from the bite on his face. He realized Luo Shing was harder to handle than he thought. He reached out to pinch her face, but it seemed she didn't feel it at all. She simply wouldn't let go. Zhu, what are you doing standing there?
Come help.
Zhang Daming called out to Captain Zhu, who was frozen in place. Zhang Daming pulled Luo Shing's hair and struck her soft belly, but these moves had no effect on her. She was determined, ready to go down with Zhang Daming. Desperate, Zhang Daming shouted for Zhu to help. When did his subordinate become so clueless? Why wasn't he coming to assist? Zhu, if you don't move, the crocodiles will be attracted. Zhang Daming said sharply, and finally, Zhu reacted. Zhu's eyes flashed with determination, as if he had made a decision. He picked up a small knife hidden on him and quickly stepped forward, stabbing down. But the knife did not hit Luo Shing. Instead, it pierced through Zhang Daming's heart, while Luo Shing finally bit a piece of flesh from his face. Zhang Daming clutched his bleeding chest and slowly fell to the ground. At that moment, he didn't know whether the pain in his face or his heart was worse. Zhu, why are you doing this to me? Zhang Daming gasped. Zhu held Luo Shing's shoulder. Didn't you say so? Brother Zhang, if you don't move, the crocodile will come, and I can only let you die. Zhang Daming, seeing this scene, showed a shocked smile. So, you two have been together all along. Cough, cough, but you won't survive either. Those monsters are coming. With his last bit of strength, Zhang Daming kicked over a pile of clutter in the room. A loud noise erupted, and the crocodile below lifted its head, as if sensing something, and came this way. Luo Shing and Zhu exchanged a glance, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. Xing, what do we do now? This person wants to take us down with him. Luo Shing opened the door and looked outside. Sure enough, the crocodiles were moving. She pointed at Zhang Daming's body. Throw him down to buy us some time. It was always someone else being sacrificed to buy time. Now it was his turn. And then we go to the 6th floor and find that wooden raft. But will that raft work? They had made the raft when they were trapped here, but unfortunately, they hadn't had a chance to test it before most people had died, including the young man who built it. Luo Shing, with her blood-stained mouth, smiled at Zhu with deep affection. No matter if it works or not, we have to try. Brother Zhu, it's okay. If it doesn't succeed, I'd rather die with you. Hearing this, Zhu felt warmth in his heart. All right, as long as you say that, I'm not afraid. Let's go to the 6th floor. At the strong request of Lin Ba and Lin Zhe, Lin Rant's family had a delicious fish feast for dinner today. There was steamed fish, sauerkraut fish, spicy fish, and many other fish dishes, including grilled fish. Many of the dishes were ready-made from Lin Rant's space, but her favorite was still the spicy fish had made by Mom Lin. The bright red chili sauce on top of the fish had made it delicious and flavorful. When Lin Zhe returned from the training room and saw the table full of food, he rubbed his hands in excitement and said, Mom, your cooking is amazing. with so much fish. It feels like a celebration. Lin Ran came over with bowls and chopsticks and replied, Xiaoze, don't say that. Although it's still early for the new year, we are indeed approaching a holiday. Lindsay was surprised. What holiday? What month is it now? We're about to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, Grandpa Jiang said as he walked over. But with this rain, I wonder if we will be able to see the moon. Lin Ran glanced out the window at the rain, which seemed to be letting up. It looks like the rain will stop soon. We should be able to sit together, enjoy the moon, and eat mooncakes. Grandpa Jiang nodded. He always trusted Lin Ran's instincts. He knew it was right to believe in her. The family feasted on a fish banquet that evening, and both Mom Lin and Lin Ran ate a lot, thinking that fish meat was protein and wouldn't make them gain weight, so they didn't hold back. In the end, they accidentally overindulged. The little cat and Moon Shadow were no exception. They usually ate small fish snacks, but today they discovered how many delicious dishes could be made with fish. During dinner, the two little ones circled under the table, waiting for someone to share tasty fish with them. In the end, Mom Lin couldn't bear to see them like that and cooked a pot of fish for each of them, satisfying their cravings. De Huang felt a bit left out, as the fish bones were too small and no one dared to feed him that. Lin Ran found 2 large beef bones from her space to cheer him up. Watching the 3 little ones eagerly eating from their bowls, Lin Ran felt that as her abilities grew, they were becoming more human-like. She thought they were almost ready to talk, as they seemed to understand everything. However, Moon Shadow was still very sleepy. After dinner, he lay down in Lin Ran's bedroom and dozed off. As for the others, they couldn't sleep. Their bellies were full, and they needed to digest. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. Did you eat fish today? Wishing you abundance every year. Once Dad Lin put the dishes in the dishwasher, the whole family went to the training room together to digest their meal. Lin Ran noticed that today, Grandpa Zhang's performance was truly impressive. His shooting skills were incredibly accurate. If the opponent wasn't too strong, he could easily protect himself with his marksmanship. Lin Ran asked everyone to go to the training room to practice shooting. As a person with special abilities, the most dangerous situation is running out of energy. Therefore, mastering shooting and knife skills is crucial for their survival. Tomorrow, their enemy would be upgraded mutated crocodiles. Although Lin Dad and Lin Mom's abilities had improved significantly, Lin Ran still needed to be very careful against so many enemies. The 11th floor had been transformed into a professional shooting range. Before the apocalypse, Lin Ran had collected supplies from 2 shooting ranges specifically for practice. As soon as Grandpa Jiang entered, he picked up a gun and demonstrated a rapid-fire sequence of 10 shots, all hitting the bullseye. Lin Ran couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Grandpa Jiang was truly impressive for his age. Grandpa Jiang, you're amazing! Lin Ran exclaimed. Grandpa Jiang smiled shyly. Oh, it's nothing. I owe it all to my teacher. It's all thanks to Xiaoze. Lin Zhe chuckled. I only taught you the basics. My shooting skills are nowhere near yours now. After that, Lin Zhe picked up a gun and fired 10 shots. His accuracy wasn't as high as Grandpa Jiang's, but he still hit 8 bullseyes, which was quite good. Watching Lin Zhe's performance, Lin Dad and Lin Mom also picked up their guns and fired 10 shots in quick succession. Ran, you haven't been to the training room much, so you might not know that Xiaoze's skills are actually the weakest, Lin Dad said proudly, patting the wall beside him. Lin Mom nodded in agreement. We practice day and night, so we don't hold you kids back. Look, your dad and mom are doing pretty well, right? Lin Ran looked at the target statistics and suddenly felt her eyes welling up. Her parents were really working hard and not holding them back at all. They had 9 bullseyes and 1 near bullseye, making it nearly perfect. They were silently putting in effort where she couldn't see. Lindsay walked over and patted Lin Ran's shoulder. Sis, Dad and Mom are great, right? They're all my students, and their shooting skills are much better than mine. Lin Ran quickly wiped her eyes and said, Then you should practice harder. Got it, sis. Lin Zhe replied obediently as he picked up his gun to continue practicing. The sound of gunfire echoed in the training room, and Lin Ran felt a sense of safety watching her family train diligently. It was wonderful. Everyone was putting in effort. She was originally worried about tomorrow's battle, but now it seems she was overthinking it. Everyone is doing great. Suddenly, someone gently touched her hair from above. Lin Ran turned around and saw it was Jang Chen. Why was he touching her hair? Lin Ran looked at Jang Chen in confusion, but his gaze was fixed on the tablet in her hands. She looked down and saw a boring idol drama playing. The beautiful female lead was pouting and crying because her best friend misunderstood her. The handsome male lead walked over, gently stroked her hair, and then leaned in to kiss her.
Wow.
Lin Ran was shocked by the scene. Was Jang Chen trying to imitate that? Did he see her crying just now? Did he think this would comfort her?
Was he really going to?
Feeling his cold breath getting closer, Lin Ran suddenly looked up and saw his lips approaching her. His lips were pouting, and his face was strikingly handsome, but Lin Ran couldn't let herself take advantage of the situation. Jang Chen had no idea what this meant. Just as Jang Chen was about to get close, she quickly turned her head to avoid the intimate kiss. The lips that were so close missed her completely. Jang Chen felt a bit wronged. He didn't understand why Lin Ran dodged him. Wasn't it okay to comfort her? He had seen this work on the female lead before. The male lead kissed her, and she forgot her sadness and stopped crying. Lin Ran had just been upset and had even shed tears. Why did she avoid his comfort? Lin Ran felt a bit flustered, and her eyes showed her confusion. She noticed Jang Chen's puzzled and hurt expression, but how could she explain it? He didn't understand anything and was just picking up unhelpful things from these dramas. Lin Ran initially wanted to ignore Jang Chen and let it go, but she realized that if she didn't say anything, he might use this method to comfort others in the future, which would be awkward. Thinking of this, she cleared her throat and said, "Jang Chen, you can't treat others like this in the future, okay?" Jang Chen blinked, confused.
Why?
Just because. You should learn less from those shows, especially the idol dramas. They can give the wrong ideas to kids. After saying that, Lin Ran didn't dare to look at Jang Chen. She turned around and picked up a gun to practice. Until bedtime, Lin Ran couldn't bring herself to look at Jang Chen again. She felt something was off. That night, she didn't sleep well. She dreamed of a pair of cold lips touching hers. In that moment, there was a refreshing chill, but it felt surprisingly good. She thought to herself that this feeling was just as nice as she had imagined. If Jang Chen's lips were to touch hers, it would definitely feel like that. In deep sleep, the cat suddenly opened its green eyes. It narrowed its gaze and extended its sharp claws, staring at the zombie standing by its owner's bed. It leaned down, pretending to be threatening, but its actions were not meant to harm. After observing and confirming that the zombie posed no danger to its owner, the cat fell back into a deep sleep. This zombie was quite boring. It didn't eat people, but just touched them with its mouth. What was the point? The cat thought it would rather sleep and gain experience. Lin Ran didn't sleep well that night. In her dreams, a little puppy kept licking her, making it hard for her to rest. She touched her slightly sore mouth and felt she might be getting overheated. Thinking of this, she took out 2 mangoes from her space, giving one to Jang Chen, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and keeping one for herself. She needed to replenish some vitamins since she was feeling overheated. Jang Chen ate the mango, his eyes fixed on Lin Ran's lips. The taste there was actually softer and sweeter than the mango. "Hey everyone, it's the new year. Let's share some treats. Isn't Jang Chen and our Lin Ran sweet together?" Lin Ran felt that Jang Chen was acting a bit strange today, constantly looking at her face. She took out a mirror to check, but there was nothing unusual. It was quite puzzling. However, there were many things to do today, so Lin Ran didn't think much of it. After finishing breakfast, the family tidied up and got back on the speedboat. As they approached the farmhouse, Lin Zhe strengthened the boat with his metal abilities, making it incredibly sturdy. Even if some reckless mutant fish tried to crash into the boat, they were knocked over by the solid hull. Yesterday, I observed that many of those crocodiles have likely upgraded to level 2 because they have eaten human flesh. Their speed and attack power are much stronger than these mutant fish, so everyone must be careful, Lin Ran said seriously. Everyone replied, got it. They didn't waste much time on the way and quickly arrived at the farm stay area. Lin Ran picked up binoculars to check the situation over there. It hadn't changed much since yesterday, except there were many crocodiles lying on the roof of the 6th floor today. She wondered what they were doing up there. Could there be people? Regardless of whether there were or not, she decided to go take a look. Lin Ran put down the binoculars and took out 4 AKs from her space. Grandpa Jiang had his own special AK, so Lin Ran gave one to her parents and her younger brother. Today, there are quite a few crocodiles, so let's conserve our abilities and test our shooting skills first. Everyone replied, okay. The speedboat entered the farm stay's gate, and the sound of the engine immediately attracted the surrounding crocodiles. They swam toward them in large numbers, making it look like a scene from a nightmare in the river. Bang! Lin Ran was the first to shoot, taking down the first attacking crocodile. Her gunshot sounded like a signal for attack, and soon, intense gunfire erupted around the speedboat. Bang, bang, bang. Crocodiles kept falling, but these crocodiles were not like the weaker ones. When their kind fell, they didn't rush to devour the bodies. Instead, they collectively submerged into the murky water. Sis, all those crocodiles have disappeared. Lin Ran's expression changed, and she focused her eyes on the water's surface. The evolved crocodiles were truly not to be underestimated. These crocodiles were hiding in the water, ready to leap out and deliver a deadly strike. If they were hiding elsewhere, it might have been more challenging, but hiding in the water made it too easy for her. Lin Ran extended her hand, and a surge of lightning erupted from her palm. This was the power of her level 8 lightning ability. Water is the best conductor, and her lightning power became incredibly strong in the water, instantly electrocuting all the crocodiles hiding beneath the surface. Bang, bang, bang. Once Lin Ran unleashed her big move, all the crocodiles floated to the surface. Her parents took the opportunity to shoot a few more, taking down several crocodiles. Boom! De Huang's fire ability was also very powerful now, as he spat out a fireball the size of a large balloon. With everyone working perfectly together, they had almost dealt with the crocodiles in front of them. Lin Ran glanced at the crocodile bodies floating on the water and suddenly felt something was off. Everyone be careful, the number of these crocodiles doesn't seem right. Lin Ran looked around nervously. Her heightened senses told her that this place was very dangerous. I just saw way more crocodiles than this. Everyone, quickly look where they have hidden. Lin Zay's heart tightened. Sister, why are these crocodiles so smart? Are they hiding underwater again? Lin Ran stretched out her hand and released her powerful lightning ability towards the water surface again. Unfortunately, after this attempt, the water remained calm.
No crocodile body surfaced.
Not in the water. Lin Mom and Lin Dad exchanged worried glances, seeing the tension in each other's eyes. Lin Dad looked at Lin Ran and said, Ran, could they be hiding in the house? Should we go in and check? Lin Ran looked at the water surface, blocked tightly by crocodile bodies. They were still several meters away from the small villa, and their speedboat couldn't get through. The speedboat can't get through. Mom, Dad, Xiaozhe, Grandpa Jiang, you all wait here. I will go ahead and take a look by myself. Lin Ran wanted to go alone, but Lin Dad and Lin Mom were worried. Just as they were about to insist on going with her, Jang Chen, who had been sitting quietly, pointed a finger at the water's surface. Then, centered on his finger, the surrounding 20 meters of water froze into thick ice. Great, now Ran can safely walk over. Lin Zay, who had the clearest view from the side, gasped. This ability is incredibly impressive. Look at Brother Jiang. He has ice powers too. Lin Zay thought Jang Chen was the best brother-in-law ever. He was like a real-life superhero, so capable. At critical moments, he had just the right abilities. With such a brother-in-law, what was there to fear in the apocalypse? He could walk confidently. Lin Mom watched this scene, stunned into silence. Her ice ability could only freeze a few meters of water, while Jang Chen could create such a big effect. He must be incredibly powerful. Lin Ran was also taken aback by Jang Chen's move. He was truly amazing. When did he become so strong, and when did he awaken his ice powers? He had clearly leveled up less than the lazy moon shadow, yet he was so powerful. No wonder he could become the zombie king. His existence was a cheat code. Receiving Lin Ran's gaze, Jang Chen's eyes slightly lifted, showing his good mood. It seemed Ran liked what he did, so he would do it more often. He wanted her to know just how strong he was. Lin Dad was the first to step onto the ice, which was mixed with crocodile bodies. Walking on it was a bit scary, but it was really solid. Lin's dad even jumped a few times in place, pleased that the ice was solid. This son-in-law has some skills. His powers are truly impressive. It's a shame he died so young. Otherwise, he would have just agreed to the marriage. Now, well, maybe it's better to let it go. Lin's dad said, "Everyone can come up now. I've tested it, and the ice is safe." Hearing him, everyone gradually got off the speedboat and walked onto the ice. Now they could go check out the house. Grandpa Jiang, holding a gun, walked ahead, feeling a bit excited. This was the house Xiao Chen had prepared for them, and now they could enter it together. But just a few steps in, a powerful surge of water suddenly shot towards him. "Be careful." Lin Zhe, who was closest, quickly raised a metal wall to shield him, narrowly avoiding the strong attack. Lin Ran looked up and finally understood where that terrifying feeling had come from. There were actually mutated beasts with powers among the crocodiles, and there were quite a few of them. These mutated beasts were hiding in the small villa, ready to pounce on them. Whoosh! A massive column of water erupted from the mouths of several crocodiles, rushing towards them with great force. The attack was overwhelming. Lin Zhe panicked, "Sister, my metal wall isn't big enough." Lin Ran quickly said, "Everyone, come over. Let's go into the space." Right, they could hide in the space. It was unfortunate, though, that they were on ice. They tried to run to Lin Ran, but the more they rushed, the more they slipped, especially Grandpa Jiang, who fell to the ground with one step. "Don't worry about me. Go in first." Grandpa Jiang waved his hand vigorously, urging Lin Ran and the others to go ahead. Lin Ran wanted to reach out and help Grandpa Jiang, but suddenly realized she couldn't manage everything at once. Seeing Lin Ran's anxious expression, Jang Chen thought, "Freeze." Lin Ran's hand slowed as she noticed the crocodile's attacks had stopped and the massive water column didn't hit them. She looked up at Jang Chen, who stood beside her as if he hadn't done anything. His time powers had activated again. This time, Jang Chen didn't wait for Lin Ran to act. He enjoyed the surprised look on her face. His right hand instantly conjured dozens of sharp ice blades, and then the several level 3 mutated crocodiles were swiftly defeated. Lin Zhe exclaimed, "Oh my god." Until all the crocodiles had breathed their last, Lin Zhe had no idea how Jiang Chen managed it. Brother Jiang is amazing. So cool. In an instant, Jang Chen gained a little fan, and his image in Lin Zhe's mind soared by 2.3 meters. Lin Zhe's admiration was obvious, while his father's admiration was a bit more reserved. He reached out to help Zhang's grandfather up from the ground, feeling quite complicated about Jang Chen. On one hand, he was impressed by his son-in-law's skills. On the other hand, he felt a bit regretful. Choices are hard. Better leave it to the child's mother to decide. The child is growing up, not just relying on dad anymore. While prying the crystal cores from the crocodiles on the ice, Lin's mother suddenly sneezed. She needed to hurry. It wouldn't be good to catch a cold. As soon as Jang Chen made his move, none of the crocodiles in the small building escaped. Occasionally, one or two managed to get away, but they were easily dealt with by others. Standing on the top floor, Lin Ran looked at the blood-stained storage room in front of her and could tell that something terrible had happened inside. She thought there might be survivors here, but it seemed no one was lucky. In this life, Zhang Daming would no longer do harm. Jang Chen's voice came from behind her. Lin Ran turned to see him holding over a dozen third-level mutated crocodile crystal cores. Each third-level red crystal was about the size of a ping-pong ball, and there were quite a few in Jiang Chen's arms. The little cat could no longer nestle in Jiang Chen's arms. Now it was perched on a shoulder, struggling to find a comfortable position with all four paws and its body. It looked incredibly cute. Looking at her own two little ones, Yu Ying was still sleeping on the speedboat, while De Huang squatted beside her, keeping watch. Each had their own personality. Seeing that Lin Ran wasn't looking at him, Jang Chen shook the crystal cores in his hand to grab her attention. Lin Ran noticed his movement and smiled. The crystal cores are beautiful. You did great today. Thank you, Jang Chen. Jang Chen blinked to show he understood. Then he placed all the crystal cores in his arms into Lin Ran's embrace. Looking at the heavy pile of red crystals in her arms, Lin Ran felt as if Jang Chen was spoiling her. It seemed that from the very first meeting, he had been giving her crystal cores. How did he know she liked them? Jang Chen, are you giving all these to me? Jang Chen nodded. Yes, they are all yours. Lin Ran. She kept Jang Chen's kindness in her heart. She would definitely find a way to help Jang Chen upgrade to a zombie king and regain his humanity. Understanding this, Lin Ran smiled and said, Thank you, Jang Chen. I'll keep these for you for now. Jang Chen wanted to tell Lin Ran that she didn't need to keep them, as they were meant for her. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the words. Just then, Lin Zhe came upstairs. Sis, come quick. I found something amazing. Lin Ran followed Lin Zhe to a bedroom on the 6th floor, where Grandpa Jiang was standing. Ran, come look. This is their radio, Grandpa Jiang said, pointing to a dark device in front of him. Lin Ran recognized it as a radio, and her eyes lit up the moment she saw it. In the post-apocalyptic world, with no internet or electricity, people could only communicate through radios. However, the radios she had seen before were simple civilian models, while this one was a military radio obtained by Zhang Daming from the official sources. This meant she could get information from the outside world, and it would be very official news. Grandpa Jiang had used this device when he was younger and was adjusting it with his hands. Suddenly, a crackling sound came from the radio. This is the right channel, Grandpa Jiang said, adjusting it again, and Lin Ran heard an exciting voice from it. Attention citizens, this is our 10th broadcast. Recently, rainfall has been decreasing and water levels are dropping. The bad weather is passing. However, we have discovered terrifying mutated creatures in the water, so please do not go outside. Stay put and wait for our rescue. Our military has established a peace base at Longji Mountain in the northwest of the city and will soon arrange for the evacuation of citizens. Please pay attention to our announcements. We will provide updates on the evacuation every day at 7 a.m., 12 p.m., and 7:30 p.m. Attention citizens. The broadcast repeated itself. Grandpa Jiang said excitedly, the military has set up a peace base and is planning to evacuate everyone. There is hope for humanity. Lin Ran smiled faintly at his words, but remained silent. In her past life, it was the same. They said they would come to take them to the peace base for a better life. Unfortunately, the current regime had long since collapsed, and those in power were not brave soldiers, but shameless politicians like Zhang Daming. When Lin Ran's family heard this news back then, they were overjoyed, waiting at home for the evacuation message and for people to come for them. But they waited and waited, and in the end, no one came. A long time later, she learned that some people had indeed been evacuated back then, but those who left were either wealthy or strong young individuals sent to help establish the base. Lin Ran's family was too far from the peace base, so they were unwilling to go and assist. Sis, Longji Mountain isn't too far from our home, Lin Zhe interrupted Lin Ran's thoughts. What if those people come over here? They are military personnel. Hearing this, Lin Ran narrowed her eyes, old grievances and new anger rising within her. Since it's so close, we should go check out this peace base. We need to check out the peace base? Lin Zhe asked. Lin Ran patted Lin Zhe's shoulder. Not just to look, how about we join them? Lin Zhe was stunned, as if struck by lightning.
Join?
He couldn't understand his sister's thinking. When they were building houses there, she didn't say anything like that. Wasn't the plan to build a stronghold in their hometown and survive there for life? Why now was she talking about joining some chaotic base? From his reading experience, most people who established bases were not trustworthy. Unfortunately, Lin Ran was too focused on her plans to notice her brother's feelings. She put the radio away into her space. All right, stop standing there. Let's go collect crystal cores, and then we'll head home. Okay, Lin Zhe replied. Well, his sister was right. She must have her reasons for doing this, so he decided to trust her. Resigned, he went downstairs to collect the crystal cores. Lin Ran then said to Old Man Jiang, Grandpa Jiang, you should rest a bit. Once we're done, we'll head home. Old Man Jiang smiled and shook his head. I'm perfectly fine. No need to rest. I'll go collect crystal cores too. He then walked down the stairs with big strides. He couldn't help but admire the bond between the siblings. Whatever decision Lin Ran made, Lin Zhe never questioned it. With many hands, they quickly finished collecting the crystal cores. Lin Ran didn't want to take the small villa for now because it was too dirty and still had a lingering smell of blood. She planned to leave it there until the flood completely receded, then clean it thoroughly before putting it in her space. On the way back, the family was frustrated with the speedboat frozen in place. It's easy to freeze, but how do we melt it away? If we don't melt it, how can we leave? Although there are still many speedboats in Lin Ran's space, it's worrying to leave one here. What if someone steals it? Lin Zhe pointed at Lin Dad and said, Dad, it's time to test your fire ability. Melt the ice. You're now a level 6 fire ability user. Lin Dad looked at Lin Zhe meaningfully. What a great son I have. Is this really a compliment or a burden? His level 6 fire ability can't compare to Jang Chen's ice ability level. Lin Mom, looking hopeful, said, Yes, dear, let us see your fire ability in action. Hurry up. With his wife urging him, Lin Dad had no choice but to step up.
I'll give it a try.
Lin Dad felt uneasy. He didn't know Jiang Chen's ice ability level. The ice he created was thick and hard, and he worried his ability might only melt a little. If he could only melt a few meters, it would be embarrassing. Oh well, if it's embarrassing, so be it, we're all family here. Lin Dad resigned himself to the task, but Lin Ran smiled and said, Dad, wait. Is his daughter coming to save him? Lin Dad's eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Ran. Ran, do you have another idea? Lin Ran shook her head. No, you still need to use your fire ability.
Oh.
Lin Dad felt very disappointed. But you don't need to melt all the ice. Just melt the ice around the speedboat. Lin Ran pointed to the ice around the speedboat. As long as you melt the ice around it, I can put it in the space. Lin Zhe asked Sister, how do we get back? Lin Mom rolled her eyes at Lin Zhe. We're all your parents' children. Why are you so slow? We can walk to a place without ice, and then you can take the speedboat out again to go home. Plus, your dad won't have to waste so much energy. This plan is great. After all, his daughter is thoughtful. Lin Dad suddenly felt that Lin Ran was like a warm little coat. Melting only the ice around the speedboat was much easier for Lin Dad. Lin Zhe used his metal ability to protect the boat, and soon Lin Dad melted all the ice around it. Lin Ran then stored the speedboat in the space. The family walked to the edge of the ice and took the speedboat out again, heading home happily. After entering and exiting the space twice, the moon shadow didn't even lift its eyelids. Lin Ran was a bit worried when she saw this. She didn't mind its weight and held it close, gently stroking the body of Moon Shadow. She noticed that Moon Shadow's body was very hot and wondered what that meant. She could only take out a few cooling patches from her supplies and place them on Moon Shadow. This creature could eat and sleep well. She hoped this fever was a good sign. Not far from the farmhouse, Luo Shing and Captain Zhu were hiding in a big tree. They watched as a speedboat quickly passed by, their eyes filled with disbelief. The speedboat was back. Who were those people on it? Had they really killed all those terrifying mutated crocodiles? It was frightening. Just yesterday, they had barely escaped from a pile of crocodiles. Captain Zhu had been bitten countless times, and even Luo Shing had ugly wounds on her legs. How could those crocodiles give up on their prey? They had relentlessly chased after them. The two of them had finally managed to hide in this tree. The crocodiles couldn't climb trees, so they gathered below, waiting for them to fall. Suddenly, there was a loud noise coming from the small villa, and the crocodiles guarding them left. Captain Zhu, despite his injuries, climbed to the top of the tree to see what was happening. He realized that those people in the speedboat had killed all the crocodiles near the small villa. Why didn't they come earlier? Captain Zhu said in frustration. If they had come sooner, perhaps fewer people would have died. Luo Shing remained silent. Who knew if those people were friends or foes? Such powerful individuals might not have been a good thing if they had arrived earlier. Captain Zhu wanted to call for help, but after careful consideration, he didn't dare to reveal themselves. In this apocalyptic world, everyone was on edge, so caution was wise. Once the speedboat was out of sight, Luo Shing cautiously asked, "Brother Zhu, what should we do now?" Zhu Zhen looked towards the farmhouse and said, "Let's go back for now. The crocodiles are all dead, so it should be the safest place. Plus, there are medical supplies, clothes, and shelter from the rain." Luo Shing glanced at the shore. There were a few wooden rafts made from logs, although they had been bitten and damaged by crocodiles. But with some repairs, they could still be useful. They were both injured and in bad shape, so going back to the small villa was the best choice. "Okay, let's follow Brother Zhu's advice and go back," she said with a gentle smile, her eyes full of admiration and reliance on him. When they returned home, Moon Shadow was carried back by Lin Ran. The effort it took to carry it made Jang Chen frown behind her. The little chubby cat didn't understand what was happening, and before it returned to normal, Lin Ran had lost interest in doing anything else. However, she listened to the radio every day, eager to find out when the news about the peace base's evacuation would be announced. The rain was getting lighter, and one morning, Lindsay woke up to find that the flood had completely receded from the first floor. "Is the rain disaster finally over, sis?" Lindsay excitedly ran to Lin Ran's house to ask. Lin Ran opened the window, looked at the gradually clearing sky, and took a deep breath, saying, "Yes, it's almost over." The dampness in the air was slowly fading, and the long-awaited sun was about to appear. After that, there was a sweet period after the disaster. The rain stopped, the sun came out, and the temperature and climate were just right. Everyone enjoyed a few comfortable days. Unfortunately, all of this was an illusion. But even if it was brief, it was better than having none at all. Lin Ran gently touched the little cat's whiskers and softly said, "Yuing, get better soon. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming, and we can enjoy the moon together and have a big fish-flavored mooncake, okay?" Meow, hearing about the tasty treat, Yuing meowed in its sleep. Lin Ran couldn't help but smile and patted its soft belly, feeling reassured that it was okay. Thinking about Yu Ying's issues, Lin Ran felt good sitting next to Jang Chen, enduring her discomfort to watch an episode of a soap opera with him. For the past few days, Lin Ran still hadn't let anyone go outside. The crystals they had collected last time were still plentiful, so she could continue upgrading. Lin Ran divided 3 level 3 red crystals of water ability, still using them to upgrade her lightning ability. Unexpectedly, one morning she woke up to find that she had awakened her water ability again. Looking at the clear stream of water flowing from her fingertips, a big smile appeared on her face. This life was truly different from her last. She had a new life and gained different abilities. Before she knew it, the Mid-Autumn Festival had arrived. It was a wonderful day, and the radio announced that the floods in Yundu had completely receded. Moreover, the peace base was officially completed, and starting from this day, people would be continuously brought over. Most importantly, the sun finally shone in the sky. Lin Dad pulled back the curtains, letting the long-lost sunlight shine on him. "This sun feels great. Let's go to the yard and soak up some sun and air out the blankets," Lin Dad said loudly, his tone full of relief. Indeed, after so much rain, anyone would feel gloomy. The sunshine feels nice on the skin. Linma looked at the muddy yard and shook her head, saying, "I want to go outside to enjoy the sun, but it's too dirty out there." Lin Ran stepped outside and said, "It's not just the yard that's dirty. Our house is messy too." The flood reached up to the 5th floor, leaving the place smelling terrible and very dirty. Lindsay walked over and looked at the sunlit yard, saying, "I also want to enjoy the sun in the yard, but it really is too dirty." Lin Ran stretched lazily in the sun and smiled. "Xiaozhe, since you wanna, I'll take you down to enjoy the sun. Lin Zay's eyes brightened at her words. Sister, you're my real sister. I knew you could do it. With a broom and a hose, wearing rain boots, Lin Zay didn't expect to turn the Mid-Autumn Festival into a day of hard work. His sister did take him to enjoy the sun, but it was while they worked. They needed to clean all the mud and dirt from the house and the yard. It wasn't easy at all. Facing the mud that reached the second floor, Lin Zay forced a smile and said, Sister, this mud is too thick. I can't handle it. Lin Ran pointed to the upper floors and said, Each of us is responsible for a floor. Grandpa Jiang has the 5th floor, Mom has the 4th, Dad has the 3rd, you have the 2nd, and the hardest, the 1st floor is mine. If you're not happy, I can give you the 1st floor. Lin Zay thought about the 1st floor, which was completely filled with mud, and shook his head vigorously. He definitely didn't want that. The 1st floor had been flooded the longest, with mud reaching from the floor to the ceiling. So, cleaning the 1st floor was the hardest, while the 5th floor was the easiest. Only his capable sister would dare to take on that job. If it were him, he wouldn't finish cleaning in a year. Sister, I really don't know how to start. Lin Zay dug a few times but found the mud too hard to move, then complained to Lin Ran.
Let me show you how, Lin Ran said.
She extended her right hand, and a strong jet of water surged out, clearing a large patch of mud in front of them. Lin Zay looked at the thin hose in his hand and realized that her ability was really useful. Sister, you're amazing. Keep going. Lin Ran shook her head. I can't do it for long. My ability just awakened, and it's still unstable. If I run out, I won't be able to help anymore.
Lin Zay, odszedł vedo.
If I use this thin hose, I'll be working forever. Then, Lin Zay noticed Jang Chen behind Lin Ran. Lin Zay vowed that he had never been this smart in his life. His sister was unreliable, but he still had his brother-in-law, right? He walked over and smiled at Jang Chen. Brother Jiang, do you have any good ideas for cleaning the house? You're so amazing, Brother Jiang. Even my sister says you're the best in our family. You must have a great way to get this place clean, right? Brother Jiang was so impressive. He probably had some water abilities too. He was like a real-life superhero. Jang Chen looked at the smiling person asking him questions and initially didn't want to pay him much attention. However, the compliments he heard were quite pleasant. It seemed like everyone thought he was the best. So he decided to help him a little. Jang Chen pulled Lin Ran, who was standing on the porch, away from the dangerous spot. Once they were in a safer place, he raised his right hand, and a huge wave of water appeared in front of him. The force of the water washed away all the mud in its path, including Lin Zay, who was still standing on the porch. Help! Lin Zay screamed as he was swept away by the flood. How ungrateful. No wonder he wanted to pull his sister away. This place was dangerous. Oh no, it seemed even his brother-in-law couldn't be relied on. Lin Zay closed his eyes, unsure of where he would end up, but just as he was being swept down, a vine appeared around his waist, holding him tightly. Little mudman Lin Zay was pulled out of the muddy flood, and Jang Chen quickly retracted the vine from his fingertips. Lin Zay was stunned. This was incredible. How did he have so many abilities? Brother Jiang, you are my hero. Lin Zay was completely impressed by Jang Chen's strength. He wiped the mud off his face and kept praising him, hoping he would help him continue cleaning the room. Lin Ran watched Jang Chen with bright eyes, and when he caught her gaze, he felt even more motivated. He not only helped Lin Zay clean the second floor, but also took on Lin Ran's first floor. After finishing, he still had plenty of energy and went upstairs to help Lin Dad, Lin Mom, and Grandpa Jiang clean as well. Thank you, everyone, for your comments, support, and gifts. Love you all. In the end, Jang Chen took care of the yard all by himself. His water abilities were very powerful, and everywhere he went, he left it spotless. Lin Ran and the others only needed to handle a few small details around the edges. Cleaning the corners, Lin Ran watched Jang Chen, who was busy like a spinning top, receiving compliments like amazing, great, and you're the best from Lin Zay. She shook her head with a smile. This scene was truly heartwarming. When Jang Chen first turned into a zombie, she never imagined they could be this harmonious. Old Mr. Jiang shared the same thought. He wiped his eyes and looked at the busy Jang Chen with satisfaction. Little Chen is becoming more human. What the girl said about him getting better must be true. He really felt that little Chen was improving and everything was wonderful. Today was a good day, and he believed that he and little Chen would soon be reunited.
He was really coming back.
In the evening, Lin Dad sat in the cleaned yard, enjoying the comfortable evening breeze and gazing at the large full moon, hardly believing he was actually sitting there. The big moon on the 15th of August looked so beautiful. Their family's efficiency was impressive. "Hey, can you help me bring something?" Lin Mom called out, carrying various fruits and snacks. Lin Dad immediately ran to help her. Lin Ran took out different types of mooncakes from her space, preparing to serve them with Lin Zhe. Jang Chen sat nearby, holding a little kitten, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the beautiful mooncakes, wondering what they would taste like. The kitten, held by Lin Ran, woke up for a moment, drawn by the smell of the little fish mooncake Lin Mom made for it. Ran, I'm in a good mood today. Bring out some wine. I want to have a couple of drinks with your Grandpa Jiang, Lin Dad said, sitting beside old Mr. Jiang with a smile. Lin Ran hesitated, but then looked at Lin Mom. She smiled and nodded at Lin Ran, saying, "Go ahead and bring some out. It's a happy day for everyone. Get your dad and Grandpa Jiang some white wine, and bring out some fruit wine for you and me to enjoy too." With Lin Mom's encouragement, Lin Ran moved. She got a bottle of mutated for Lin Dad and a bottle of osmanthus wine for Lin Mom and herself. Lin Dad took the mutated and glanced at the osmanthus wine, feeling that the mutated didn't smell as good anymore. In previous years, the 15th of August was filled with the fragrance of osmanthus, but unfortunately, many trees around them had drowned due to the floods. The air was missing that sweet scent. This bottle of osmanthus wine perfectly made up for that loss. Old Mr. Jiang smiled at Lin Dad's expression while looking at the osmanthus wine and said, "How about we both have some osmanthus wine?" "All right, if you say so, we'll have osmanthus wine too." Lin Dad increasingly felt that old Master Jiang was his kindred spirit, which was clear from their shared taste in drinks. Ran, please pour some osmanthus wine for Dad and Grandpa Jiang too." "Okay." Under the bright moon, the family sat around a stone table in the small courtyard. On the table were golden cantaloupes, lovely red pomegranates, sweet mangoes, and bunches of purple and green grapes. There were even more types of mooncakes on the table. In terms of flavor, there were savory, sweet, and savory, and spicy options. When it came to the crust, there were 3 main types: snow skin, mixed sugar skin, and flaky crust. As for the fillings, there were 5 nuts: red bean paste, rock candy, sesame, ham, as well as durian, lychee, strawberry, cantaloupe, pineapple, and winter melon. In short, all the types of mooncakes that Lin Ran could find in her space were laid out on the table. In addition, there was a large plate of hairy crabs. If it weren't for the deliberate reminder, this peaceful scene could easily make everyone forget that it was the end of the world. Lin Dad raised his glass and said, "Cheers. Today is a good day." Without saying much more, "I wish everyone peace and health." Everyone replied, "Cheers." Wishing everyone peace and health. They all raised their glasses, and Lin Zhe, looking at the cola in front of him, secretly poured himself a cup of wine. Lin Mom noticed Lin Zhe's little action and quickly said, "No, children can't drink alcohol."
Lin Zhe responded,
"Am I a child? Have you ever seen a 1.83-meter tall, incredibly handsome kid?" "Mom, I'm not a child anymore. Have you turned 18 yet?" Lin Mom's question hit home, and Lin Zhe found himself speechless. He still had a few months to go before turning 18. "You're not allowed to drink before you're 18. Just have your cola. I specially made it for you. Drinking it will help you enjoy more hairy crabs." "Fine." Lin Zhe resignedly put down his wine glass, picked up the cola cup, and clinked glasses with everyone. Jang Chen looked at his cola cup and mimicked Lin Ran's action, clinking glasses with everyone. After finishing his cola, he glanced at Lin Ran's elegant wine glass, catching a different aroma, and smacked his lips. He wanted to drink that too. While Lin Ran was refilling her wine, Jang Chen handed his cola cup over. Lin Ran asked, "Do you want to drink wine?" Jang Chen nodded. Lin Ran thought, "Can zombies drink alcohol? Would they get drunk? Would they act silly when drunk? What is it like when zombies get drunk?" Lin Ran realized that this topic touched on her knowledge gap, but Jang Chen's eyes were so bright, and his desire for alcohol was like a little puppy wanting to steal meat. Lin Ran suddenly felt soft-hearted. Let him try it. He probably won't get drunk. Instead of using a soda cup, Lin Ran took out a wine glass from her space and poured him a drink. "Take small sips. This wine doesn't taste as good as it smells," Lin Ran warned as she handed the drink to Jang Chen. The rich aroma of osmanthus wine made Lin Ran's face blush. Jang Chen took the glass and obediently took a small sip.
Wow.
It was spicy on his tongue. It really wasn't that good. But seeing how much the others enjoyed their drinks, Jang Chen couldn't help but take another sip. Yuck, yuck, yuck. It was really bad. He stubbornly took another sip. This time, it seemed different. After the spiciness, there was another feeling. Lin Ran looked at the empty glass that was once again in front of her and felt a bit of a headache. She didn't expect Jang Chen to finish it so quickly. Lin Ran poured him another glass and said, "Don't just drink. The mooncakes are delicious too. This ice skin mooncake has durian inside. It melts in your mouth and is soft and sweet. And this one is walnut mooncake. It has the flavor of nuts and a crispy crust, and the texture is great." As Lin Ran spoke, Jang Chen's attention was indeed drawn to the uniquely shaped mooncakes. He put down the wine glass and picked up a mooncake. The durian ice skin mooncake was indeed good. It melted in his mouth. He decided to try all the mooncakes on the table. The Lin family's courtyard became lively again after a long time. Big Yellow, Moonshadow, and Little Flower Cat were squatting on the ground, enjoying their own special mooncakes. The moon in the sky was round and big, and the rich aroma of osmanthus wine filled the entire courtyard. Old Master Jiang unconsciously hummed a tune from his youth, making Lin Dad unable to resist tapping along. "I said something was missing tonight. In previous years, we would watch the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, but unfortunately, we can't see it this year. However, Uncle Jiang's tune isn't bad." Old Master Jiang was happy today and had a few more drinks. His face flushed as he said, "Thank you all for your kindness, haha. Isn't it strange? Even though this is the apocalypse, I feel like I'm having a better time with you than I did in my big villa in Yeondu." Lin Dad laughed and said, "They say that when you're with the right people, life is more enjoyable. Let me explain. We are destined to be together. We are the right match." Old Mr. Jiang wholeheartedly agreed. "Isn't that true? A harmonious and warm family like this is much better than his own flashy family, where everyone has their own hidden agendas. He has truly found the right people." Lin Zhe was unusually quiet tonight. Since he couldn't drink, he decided to eat more. At the dinner table, he and Jang Chen ate the most, finishing mooncakes, then crabs, then fruit, and finally drinking cola. This made Lin Ma relieved that there wouldn't be leftovers later. By the time they returned to the bedroom, it was already midnight. Lin Ran had also had a few drinks. After taking a bath, she threw herself onto the bed and closed her eyes. Suddenly, feeling uneasy, she opened her eyes wide and looked at Jang Chen on the sofa. His skin was still pale and cool in the moonlight, but his eyes were bright and red, which made her feel a bit uneasy. At that moment, Lin Ran had noticed that Jang Chen had finished a whole bottle of osmanthus wine. Although the wine wasn't very strong, drinking a lot adds up. Lin Ran forced her blurry eyes open, studying Jang Chen, thinking he shouldn't be drunk. His face wasn't even red. Unlike her, whose cheeks were so flushed they could cook an egg. Jang Chen. Jang Chen tilted his head, looking seriously at Lin Ran, unsure of why she called him. She looked so beautiful today, with rosy cheeks and a delicate appearance, lying weakly on the bed, giving off a unique charm. "Just watch TV and don't move around. I'm about to fall asleep, you know? If you feel uncomfortable from drinking, just drink some water. There's spring water on the table. A few sips should help." Jang Chen blinked, indicating he understood. So this is what being drunk feels like. He felt a bit dizzy, but it was nice. He wanted to lie down next to her. Seeing Jang Chen agree, Lin Ran could no longer resist her drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. The person on the bed began to breathe steadily, while the cat on the floor softly snored. Jang Chen, illuminated by the moonlight, looked at Lin Ran's profile on the bed. Her flushed face was truly beautiful. Her soft, rosy lips looked like cherries he had eaten before, sweet and lovely.
Gulp.
He felt a sudden craving for cherries. Before he knew it, Jang Chen was already standing by the bed. Lin Ran, with her long and thick eyelashes, had a face that was beautifully pale with a hint of red, resembling a doll. Her black hair flowed like clouds around her cheeks, exuding a pure yet enticing allure. She was so graceful and charming, with a lovely scent of osmanthus surrounding her. Jang Chen just looked at her a little longer and felt himself getting lost. Her red lips were like the most tempting wine, drawing him in. Ewing opened her dreamy eyes and looked at Jang Chen. Why was that zombie licking its owner again? It really disturbed her sleep. After watching for a while, she realized Jang Chen kept repeating the same action. Knowing he wouldn't harm his owner, she fell back asleep. What Ewing didn't know was how bold Lin Ran was in her dreams. She dreamed of Jang Chen, who was bright and full of energy, with 8 well-defined abs. He had an intoxicating scent of osmanthus, and he smiled at her, a smile that dazzled her eyes. He was favored by the heavens, his face seemed kissed by God, without a single flaw. He looked as handsome as a deity from Greek mythology. In a grove of osmanthus, he smiled gently and walked confidently toward her, then kissed her. What a kiss it was! The first kiss was very soft, as if both were testing the waters. He gently brushed his lips against hers, making her forget everything. Suddenly, she felt that kiss was too plain. Without knowing how it started, the dream version of her became incredibly bold. She reached out and wrapped her arms around him, deepening the kiss. This kiss was as passionate as a storm. They fervently explored each other's breaths, intensely searching every corner. In that moment, Lin Ran felt her heart almost stop beating. Jang Chen never knew that lips touching could feel like this. Lin Ran led him into things he had never imagined. At first, he was awkward, but soon he took the lead. Men seemed to have an instinct for this, even if he was a zombie. The petite Lin Ran was tightly held in his embrace, and they were so close at that moment. Jang Chen didn't know when he also lay down on the bed. Breathing in Lin Ran's scent, he repeatedly sought her out, not feeling satisfied. The feeling of a hangover was terrible. Lin Ran touched her swollen, hot lips, vowing never to get drunk again. She was feeling unwell again. Lin Ran looked at Jang Chen, who was sitting on the sofa, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He lowered his head, feeling guilty. Last night, before going to sleep, Lin Ran told him not to move around, so he returned to the sofa at dawn, pretending to watch TV. He hoped Lin Ran wouldn't find out he had moved. Unfortunately, Lin Ran would never guess that Jang Chen, now a zombie, could play tricks on her. Moreover, what happened in her dream last night made her feel a bit embarrassed about Jang Chen. She felt guilty herself, so she couldn't notice anything unusual about him. She wondered how she ended up having such a dream. Perhaps spending too much time with a handsome guy was tempting her. But he was just a zombie who didn't understand anything. Lin Ran deeply scolded herself in her mind. Then she quickly took out 2 boxes of cherries from her space and tossed one to Jang Chen. Jang Chen, cough cough, have some cherries to get some vitamins. It's really uncomfortable to feel overheated. She decided to make some chrysanthemum tea later. It was autumn, and she needed to cool down. Hey everyone, there's an update. Lin Ran didn't eat much for breakfast. After a light meal, she made herself a strong cup of chrysanthemum tea, adding plenty of honeysuckle. Both are great for cooling down. After eating, she took her thermos and went to the small yard to walk her dog, De Huang. The yard was peaceful and quiet, and the weather felt like early autumn. The sun was shining, but it didn't feel hot on her skin. Instead, it felt comfortable and perfect for a walk. There were no mutated beasts causing trouble, and no zombies to scare her. Lin Ran thought the zombies stayed away because Jang Chen was there, but she didn't know why the mutated beasts were absent. Perhaps it was because they had been too fierce last time they went out? She didn't dwell on this question and led De Huang and Jang Chen toward the orchard. The peace base had officially opened, but she planned to visit them in a few days. For now, she wanted to clean up her home. Yesterday, she had only swept the yard in front of her house and a few floors. The large orchard hadn't been touched yet. The orchard was filled with foul-smelling mud, wrapped around many fish bodies. What surprised Lin Ran was that a few trees she hadn't dug up were still alive. In fact, 2 mango trees and an apple tree deep in the orchard were full of fruit. From a distance, she could smell the sweet fragrance. Lin Ran's eyes sparkled with joy. She hadn't expected these trees to be so resilient. She wanted to tidy up the orchard and take good care of them. Lin Zhe, her parents, and Grandpa Jiang came with hoses and brooms to help in the orchard. Lin's dad looked at Jang Chen and said, Ran, let Dad's nephew Xiao Chen show us a big move. Lin Ran shook her head. No, Jang Chen's water ability is too strong. I'm afraid it will damage those trees. Let's do it ourselves. Lin's dad was stunned. Doing it ourselves? That's a huge task. This is a fruit orchard covering dozens of acres. Lin Zhe cautiously asked Jiang Chen, Big Brother Jiang, can you use a gentler water flow to help us wash away this stinky mud? Jiang Chen blinked, clearly not very willing. Lin Zhe persisted, trying to persuade him, You are the strongest in our eyes, especially in my sister's eyes. You can definitely do it, right? Jang Chen looked at Lin Ran with affection. Of course he could. Then, a thin stream of water flowed from his fingertips. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. He knew his brother-in-law could handle any kind of water flow. Big Brother Jiang, this water flow is a bit small. Can you make it bigger? In a good mood, Jang Chen followed Lin Zhe's suggestion and increased his ability. So, in the orchard, Jang Chen became the busiest person again. Lin Zhe thought using his sister as a reason was really effective with Jang Chen. This Big Brother Jiang really loves his sister. No wonder he's such a good brother-in-law. With Jiang Chen's help, cleaning the orchard became much easier. However, due to the thick mud and the need to protect the trees, they still had to be careful and clean up themselves at times. The whole family worked together, and by the end of the first day, they had managed to clear a small area. Lin Ran planned to clean the orchard as quickly as possible before the next disaster struck. After all, good weather like this doesn't come often. Every day, they spent the morning cleaning the orchard, while the rest of the time was for upgrading, training, and gathering food from their space. A week later, they finally cleared more than half of the orchard. Lin Ran also reached the few fruitful mango trees. Before cleaning, she walked around and understood why they had survived and produced so many fruits. Because beneath these trees, there were many animal bones. Sis, these fruits smell so tempting. Hurry and clear them so I can pick a few to taste. I can't resist anymore. As they reached the trees, the fragrance became even stronger. Not only Lin Zhe, but Lin Ran also felt she couldn't resist the temptation and wanted to pick some fruits to try. However, reason told Lin Ran. Something unusual must be wrong. These trees are surprisingly strong. Maybe they have mutated. Mom Lin saw the siblings standing there and came over. She moved her fingers slightly, and a vine extended from inside. If you want to eat, go ahead. Mom will pick some for you. After saying that, Mom Lin used her powers to pick fruit from the tree. Mom, don't. Lin Ran quickly stopped her. Unfortunately, Mom Lin acted too fast. Just as Lin Ran said not to, a mango was already picked. When Mom Lin handed over the mango, she noticed that Lin Ran was already holding a dagger tightly. She stood straight, nervously looking at the fruit tree, as if facing a great enemy. Ran, is something wrong? Mom Lin asked anxiously. Lin Ran looked at the tree. Mom, something is off with this fruit tree. We can't pick or eat the fruit yet. Big sister, what's wrong with this tree? The fruit looks delicious. Why can't we eat it? Lin Ran saw that Lin Zhe had already eaten a mango and almost fainted. Little Zhe, why do you eat so fast? Lin Ran thought her brother would never freeze to death, but he might eat himself to death. This big foodie. Lin Ran quickly took out a bottle of spring water from her space and handed it to Lindsay. If you feel something is wrong, drink this to detoxify.
Linsha?
Am I poisoned? Sister, are you saying this fruit is toxic? Will I die from the poison? Lin Ran looked at Lindsay with frustration. You eat so fast. It might not be toxic. Let's observe for now. Mom Lin was also worried and reached out to check Lindsay's throat. Son, spit it out quickly. Ugh, I can't. Mom Lin. Ran, what is going on? Don't scare me. Lin Ran helplessly looked at Lindsay, who was being checked. It might not be anything serious. I just think these trees are strange. You see, other places are fine, but there are so many animal bones on the ground around these trees. I suspect they have mutated too. Mom Lin gasped. What? These trees have mutated? What should we do? Lindsay looked worried. Oh no, I ate the fruit from a mutated tree. I'm definitely going to die. Lin Ran said. Not necessarily. I just don't know their attack methods. I suspect their fruit might be toxic, and the dead animals on the ground might have eaten it and died. Lindsay was confused. Then why not a physical attack? Like their thick branches? Lin Ran explained. You forgot that Mom just used her ability to pick fruit, and they didn't launch any physical attacks. Their attack methods are either chemical or physical. So it must be a toxic chemical attack. Lindsay's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. He stammered, It's over. I might die before even starting my mission. How unfair. Lindsay, am going to be poisoned. Oh no, Mom and Dad. Forgive me for not being able to take care of you in your old age. Lin Mom frowned. Don't even think about leaving everything to your sister. You little rascal, you want to outlive us? Not a chance. You need to induce vomiting. I saw on TV that there's a way to do it. Eating something called human bile can make you throw up for sure. Lindsay, filled with hope, asked, Mom, what is human bile? Please go get some for me. Lin Mom looked at her big son, gritted her teeth, and said, All right, I'll go get it for you. If I can't find any, I'll ask De Huang and Yuing to lend us some. After saying that, Lin Mom hurried over to grab Lin Dad, who was sweeping on the other side. Lindsay watched his mom leave, confused, and then turned to Lin Ran. Sis, if Mom can't get human bile, why is she asking Yuing and De Huang for it? What exactly is human bile? Lin Ran gave Lindsay a strange look and decided it might be best not to tell him the truth for now. Seeing Lin Ran's uncertain expression and her silence, Lindsay shivered in fear. No, it can't be something weird, right? Please, no. Lin Ran looked at her little brother with sympathy. But it is something strange, isn't it? She saw it on a TV show. It can't be anything good. Human bile is just human waste. But it's the most effective for inducing vomiting. Just thinking about it is disgusting, let alone eating it. Ugh, Lin Ran felt nauseous at the thought. Lindsay stretched out his hand. Sis, I have a feeling human bile isn't good. Can you give me more bottles of spirit water? I need to drink to detoxify. Lin Ran looked at her poor brother and took out a bunch of water from her space to hand to him. Lindsay immediately opened a bottle of spirit water and gulped it down in one go. This stuff has detoxifying effects, and he needed to drink a lot. He didn't want to die young. While the siblings were busy with the water, 2 doves flew down from the sky. These 2 pigeons are not like ordinary ones. They have red eyes and wings that are 1 meter long, clearly mutated. They were drawn in by the strong scent of mangoes and dove crazily towards the mango tree. Lin Ran noticed them approaching and took out her AK from her space, ready to shoot. Before she could fire, the branches of the mango tree suddenly stretched out and tightly wrapped around the 2 pigeons, leaving them unable to struggle. Lin Ran. Is this a physical attack? Then why didn't they attack her earlier? Lindsay stared in shock at the pigeons, which had turned gray and were motionless. Sis, do I still need to drink water? They're using physical attacks. Lin Ran. You probably don't need to, but just to be safe, drink a few more bottles, in case someone uses a different attack.
Linsha, okay.
Drinking more water is fine. When Mom and Dad arrived with a plastic bag containing something that smelled strange, Lin ran, and Jang Chen had already started cleaning up around the mango tree again.
Xiaozi, come eat.
Mom didn't bring any, but Dad managed to get a little out. It smells terrible. I guarantee you'll throw up after eating it. Lin Zhe had already learned what a different attack was from Lin Ran. Seeing Mom approach, he waved his hands quickly. Dear Mom and Dad, thank you, but we don't need it. We found out this fruit isn't poisonous. It's a physical attack. Mom glanced at Lin Ran, who was cleaning under the fruit tree. Xiaozi, don't lie to Mom. What physical attack? This fruit tree didn't attack your sister and her friends. It must be a chemical attack. Don't lie just because you're scared of eating this. Don't worry, I won't dislike you for eating it, and your dad won't either. Lin Zhe waved his hands frantically. I'm really not lying. It's a physical attack. Hey, Dad, quickly catch Xiaozi, we'll feed him. Dad is a level 5 ability user. If he catches Lin Zhe, he's really in trouble. Come here, my good son. Eat. Dad won't dislike you. Lin Zhe, but he does dislike it. As Dad walked toward him, Lin Zhe felt like crying. Sis, quickly tell Mom and Dad that I really don't need to eat that. Seeing Lin Zhe scared, Lin Ran knew he had learned his lesson this time. The first rule of surviving in a post-apocalyptic world is not to touch or eat unfamiliar things. Lin Ran cleared her throat and said, Mom and Dad, look at this mango. There are ants eating it. This fruit is definitely safe. Mom. So, are they attacking physically? Yes, just now, Xiaozi, and I saw the mango tree strangle 2 mutated pigeons. Mom's eyes widened in shock. Why aren't you coming over? What are you standing there for? They could attack people. Lin Ran reached out and picked a mango. But the mango tree remained still, not launching any attack. Mom, what's going on? Why aren't they harming you? Lin Ran peeled the yellow skin off the mango and shook her head. I don't know, so I'm boldly guessing that these fruit trees must recognize their owner. Recognize their owner? Yes, look at these animal bones I cleared out. Do you notice something missing? Lin Zhe, missing what? No crystal cores, not a single one. Even if some animals weren't mutated, there should be a few that were, but there are no crystal cores here, which means they were all absorbed. Wow. They're that powerful? Yes. Look at those 2 mutated pigeons. They've almost absorbed everything. But can you see any crystal cores falling? Lin Zhe looked around seriously. No, it really absorbed them. Lin Ran nodded. Exactly. So these fruit trees are not at a low mutation level. They must have gained intelligence and still remember us as their owners. Mom's eyes lit up. They say everything has a spirit, and plants have feelings. Do these fruit trees really remember us? I used to water them a lot. Lin Ran looked at the mango tree and said, Why don't you go ask them, Mom? Dad stood aside, wondering if his daughter had lost her mind. Can trees talk? Even if they are mutated trees? But Mom didn't think like Dad. Perhaps women are naturally more romantic. She walked over, touched the trunk of the mango tree, and said, Little mango, do you remember me? I am your owner. Suddenly, Dad felt like he was going crazy. The trees actually started moving. He swore there wasn't a breeze at all. They really remember their owner. Lin Ran watched the scene before her, deeply moved. Indeed, everything has a spirit, especially in the apocalypse, where you can see all the plants and animals striving to survive. The harsh and extreme weather made people think they couldn't survive. However, they exerted their full energy, and everything that could mutate did. Although she had never seen the tree in her past life, Lin Ran had heard of it. A small base was built around a 1,000-year-old locust tree. That locust tree was the sacred tree of the village. People worshipped and believed in it. Even during the hottest and driest weather, everyone would make an effort to water it. After it mutated, it provided shelter for the people, making that small base one of the few havens in the apocalypse. The people were simple and lived happily. It was much better than many larger bases filled with intrigue. Now, unexpectedly, such an opportunity had appeared right beside her. Lin Ran touched the thick trunk of the mango tree and felt incredibly lucky. With them in her garden, this stronghold would become even more secure. Lin Dad, curious, ran over and mimicked the others by touching the mango tree's trunk, saying, "Little tree, I am your owner too. I used to water you. Do you remember me?" After he spoke, he looked at the mango tree with anticipation, but 1 second passed, then 2, and even a minute went by. The mango tree remained still. Lin Dad said, "Why is it being discriminatory?" Lindsay said, "Let me try. Little mango, I am your owner. Do you remember me?" Silence. The air was dead silent. Clearly, the mango tree did not recognize him either. Lin Dad was puzzled. This is strange. Why does the tree recognize you but not us? Did you secretly fertilize it back then? Lin Mom rolled her eyes at Lin Dad and said, "What other reason could there be? It must be because I am beautiful and kind. Little mango, you have good taste." As soon as Lin Mom finished speaking, the mango tree shook again, as if it understood her praise. Rustle, rustle. Watching the shaking leaves, Lin Dad and Lin Zay began to question their lives. Could it really be because Lin Mom was beautiful and kind? What taste? After all, both of them were over 6 feet tall and had handsome faces, so why were they not favored by the fruit tree? This world made no sense. Lin Ran watched this strange scene and suddenly had an idea. She turned to Lin Mom and said, "Mom, why don't you try using your wood abilities to communicate with it?" Lin Mom replied, "How can my wood abilities communicate with it? Can it even talk?" Lin Ran smiled and said, "Just place your hand on it and release your wood ability to see if it resonates with you." Resonate? Lin Ma didn't understand what Lin Ran meant, but she had a general idea of what to do. She extended her hand, and a faint green light appeared in her palm. She placed the green light on the trunk of the mango tree, and its branches immediately glowed with a strong green light. It was like they were resonating or responding. Suddenly, a glowing green leaf floated down from the mango tree and landed on Lin Ma's wrist, leaving a light green mark there. Seeing this, Lin Ran's eyes widened. Sure enough, this was the way to recognize a master. "Ran, what is happening?" Lin Ma asked, looking at the new mark on her wrist. "Congratulations, Mom. It really recognizes you as its master now." Lin Ba was not convinced. "Then why doesn't it recognize us?" "Dad, you don't have wood abilities. I just learned that it only recognizes those with wood abilities as its master. We can only be its family, not its owner." "But Mom is different. She is now the owner of this mango tree. Mom, try to bond with the nearby fruit trees." "Okay." Lin Ma used the same method to establish a bond with the 4 nearby mango trees and 1 apple tree. Now, she had a circle of green marks on her wrist, resembling a green vine tattoo. After gaining the recognition of several trees, Lin Ma excitedly said, "Ran, I understand now. Our wood abilities don't just rely on our own powers. We can also depend on mutated plants. Now that I am their master, I have the same abilities as them." As she finished speaking, 6 thick vines emerged from her wrist and plunged into the ground nearby. The force released created a large hole in the ground. "Oh my, how did you become so powerful?"
Linze was astonished.
Lin Ma touched the green mark on her wrist and smiled at Lin Ba, saying, "Haha, Dad, my abilities are now just as strong as yours." "Shouldn't the main support of the family change?" Lin Ba looked shocked and replied, "What are you thinking, Mom? I'm going back to absorb some crystals and level up. The main support of the family can't just be changed easily. You wait for me." With that, Lin Ba ran off quickly. If a man isn't tough, his position isn't secure. He needs to work harder to level up. In the following days, Lin Ran and the others continued to clean the yard and discovered a total of 8 mutated trees, 5 mango trees, 1 apple tree, 1 willow tree, and 1 rose bush. The rose bush was in the farthest corner of the orchard, and Lin Ran had even forgotten that a rose had once been planted there. When she found it, she saw it was thriving, with its vines covering half the wall of the orchard. The vines had bright red flowers that looked almost magical, and sharp thorns that made it both intimidating and tempting to approach. Like the other mutated trees, there were many animal bones at its roots. It seemed that the more beautiful a creature, the more dangerous it was. This rose bush had more animal bones beneath it than the other mutated trees. Fortunately, like the others, it recognized Lin Ma as its master. After Lin Ma tamed the mutated rose, she gained a mark of rose petals on her wrist, and her wood-based abilities increased by 2 levels. During this cleaning of the orchard, Lin Ma had the most gains. Her wood-based abilities reached level 8, matching Lin Ran's lightning abilities. This made Lin Zhe very envious. He realized that hard work leads to progress, happiness, and is the ladder for humanity's advancement. So he decided he would work too. Once the orchard was fully cleaned, Lin Zhe hurried to find Lin Ran and said, "Sister, should we fix the traps in the yard next?" "Don't worry, I can handle making the traps by myself." Lin Ran looked at her overly eager younger brother and felt proud that he had finally grown up. She was very pleased. Unfortunately, it wasn't needed at the moment. Lin Ran pointed to the mutated trees in the yard and said, "Xiaozhe, you're thoughtful, but with these guards around, we don't need any traps."
Linze replied,
"How will I work then? Do we not need any traps at all? It would be nice to have a few, and I can do it without you all helping." Lin Ran shook her head. "We don't need those primitive traps anymore. The current traps are advanced mutated plants. Mom is mainly in charge, so if you want to help, just assist her." Lin Zhe thought. He didn't want to just assist, he wanted to work himself. As Lin Ran said, they didn't need mechanical traps now. Planting mutated trees around the yard was better than any trap. In the following days, Lin Ma's task was to lead the family in cutting branches from the mutated rose and planting them around the yard. These branches, taken from the rose, would absorb nutrients from the surroundings and capture any creatures that fell into their traps, providing nourishment for the main plant. These roses would become the strongest walls and traps for their little courtyard. While the family worked enthusiastically, Lin Ran couldn't sit still. According to her previous life's timeline, another disaster would strike in about half a month. She also needed to investigate the peace base, as the radio broadcasted updates daily, and the voice of the beautiful announcer was making her very anxious. That voice belonged to someone she deeply disliked. She knew she couldn't wait any longer. Lin Ma exclaimed, Ran, are you saying you want to go to the peace base?" "Yes, there's information I need. I must go." Lin Ma and Lin Ba exchanged glances. "Then we should all go together." Lin Ba added, "Yes, if we go as a family." Lin Zhe said, "Sister, I'll pack my things right away." Seeing her family's unconditional support warmed Lin Ran's heart, but she said, "But Xiaozhe, Mom, Dad, I don't want you to take risks with me. A terrible cold wave is coming, and temperatures will drop to -5 or 60 degrees. I'm worried you'll suffer if you come with me. I want you to stay here. It will be safe and warm." After saying this, she looked specifically at Lin Zhe. In her previous life, he had died in the cold wave. That was a nightmare she could never forget. Therefore, she couldn't put Lin Zhe in danger again. She had a compelling reason to go to the peace base. She was sure she recognized that announcer's voice. In her past, while trapped in the research lab, it was this voice that had given her countless injections every day. She knew that finding this woman was the key to the terrifying research facility. Although she had kept Yilan and Luo Shing to leave clues for finding the research facility later, this more direct lead had appeared, and she had no reason not to pursue it. However, she couldn't let her family take risks with her. Lin Zhe looked at his sister, who seemed a bit sad, and smiled. "Sister, have you forgotten how many high-quality down jackets and warm packs I've stocked up? I won't get hurt this time. We're family. We can't be separated." Lin Dad. "Yes, Ran. Our family must never be apart." Lin Mom. "Sweet daughter, wherever you go, I will go too. You can't leave me behind."
Jang Chen und me too.
Big Yellow. "Woof woof, me too." Yueying lifted her eyelids. "Meow, me too." Old Master Jiang wiped his sweat after returning from the shooting range and saw a group of people with a few small pets gathered in a circle. "What are you all doing here?" Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Grandpa Jiang, we are preparing to go to the peace base. Would you like to join us?" Old Master Jiang glanced at Jang Chen, who was closely beside Lin Ran. "Of course, I will go wherever you go. We must stick together. Lin Ran chuckled. Great, let's get ready. We will set off in a few days and go together.
Linsha, oh yeah.
We're going to the peace base. In her previous life, Lin Ran had never been to the peace base and was unfamiliar with it. She had heard many things from others. So, before officially entering, she planned to gather some information first. After confirming that the whole family would go to the peace base, she took Lin Zhe and Jang Chen out for a stroll. The others stayed home to continue planting roses. Since the whole family was leaving, they needed to set up traps. Otherwise, if they returned to find their base stolen, it would be very frustrating. Lin Ran drove the off-road vehicle, with Jang Chen and the little cat in the front seat, and Lin Zhe and Big Yellow in the back. Yueying was left at home to sleep. She hoped Yueying would wake up before they entered the base. So Lin Ran tried not to disturb her, allowing her to sleep well. The peace base was not far from them, located in the Long Ridge Mountains, only 120 kilometers away in a straight line. If the roads were clear, they could reach it in just over 4 hours. However, in the current apocalypse, many roads were blocked, and there were often mutated beasts and zombies on the way, with broken-down cars everywhere, making travel difficult. The off-road vehicle had a built-in map, but it couldn't be updated in real time due to lack of internet, though it was still usable. After crawling along the main road for an hour, Lin Ran saw a row of crashed cars blocking the way completely. Seeing that clearing it would be troublesome, she followed the map's guidance and turned onto a side road. The side road was overgrown with weeds and not easy to navigate. After a few steps, a group of mutated rabbits ran across in front of the car, plump and quite adorable. Hey, sis, stop the car. Let's catch some rabbits for lunch and have roasted rabbit. Thinking about the whole rabbit feast from a few days ago, Lin Zhe felt a bit hungry. Okay. Lin Ran immediately stopped the car, raised her sword, and ran after the rabbits that were escaping. Jang Chen and Lin Zhe closely followed her, with Da Huang running the fastest. He had already caught 2 rabbits. Seeing Da Huang's bravery, Lin Ran thought she should give him extra food for lunch. Suddenly, Lin Ran had an idea and stopped to look at Jang Chen. Jang Chen, can you use your wood powers to help me catch a few rabbits alive? I want to raise them. The mutant rabbits have delicious meat and are the gentlest among mutant animals. Lin Ran thought about her somewhat empty farm and wanted to raise them. Jang Chen blinked, and dozens of vines shot out from his palm, capturing all the escaping rabbits. Since Ran wanted them, it was settled. This time the haul was quite good. They caught a total of 32 live rabbits. Lin Zhe and Huang also collected 3 dead rabbits, enough for their lunch roast. The other live ones were taken to Lin Ran's farm. Although mutant animals are hard to raise, Lin Ran thought these rabbits were worth a try. After all, they are among the gentlest of mutant animals. However, once they arrived at the farm, they scared the chickens and ducks into a frenzy. A few rabbits even chased the chickens and ducks around. Lin Ran quickly took Lin Zhe and Jang Chen inside and rearranged the layout of the farm. She set up a separate space for the rabbits. With their own space, Lin Ran noticed the rabbits became much quieter. She fed them carrots from her garden and some special water. At first, they just sniffed it, but once they caught a whiff of the deliciousness, they couldn't stop eating. Watching the rabbits eat and drink, Lin Ran felt relieved. It seemed she could successfully raise these rabbits. Now, her empty farm finally had some life. Back in the car, Lin Ran drove forward. But after just a few steps, she suddenly slammed on the brakes. Lin Zhe, not paying attention in the back seat, almost pressed his face against the windshield. Hey, sis, if you don't drive carefully, you'll make me cry. Are you trying to kill your little brother? Lin Ran shot Lin Zhe a disdainful look. Who told you not to wear your seatbelt? Little Zhe, sit tight. Something feels off ahead. Lin Zhe then saw that there was a steel plate covered in nails lying across the small road in front of the off-road vehicle.
Wow.
This is a trap. Is it a robbery? Lin Zhe's mind flashed with scenes from 100 novels about robberies in a post-apocalyptic world. Yes, and it seems the other side has already succeeded. Succeeded? Someone has already fallen into the trap? Lindsay looked up and indeed saw an overturned off-road vehicle with a flat tire among the weeds. If his sister hadn't slammed on the brakes just now, their vehicle would have ended up like that. Frowning, Lindsay picked up a tang knife. "Sister, let me seek justice today." Lin Ran didn't respond. To be honest, robberies were too common in the apocalypse. But she didn't expect to encounter one so soon after leaving. The vehicle blocking the main road was likely placed there on purpose to lure people onto this small road. This small road was a mountain path, with dense weeds on one side and trees lining the other. It was impossible to drive through. On the other side was a steep cliff, making it impossible to escape that way either. Even if the driver was lucky enough not to hit the steel plate like her, they wouldn't be able to get away, because the way back was also blocked. Lin Ran saw in the rearview mirror that a white van had already stopped behind them. 6 men got out of the van, all of them burly and clearly living well. In this post-apocalyptic world, those who lived well were either very capable or had strong connections. Clearly, these men had strong connections. When Lin Ran saw that they were all holding shiny knives, she felt more confident. They were just a bunch of small-time thugs. Since they crossed paths today, she wouldn't hold back. The men slowly surrounded them, and the leader held up a heavy golf club. Worried he might scratch her beloved car, Lin Ran decided to take action first. "Xiao Zhe, get out of the car." The men were surprised to see Lin Ran and the others getting out. They didn't expect 2 big men to be in the vehicle, one of whom was holding a knife. But what could they do against just a few people and a dog? The leader laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Lin Ran. Since the apocalypse, he had never seen such a clean and beautiful woman. Her skin was fair and rosy, and every part of her was exquisite. Her figure was outstanding. She was 1,000 times better than the woman they just caught. She was truly a stunning beauty sent by heaven. The man licked his lips and grinned. "Hey there, come over to your big brother. If you cooperate and make your 2 men surrender, I might spare their lives." Lin Ran replied, "Do you really think you would be so kind?" "Of course. And if you serve me well, I can make sure they get a good meal every day." As the man's words settled, someone nearby chimed in, "Boss, stop wasting time with her. Just kill them. This girl won't cooperate no matter what you do." Lin Ran smiled lightly. "Are you so sure that just the 6 of you can take on the 3 of us?" The man laughed even harder. "Little girl, you don't think we are just this few, do you?" As he spoke, 10 strong men appeared on the small road in front of the car, all holding steel pipes and knives that glinted in the sunlight. "Today is our lucky day. Another beautiful girl has come along. The last one was nice, but it seems we can change things up quickly." One tattooed man looked at Lin Ran with a predatory gaze. This woman was far more attractive than the previous one. He had to have her. The look in the man's eyes made Jang Chen, who was beside Lin Ran, furious. His eyes turned a deeper shade of red, filled with a violent, bloodthirsty emotion that was hard to control. He wanted to take out this disgusting man's eyes for daring to look at Lin Ran that way. Without waiting for Lin Ran's command, Jang Chen moved. He was so fast that Lin Ran barely saw how he struck. In an instant, he was in front of the tattooed man, and vines from his hand dug out the man's filthy eyes. The speed was so quick that the tattooed man didn't even feel pain, only a terrifying sensation that seeped from his bones. In the last moment before losing his sight, he saw the man before him, whose eyes were blood red.
He was a zombie.
Who were these people to bring a zombie with them? Unfortunately, he would never have the chance to ask, as Jang Chen's second strike plunged the vine into his heart.
"Xiao Zhe, go."
Jang Chen's actions signaled the start of the battle. Lin Ran raised her sword and charged at the most arrogant man with a golf club. One strike, and the man remained unharmed, glowing faintly with golden light. He turned out to be a gold element ability user. "Hey, your knife is useless against me.
Just give in."
Lin Ran smiled lightly. "It's just a second-tier ability. I will take your head." Purple lightning instantly wrapped around the blade, and with one more strike, the man's head fell to the ground. This was the absolute power of a high-level ability user. "Ha, small fry. I thought you were tough, but this is how it ends. Lin Zhe was initially hesitant to strike. He had fought zombies and mutated animals before, but this was his first time attacking a person. These were living people. But he knew that in a fight it was either you die or I live, and these people were desperate. Lin Zhe was not soft-hearted. He wouldn't show mercy. After a few exchanges, he struck down one person. Lin Ran had been watching Lin Zhe and felt relieved when he saw him take action, allowing her to focus on her own fight. The apocalypse was a challenge for everyone. The soft-hearted wouldn't survive long. It was good that her brother was not merciful. Not far from the fight, Luo Shing was tightly bound to a tree. A man hanging from the tree, just a meter away, was also familiar to Lin Ran, Yining. Luo Shing was nearly undressed, her body covered in red marks. She glared at Yining and angrily said, "Don't look. If you do, I'll make them blind you." Yining was in a bad state too, his body battered and bleeding. Clearly, he had been beaten badly. He lifted his eyelids and coldly glanced at Luo Shing. He couldn't understand how the bright light of his memories had turned into this. After the disaster, they lost contact, but Yining had always worried about her, unable to eat or sleep well. He stared at the last message she sent him, asking for help, nearly losing his mind. After the flood, news from the Peace Base was released. Brother Yi Lan organized the family to move to the Peace Base, where they had friends and could live well. He was supposed to go with them. But he couldn't stop worrying about Luo Shing. He desperately grabbed a family car to find his beloved girl. He remembered when he left, Brother Yi Lan had asked him seriously if he would regret it. He said he would never regret it. Brother Yi Lan then asked if, by leaving his family, he would also be abandoned, and that his life would no longer matter to the Yi family. Was it worth it? He naively replied, "It's worth it. For the girl he loves, being abandoned by the whole world is worth it." Yi Lan reluctantly compromised, gave him a car, and let him go. He had just awakened his special ability and was carefully searching the city with a knife. Unexpectedly, he found her by chance. He planned to take her to the Peace Base, thinking that if he brought her home, his family would forgive him. But when he got there, he realized that Luo Shing was not the person he thought she was. He felt foolish for being deceived by someone like her. He had no face left to meet his family. They were just captured, and to save herself, Luo Shing willingly cooperated with those disgusting people without any struggle. She even wanted to eliminate him to keep her secret safe. She incited those people to harm him just because he saw her true self. If it weren't for the commotion from the trap nearby, the tattooed man would have already killed him. At that moment, Yining felt he truly deserved to die. This was the price of betraying the whole world, with no place to rest. He suddenly remembered a face from deep in his memory, a girl who always liked to chase after him. She was as warm and pure as sunshine. If he had been looking for her, she would never betray him, because she was so radiant. He felt so blind for not liking her, and instead being drawn to someone like Luo Shing. What kind of expression is that? Luo Shing said angrily. Why do you look like that? I'll have them kill you or feed you to zombies, turning you into a disgusting monster. Yining sneered. Weren't you just enjoying yourself? Now you feel ashamed? Luo Shing, how can you be so cruel? Luo Shing looked at Yining with disdain. Fool? You think I'm cruel? If I could, who wouldn't want to be a fairy forever? It's all because of you, useless. You're even worse than Huang Yu. With your little ability, you dare to say you'll protect me? If you hadn't brought me here, would I have been caught? Would I be in this situation? Would I have to sell myself? It's all your fault, you worthless waste. You've been abandoned by your family. You have no value left. You deserve to die. Luo Shing couldn't understand why she had foolishly followed someone like Yining. She shouldn't have had any hope for him. He was just a waste. After the disaster, she had finally escaped from Huang Yu and her parents who fed on her, thinking she could be free. Who knew that Yining was completely useless. Useless people deserve to die. Yining looked at Luo Shing coldly and said, I really deserve this. But how long do you think you can survive, you worthless person? Once those people get tired of you, you'll be in trouble too. Luo Shing smiled strangely. She would never let herself fall into such a terrible situation. She had just said she felt unwell, and those men, seeing her good attitude, loosened the ropes on her hands. Now, her hands were almost free. The first thing she planned to do after getting free was to deal with Yuning. Among the dozen or so people, there were 2 with special abilities. However, their powers were not on the same level as hers. Lin Ran and the others easily took care of these weaklings. They extracted the crystal cores from the heads of the 2 special ability users and cleaned them up before Lin Ran stored them away. The energy in these crystal cores was much purer than that found in zombies. Lindsay opened their van and discovered quite a few items inside. Sister, they have 2 boxes of beer, 1 box of cigarettes, 3 boxes of instant noodles, and a box of cookies. It seemed these guys had stolen a lot. Lin Ren walked over and stored everything in her space. The van was too dirty, and in this post-apocalyptic world, such vehicles were everywhere. She didn't want it. She noticed a piece of metal with nails on the road that looked useful and stored that as well. As for the bodies scattered around, Lin Ran asked Jang Chen to set them on fire to avoid polluting the environment. After finishing these tasks, everyone got back in the vehicle, ready to set off again. Meanwhile, Luo Shing finally broke free from her restraints. She but felt no shame. Picking up a dagger left behind by the others, she aimed for Yuning's heart.
Votless, D.
Suddenly, the sound of an engine nearby startled Luo Shing, causing her to miss her target and only graze Yuning's chest. They were back. Luo Shing didn't check on Yuning. Thinking she had succeeded, she hurriedly grabbed her clothes and fled in a panic. She was gone. Those people would not let Yuning go. This worthless person, who had witnessed her most embarrassing moment, was doomed. Lin Ran turned the car around and unexpectedly saw a victim hanging from a tree. Poor thing, their face was beaten badly. They were probably the owner of the overturned vehicle. What an unfortunate person. She opened the driver's side window, extended her knife, and swiftly cut the rope, bringing the person down. Yining lifted his swollen eyelid and looked at his savior in the car with his puffy, pig-like face. It seemed they had won the fight. They were really impressive, defeating that group of desperate people. If only he could be that strong, he wouldn't be bullied so easily. Thank you. His words stopped abruptly as he stared in disbelief at the face of the person in the car, then quickly looked down, feeling as if he had been struck in the eyes. He couldn't believe that the person in the car was Lin Ran. She looked bright and cheerful, her face clean and radiant, just like her personality. Holding a sword with such confidence, she certainly wouldn't be as despicable and dirty as Luo Shing. No, he couldn't compare her to Luo Shing. Luo Shing was not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as her. Yining buried his head even lower. He couldn't let her see him in such a sorry state. He felt too ashamed to face her. Lin Ran didn't mind his attitude at all. She didn't even glance at him. She casually said, "You're probably going to the peace base too, right? There's a van over there that should still work. Be careful. There are too many bad people in this world." After saying that, Lin Ran rolled up the car window and drove away. Yining clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. It hurt a lot, but he didn't let go. If the pain in his body could lessen the pain in his heart, he would gladly endure it. He had mistaken a fake for a gem and missed out on such a wonderful person. Going to the peace base? Yining looked at the tire tracks on the ground and shook his head. It seemed Lin Ran was also heading there. How could he face her in his current state? He felt too embarrassed to see Yilan and the others as well. He decided to go to another base. The world had more than one base. After coming to this realization, he stood up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and turned to find that van. As for Luo Shing, Yining watched her disappear, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. They would meet again eventually. On the road ahead, Lin Ran and the others didn't encounter any more trouble. Seeing that the map indicated a town ahead, Lin Ran parked the car on the side of the road. She and Lindsay roasted a rabbit and also helped Jang Chen with his makeup. Lin Ran had just realized that after leaving home, Jang Chen's identity as a zombie had become very dangerous. Fortunately, everyone who had seen Jang Chen's face was dead. As for the survivor, she had only rolled down one window and didn't even know how many people were in the car. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it's safest to put some makeup on Jang Chen. Jang Chen didn't know what Lin Ran was doing, but he enjoyed being pampered by her. She was applying something fragrant on his face, and her fingertips brushed against his cheek, making him feel a bit ticklish and comfortable. Lin Ran added a bit of blush to Jang Chen's cheeks, giving his skin a healthy glow. After finishing his face, she put on a pair of black contact lenses for him. Once the lenses were on, Lin Ran worried that Jang Chen's eyes might feel dry, so she put a few drops of eye drops in for him. Zhang Zhe, who was sitting nearby roasting a rabbit with De Huang, turned and was stunned by the sight. Jang Chen was really listening to his sister. How could a grown man let someone put makeup on him? But he quickly relaxed. If he had a wife, he wouldn't mind her putting on lipstick for him. As for him, the forever single guy, when would he find a partner? All done. After the eye drops, Jang Chen's transformation was complete. With the contact lenses and a healthy glow, he looked just like a normal person. But Lin Ran was slightly taken aback. Whether as a person or a zombie, Jang Chen was incredibly good-looking. Especially when he looked at her with his innocent eyes, filled only with her. She felt like she could drown in that focused gaze. Just like now, Lin Ran felt herself getting lost in those eyes. Hey, what seasonings do we need for the roasted rabbit? Zhang Zhe's timely voice rescued Lin Ran. Ahem, definitely cumin, chili, and 5 spice powder. Never mind, I'll do it. Lin Ran hurriedly ran away. She took out a large bag of seasonings from her space, adding them while sneaking glances at Jang Chen. He stood very close to her. A playful breeze blew by, making his long eyelashes flutter like little fans. Those eyelashes were so long. How could a man be so charming? Who wouldn't be captivated by his face? Lin Ran felt she was making the same mistake as other women. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful. She allowed herself to gaze for an extra half-minute before returning to her cooking. The mutant rabbits were large, and 3 of them were enough for the 3 of them, along with a dog and a kitten. When the rabbit meat turned golden brown and the rich aroma filled the air, Lin Ran knew it was ready. Time to eat. Lin Ran tore off a rabbit leg and handed it to Jang Chen, then broke off a large piece of meat for the little cat. De Huang has a big appetite, so Lin Ran took a large bowl of dog food from the space and also gave it a big rabbit leg. Lin Zhe had already started eating the rabbit leg. After settling everyone, when it was her turn to eat, Jang Chen handed her a rabbit leg. Lin Ran looked at Jang Chen and smiled gratefully. Jang Chen was much better than her silly brother. He knew how to take care of her. She took a bite of the rabbit leg. The skin was golden and crispy, and it felt crunchy in her mouth. The meat inside was tender and juicy. With a sip of soda, life couldn't be better. Before she knew it, a big piece of rabbit meat was gone. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Ran clapped her hands and sat back in the driver's seat. Their next destination was a place called Luo Shing Hot Spring Town, a 5A rated tourist spot. It wasn't far from the Peace Base. The Peace Base was originally a resort in Longji Mountain, surrounded by beautiful scenery. There were many existing buildings that could accommodate a lot of people. This was one of the reasons for choosing that location as a base. Luo Shing Hot Spring Town was well developed, with a large area and many shops, showing signs of past prosperity. However, the town now seemed overly desolate. As Lin Ran drove in, she saw no signs of life. This place was not a necessary route to the Peace Base. If they hadn't encountered those people blocking the road and robbing them, they wouldn't have come here. This place might be like their Qing Shui town where most of the living people were gone. Hey, it looks like no one is here. How about we do a zero-cost shopping spree? Lin Zhe had long wanted to go on a zero-cost shopping spree. It was something mentioned in almost every post-apocalyptic novel. Just reading about it made him eager. Hearing this, Lin Ran turned to look at Lin Zhe and nodded in appreciation. Her brother had always been smart since he was little. His suggestion was exactly what she wanted. In this post-apocalyptic world, zero-cost shopping was one of her favorite activities. In front of them was a shopping mall, and Lin Ran parked the car, ready for a good zero-cost shopping spree. The mall's entrance had already been damaged from the outside due to flooding, and the items on the first floor were ruined. Lin Zhe covered his nose as he walked through the mall. The smell of mud here was no better than at home. Fortunately, the ground here was a bit higher, so the flood only reached the first floor, and the items on the second floor were intact. A 5A rated hot spring town was indeed not just for show. Before the apocalypse, this place was a very famous vacation spot. The mall, though not large, had everything one could need, with all the right brands available. Although the doors were open, the items inside were mostly untouched. In the apocalypse, clothes, furniture, and luxury goods are not necessities. What people need more are food, water, and gasoline. This is why the mall has remained so intact. However, many items here have become precious. After all, another extreme weather event is approaching. "Hey, these sunglasses are nice. Let's take them all," Lin Zhe said, pointing to a brand-name eyewear store. Lin Ran glanced at the array of sunglasses and nodded. They are indeed nice. Especially with the upcoming extreme cold, the ground will be covered in white snow. Without sunglasses or goggles, it's easy to get snow blindness. This store also had many colorful contact lenses, perfect for Jang Chen. Lin Ran collected them all. As for prescription glasses, reading glasses, and contact lenses, she took those too. Finding these items in the apocalypse is not easy. They are non-renewable resources, and having them might come in handy one day. The second floor had the eyewear store and various women's clothing, all stylishly designed, which she collected into her space. The third floor also had women's clothing, but the styles seemed more suited for mature women like Lin's mother. Lin Ran took everything from there as well. The fourth floor was dedicated to men's clothing, featuring various high-end suits, and she didn't miss a single piece. She even collected display cases and fitting rooms. The fifth floor was a sports brand store, and Lin Zhe was thrilled as soon as he arrived. "Wow, this is amazing! Look at this outdoor tent, wind lamp, sleeping bag, winter clothing, quick-dry clothes, and hiking shoes. I want them all." Lin Ran smiled indulgently. "Okay, I'll get them for you." Even though she already had plenty of these items in her space, who would complain about having more? The sixth floor had home textiles and children's clothing. Lin Ran looked at the neatly arranged bedding and pure cotton kids' clothes and collected them all. The seventh floor was a food court, but there wasn't much food left. When the refrigerator was opened, a foul smell filled the air. Lin Ran collected a few cooking stalls and machines for making milk tea and coffee, along with some intact bowls and plates, leaving the rest untouched. The eighth floor housed a cinema and a gym. In the gym, there were a few wandering zombies, and you could still see traces of their former muscles on their decaying bodies. Due to Jang Chen's strength, the zombies kept their distance. Lin Zhe went in and quickly took down a fitness instructor, freeing them from their suffering. Lin Ran also didn't overlook the gym equipment. These items were quite good. They were essential for exercising. She also collected the popcorn machine, milk tea machine, and projector from the cinema. It would be a shame to leave these behind. Storing them in her space might allow her to create a comfortable base in the future if she felt like it. After finishing at the mall, Lin Ran and the others drove to a shopping street. This was a typical ethnic commercial pedestrian street found in many ancient towns, but unfortunately, the buildings were too low and mostly damaged by flooding. "It seems there's nothing good here. Let's go, sis," Lin Zhe said, disappointed. "Okay." The town couldn't compare to the city. Most buildings were on the ground level. Lin Ran didn't expect to find much here. Discovering a large mall was already a pleasant surprise. As Lin Ran started the car to leave, she suddenly noticed a woman frantically waving from a second-floor window of an inn across the street. This was the first person she had seen in this town. "Sis, someone is asking for help," Lin Zhe said, noticing the woman too. She wasn't making any noise, but her lips clearly formed the words, "Help me." "What should we do, sis? Should we go save her?" In this apocalyptic world, Lin Zhe knew he shouldn't be too soft-hearted. But when a living person appeared before him, pleading for help, He couldn't just ignore it. Lin Ran furrowed her brow and asked Lindsay, "Do you think we should go help her?" Lindsay nodded, then shook his head, looking very conflicted. Suddenly, Lin Ran smiled, stopped the car, and jumped out. Seeing her action, Lindsay was surprised. "Sis, what are you doing?" "Of course, I'm going to help her. But isn't the first rule of survival in the apocalypse to avoid being a do-gooder and showing unnecessary compassion?" "Silly brother, not being a do-gooder means not overestimating yourself and putting yourself in danger for someone else. But now that both Jiang and I are here, and we see someone asking for help, why not check it out? We're not against humanity. If we have the chance to help someone in need, we can do it. Even if she is a trap, I can handle her," Lin Ran said confidently. Lindsay's eyes lit up at this. "Sister, you're amazing. With such a sister, why should he worry?" Lin Ran looked at Lindsay with a smile. "But remember, when you're alone, don't do anything foolish. Always come to me first, okay?" "Got it," Lindsay replied affirmatively. With that, Lin Ran handed a small handgun to both herself and Lindsay, then walked into the guest house. The guest house had 3 floors and was located at the entrance of a commercial street. Before the apocalypse, it must have been doing well, and even though the first floor was flooded, the decor was still nice. However, unlike other places they had seen, the first floor was marked with dried bloodstains on the mud. It was clear that a tragedy had occurred here not long ago. At the end of the staircase leading to the second floor was a tightly locked iron door. Lin Ran said, "Xiaozhe, open the door." "Hey everyone, here's another update. Please give me a 5-star review for my hard work. Love you all." With Lindsay around, no door could stop them. He waved his hand lightly, and the iron door opened instantly. Behind the door was a charming old-fashioned living room, where 2 muscular men sat on a mahogany sofa. From a nearby room, strange sounds from a woman could be faintly heard. "How did you get in here?" one of the suspicious-looking men asked as he stood up defensively upon seeing them. Lindsay surveyed the surroundings and replied, "The door was open, so we just walked in." The other man looked at them with suspicion, but when he saw Lin Ran, his eyes seemed glued to her. In this apocalypse, such beauty was truly rare. The man grinned and pointed at Lin Ran. "I don't care how you got in, but you better leave quickly, except for her. She stays with me." The suspicious man added, "Brother Shui is right. Be smart and leave the woman, or you won't come back." "Leave Lin Ran?" That was a foolish dream. Meanwhile, Jang Chen's hand sparked with energy, and before Lin Ran could say anything, the suspicious man was turned to ash, lying lifeless on the ground. Seeing his companion fall like that, the man called Brother Shui's expression changed drastically. Unexpectedly, among the 3 of them, there was actually a person with special abilities. They had underestimated their opponents. Water Brother summoned a stream of clear water at his fingertips and narrowed his eyes dangerously, threatening, "Don't think that just because you have special abilities, you can do whatever you want. We are not easy to mess with. Brothers, come out." As soon as he finished speaking, several bedroom doors that had been tightly shut opened from the inside. About 10 men, as strong as Water Brother, emerged from the rooms, disheveled. With the doors opening, a strange sound became even more pronounced. What kind of sound was it? It was like the pained whimpering of an animal, and it made Lin Ran's heart burn with anger. She knew all too well what that sound was. In some unofficial small bases, women were often treated as tools for release. The screams they let out in the dead of night were filled with despair, helplessness, and pain. Lin Ran raised her eyes, looking at these men with a gaze as cold as if she were staring at corpses. One man with long hair leered at Lin Ran with a lascivious look. "Wow, where did this little girl come from? So fresh. It's been a long time since I've seen something new. You're making me crave." Lin Ran smiled brightly at him. "Then you should just go die." A bolt of lightning struck, and the man was dead instantly. The other men were shocked by this scene, especially Water Brother. They had thought there was only one person with special abilities among them, but it turned out that the seemingly weakest woman here was so powerful.
It was terrifying.
In their entire group, there were only 3 people with special abilities, and the strongest, Wang Gang, had just been killed by her in one move. That meant the rest of them wouldn't stand a chance against her. Water Brother quickly assessed the situation and realized they couldn't confront her head-on. He fell to his knees and pleaded, "Hero, please spare us. We are also pitiful people. This cursed apocalypse has trapped us here. We were afraid you would take our supplies. We only threatened you to make you leave. We really haven't done anything wrong. Yes, we really haven't done anything bad. Please let us go." The other men, seeing Water Brother like this, immediately knelt down as well, pleading in a chorus. Lin Ren coldly chuckled, "Oh, so you haven't done anything wrong at all?" Not a single word of that was believable to Lin Ran. Yes, absolutely true. Lin Ran looked at the sobbing bedroom and said, "But I don't really trust you. If something bad happened, I can just ask the person inside." After saying that, Lin Ran walked toward the bedroom. Brother Shui felt a chill at Lin Ran's actions. He knew that if Lin Ran went in, it would be a disaster. A water column shot toward Lin Ran's back, but before it could hit her, a wall of earth rose up to block the attack. Then, vines extended from Jang Chen's palm and struck Brother Shui hard, knocking him out. Daring to harm Lin Ran was truly a death wish. Lin Zhe looked at the confident Jang Chen and said, "Brother Jiang, you stay here and watch these people. I'll go help my sister." Lin Zhe quickly followed Lin Ran into the bedroom. As soon as he entered, he was nearly overwhelmed by the smell inside. On the bed lay a disheveled woman, completely and covered in bruises, with a heavy iron chain around her ankle. She was whimpering, like an injured wild animal. Lin Zhe was stunned by the sight. He had witnessed the cruelty of the apocalypse today. It was shocking how low humanity could sink. His gaze suddenly turned to Lin Ran, realizing how she had survived alone in this heartless world surrounded by wolves after they had died. It had been so hard for her. Lin Zhe's determination grew stronger. He wanted to protect his family and the stability they had fought so hard to achieve. Lin Ran asked Lin Zhe to free the woman from the chain on her ankle. Then she took off her jacket and covered the woman with it. The woman screamed in surprise at Lin Ran's actions. "Don't be afraid, everything is fine. Those bad people are under our control now." "Under control?" The woman looked at Lin Ran in disbelief. "Are they really under your control?" "Yes, they are really under control." Upon hearing Lin Ran's response, the woman's eyes sparkled with hope. She pushed her messy hair back and repeated, "Those bad people can't bully us anymore, right?" "Right?" As she moved her hair, Lin Ran finally saw her face and gasped in shock. It was Zhang Huan, her most trusted partner from her past life. Back then, when Yi Lan and Luo Shing had plotted against her, Zhang Huan had died protecting her, struck in the heart by Yi Lan's minion. That was a pain that would forever remain in her heart. Unexpectedly, they met again in this lifetime. But she came too late. Zhang Huan had suffered. Seeing Zhang Huan covered in wounds, Lin Ran felt a surge of anger. Lin Ran glared fiercely at the men kneeling outside and whispered to Zhang Huan like a devil, "Good girl, they can no longer bully you. But now you can bully them. Do you want to take revenge by killing them yourself?" Zhang Huan looked at Lin Ran in disbelief. "I can take revenge myself?" "Of course." Lin Ran took the tang knife from Lin Zhe and placed it in Zhang Huan's hands. "Haha, I can get my revenge now." Zhang Huan laughed nervously, trembling with excitement. "What about Shui Ge?" Lin Ran replied, "He's outside, unconscious." Zhang Huan stood up, picked up the tang knife, and glared at the person lying in the living room. Lin Ran noticed Zhang Huan was still half-dash, so she borrowed Lin Zhe's jacket and tied it around her waist. Zhang Huan's hand trembled slightly as she gripped the tang knife. She was completely awake now. Once Lin Ran helped her with her clothes, she looked at Lin Ran seriously and said, "Thank you." Lin Ran didn't look up and replied, "No need to thank me." Actually, it was Lin Ran who should be thanking her. Thanking her for always protecting her in the past. Thanking her for the things she did for her. Now it was her turn to do something for her. Zhang Huan rushed out, grabbed Shui Ge, and struck him with a knife, as if slaughtering a pig. Shui Ji's bright red blood splattered on her face, making her look like a demon from. The fierce Zhang Huan frightened the kneeling men. They found her more terrifying than Lin Ran. "You all deserve to die." Zhang Huan pointed the knife at them. "No, we didn't. We were forced. It was Shui Ge who made us do this." "Yes, it was Shui Ge. You know, if we don't listen to him, he will kill us. We're all pitiful people. Why make it hard for us?" Zhang Huan coldly smiled. "You were pitiful when you bullied me. You weren't pitiful then." She looked up at Lin Ran. "I'm Zhang Huan, a student at Yendi University. The day of the apocalypse happened to be a weekend, and a few classmates and I planned to come here for a hot spring vacation. Who knew that as soon as we arrived, we encountered extreme heat, the tires burst, and the asphalt melted. We couldn't leave, and we're trapped here. At first, everything was fine. Everyone was a tourist, and we all got along well. The owner of the guest house was a good person who shared all his resources with us to get through tough times together. Unfortunately, things changed. Suddenly, many zombies appeared outside. Some tourists also developed special abilities. These people, feeling powerful, started to act like they were in charge, claiming it was the end of the world, and they were the law here. They locked all the women away and killed anyone who disobeyed them. Even the kind guesthouse owner was killed by them. It turned into a living, with the screams of girls echoing from every room. Those who were killed were their friends, family, and loved ones. Zhang Huan spoke faster, fearing that if she hesitated, she wouldn't be able to continue. Her days had been filled with pain and despair. It felt like itself. "Zhang Huan, please, your friends weren't killed by me. Right, I didn't do anything either." Zhang Huan scoffed. "Then who killed Xiuxiu's dad, Xiaolan's boyfriend, and Zhozhou's brother?" With those words, she stumbled into another bedroom. Lin Ran followed and saw another girl locked inside. The other rooms were the same. They looked just as miserable as Zhang Huan, with heavy chains binding their feet, treated like dogs. Zhang Huan raised her sword and desperately tried to cut the chains to free them. Unfortunately, she was too weak to make any progress. "Xiao Zhe, go help them." Lin Zhe went to help unlock the chains. The girls looked at him with wild, frantic eyes. They had suffered for so long that finally being freed made them excited to the point of madness. Such expressions made Lin Zhe's heart race. He couldn't imagine how much these girls, only slightly older than him, had endured during this time. This was the apocalypse. When the men came out, the doors were all open. The girls inside had heard everything happening outside. As soon as they were free, they rushed out of their rooms. Zhang Huan shouted, "Sisters, it's time to seek justice for ourselves." Her words acted as a signal, igniting the fury of the women who had suffered for too long. They desperately searched for anything they could use: axes, hammers, baseball bats, knives. Tools that the men had used to harm them were now in their hands. They were ready to fight back. The girls rushed towards the men, knowing they were doomed this time. They didn't have time to be afraid of Lin Ran and the others. They stood up, wanting to fight back. Unfortunately, Jang Chen would not let them succeed. He used vines to firmly hold them in place, allowing the girls to vent their anger. The men's cries and wails filled the air. Lin Ran stood quietly to the side, watching the bloody scene without blinking. In her eyes, this suddenly transformed into her avenging Yilan, Luo Shing, and everyone who had conspired against her. "Huan Huan, your revenge has been taken. Let me take care of our revenge." In her past life, she met Zhang Huan at a small base. From the moment she saw her, Zhang Huan was a fierce fighter. She would wield a kitchen knife to take on zombies, and her reckless spirit made the men in the base afraid to provoke her. However, her boldness also made many women dislike her, as her presence made them uncomfortable. But Lin Ran was different. She admired Zhang Huan's spirit and liked her carefree personality. During a mission, she kindly helped her, and from then on, they became close friends. By that time, it had already been 2 years into the apocalypse, and Lin Ran didn't know about Zhang Huan's difficult past, only that she hated men. Later, many excellent men pursued her, but she rejected them all. Even when many people advised her, She remained unmoved. It turned out she had suffered so much before meeting Lin Ran, which explained her hatred for men. Suddenly, Lin Ran felt someone hold both her hands and something furry touch her feet. She snapped out of her memories and realized Jang Chen and Lin Zhe were holding her, and the furry thing was Da Huang. Lin Zhe approached, thinking of the suffering Lin Ran endured during the apocalypse. Da Huang sensed her unhappiness and came over to comfort her. Jang Chen was the most sensitive to Lin Ran's emotions and had wanted to comfort her for a long time. If she accepted his affection, he would have made her feel much better. Seeing them care for her made Lin Ran's sadness disappear instantly. Once she confirmed that the men had completely lost their ability to resist, she led everyone downstairs, allowing the girls to vent their frustrations. They had been through too much pain. Lin Ran patiently waited downstairs while Da Huang and Lin Zhe played a spinning game. Lin Zhe was in charge of using his metal ability to create a spinning wheel, while Da Huang was responsible for breathing fire to burn them. This was their new method for training their abilities. When Lin Ran saw this for the first time, she exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, what a unique idea from Xiao Zhe." It was true. Their training had worked wonders, and both Lin Zhe and Da Huang had significantly improved their powers. Jang Chen sat on the side of the off-road vehicle, feeding a little cat some fish snacks. Lin Ran then realized it was already time for dinner. The girls should be coming down soon. The evening sky was peaceful and beautiful, with the sunset clouds hinting at good weather for tomorrow. When Lin Zhe and Huang finished digesting the roasted rabbit they had for lunch, the girls finally came down from upstairs. They had changed into new clothes, and their hair and faces were clean. However, the scars on their faces and wrists remained, showing the hardships they had endured. Lin Ran knew that one day their physical wounds would heal, but the emotional scars would take much longer to mend. This apocalypse had been too cruel for them. Zhang Huan walked in front, staring intently at Lin Ran, her lips slightly moving. Zhang Huan now was quite different from the person Lin Ran had seen 2 years ago. She seemed much younger. But Lin Ran knew how much strength was inside her. This strong woman would rise again. "Are you hungry?" Lin Ran spoke first, pointing to a nearby minibus. "I prepared 2 boxes of self-heating meals and 2 boxes of compressed biscuits in the aisle of this bus. You can eat once you get on." This minibus was just brought back by Lin Zhe and could seat 24 people. With 12 girls, a regular vehicle wouldn't be enough, but this one was perfect. "We're close to the peace base. It only takes 2 hours by car to get there. You can go there. I've put a lot of rice, flour, cooking oil, and some clothes and sleeping bags in the trunk. You can use some for the city fee and some for daily living. Does anyone know how to drive? If not..." Thud. Lin Ran's words were interrupted when Zhang Huan suddenly knelt down. Then the girls behind her also knelt down. "What are you doing? Get up." Lin Ran and Lin Zhe quickly helped them up. "Thank you. Thank you so much. Really thank you. Thank you all." The girls cried as they repeatedly expressed their gratitude. They had nothing, only gratitude in their hearts. Lin Ran and Lin Zhe worked hard to help them up. "No need to thank us. We just hope you all will be okay in the future." "I can drive," Zhang Huan said, wiping her tears. "That's good. We will lead the way for you. Once you reach the base, you will be safe." "Thank you. What's your name?" Today, Zhang Huan realized her words were so limited, she could only say thank you to her savior. Lin Ran smiled and said, "My name is Lin Ran." "Nice to meet you, Zhang Huan." "Why you too, Lin Ran." Seeing Lin Ran smile, Zhang Huan felt a little relieved. Since the end of the world, she had only met bad people. Now, she had found such a good savior. Surely, good luck would follow. The girls were taken by Lin Zhe to the van for a meal, while Lin Ran pulled Zhang Huan aside and slipped a gun into her pocket. "I can't use this," Zhang Huan said, startled to see a gun for the first time. "Load it, aim, then shoot," Lin Ran demonstrated simply. "Shooting is easy, but remember not to use it lightly, and don't tell others you have it."
Zhang Huan, this is your lifeline.
"Do you understand?" Zhang Huan looked at Lin Ran, not understanding why she was being so kind. But she would not forget this kindness. She nodded firmly, "I understand." After eating, it was completely dark. There was no way to go home today, but thankfully she had told her parents in advance that this trip might take a few days, so they wouldn't worry. Once it got dark, the roads became difficult to navigate. Although the distance to the peace base wasn't far, it was all mountain roads. At night, zombies and mutated animals were most active. It didn't matter for them, but these girls shouldn't have to face more scares today. Considering everything, Lin Ran decided they should stay the night. As for where to stay, Lin Ran planned to go to the mall they had visited during the day. Compared to other places, it was relatively clean and safe. Before leaving, Zhang Huan and the girls went upstairs to gather supplies from the guest house. They knew how precious these items were in the apocalypse. In addition to supplies, the girls also took various weapons: axes, long knives, short knives, and kitchen knives. The girls, holding their weapons confidently, reminded Lin Ran of how Zhang Huan used to fight fiercely. She raised her eyebrows in appreciation. These girls have such determination. Their future days will not be bad. The third floor of the mall is the cleanest, and they set up their sleeping area there today. The girls have sleeping bags from Lin Ran and Lin Zhe, and Lin Ran also have theirs. Jang Chen does not need to sleep, so Lin Ran asked him to keep watch. In the first half of the night, Lin Ran couldn't sleep either, so she kept Jang Chen company while watching TV. In the middle of the mall, there was a pile of firewood, surrounded by the girls' sleeping bags. Da Huang leaned against Lin Zhe's sleeping bag and fell asleep. Lin Ran lay next to Jang Chen, watching a boring idle drama to pass the time, occasionally adding wood to the fire. She wasn't cold. As a superpowered person, her body had improved significantly, but the girls with injuries needed warmth. The firewood was taken from the mall's renovation materials. Zhang Huan was not sleeping well. Her dreams were filled with nightmares. Her classmates who came with her were also her best friends. One boy liked her very much. They had just begun to feel innocent love, but he was killed by those bad people. Another girl was tortured to death by Water Brother. She was already an orphan, and now she felt even lonelier. This was the end of the world for Earth, and also the end of her life. After struggling to wake from her nightmare, she saw Lin Ran sitting with that man, keeping watch for them, illuminated by the flickering firelight. Seeing Lin Ran's figure calmed Zhang Huan's racing heart. She sat up straight, as if nothing could crush her. She was so strong and confident, reminding her that even in the apocalypse, women could live well through their own abilities. It also told her that the hellish days were truly over. Zhang Huan touched the gun at her waist and silently promised herself that she would become a person like Lin Ran. Her fate would not be controlled by anyone. Perhaps with Jang Chen around, the night was very peaceful. Zombies and mutated beasts did not come to cause trouble. Except for the second half of the night when Lin Ran fell asleep, she felt that her sleeping bag just wouldn't get warm. It felt like she was hugging an ice cube. She even wondered if the fire outside had gone out, but with her current physique, she shouldn't feel cold in this weather. Lying beside Lin Ran, Jang Chen noticed that she was not sleeping very well. He pulled her a little tighter into his arms. It seemed that Ran felt cold, so he needed to hold her even closer. Once Lin Ran felt that there was no wind coming in after tightly hugging her, she released her mental energy to protect the area securely. The next morning, Lin Ran prepared breakfast for everyone, which consisted of 2 bags of bread and a box of milk. After a quick bite, she led everyone towards the peace base. Lin Ran drove the off-road vehicle in front, while Zhang Huan followed closely in a minibus. The journey was relatively safe, with only a couple of low-level zombies unexpectedly blocking the road, which Lin Ran and Lin Zhe easily eliminated. The girls following behind tightened their grips on their weapons, inspired by how effortlessly Lin Ran and Lin Zhe dealt with the zombies. They wanted to become strong like them in the future. 2 hours later, the gates of the peace base appeared in the distance. Before getting out of the vehicle, Lin Ran took out several items from her storage space: pots, bowls, toiletries, hygiene products, instant noodles, and sausages. Thinking about the upcoming extreme cold, she also retrieved warm clothing. To avoid raising suspicion, she included some spring and summer clothes as well, since she had plenty of clothing in her space. After finishing this, Lin Ran got out of the vehicle and Zhang Huan followed her. Zhang Huan, we won't be going in just yet, Lin Ran said. Zhang Huan replied in surprise, aren't you going into the base? Where are you going? I want to go with you. The girls who got out behind them also chimed in, we want to go with you too. After 2 days together, Lin Ran had become the most trusted person in their eyes. Lin Ran smiled and explained, we will go into the base, but our family isn't here. We'll go get them first, and then we'll all enter together. The situation outside is unpredictable, so it's better for you to go in now. Hearing that Lin Ran and the others would also enter the base, the girls felt relieved. Zhang Huan said, I look forward to seeing you all again. Okay, Lin Ran nodded with a smile. We're heading back now. I have a lot of supplies collected from the road, and since there are many of you, I'll give you what you need for the base. Xiao Zhe, please help the girls move the supplies to the vehicle. Sure. Lin Zhe, who had strength-based abilities, easily lifted all the supplies from the trunk, surprising the girls who wanted to help. They wondered how Lin Zhe could be so strong. Tears streamed down Zhang Huan's face again as she said, Lin Ran, I don't even know what to say. You've given us such precious supplies. Thank you. We will never forget your kindness. Lin Ran had never seen Zhang Huan cry before. She was a tough person who never shed tears, no matter how hard things got. She took out a pack of tissues and handed them to Zhang Huan, saying, don't cry. I like to see you smile. Be careful and don't trust others easily. We will definitely meet again. Hearing this, Zhang Huan stopped crying. Okay, I understand. I won't let myself cry again. The small bus drove along the road toward the base entrance. Lin Ran leaned against the door, using binoculars to observe the situation ahead. There were many people lined up at the entrance. Some were brought in by official trucks, while others arrived in private cars. The line stretched about 700 or 800 meters. Lin Ran asked Lin Zhe and Jang Chen to stay behind while she rode her motorcycle to check the situation at the entrance. Jang Chen was very reluctant to let her go alone. Lin Ran offered him a lollipop, which made him reluctantly suppress his displeasure and agree to let her leave for a while. Lin Zhe, standing nearby and eating a lollipop, couldn't help but feel a bit sour. These two were too attached to each other. Did they not notice there was a single person nearby? This overly sweet romance was quite annoying. Wearing a helmet, Lin Ran rode her motorcycle, weaving through the long line and heading straight to the base entrance. When a young soldier managing the queue saw her suddenly appear, he approached and said, Go back. No cutting in line. Lin Ran replied, Sir, I'm not cutting in line. I just want to ask what the requirements are to enter the base, so I can bring my family in. Upon hearing the voice of a young girl from behind the helmet, the soldier softened and explained the entry requirements. Our base policy requires everyone entering the city to pay 10 pounds of food. If you don't have food, you can exchange it for items of equal value. What if we don't have any of those things? Lin Ran asked. The young soldier looked at her thoughtfully and quietly said, If you can't provide any of that, I wouldn't recommend coming in, because life inside might not be better than what you have outside. She was about to ask more when a man in a suit approached, looking like a manager here. Wu Zicheng, what are you doing? The young soldier immediately straightened up. Director Du, I am answering questions from the public. The man scoffed. What public? Do you think this is before the apocalypse? You still want to serve the people? This is now a peace base. Hurry and check the gate. We can't let them bring in people without paying their food quota. Yes. The soldier named Wu Zicheng quickly returned his post, no longer daring to talk to Lin Ran. Where are you from? Why aren't you in line? The man's nose was in the air. Lin Ran sneered inwardly. This peace base was truly strange. They even had a position called gate director. How ridiculous. Suppressing her anger, Lin Ran said, Director Du, I will go line up right away, but I have one question. If I can't provide food to enter the city, can I still get in? Director Du replied with a sarcastic smile. Of course, just do some work in Area D for a few days to make up for it. Our policy is quite lenient, The peace space is open to everyone. After saying that, the man told Lin Ran to hurry and line up before turning to leave. Lin Ran noticed that while she was talking to the director, the soldier Wu Ziqing kept looking at her with concern. It seemed that Area D had some issues. In this chaotic time, perhaps only a few soldiers can hold onto their principles. Protecting the country is ingrained in them. Unfortunately, the leaders of this peace base are no longer from the military. There are many things they cannot say directly, only hint at them. Lin Rand understood his feelings, but she was now more interested in this base. Area D, once she got in, she would definitely explore it. With a plan in mind, Lin Ran rode back to Jang Chen and the others. "Sis, you're finally back. How is it over there?" Seeing Lin Ran return, Lin Zhe was happier than anyone else. If his sister didn't come back soon, the cold air from the nearby zombie would freeze him. It was only a 30-minute wait, not 3 years. Was it really necessary to act like this? Just like the saying goes, a man in love has zero intelligence. As soon as Lin Ran got off her bike, Jang Chen handed her a lollipop. It was his favorite mango flavor, which Lin Ran surely loved too. Lin Ran smiled at Jang Chen and said vaguely, "It's not a big problem. Let's go back and pick up Mom and Dad, and then Grandpa Jiang can come over." The water at the peace base looked deeper than she had imagined. However, she was actually worried that it wasn't deep enough and there might already be a research facility here. Finding it and destroying it was another obsession Lin Ran had after her rebirth. She came to scout the area mainly because of Jang Chen. He was a zombie, although he looked just like a human. But it was easy to spot him. For example, at some human bases, survivors had to undergo health checks to enter. Jang Chen wouldn't even pass the temperature test. Fortunately, since it was the early days of the apocalypse, human experience was still limited. The peace base didn't have temperature testing machines, and their health checks only involved looking for wounds. Jang Chen would not encounter any issues entering with them. After this trip, Lin Ran got the answers she wanted. Now, their family could enter the base before the extreme cold arrived. On the way back, they took the same route, and this time they didn't have to take care of Zhang Huan and the others. Lin Ran drove quickly, and before dark, they finally returned to the area of Qingshui town. The dusk was beautiful, with the fiery clouds painting half the sky red. The car windows were wide open, and a cool breeze occasionally blew in. This was the most comfortable weather since the apocalypse began. However, as they passed through Qingshui town, Lin Ran felt it was filled with a heavy gloom, just like the dusk. The roaring car moved along the road without disturbing even a single zombie, let alone any humans.
Sigh.
It was all because of those cursed rats in the hospital. They had devoured everyone in the town. In the apocalypse, besides zombies, the most terrifying things were those disgusting mutated animals. There were mutated rats, cockroaches, bats. Any of them appearing in swarms would be a disaster for humanity. "Hey, why are there so many green plants here?" Lin Zhe pointed to the trees that had appeared along the street. Lin Ran then realized, yes, there were many more trees. The last time she passed by here, the trees by the roadside were all dead. Now, they were lush and green. But soon, Lin Ran felt something was off. The more she looked at these plants, the more familiar they seemed. They were just mango trees, apple trees, willows, and roses. They looked so much like the mutated trees in their yard. After leaving Qingshui town, the closer they got to their home, the stronger the feeling became. Along the way, the trees seemed to greet them, swaying their branches as their car passed. "Hey, there's no wind. Why are these trees moving?" Lin Ran asked. Lin Zhe thought for a moment and then realized they looked just like the trees in our yard. Did Mom really move those trees here? That's amazing. Lin Ran didn't respond, knowing she could ask their mom when they got home. If it was really their mom's doing, her abilities must be incredible. Before long, they arrived at the Lin family's small courtyard. As Lin Ran was parking, she saw Dad and Grandpa Jiang in the yard. Yu Ying was lazily lying on the stone table, looking like it hadn't slept enough. "Dad, Grandpa Jiang, we're back." As soon as Lin Zhe parked, he rushed over with De Huang. Dad opened his arms to welcome him, But just as Lin Zhe was about to jump into his embrace, Dad turned away. My good daughter is finally back. Lin Zhe felt his heart break a little. Fine, I'll hug Grandpa Jiang instead. Grandpa Jiang, I missed you so much. Grandpa Jiang smiled kindly. Good child, I missed you too. I'm just glad you're back safe. He looked toward Jang Chen, feeling warm inside. It was good that the kids were home. De Huang, seeing that his owners were too busy, ran over to Yuing. Woof, woof, woof. Yuing, I'm back. Meow, yes, I see you. You're noisy. Woof, woof, woof. This trip was fun. We saw so many rabbits, and I even ate some. De Huang excitedly shared his adventures with Yuing, who listened with perked ears, though still meowed in disdain. Meow, little pup, you're still too young. You haven't seen much of the world. De Huang replied earnestly, woof, woof, woof. I feel the same way. I haven't seen much on this trip either. I need to explore more with you, Yuing. Yuing looked at De Huang with appreciation. This little brother was worth the trouble. At least he spoke nicely. Finally breaking free from Dad's warm embrace, Lin Ran asked, Dad, where's Mom? Your mom is upstairs cooking for you. She said you haven't been back for 2 days and must be very hungry. Lin Zhe, what? Mom is cooking for us? How did you know we were coming back today? Lin Dad smiled mysteriously. I have my ways, haha. Did you think your Grandpa Jiang and I were just waiting for you in the yard? Lin Zhe's mouth dropped open in shock. Lin Ran glanced at the flowers and trees in the yard and understood. To be honest, her mom's wood-based ability was really useful. Lin Ran patted Lin Zhe's shoulder. Stop being dazed. Let's go ask Mom, and we'll know everything. Lin Ran picked up the neglected Yuing and headed upstairs. Yuing comfortably closed its eyes in Lin Ran's arms. At least the owner remembered it. But while Yuing was comfortable, Lin Ran was struggling. After 2 days apart, it felt like it had gained weight. If she didn't know it was male, she would think this little guy was pregnant. As soon as they exited the elevator, Lin Ran smelled a delicious aroma. Sweet Ran, you finally came back. Lin Mom rushed over to hug her daughter without even wiping her hands. I missed you too. Lin Ran, holding Yuing, couldn't hug back, so she rubbed her face against Lin Mom. Mom, I missed you so much. Lin Zhe, following behind, also hugged Lin Mom, who patted his hand absent-mindedly. Mom missed you too. Standing aside, Jang Chen thought about whether he should do something. After all, he considered himself part of the family now. Suddenly, Lin Mom realized they were all caught in a chilly embrace. The owner of this embrace was none other than the usually aloof zombie son-in-law. Lin Mom.
Lin She.
Lin Ran. Yuing. Meow, it was so cramped. Jang Chen was a bit confused. He hugged them, but they didn't react much. Oh right, he needed to talk. But he couldn't speak.
Wait.
He could do this instead. Lin Mom thought her zombie son-in-law was quite teachable. He even reached out to pat everyone just like she had done. This kid was really endearing. He knew such a delicate gesture. He was not an ordinary zombie. He had feelings. Lin Mom reached out and patted Jang Chen. This small action made Jang Chen feel a sudden heaviness in his chest. It was a different feeling from being with Ran, but it also stirred something inside him. But what was this feeling? Later, Jang Chen realized it was called family love. Everyone in the Lin family was his relative. Today, Lin Ma prepared a very rich meal, eager to use her best cooking skills to welcome Lin Ran and the others back. There were spicy chicken, stir-fried pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, braised ribs, braised pork with preserved vegetables, big plate chicken, sour soup beef, braised beef, oil-braised shrimp, steamed bass, stir-fried clams, garlic squid, braised pig trotters, soy sauce pork knuckle, roast chicken, and lotus root rib soup. A whole table full of dishes. Lin Zhe initially wanted to tell his mom that they hadn't missed out on anything during their 2 days away. They even had roasted rabbit. However, when he got closer and saw the table full of food, he immediately dropped that thought. He loved his mom's affection. After they had eaten a good amount, Lin Zhe remembered to ask Lin Ma an important question. Mom, did you plant the trees in the town? Lin Ma proudly nodded. My silly son. Yes, I didn't expect you to notice. Those were all planted by us. So when you arrived in Qingshui town, my plants informed me that you were back. Otherwise, how could I have prepared so much to welcome you?
Linsha.
Was she praising him or scolding him? It turned out that during the 2 days they were gone, Lin Ma and the others had been busy too. They'd been planting trees around the yard and the orchard. She used her wood powers to help the rose cuttings take root and grow quickly. The small branches turned into large rose bushes. Lin Ma wondered if she could do the same with mango trees, and just like the roses, the mango trees grew instantly. Moreover, these roses and mango trees had powers of their own. They recognized her as their owner. Thus, Lin Ma had a bold idea. Since they were planting trees to protect their home, why not be a bit bolder? In this post-apocalyptic world, there were many unclaimed lands. Since that was the case, the entire mountain of Qingshui town was their home. They would settle here and take root. They should expand their territory and claim these areas as their own. From now on, these places would all be their home. After she shared this bold idea, she immediately received the agreement of the other 2 family members living there. Dad Lin looked at Mom Lin with bright eyes and said, "You really have courage, dear. My childhood dream was to be a landowner. Let's go out and turn the unused areas into our own home." Grandpa Jiang nodded and said, "I've read some of those novels that Xiaozhe mentioned, many of which are about the main character creating their own base. I think this plan is feasible, whether or not Ran and the others want to establish a base. We need to claim this territory. Once the extreme weather passes, I'll have Ran bring out the farming and planting machines. I want to fill these areas with crops and make it the best paradise." After hearing this, Dad Lin nodded vigorously. "Wow, Uncle Jiang, you really think ahead." "I completely agree." So, the 3 of them got to work. In the past 2 days, they didn't waste any time and managed to plant most of the necessary areas. Mom Lin was especially exhausted during this time. With one hand, she was helping things grow, and with the other, she was gathering resources. She was determined to claim the territory before leaving. After listening to everyone's discussion, Lin Ran admired them with 2 thumbs up. "Mom and Dad, Grandpa Jiang, you're amazing." The idea of being a farmer in a post-apocalyptic world excited her. She had thought of it too, but hadn't planned to act so soon. She didn't expect her family to take care of it while she was out. They were truly impressive. Since her rebirth, Lin Ran felt she needed to protect everyone, but they were also working hard to protect themselves. Mom Lin smiled and said, "My plans go beyond this. I'm thinking of our Lin family courtyard as the first layer. This is our stronghold. Qingshui town is the second layer, and that's our territory too. We should raise more dogs to make our home even stronger." Lin Zhe kept giving thumbs up. "Mom, you're the brains of our family. This sounds amazing." Dad Lin laughed and said, "It will get even better. Once our abilities are stronger, we'll take over the area outside Qingshui town for you and Ran. Lin Zhe replied, "Dad, that's awesome." Grandpa Jiang sat to the side, smiling as he watched the happy family. It seemed he could already see the bright future of the Lin family farm. He knew they would succeed because they were such a united and loving family. 2 days later, Lin Ran set off for the peace base. She planned to spend a day preparing. In the morning, Lin Ran took out a specially customized RV from her space and placed it in the yard. This RV was designed for safety and comfort, both top-notch. "Xiaozhe, come over and reinforce the RV," she said. "Yes, sister," Lin Zhe replied, running over and placing his hands on the RV. Golden energy appeared from his palms and slowly spread across the vehicle, turning its exterior a shiny gold. The interior of the RV was very luxurious. The front had a spacious driver's cabin where the driver could enjoy tea, and the passenger seat was also very comfortable. At night, with the push of a button, the cabin could transform into a cozy bed. In the middle was a leisure area with a sofa, water bar, refrigerator, TV, kitchen, bathroom, and shower. At the back was the resting area, with 2 bunk beds on each side, allowing 4 people to sleep. With the driver's cabin, It was just right for their family. As for Jang Chen, he didn't need to sleep. He could just sit on the sofa at night with his iPad. With the travel arrangement set, Lin Ran watered the plants and guardians at home with some spirit water. She also fed the original trees some energy crystals. They were the core, the most important. If they grew strong, the guardians planted outside would also become stronger. They didn't know how long they would be gone, so they entrusted the home to them. Be good, trees. Drink plenty of spirit water and eat your energy crystals. Grow strong. After finishing this, Lin Ran took Jang Chen to visit his farm stay. Lin Ma and the others continued to check and fill in any gaps, ensuring their territory was filled with mutated trees, making it as strong as possible. Lin Ran rode her motorcycle with Jang Chen, speeding towards the farm stay. The midday weather was a bit warm, but with a large ice block behind her, Lin Ran felt it was just right. If it got hotter, that would be fine too. At first, Jang Chen was calm, sitting quietly on the bike with his hands resting on the back. But as Lin Ran increased her speed, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. Lin Ran was initially surprised but soon felt the refreshing coolness, as if she had brought a refrigerator along, which was quite nice. Unaware that he was being treated like a refrigerator, Jang Chen happily leaned against Lin Ran's back. Although it was different from what was shown on TV, where the man shows off and the woman clings to his waist in fear, it was Lin Ran who was driving him. The feeling of racing with someone you like was truly wonderful. Jang Chen just hoped this journey could last a bit longer, so he could enjoy this feeling more. Unfortunately, they soon arrived at the farmhouse. Lin Ran drifted the car and parked it in the middle of the yard. The flood had receded, and the yard was not as messy as he had imagined. Lin's mom said that Grandpa Jiang had come to clean up. It was clear that he loved Jang Chen and cherished the little retreat Jang Chen had built for them. Around the farmhouse, many mutated trees had been planted. Lin's mom mentioned that when they came last time, they found signs of someone having lived there. After they cleared out the crocodiles, those people had temporarily stayed there. Luckily, they had left by the time they arrived. To prevent anyone from disturbing the peace, Lin's mom had planted many mutated trees. Now, the safety level here was similar to their Lin family's small courtyard, so she didn't plan to put it away in storage. After all, it was all within her farm's area, which was very safe. Lin Ran took Jang Chen to the first floor, which was filled with mud. The thick mud was likely too much for Grandpa Jiang to clean. Even with her current water abilities, it was difficult to clean up. Lin Ran looked at Jang Chen and pointed to the mess, saying, "Jang Chen, this is your home. Clean it up." Jang Chen. This was his home? So her home wasn't his home? No, where she was his home. But he should listen to Ran Ran. He chose to focus on the second half of her sentence and began to use his water abilities to clean. Watching Jang Chen create a powerful water column, Lin Ran felt a bit envious. She wondered how he had leveled up. His abilities were so impressive. How strong did he need to become the zombie king? Or was he already the zombie king? After thinking for a long time, she couldn't figure it out. She decided to let things happen naturally. In his past life, Jang Chen had become such a great zombie king on his own. This time, with Grandpa Jiang and their family around, she believed Jang Chen's future would definitely be bright. At some point, Jang Chen stopped what he was doing. He stared at Lin Ran, confused about why she was looking at him so intently. Could it be that he looked particularly good? Thinking of this possibility, suddenly, Jang Chen's face turned red. Lin Ran was startled to see the change in Jang Chen's complexion. She hadn't done his makeup today, so why was his face so flushed? "Jang Chen, are you feeling unwell?" Lin Ran's hand anxiously touched Jang Chen's face, and as her hand made contact with his skin, his face turned even redder. He felt an uncontrollable discomfort in his left chest, as if something was trying to break free. "Jang Chen, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red and hot." Jang Chen didn't know what was happening to him. He could only hold Lin Ran's hand that was touching his face, as if that would ease his discomfort. Lin Ran, not knowing what was wrong with Jang Chen, was so anxious that she took out a thermometer. She used the thermometer on him repeatedly. In the end, she found that aside from his face and left chest being a bit warm, there were no other temperature readings. The person in front of her still seemed like a zombie. However, there seemed to be something different. Lin Ran concluded that this change was Jang Chen's body quietly undergoing some kind of evolution. After all, he was the future zombie king. Moreover, aside from this oddity, he showed no other signs of discomfort. When told to go left, he wouldn't go right. When offered Russian sausages, he enjoyed them thoroughly. Lin Ran finally felt relieved, seeing that he was healthy. Taking advantage of the time, she instructed Jang Chen to clean up the other floors before they went inside the house. The last time they were here, it had been left too messy by Zhang Daming and his group. Plus, there were so many floods and crocodiles. She hadn't really taken a good look at this farmhouse. In fact, it was quite beautifully decorated. It was clear that Jang Chen had put a lot of effort into it. The renovation team he hired was top-notch. It had a rich American countryside style, simple and beautiful. In the first floor hall, there was a large fireplace, and next to it was a rocking chair. Although the legs of the rocking chair were broken, the combination struck a chord with Lin Ran. It was just her taste. Thinking about the extreme cold coming in a few days, with the outside covered in ice and snow, her whole family sitting in front of the warm fireplace on rocking chairs, how wonderful would that be? It seemed that in terms of taste, Jang Chen was quite similar to her. With that thought, Lin Ran looked at Jang Chen beside her. Wait, where did Jang Chen go? The spot where Jang Chen had just been standing was now empty. Seeing that Jang Chen was not there, Lin Ran's heart tightened instantly. She didn't realize when she had become so used to having Jang Chen by her side at all times. Jang Chen, Jang. Lin Ran called out anxiously, but her voice stopped abruptly as Jang Chen appeared before her again. Where did you just go? Lin Ran frowned, looking displeased. Seeing her expression, Jang Chen looked like a child who had done something wrong. He pointed to a small bump next to the fireplace. Lin Ran asked in confusion, You went inside the fireplace? How did you do that? Jang Chen turned around and pressed the small bump, revealing a door in the fireplace. Is this Jang Chen's secret room? He hasn't lost his memory? Lin Ran looked at Jang Chen in surprise and stammered, Jang Chen, do you remember Yindu? Jang Chen shook his head. Do you know that Grandpa Jiang is your real grandfather? Jang Chen shook his head again. He doesn't remember, but he knows this place. Lin Ran stared at Jang Chen, puzzled, watching as his cheeks began to redden. Seeing the innocence in Jang Chen's eyes, Lin Ran thought she might be overthinking. Perhaps he just had a special feeling about his belongings that led him here. After realizing this, Lin Ran took out a flashlight from her bag and entered the secret room. Once inside, she shouted in surprise. It turned out the supplies Jang Chen mentioned were hidden here. She thought they had been taken by Zhang Daming and the others. The room was filled with various vacuum-sealed rice, flour, oil, ham, canned goods, compressed biscuits, and instant food. There were also all sorts of miscellaneous items. The secret room seemed to be built with a special technique, as it was completely dry inside. Everything, including the toilet paper, was clean. If nothing unexpected happened, these supplies would be enough for Jang Chen and Grandpa Jiang to survive for 30 to 40 years in a post-apocalyptic world. Not to mention, he also had that valuable space for the 20 billion worth of prayer beads. Lin Ran looked deeply at Jang Chen. In the darkness, his eyes shone even brighter. Jang Chen, you are really amazing. Upon hearing this, Jang Chen blinked gently, and his face flushed bright red. What should he do? Lin Ran praised him, and he felt like she loved him a little more now. Lin Ran was unaware of Jang Chen's inner thoughts as she waved her hand and began to gather the items in the secret room. Although they were vacuum-sealed, they could still spoil or get infested over time. For now, it's safest to keep it in the space. Later, when Jang Chen regains his memory, we can return it to him. When they came out again, the farmhouse was clean and new. Lin Ran watered the mutated trees in the yard with plenty of spiritual spring water and buried crystal cores under each one. As she left, Lin Ran touched the branches of the mutated trees and said, I hope you grow strong after eating all this good stuff and protect Jang Chen's home well. Standing nearby, Jang Chen's eyes sparkled as he listened. It was clear that Lin Ran liked him more, asking the mutated trees to take care of his home. His home. Wasn't that also her home? It was their home. On the way back, Lin Ran felt like Jang Chen was holding her tighter. Not only was the cold air rushing toward her, but a few times, it felt like she could hardly breathe. Finally home, after eating and showering, Lin Ran thought about the trip tomorrow and decided to rest early to gather her strength. However, in her dreams, she was chased by a cold breeze, as if she had returned to the freezing weather when Xiao Zhe had frozen to death in her past life. When she discovered Xiao Zhe had died, her blood ran cold, and her heart felt frozen. She held Xiao Zhe tightly, desperately trying to warm him with her body heat. But no matter how much she tried, he remained as cold as ice. What terrified her more was that as she warmed him, she found herself holding Jang Chen instead. Jang Chen felt Lin Ran pulling him closer, her soft body pressing against him, stirring something inside his mind. He noticed Lin Ran frowning more tightly in her sleep and thought she must be cold. So he held her even closer. The next day, Lin Ran looked at the RV with a worried frown. She couldn't help but wonder if her nightmare of being cold all night was a warning from above, telling her to stay home for the winter and not go out easily. Ran, what are you doing? Hurry up, we need to leave. Lin's dad urged from the driver's seat, looking at Lin Ran, who was standing still at the door. She looked up and saw everyone already in the car. Even Yu Ying had been carried inside. The sun broke through the clouds, warming everyone in the vehicle. Suddenly, Lin Ran smiled, took off her light jacket, and got into the car. Those are things from a past life. In this life, she has an endless supply of down jackets and warm packs, so she will never make the same mistakes again. Sis, are you cold? Why are you still wearing a coat? Lin Zhe didn't understand. With their special abilities, why would they still need a coat in this weather? Lin Ran tossed the coat to Lin Zhe. I'm not cold now. Dad, everything is ready. Let's go. Dad Lin. Beep beep. Our family is going on a trip. Everyone, let's go on a trip. Dad Lin stepped on the gas and the RV set off with a bang. If traffic is smooth, they could reach the Peace Base by afternoon. However, this was the first time Lin Ran and the others were driving out together since the apocalypse, so they took their time, treating it like a vacation. After all, they had time. So, instead of taking the wide road that someone had cleared, Lin Ran decided to visit a hot spring town. Sis, are you bringing Mom and Dad to the hot springs? Lin Zhe had wanted to soak in the hot springs last time. He was very interested in any water that could help with health. Lin Ran shook her head. No, I'm interested in the houses here. But if you want to soak in the hot springs, that's fine too. So, Dad Lin followed Lin Ran's navigation and drove to a 5-star hot spring hotel. True to its 5-star status, most of the accommodations were standalone villas. Perhaps due to the flooding, there were no signs of people here, except for a few zombies. After dealing with the few zombies, Lin Ran stored all the hotel villas in her space. Unexpectedly, after Lin Ran finished collecting the houses, Lin Zhe, who had gone to soak in the hot springs, brought back some good news. Sis, it's right here. Lin Zhe led Lin Ran around the hot spring pool to a room. This is the back kitchen of the hot spring hotel? Lin Ran asked, looking at the pots and pans. Yes, I wanted to show you something special. This is a treasure we discovered. Lin Zhe went through a door, looking mysterious and excited. Following Lin Zhe, Lin Ran understood why he was so thrilled. The things here were indeed surprising. In this back kitchen, there was a whole room full of fish tanks. Perhaps to prevent the fish from jumping out, each tank had a lid on top. So even after the flooding, the fish inside the tanks were still safe and sound. Lin Zhe excitedly said, Sister, you can expand your fish pond now. There are grass carp, bass, catfish, silver carp, and so many other fish I don't recognize. These are treasures. Indeed, they are treasures. After the apocalypse, non-mutated animals are very precious, perfect for expanding her space farm. Lindsay continued, there are also crabs and shrimp here. We can have a delicious stir-fry tonight. Seeing Lindsay so eager, Lin Ran smiled and said, we can't eat these non-mutated fish and shrimp, but since you found them, let's have a seafood barbecue tonight. Hooray! Big Yellow, we're having seafood barbecue tonight. Lindsay excitedly rubbed Big Yellow's head, feeling lucky for the tasty meal. If it weren't for Big Yellow, he wouldn't have found this place. What a good dog Big Yellow is. Lin Ran stored the fish at her space, and then pulled Lindsay, Jang Chen, and Big Yellow inside. After a day away, the crops had grown a lot, and soon they would be ready to harvest. The fruit trees were full of blossoms, filling the space with a lovely scent. It wouldn't be long before they bore fruit again. The residents of the farm were in great spirits. She had separated the mutated rabbits from the original chickens and ducks, and now they were happily eating in their own areas. Lin Ran noticed that half of the mutated rabbits were females, and 2 of them were pregnant. Their bellies were round, so they would likely give birth soon. Her farm was truly becoming more vibrant. Green grass was growing everywhere in the pasture, and after eating, it would quickly regrow, making it an endless supply for the mutated rabbits. Seeing how hard the mother rabbits were working, Lin Ran decided that once they settled in the base, she would plant a special patch of carrots just for them. Sister, should we put these fish and shrimp in the creek? Lindsay asked. Lin Ran shook her head. She wanted to create a dedicated fish pond for them. She handed A to Jang Chen and Lindsay and pointed to an empty area in the breeding ground, saying, I want to dig a fish pond about this big. You guys can start digging. Lindsay thought, how long will this take? Jang Chen replied, no problem. The obedient Jang Chen was definitely a doer and immediately began digging. Seeing Jang Chen's enthusiasm, Lindsay had no choice but to join in and get to work. De Huang was also busy, using his front paws to imitate Lindsay and digging in the mud. Surprisingly, he was even faster than Lindsay at digging. It turned out that being proactive was great. With his special abilities, it didn't take long for him to create a large fish pond. Worried about leaks, Lin Ran found a video on how to maintain a fish pond and learned to lay a thin membrane at the bottom. Then they filled it with water. As the owner of the space, Lin Ran concentrated, and the spring water from the stream flowed into the pond. However, she only added half of the spring water because she feared that too much might be overwhelming for the fish. The rest of the water came from the pure water she had stored in her space. Once the pond was full, their work was complete. Sister, this is amazing. We finally have a fish pond. Lindsay exclaimed, thrilled at their newly created pond. Lin Ran smiled and said, yes, it's wonderful. This gives our family a sense of security. But it would be even better if we could add some cows, sheep, and pigs later. Lindsay chuckled, sister, we will definitely get those things in the future. Once I have some free time, I'll go find them with De Huang. Lin Ran replied, okay, let's go together. Jang Chen said, De Huang barked, woof woof woof. In the evening, the brave Lin family enjoyed a vacation at a hot spring hotel, hosting a small hot spring party. Under the cool night breeze, Lin Ran, Lin's mom, Jang Chen, and Grandpa Jiang relaxed in a hot spring pool filled with rose petals. In a slightly cooler side pool, Yuing rested on De Huang's back, also enjoying the water. A little cat lounged comfortably in their pool, playfully paddling around. Lin Ran took out a generator from her space to light up the nearby lawn. On the lawn, a barbecue grill was set up, and hardworking Lin Dad and Lindsay were grilling delicious food. They had king crab, lobster, abalone, oysters, squid, and the perfect barbecue companion, lamb skewers. Lindsay brought over a plate of grilled squid first. Mom, sister, Grandpa Jiang, have some squid to start with. The rest will be ready soon. Lin Ran took the plate and said, great. Can you hurry up with the oysters? Thanks. Got it. I'll be right back, Lindsay replied, rushing off to grill the oysters. The Lin family had a good tradition, where the men took on the smoky and fiery work of barbecuing. As for Lin Ran and Lin's mom, they just need to enjoy themselves. Jang Chen listened carefully as Lin's mom, while sipping red wine, told Grandpa Jiang about the traditions of the Lin family. Uncle Jiang, this is the tradition of the men in our Lin family. A man who can't even cook is not worthy to enter our home.
Whoosh.
As soon as Lin's mom finished speaking, Jang Chen stood up from the hot spring pool. Oh no. He seemed to only know how to eat and not cook, which meant he couldn't enter the Lin family home. That wouldn't do. He had to learn. So, Lindsay watched in surprise as Jang Chen rushed over to take over his tasks. But having someone to help was truly great. Brother Jiang, that's not how you do it. The oil needs to be brushed this way. Yes, that's the right position. The cumin should be sprinkled like this. Yes, that's perfect. This lamb is roasted to a lovely golden color. It looks delicious. My sister will definitely love it. You're amazing, Brother Jiang. With Lindsay's praises, Jang Chen lost himself again. He became the busiest chef, even taking over tasks from Lin's dad. Lin's dad watched Jang Chen take his brush and felt very pleased. This son-in-law is good. He shows promise as a member of the Lin family. In the future, having him come over wouldn't be a bad idea. On the first day of their trip, the Lin family truly treated it as a vacation. They soaked in the hot springs, enjoyed some drinks, and savored barbecued food. Life was very pleasant. Even the three little ones had their own special barbecue. Big Yellow had a whole roasted rabbit. Yu Ing and Little Flower Cat had various grilled fish for dinner, which they enjoyed immensely. During this time, Little Flower Cat had gained quite a bit of weight. Its round belly looked almost as big as Yu Ying's, though its size hadn't changed much. Lin Ran guessed that its breed might just be small-sized cats. At night, the family slept in the RV, with Lin's dad in the driver's seat and Lin Ran and the others on the single beds in the back. Jang Chen sat on the sofa, looking at his iPad. Big Yellow acted as the family's guardian, sitting in its dog bed at the RV door, ears perked up. As soon as it heard any noise outside, it would immediately alert the family. Yu Ing and Little Flower Cat, on the other hand, lay carefree in their beds, sound asleep. However, their occasionally twitching ears kept them aware of any movement outside. As the night deepened, everything gradually returned to calm, except for Jang Chen, who sat on the sofa with headphones on. He stared at Lin Ran, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, blinking his eyes in frustration. He really disliked traveling. He couldn't hold Lin Ran while sleeping and wondered if she would be cold tonight. It worried him a lot. He vowed that if Lin Ran had another nightmare about being cold, he would definitely hold her while sleeping. Unfortunately, Lin Ran was sleeping especially soundly today. The chilly feeling of being chased in her dreams suddenly vanished, and she was very comfortable. In the middle of the night, Yu Ying's green eyes opened wide, looking towards the open window. Then he saw the little cat. It was perched on the edge, ready to jump out. Yu Ying, shaking off his lazy posture, followed suit. If something was coming, he would handle it so that his owners could rest well. He couldn't let down his owners who fed him 3 meals of fish treats each day. De Huang whined softly, wanting to join, but Yu Ying narrowed his eyes, telling him to stay home. De Huang obediently returned to his doghouse. With Yu Ying around, he felt safe. Jang Chen, who watched the whole scene, didn't move at all. He trusted the little cats to handle things. He needed to protect Lin Ran. As they reached the entrance of the hot spring hotel, Yu Ying heard rustling sounds around them. The little cat stopped nearby, its fur bristling in an attack stance. Noticing Yu Ying had followed, it glanced back and nodded slightly, then focused intently ahead. Yu Ying then noticed that the rustling sounds were coming from countless black snakes. This hot spring hotel was actually a snake den. Yu Ying licked his sharp claws with interest, a glimmer of excitement in his green eyes. He liked eating snake meat too. Meow, a sharp cat's cry broke the quiet night. This was Yu Ying's sound wave attack. After this attack, the snakes that quickly approached were all torn apart. The little cat was not to be outdone either. A huge light orb hovered over the snake group, and wherever the light shone, blood splattered. Seeing this, Yu Ying looked at the fluffy little cat and understood. It seemed this little one had fully recovered. Light-based powers were impressive. Then they would see who was stronger. Meow. So, under the cover of night, the The little snakes that wanted to venture out were thoroughly defeated by the two cats. Lin Ran woke up to a strong, unpleasant smell. She opened her eyes and followed the scent, seeing a large pile of crystal cores stacked in the middle of the RV, as high as a small mountain. Where did all these crystal cores come from? Then, she noticed Yueying lying next to the crystal cores. Yueying, where did you get these crystal cores? Did you go out and steal them? Yueying lazily opened her dreamy eyes and glanced out the window. Lin Ran quickly pulled back the curtain on the upper bunk, but there was nothing outside. Jang Chen's voice drew Lin Ran's attention back. She then saw that Jang Chen was also surrounded by a large pile of crystal cores on the sofa. These crystal cores looked much cleaner than those next to Yueying. Jang Chen, did you find these crystal cores? Jang Chen gently patted the little cat in his arms, which seemed exhausted. Lin Ran was shocked. Did it find them? Jang Chen nodded. Lin Ran wondered what had happened last night. Her two little companions were quite impressive. Where on earth did they dig up these crystal cores? Lin Ran gave a playful scratch to Yueying and the little cat in Jang Chen's arms. Good kitties, I'll give you extra food later, nutritional paste and dried fish. Eat as much as you want. Upon hearing this, Yueying and the little cat excitedly opened their eyes. Mom and Dad, Lindsay, wake up. Hurry, we're going to get rich. 10 minutes later, Lin Ran and her family, holding Yueying and the little cat, arrived at the entrance of the Hot Spring Hotel. Dad Lin said, "Wow, we ended up in a snake's den." Mom Lin replied, "I think they wanted to eat us, but we have these two little bodyguards." She affectionately patted Yueying and the little cat. The little cat thought, "This feels so nice, don't stop." Yueying thought, "I'll endure it for the dried fish." Lindsay patted the slightly neglected big yellow dog and thought, "You're not bad either." The practical big yellow dog barked happily. He was truly happy for Yueying and the others. After returning to the RV and finishing a hearty breakfast, the family hit the road again. Dad Lin sat in the driver's seat, driving while absorbing the crystal cores. Traveling is great. In just one day, they had gained so much. If there weren't serious matters to attend to, he would want to spend a few more days enjoying the outdoors. By noon, the Lin family finally reached the Peace Space area without much delay. The car stopped in a hidden spot and Lin Ran called out to Dad Lin. "Dad, stop the car." Dad Lin pressed the brake and asked in confusion, Ran, are we going in?" Lin Ran shook her head. "We are going, but we need to change our gear first." The RV was too flashy, so Lin Ran stored it away and took out a 7-seater van instead. This vehicle had plenty of space, and the back seats even had massage features, making it very comfortable, but it wasn't as showy as the RV. Lin Ran also put a few bags of rice and flour in the trunk as entry fees. She took out a lot of rice, flour, cooking oil, toiletries, and other items to put inside. After thinking for a moment, she added a box of drinks and a few packs of snacks, which might be useful for exchanging points later. All these items were packed into black plastic bags, so others couldn't see what was inside. After finishing, Lin Ran clapped her hands and closed the trunk. "All right, now we can head to the base." After switching to the new vehicle, the family hurried to the Peace Base. The entrance had a long line, just like last time. As soon as Lin Ran parked, more cars lined up behind them. It seemed many people were visiting this base. Seeing the long queue, Lin Ran closed the window. It was lunchtime, and they shouldn't neglect their appetites. Who knows how long the wait would be. "Let's have rice bowls for lunch." Grandpa Jiang, Mom, Dad, Xiaozhe, what flavors do you want? Hearing about rice bowls, Lindsay was very happy. Since the apocalypse, he had been eating a lot of meat and hadn't had a chance to enjoy rice bowls. Lindsay said, "Sister, I want Kung Pao chicken." Lin Dad said, "I'll have twice-cooked pork." Grandpa Jiang said, "I want something sweet, so I'll have shredded pork and garlic sauce." Lin Mom added, Ran, I want spicy shredded pork." Okay. After that, Lin Ran took out 4 rice bowls from her space. The bowls were steaming hot when she opened the lids. They tasted amazing. Besides the rice, Lin Ran also served everyone a cold soda, along with 2 roasted chickens, a box of marinated chicken feet, a box of spicy beef slices, a box of cold pig ears, and a large portion of braised pig trotters for everyone to share. As for Jang Chen, he would eat whatever Lin Ran ate. Today, Lin Ran wanted some cured meat, so Jang Chen and she had rice bowls with garlic chives and cured meat. The rice bowls were still warm when stored in the space, keeping their original flavor. They were delicious, perfect for family trips. Lin Ran didn't forget about the three little ones either. De Huang had a whole roasted chicken, while Yuing and Xiao Hua Mao enjoyed steaming hot steamed base. After the family finished their meal, they gathered to play a game of cards. When Lin Zhe had lost so much that there was no place left on his face for stickers, it was finally their turn. Lin Ran noticed that the person organizing the line at the front was a kind officer named Wu Zhiqing. A chubby official shouted loudly through a megaphone, "Don't rush. Get ready to pay the entry fee. 10 kilograms of food per person." A tall young man behind Lin Ran asked, "Comrade, what should we do if we don't have any food?" "If you don't have food, you can substitute it with goods of equal value," the official replied. "But we barely escaped and have no supplies left. Can we still enter the city?" the young man asked. The official smiled strangely and said, "Of course. Our peace base welcomes everyone. If you have no supplies, go line up over there." Following his gesture, Lin Ran noticed another line with quite a few people waiting. Most of them looked exhausted, having used up all their strength to reach this point, and they couldn't pay the entry fee. Lin Ran guessed these people were likely headed to District D. The chubby official looked at Lin Dad in the driver's seat and asked, "How many of you are there? Do you have the entry fee?" Lin Dad nodded. "There are 6 of us, and we have the entry fee." Lin Dad and Lin Zhe got out of the car and handed over 3 bags of 10 kilograms rice from the trunk to the entry point. Then, the official asked Lin Ran and the others to get out for a health check to ensure they had no injuries before entering the city. The Lin family stepped out of the car slowly. As they appeared in front of everyone, they surprised many. Since the end of the world began, it was rare to see such a clean family. Although the harsh weather had passed, most people still struggled with a lack of food and clothing. After hearing about the peace base, they had barely escaped from nearby dangers to get here. Just surviving was a challenge. But this family, regardless of gender, wore very clean clothes. Their skin glowed with health, especially the woman, who looked so beautiful and clean, like a fairy, that it was hard not to notice her. A group of scruffy individuals behind Lin Ran stared at her in awe. What kind of beauty was this? What kind of family could raise such a stunning person? This family was definitely a big catch. Once they got inside, they planned to find out where the others lived. They couldn't miss such an easy target. They intended to take their supplies and beautiful people, just like they had done before. The kamikaze squad was not to be underestimated. Even though their convoy had only 2 vehicles and 10 people, 5 of them were special ability users. After the apocalypse, they thrived thanks to their gifted powers, living much better than before. Before the end of the world, they were a group of frustrated failures, but now they could do as they pleased. Noticing the curious gazes around her, Lin Ran found it amusing. She didn't expect that even after switching from a flashy RV, they would still attract others' attention. But that was fine. She came to the peace space to stir things up. The health check was just as simple as Lin Ran had learned beforehand. They only needed to check for suspicious wounds, since many people still hoped to bring in family members who had been bitten. Lin Ran initially thought this step would require, but it turned out they just needed to be scanned with a device. When she saw the device, she worried it might reveal Jang Chen's identity. However, the device was very professional. It only checked for wounds and did not take temperatures. After confirming there were no health issues, each of them received a blue entry permit. With this permit, they could freely walk on the land of the peace space. Once back in the vehicle and with the doors closed, Lin's dad drove them into the city. Their first stop was the Points Exchange Center, where they could also rent houses. Lin Ran held a simple map she received from the entry staff and directed her dad toward the exchange center. Upon entering the gates of the peace space, Lin Ran was taken aback by the environment. She had been to many bases during the early days of the apocalypse and could confidently say this one was quite impressive. It was much better than the small bases she had first entered. The Peace Base was originally a resort, beautifully situated and well-planned. Now, the shops, supermarkets, and restaurants were still operating, and the roads were clean and tidy. The people coming and going looked well-groomed and in good spirits. If Lin Ran didn't know this was the apocalypse, she might have thought they had returned to the old days. Observing her surroundings, Lin Ran realized that this peace space had something special. Following the map, the family arrived at the Point's Exchange Center. The center used to be a tourist information center, and the hall was clean and bright, with cleaners constantly tidying up. Unlike before the apocalypse, the cleaners here were young and attractive. In this special time, such jobs must be very desirable. After all, it is tough for ordinary people without special abilities to make a living in this era. The Point's Exchange Center was bustling with many people coming and going. From the signs hanging here, Lin Ran realized that they could not only exchange points but also rent houses and pay utility bills. Just like at the city entrance, the family's arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. Unlike those outside the city, most people living here were dressed neatly. However, no one had the means or resources to keep pets. Before the apocalypse, many people here were pet lovers, fond of cats and dogs. Unfortunately, they could not afford such luxuries now. When hunger struck, not eating their pets was already a sign of compassion, let alone taking care of them. Yet, some people managed to keep a large, plump dog and 2 fat cats. It must take a lot of food to care for them, indicating their supplies were quite sufficient. Seeing the envious and jealous looks from the crowd, Lin Ran knew their family had become well known. She hadn't expected to attract so much attention on their first day here. It was an unintentional but powerful impression. The Lin family was not the type to be low-key. It seemed they had unintentionally hit the mark. She hoped someone would come looking for trouble soon, so they could uncover the evil research facility. Lin Ran shook her hair and, holding Yuing, walked toward the housing rental center. Before exchanging points, she planned to inquire about the rental prices. "Excuse me, how many points does it cost to rent a house?" The staff member replied without looking up, "The prices are on the wall. Check for yourself and come back when you find something suitable." Next, Lin Ran looked up at the display screen on the wall, and indeed, there were prices listed. Dormitory, 10 points per month, single dormitory, 50 points per month, 1-bedroom apartment, 100 points per month, 2-bedroom apartment, 200 points per month, 3-bedroom apartment, 500 points per month, large flat, 1,000 points per month, villa, 5,000 points per month. Wow, sis, the price differences are huge. Which one should we rent? Lindsay stood behind Lin Ran and asked, "Of course it's the villa." Lindsay thought about the villa's high price and gasped, then said, "As expected of my sister, she's impressive. I really like living in a villa." The rules for exchanging points at the exchange center were posted on the wall. Lin Ran read them carefully and understood how people would survive in this space. 1 pound of food could be exchanged for 2 points, meaning 5 pounds of food could cover a month's stay in a shared dormitory. This price might have been very cheap before the apocalypse, but after the disaster, it was considered quite expensive. For ordinary people, most couldn't afford the 10 pounds of food needed to enter the city. So, those coming to the peace base were either very wealthy or capable of completing tasks. Otherwise, their lives here would not be easy. Lin Ran didn't plan to exchange food for points since she had plenty. However, taking out so much food would attract too much attention. She chose to exchange crystal cores instead. A normal zombie's crystal core could be worth 100 points, enough for someone brave enough to fight zombies to stay in a single dormitory for 2 months. Unfortunately, last night, Moon Shadow and Little Flower Cat brought back a bunch of normal crystal cores. The cores from ordinary mutated beasts were the same as those from zombies, making them perfect for exchanging points now. Recently, the family had been rapidly upgrading their abilities, and now all of them had reached level 6. The effect of ordinary crystal cores on their abilities was no longer significant. These cores were just right for use here. Lin Ran didn't take out too many. She casually placed 2 crystal cores in front of the staff. "Hello, I want to exchange for points." The staff member replied, "Okay." So many crystal cores, which team just returned from hunting. The staff member scanned Lin Ran's entry card with a machine, which was like an ID card from before the apocalypse. Seeing the information that popped up, the staff member was shocked and opened his mouth in surprise.
What?
You are newcomers who just entered the city today? He had initially thought it was a team returning from hunting, but after scanning her entry card, he realized she was a newcomer. How could this pretty girl have so many crystal cores? What's wrong? Can't newcomers exchange crystal cores for points? Lin Ran said this with a smile, but the staff felt a chill run down their spine. It seemed like they had offended a significant person. Although this girl looked delicate and beautiful, they knew that someone who could produce so many crystal cores was not an ordinary person. They were just a staff member and only had this job because of some connections. They couldn't afford to anger these special ability users. No, of course, you can exchange, the staff member quickly said, picking up the crystal cores to count them. There were so many that they had to count twice to get it right. A total of 120 cores, which can be exchanged for 12,000 points. Do you want to exchange all of them? Lin Ran nodded, yes, all of them. When she returned to the housing rental center, Lin Ran directly said, please help me rent a villa for 2 months. The young woman who had been focusing on her work suddenly looked up, surprised. You want to rent a villa? Yes, here is my points card. After a brief moment of surprise, the young woman looked at Lin Rand differently. Who is this girl? So wealthy that she could rent a villa. That was 5,000 points a month, totaling 10,000 points for 2 months. With 10,000 points, she could live in a shared dormitory for a lifetime. It was just a pretty face. Who had she charmed to afford a villa? What a shameless person. Lin Ran looked meaningfully at the staff member who was staring at her, feeling amused. The malice from a stranger was so ridiculous. Even though they were strangers, they were trying to judge her with the worst assumptions. People could indeed be the most frightening things in this world. Hello, can you help me with the rental procedure? This was Lin Ran's first time using the pressure of a special ability user on an ordinary person. The young woman was startled by the aura Lin Ran exuded and broke into a cold sweat. She suddenly realized that the person in front of her was not just a pretty face, but also a special ability user. Realizing the other person's strength, the young woman quickly softened her attitude. Yes, I'm sorry. I'll process it right away. The other person was a special ability user, not someone she could afford to neglect. The young woman quickly searched on the computer and then looked up. I'm sorry, there is only one villa left, at number 12 in Area A. Do you want it?
Yes.
As long as there was one available, Lin Ran wasn't picky. Just as the staff member was about to confirm the booking, someone named Cheng Yaojin approached. I'm sorry to cut in, Xiaoya. Let us go first. We want a villa for a year, and I'll pay with my card. A soft female voice came from behind Lin Ran, causing her to tremble. Memories flooded back, biting at her like a persistent pest. She had heard this voice countless times on the radio and had recalled it repeatedly in her mind. Slowly, she turned around and saw the owner of the voice. Just like in her memories, the woman's face was radiant, exuding vibrant youth and confidence. She waved her hand, introducing herself to those around her, reminiscent of the time when she had injected various frightening substances into the helpless Lin Rand lying on the lab table. A strong feeling of hatred surged in Lin Rand's chest. She clenched her fists, reminding herself to endure and suppress the violent thoughts. The woman tilted her head and smiled at those beside her, saying, Brother Yelon, I didn't expect your team to be so capable. We should collaborate more in the future. You can stay at our peace base. I'll rent you a villa for a year. After some time, I'll buy the villa for you so you and Uncle Yi can live comfortably. The gentle man beside her was Yelon. He chuckled and said, Thank you, Wanru. We just arrived, and we truly appreciate you and Uncle Xia for your hospitality. Xia Wanru blushed at his words. Brother Yelon, there's no need to be so polite. We're friends. Xiaoya, is the paperwork ready? The assistant named Xiaoya glanced nervously between Lin Ran and Xia Wanru, still hesitant to oppose the young lady of the base. I'll take care of it right away. There's one villa left. Although this young lady wanted it too, since Miss Xia is here, it naturally belongs to you. Lindsay, standing closest to Lin Ran, felt anxious seeing her frozen in place. Sister, they're going to take our villa. He hurried over and nudged Lin Ran, raising his voice. Sister, these people are cutting in line to steal our villa. Lin Ran, who had been lost in thought, was instantly brought back to reality by Lin Zay's voice. She instinctively replied, which shameless person dares to cut in and steal our villa? Xia Wanru, who had been focused on Yelon, hadn't noticed the people in line. Hearing Lin Ran's words, she turned to look at her seriously. This woman was unfamiliar to her. She had seen all the prominent figures in the base. She is somewhat attractive, but she is too arrogant. In this base, no one dares to speak ill of her, Xia Wanru. Xia Wanru smiled coldly, cutting in line? Our Eagle Squad never cuts in line, because we never need to wait. Lin Zay scoffed. What's so great about the Eagle Squad? We booked this villa first, so don't even think about taking it. Who do you think you are to speak here? Xia Wanru looked at Lin Zay with disdain. Even if you had booked this villa, a high-ranking squad like ours, which has made great contributions to the base, deserves these resources. You have to give way. That's the rule of our peace base. Lin Ran looked directly at Xia Wanru and said, Oh, so the rule of the peace base is that there are no rules? Whoever is strong gets what they want. Xia Wanru tilted her head back and laughed. You're right. It's survival of the fittest. Strength speaks for itself. If you want to live well, you must have privileges. Lin Ran looked in Xia Wanru's direction and smiled with interest. Privileges? Now she was very curious about this peace base and Xia Wanru. Lin Ran couldn't help but feel grateful for coming here. Her most hated people were right here. Yilon and Xia Wanru. It turned out they already knew each other. Yilon stood beside Xia Wanru, frowning as he looked at Lin Ran. The expression in his eyes was somewhat strange. Lin Ran was sure that Yilon didn't recognize her now. He was a senior from her school, a handsome and charming guy. Only ordinary people like her recognized him. Just like in her past life, she only revealed her identity as a junior after they got to know each other later. They gradually grew closer because they shared memories of their school. But now, they were just strangers. Regarding his strange gaze, Lin Ran thought Yilon was acting oddly. Hearing Lin Ran's question, Xia Wanru continued, Little girl, this privilege isn't for everyone. I, Xia Wanru, have privileges in this base because of the strength of my squad. If you want to get the villa from me, you must first join one of the top 10 squads in the peace base. And your personal points must rank in the top 3 of the entire base because my rank is 4th.
But
Xia Wanru looked Lin Ran up and down with disdain and said, But with your abilities, forget it. A somewhat attractive woman didn't understand why she was wasting her time talking to her. Xia Wanru looked at the assistant and frowned. Xiaoya, what are you waiting for? My brother Yelon can't wait to go to the villa to rest. Xiaoya glanced at Lin Ran, thinking she had already given up. It seemed her background wasn't that impressive. When faced with Xia Wanru, she had to obediently stay aside. Okay, Miss Xia, I will handle it right away. Lin Zay clenched his fists in anger. This woman was truly unreasonable. Shameless. He really wanted to throw something at her arrogant face, since she didn't seem to care about it anyway. I'm sorry, but we are used to living in a villa. Why don't you take it? Seeing the situation settled, Yelon stepped forward and said apologetically, To make up for your loss, I would like to offer you a box of snacks as my apology. Lin Ran shot a disdainful glance at the overly nice Yelon and coldly replied, No need to apologize, because I won't allow it. It's just the survival of the fittest. It's just that the strong have privileges, right? How do you know I'm not stronger than you? Let me tell you, I have decided to stay in this villa today. Hearing Lin Ran's arrogant words, Xia Wanru's expression turned dark, but then she sneered, Comparing yourself to me? You really overestimate yourself. Xia Wanru narrowed her eyes, and a powerful pressure from her abilities pressed down on Lin Ran, enough to overwhelm an ordinary person. Xia Wanru unleashed her full power without holding back, wanting to see this ungrateful woman begging for mercy. However, the scene she imagined did not happen. Instead, she found herself surrounded by a terrifying force. She felt as if her whole body was wrapped in cold snakes, making her limbs numb and weak, and cold sweat poured down her face, wishing she could kneel. And then she really did. Thud. Kneeling on the ground, Xia Wanru struggled to lift her head, looking at Lin Ran in disbelief. This pressure belonged to a high-level ability user. Was it coming from her? But how could that be? She was Xia Wanru, a 5th-level fire ability user, one of the top figures in the P space. She was a top-tier ability user cultivated with all the resources of the base. And this unknown woman, how could she surpass her? Before she could think it through, an even greater pressure from Lin Ran struck her again. In an instant, the cold sweat on her forehead fell like raindrops. She felt completely helpless, like a drenched chicken. The pressure made her head lower and lower, almost touching the ground, as if she were bowing down. Humiliation.
Fear. Despair.
In an instant, these emotions flashed across Xia Wanru's face. This time, she had to admit that the opponent's strength was far beyond her reach. Lin Ran was almost cruel in using her pressure. Watching Xia Wanru kneel before her brought her great satisfaction. It was better for her head to be lower. If this felt humiliating, what would happen when she truly attacked Xia Wanru? All those nights in the lab, being treated like a lab rat, the needles and knives that had pierced her skin, she would make them pay for it all. Yilon noticed the drastic change in Xia Wanru's expression and her unusual behavior, feeling shocked. He looked at Lin Ran in confusion, not understanding how she managed to make a top-tier ability user like Xia Wanru so helpless without even lifting a finger. "Wanru, are you okay?" Yilon squatted down, trying to help Xia Wanru up, but she felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds and wouldn't budge. With her head down, Xia Wanru gritted her teeth, using all her strength to resist, but she couldn't stop her head from lowering further. Finally, her forehead touched the ground. In that moment, all the pride and dignity of this once great woman vanished. Now, she couldn't utter a single arrogant word. "What did you do?" Yilon warned Lin Ran. "Do you know who she is?" This man still dared to speak to her like that. He was next on her list. Lin Ran smiled faintly, looking at Yilon with disdain. "How should I know who she is? She's not a celebrity that everyone recognizes. Besides, she didn't introduce herself. I only know we were competing. Is she giving up now?" Lin Ran's words were extremely arrogant, yet Yilon found himself unable to refute her. They had indeed been competing, and everyone around had heard it. As more people gathered to watch the commotion, they realized that the one arguing was Xia Wanru from the Eagle team, and she was losing. Their interest in the situation grew. Some even rushed to inform the Eagle team about what was happening. Looking over, Jang Chen and Lin's parents, who had been asked to sit aside and wait, came over with a big yellow dog. It seemed like Lin Ran had caused some trouble, and they needed to support her. Yilon glanced at Lin Ran, who was not afraid of trouble. This girl felt very familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where they had met. She shouldn't be so bold. What should she be like instead? Yilon couldn't figure it out. He scanned the crowd, and suddenly his pupils narrowed. That was Jang Chen? What was he doing here? Before Yilon could voice his question, he heard Lin Ran ask Xia Wanru on the ground, "Excuse me, who is stronger between us? Who has more privileges?" Xia Wanru's teeth nearly ground together in anger, her face looking ghostly pale. This scene delighted the onlookers. The members of the Eagle team often bullied others in the base due to their strong abilities. They had been itching to retaliate but felt the gap in strength was too great to act. They couldn't understand why the Eagle team members improved their abilities so quickly. The ordinary ability users among them were only at level 3, and that was the best among them. In contrast, the Eagle team members were generally at level 4, or even level 5.
It was terrifying.
With such a large gap in strength, they dared not provoke them. They wondered who this girl was, so bold to confront Xia Wanru directly. Most importantly, her strength was genuinely impressive.
"You
will regret this," Xia Wanru gritted her teeth and said. Lin Ran smiled lightly, realizing that Xia Wanru was indeed tough. She decided not to go easy on her.
Ah.
In front of everyone, Xie Wanru's face was pressed to the ground, a complete humiliation. Yilon watched as Xie Wanru was suddenly brought down and narrowed his eyes, looking dangerously at Lin Ran. Miss, I suggest you stop. She is Xie Wanru, the daughter of the deputy director of this peace base. If you want to stay here peacefully, it's best to back off now. Otherwise, your time here might not be pleasant. His words were filled with threats, but they shocked Lin Ran. So, Xie Wanru was the deputy director's daughter. No wonder she had such influence in the research institute back then. It turns out that from the very beginning, this research institute had infiltrated the upper levels of the large base. Since she had already provoked Xie Wanru today, she might as well provoke her completely. She wanted her and the forces behind her to act sooner rather than later. She was eager to meet those people. Lin Ran looked at Xie Wanru on the ground, leaned down, and said with a wicked smile, "So, Miss Xie, your identity is so noble. That means your words must carry weight. Now, please tell me, since you've lost so badly, whose villa is that?"
My.
You shameless person. Don't think I'll admit to sue. Xie Wanru's voice was muffled as her face rubbed against the ground, but she stubbornly refused to give in. Lin Ran's interest grew. She loved tormenting tough opponents. The revenge would be even more satisfying this way. Since Xie Wanru had lost her dignity, she might as well crush her completely. Just as Lin Ran was about to exert more pressure, a powerful ability suddenly intervened, blocking her attack. A deep male voice then rang out beside her. "Wanru, you must accept the consequences of your bet." A level 6 ability user. This base truly had hidden talents. Anyone who could reach level 6 was undoubtedly extraordinary. Lin Ran curiously looked at the newcomer, who was dressed in a sharp military uniform, with fair skin, long legs, and a slim waist. His cold demeanor was complemented by piercing eyes. But the appearance of this person made Lin Ran's eyes light up. Rong Han, it was him? He was originally from the peace base. The pressure she had been exerting instantly vanished. Jang Chen, standing beside her, thought Lin Ran was being bullied by the other man's ability. He raised his hand, ready to confront the arrogant man. Fortunately, Lin Ran noticed Jang Chen's unusual reaction and quickly grabbed his hand to stop him. She wasn't unable to fight back. She just didn't want to. Jang Chen, did Ran just hold his hand? Oh no.
She really has fallen for me.
In an instant, Jang Chen forgot everything else. All he knew was that his little hand felt incredibly soft in hers, and he was so happy he could faint. Rong Han didn't notice the little interaction. His attention was fully on Xie Wanru. "Captain, this woman is bullying me. You must help me take revenge and get rid of her." Xie Wanru pointed at Lin Ran with her face, marked with red imprints, and said angrily. Lin Ran smiled arrogantly and said, "It seems Miss Xie is still not convinced. How about we compete again? This time, I will bury your face in the ground." After saying this infuriating remark, Lin Ran curiously looked at Rong Han. What would he do now? Would he defend Xie Wanru? If he protected that wicked girl, she wouldn't hold back. To her surprise, Rong Han's response was unexpectedly fair. He coldly said to Xie Wanru on the ground, "Revenge? Don't you feel ashamed? I know everything that happened here. You were the one who acted unreasonably and took someone else's things. Besides, you have already lost." Xie Wanru pointed at her own face in disbelief and said, "Captain, but she hurt me like this. You brought this on yourself. You must accept the consequences of your actions. And you used our Eagle team's name to pressure others. Wanru, have you forgotten that I never allow you to do that?" Hearing this, Xie Wanru flinched for a moment. But when she looked at the smug Lin Ran, she recklessly said, "But are you just going to watch her bully me? My face looks like this. I've lost everything." Rong Han's eyes flashed with cold light. "If you know you're embarrassed, then go home. You know our Eagle team doesn't support useless members. Now, apologize to this young lady immediately." Upon hearing she had to apologize to Lin Ran, Xie Wanru felt humiliated and was about to say something to Rong Han when Yilan, who was beside her, quickly pulled her arm.
Captain Rong Han, I am sorry.
Today's incident was actually my fault. If it weren't for Wanru wanting to rent a villa for me, there wouldn't have been a conflict with this young lady. So, let me apologize on behalf of Wanru. Rong-han looked at Yilan, then at Lin Ran, as if considering this possibility. Lin Ran was not going to let them off easily. She wanted to make Xia Wanru pay. Lin Ran deliberately looked at Yilan with a sarcastic tone and said, "That won't do. You are you, and she is she. How can you apologize for her? Are you all the same person? I didn't see that before. When I was hitting her, you didn't do anything either. I want her to apologize to me. Right, Captain Rong-han?" Rong-han looked deeply into Lin Ran's eyes with a frosty gaze, and Lin Ran fearlessly met his stare. It was just a staring contest. She wasn't going to lose. Her eyes were just as fierce as his. Seeing Lin Ran so fearless, Rong-han was taken aback, then slowly nodded and said, "You are right, Wanru. You should apologize." Xia Wanru gritted her teeth and refused. Rong-han's cold gaze sharpened. "I will say it 3 times. 1, 2.
I'm sorry."
Before Rong-han could say the 3rd time, Xia Wanru apologized. Her heart was filled with anger, but she dared not disobey Rong-han's command. "I'm sorry, it was my fault, I give up."
Haha.
Lin Ran laughed, mocking. "It would have been better if you had given up earlier. Captain Rong-han really knows how to manage his team. But for disobedient dogs, it's better to deal with them properly later to avoid trouble." Lin Ran's words were full of provocation and insult, and Xia Wanru looked furious. Rong-han spoke in a flat tone. "You don't need to worry about these small matters, Mississippi. By the way, how long do you plan to rent the villa?" Lin Ran didn't understand his question but replied, 2 months. There was no need to hide. It was easy to find out. Rong-han nodded. "In that case, to show our apology, our Eagle team will cover your rent for these 2 months. You can just stay there." Such a good deal. No need to refuse. It would save her points. Lin Ran replied, "Thank you for your generosity, Captain Rong. And, of course, thanks to Miss Xia for helping me with the rent. If you want to compete, you can come find me next time, as long as you help with the rent." Lin Ran looked at Xia Wanru, whose face was dark with anger, and felt very pleased. Having settled the score for today, Lin Ran was no longer interested in lingering. She took the key from the strangely silent assistant, noted the villa's address, and left with her family. As they walked out the door, Lin Ma said, "Xiao Ran, that girl was glaring at you the whole time." Lin Ba added, "What's there to fear? Her abilities aren't higher than mine. If she dares to trouble Xiao Ran, I'll take care of her." Lin Zhe said, "Exactly, we're not afraid of her." Grandpa Jiang patted his backpack containing a gun and said, "Let her come. I'll help you deal with her." Feeling supported by her family, Lin Ran's heart warmed. "All right, let's wait for her to come and handle her." Everyone perked up at her words. "Yes, let's take care of her." As Lin Ran and the others disappeared at the door, Xia Wanru withdrew her hateful gaze and said to Rong-han, "Captain, that woman made the first move." Rong-han raised his hand to interrupt her. "I will investigate this myself. Wanru, you must not act so impulsively in the future. You know our Eagle team values fairness. I won't punish you this time, but you must not do this again." After saying this, Rong-han left without looking back. Xia Wanru felt as if she had been hurt all over. How could Rong-han treat her like this? As the captain, he didn't protect her at all. Just as her father said, he was like a dog that couldn't be trained. "Wanru, my sister?" Yilan's gentle voice came from the side, followed by a warm hand on Xia Wanru's shoulder. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I didn't know Rong-han was like this." Xia Wanru was very understanding towards Yilan. "It's not your fault. It's that awful woman. Also, Yilan, you need to upgrade your team quickly. Rong-han is very domineering and might not agree to you joining the Eagle team." Her voice grew quieter as she spoke. Smart as Yilan was, he understood everything. The strongest Eagle team in the peace space was not as united as outsiders thought. "Yilan, I believe you will be stronger than him in the future," Xia Wanru said with a meaningful smile. Yilan didn't understand her implication but nodded seriously. He always knew how to respond to someone he liked. "I will work hard. I will definitely get revenge for you regarding today's incident. Xia Wanru's face turned red upon hearing this. Thank you, Yilan, but it's not necessary. I will handle that woman myself.
I want her to pay.
After saying this, Xia Wanru suddenly smiled strangely. Yilan, we can't stay at the villa for now. Can we manage with a flat for a month?
Of course. Thank you, Wanru.
No need to thank me. Let's just rent it for a month. I think a new villa will be available soon, and then you can stay there with Uncle Yi. It will be much more comfortable than the flat. Xia Wanru's words hinted at something, but Yilan pretended not to notice. He was thinking about Jang Chen. He hadn't had the chance to talk to him earlier, but even a quick glance showed that Jang Chen was doing quite well. The clothes were neat and clean, and his face was rosy and shiny. He was even holding a cat in his arms. In this day and age, only those with a good life have the leisure to keep pets. The reason he was living so well was likely because he had taken advantage of someone else's money. I didn't expect Jang Chen to be with that woman. Since that's the case, let him and that woman be dealt with by Xia Wanru.
His actions have really backfired on him.
Whether Jang Chen intended it or not, killing him would ease his own resentment. Jang Chen, who was being watched and wished dead by someone, felt as sweet as if he had eaten 10 pounds of candy. He stared at his hand that Lin Ran had just held, lost in thought for a long time. This hand had just been touched by her, and it still seemed to hold her warm temperature. According to the dramas, since they had held hands, should they be going on a date next? Where should they go on a date? The park? A cafe? Or maybe the cinema? Lin Ran, sitting in the car and looking out at the scenery, had no idea what was going on in Jang Chen's mind. She wasn't thinking about him at all. Her thoughts were on another man, Ronghan. Ronghan was quite a remarkable person in his past life. He was as cold and hard as his name suggested. She still remembered the first time she learned about him. It was an unforgettable feeling. He was a lone wolf, never teaming up with anyone. He wandered through the zombie-infested city, seeing himself as a blade, fearlessly slaughtering zombies in the most dangerous places. He once single-handedly saved a small base that was deeply trapped in a zombie tide. But after they were rescued, he quietly left without seeking recognition. He wouldn't stay for anyone, nor would he team up with anyone. Lin Ran was one of the members of that small base he had saved. She had benefited from his help. Although he didn't know her, she had always remembered him. Even though she had only caught a glimpse of him back then, his impressive figure was deeply etched in her heart. His image of fighting off the zombie tide alone was incredibly cool. At that time, she truly envied his abilities. If only she had such power, she could protect her parents. Ronghan had always been her role model, and for many years, she had been trying to get closer to him. Eventually, she became a strong person too, but she was betrayed by the one she trusted the most. Now that I think about it, she learned from Ronghan, but in a mixed-up way. If she had also become a lone wolf, she wouldn't have been betrayed. But now Ronghan actually has his own team, the Eagle Squad. So, why did he later become a lone wolf? What happened to change his personality so much? As she saw the car enter the villa area, Lin Ran stopped thinking about it. Since they had met in this life, she wouldn't ignore him if he faced difficulties in the future. It was clear that he and Xia Wanru were not on the same path. He was still very fair. Sis, this villa area looks really different. The conditions here are much better than outside. And look, there's even a security guard. Yes, the services here are really complete. Lin Ran noticed that there were not only security guards but also property management. The clean streets and orderly surroundings almost made her forget that it was the end of the world. Lin Ran kept her eyes on the house number until she saw their address. Dad, we've arrived at Area A number 12.
Got it.
Once Lin's dad parked the car in their villa's designated spot, the family got out. When Lin Ran opened the big door of the villa, she ran into the large yard and started to play around. As the former site of a resort, the villas here were quite spacious. The yard was surrounded by a tall wall with a big garden inside. However, the garden had been damaged by a flood, and the original plants were washed away. Now only a bit of grass was growing, likely due to the property management's efforts. Lin's mom looked at the bare garden and shook her head in disappointment. Such a good piece of land, yet they didn't plant anything. What a waste. Lin Ran smiled at her mom. I agree. This beautiful garden should have some lovely roses for decoration. Hearing Lin Ran's response, the mother and daughter exchanged a knowing smile. They should plant some roses, as well as mango and apple trees. Before leaving, Lin's mom had taken several cuttings from the mutated tree in the yard to keep in Lin Ran's space for future needs. Now that they plan to stay here long-term, they should plant them. Otherwise, what would they use to entertain Xia Wanru when she came? The villa had 3 floors, and as soon as Lin Ran walked in and took a look, she fell in love with the place. The living room on the first floor even had a fireplace. Just thinking about how the family could gather around the fireplace for warmth during the extremely cold weather in a few days made Lin Ran feel incredibly happy. Fortunately, they managed to get this villa. If Yilon had lived here and enjoyed all these nice things, just thinking about it makes her uncomfortable. The second floor has a living room and 4 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom, which is perfect for their family. The third floor has a large bedroom with a big balcony. Lin Ran looked at the balcony with regret. She loved big balconies, but it wouldn't be used for living. Considering the heating issue after the extreme cold, it's better for the family to stay close together. The only downside of this villa is that the furniture isn't very good. Most of it was damaged during the rain disaster. The wooden tables have swollen and look old. Although they can still be used, they might not be very comfortable. For Lin Ran, who has a lot of resources stored away, anything uncomfortable should be replaced. She plans to change all of it soon. Even when going out, she won't shortchange herself or her family. Lin Ran is cautious. While in the car, she took out a detector from her storage space. She examined the villa's structure and checked for any listening devices or cameras. Fortunately, there were none. In the car's trunk, Lin Ran had stored some supplies, and Lin Zhe and their dad were moving things into the house from the yard. Lin Ran noticed that while they were moving, the curtains of the neighboring villa's second floor were slightly swaying. It seems the neighbors are quite nosy and like to peek from behind their curtains. However, they couldn't see much since everything was wrapped in black plastic bags. Once inside, Lindsay shook his head and said, "Sis, living in a villa area isn't safe. The neighbors are really curious about us." Lin Ran nodded. "It's fine. They can't see anything." She then took out some privacy stickers, saying, "Since we still have time, let's decorate the house." When Lin Mom saw the stickers, she smiled. "That's why I say Ran is like me. She knows how to stock up on good things." Lin Mom dislikes prying eyes. These privacy stickers came just in time. Lin Dad hugged Lin Mom and said, "Of course, Ran is excellent. She's our daughter." Lin Zhe felt a bit annoyed by his parents' affection. "Let's get to work instead of being mushy. The dog is still hungry." Lin's dad glanced at Lin Zhe and said, "This dog food isn't for De Huang. It's for you." Lin Zhe looked around at his family and felt like he was the only one who was single. Grandpa Jiang had once had a partner. Jang Chen had a sister. Even De Huang had 2 cats for company.
It was a bit sad.
Not wanting to dwell on it, he decided to get to work. Feeling down, Lin Zhe took the anti-peeping stickers and went upstairs to put them up. The others took their stickers and found windows to cover, working diligently. Even Jang Chen followed Lin Ran's example and worked hard. With everyone helping, even though the villa had many windows, they finished before dinner. When dinner was over, the villa's lights turned on. From outside, you couldn't see inside, but from inside, you could see outside clearly. This was the benefit of the anti-peeping stickers. Noticing this change, a young man on the second floor of the neighboring villa was taken aback. "What's going on with that villa across the way? Why can't we see what they're doing inside?" A red-haired young man, lounging on his bed, jumped up with interest. He turned to look and smirked. "It's just a new neighbor. Why do you care so much?" "Just a new neighbor?" The young man was about to explode. "I just got a big scoop. The new neighbors really offended Xia Wanru at the rental center. And they really embarrassed her."
"What?"
"They embarrassed Xia Wanru? This family is impressive." Hearing this, The red-haired guy burst into laughter. They actually embarrassed that awful woman? I wish I had been there. What happened? Well, I heard they were competing to rent that villa. Meanwhile, Lin Rant's family was enjoying their dinner. The sky was getting darker, and the lights in the villa were on. This base was indeed well built, with electricity, water, and gas, looking prosperous and peaceful. As long as you had points, you could enjoy a comfortable life here, just like before the end times. However, Lin Rand felt this was a life for the upper class. Most lower-class people were struggling in Area D. Thanks to the anti-peeping stickers, even with the lights on, no light leaked out of the villa, ensuring great privacy. With the outside prying eyes blocked, Lin Rand found it easier to work. Everyone was quite tired today, and dinner was taken directly from her space. As Lin Rand enjoyed her first meal at the Peace Base, she didn't hold back. The table was filled with delicious dishes: dompa pork, braised ribs, dry-fried fish, soy sauce duck, steamed shrimp, sour soup beef, spicy pig's trotters, yams stir-fried with mushrooms, cold tofu strips, and a bowl of lotus root soup. Each dish was still steaming, preserving the best quality of the food. The family sat together, happily enjoying the meal, and with plenty of food, they had no worries. With Jang Chen, the big eater, there would be no waste. After the meal, Lin's dad instructed Lin Zhe to wash the dishes. Lin Zhe, at the bottom of the food chain, reluctantly gathered the plates. Suddenly, he noticed Jang Chen sitting nearby. Jiang Ge was so diligent. Maybe he could persuade him to help with the chores. How could a man wanting to enter the Lin family not know how to wash dishes? Jiang Ge, you know washing dishes is an essential skill for Lin family men. Want to learn with me? Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at Lin Ran and thought Lin Zhe had a point. How could a man not do housework, especially a man from the Lin family? Jiang Chen stood up and helped Lin Zhe gather the bowls. Lin Ran saw the naive Jiang Chen being led by her brother and didn't intervene. Men had their own way of communicating, and it wouldn't be interesting for her to interfere. Besides, she didn't have time to manage the two of them because the doorbell of the villa rang at that moment. Who could it be at this late hour? Who are you looking for? Lin Ren opened the villa door and saw two women wearing red armbands standing outside. When they saw Lin Ran, their eyes lit up. She was truly beautiful. No wonder she dared to stand up to Xiao Wanru. Feeling their scrutiny, Lin Ran frowned. Noticing her impatience, one of the women quickly said, "Hello. We are from the property management of Area A. We are here to register your information." Register our information?
Why?
Lin Ran didn't want to share her details with anyone. When Lin Ran wasn't smiling, she could be quite intimidating. The two women stopped their casual glances. After all, this was someone who dared to challenge Xiao Wanru. "It's like this," the women explained seriously. "It's a rule at our peace base that everyone who comes here must be registered with the property management of their residence. It's not just about management. It's to understand your information and provide necessary guidance." "Oh, what information do you need from us?" "Just your names, ages, previous occupations, and whether you have awakened any special abilities. We offer great benefits for those with abilities. You can join a team to fight zombies and mutated animals or search for supplies to earn points. You know that points are very important here, just like money used to be." Hearing this, Lin Rand understood their intentions. This is a common procedure at other bases, gathering basic information about everyone. In the apocalypse, everyone is a valuable resource, and those with special skills can take on important roles. These skills include not just abilities but also professions like doctors and scientists. Lin Ran knew this was part of the process, so she cooperated and provided her family's information. However, when it came to abilities, she only mentioned that she had one. As for occupations, she kept that a secret. She reported her parents as freelancers, while she and Lin Zhe were just students. Jiang Chen was an ordinary person running a small business, and Grandpa Jiang was a retired freelancer. The two women didn't pay much attention to her family's occupations. They seemed too ordinary to contribute much to the base. They were more interested in Lin Rant's ability. "Wow, Miss Lin, you're an ability user. What type do you have and what level is it?" "Lightning type, level 2. Level 2? The two women exchanged glances, sensing something was off. If she was level 2, she couldn't possibly compete with Xiaowanru, who was known to be very powerful and had reached level 5. If Lin Ran was only level 2, how could she have defeated Xiaowanru? This didn't add up. However, the two women wisely chose not to ask further. For ordinary people like them, the best way to stay safe was to ask less and do more. After recording the basic information, they didn't linger and left with their notes. After sending the two women away, Lin Ran didn't rush inside. She examined the front door of the villa and called Lindsay out. Lindsay had just finished washing the dishes, his hands still wet, and asked as he came out, "Sister, why did you call me out so urgently?"
To change the door lock.
Saying this, Lin Ran handed him a lock cylinder. "We'll probably be staying here for a while, so changing the lock will make us feel safer." "Of course, you're always so thoughtful, sister." Lindsay dried his wet hands and then took the lock cylinder to start changing the lock using his special ability. While he was using his power, Lin Ran intentionally pulled Jang Chen over to help block the view from behind the curtains. The Lin family only needed to show one person in public for now. The others had to stay hidden. The lock was quickly changed. Back at the villa, Lin Ran began to renovate and beautify the place where they would be living for a while. First, she started cleaning. Although the villa looked clean, it had not been lived in, and there was quite a bit of dust on the floors and furniture. Lin Ran took out a set of cleaning tools, including a vacuum cleaner and a mop. The three young men, Lin Dad, Lin Zai, and Jang Chen, each took a floor to clean. As for Lin Ran, Lin Mom, and Grandpa Jiang, they were also busy, but their tasks were a bit easier, just dusting surfaces like furniture and light fixtures. However, Lin Ran didn't want to keep the original furniture in the villa. The sofa and coffee table in the living room had been damaged by water and needed to be replaced. The dining table and chairs also had to go. Since this used to be a resort, the beds upstairs, which had been used by someone, needed to be changed too. Lin Ran stored all the old furniture away. With this change, Lin Mom and the others had less work to do. It seemed like everything in the house was replaced except for the lights and curtains. Once the men finished cleaning the floors, Lin Ran took out a set of comfortable European-style leather sofas and a mahogany coffee table. Lindsay tried sitting on one and found it much more comfortable than the old sofa. His sister really knew how to enjoy life. The dining table and chairs were also brand new solid wood furniture. In the second-floor living room, Lin Ran placed a fabric sofa. While it might not have the prestige of a leather sofa, it was definitely more comfortable. Sitting on it felt like sinking into a pile of cotton. Lin Ran was sure that this sofa would be a hit in a few days. As for the beds, she replaced them all with the ones she got for free from the mall in the hot spring town. This brand was internationally recognized. Thanks to a few celebrities, she knew that these mattresses were worth hundreds of thousands. If it weren't for the free offer, she wouldn't have been able to enjoy them. It wasn't about the money, she just hadn't thought to include the mattresses at that time. Now, it was just right. Lin Ran set up the bed and threw herself onto it to try it out.
Wow.
The feeling was indeed different, just like in the advertisement, with unmatched bounce. Lin Ran decided that she would definitely take advantage of the free shopping opportunities more often in the future. Maybe she could find some great deals. She was already quite tired today and didn't want to get up from the bed. However, it wouldn't do to sleep on the mattress like that, so she called her family over and they all worked together to put a brand new silk bedding set on the new bed. After changing to the new bedding, the whole room felt much cozier. Looking at the old curtains, Lin Ran thought they didn't match anymore. So, she gathered the family again to replace the curtains in the room. Once the new curtains were up, the whole villa looked brand new. Lindsay stood on the stairs, looking at the transformed villa, and said, "When it comes to enjoyment, it's still our sister. This house has been renovated so beautifully. If we have to leave, I wouldn't want to give it to them. Such a nice house." Not only did Lindsay not want to leave, but Lin Ran didn't want to either. She patted Lindsay on the shoulder and smiled. "What's so special about it? If you don't want to leave it, we can just take it with us." Lindsay's eyes lit up at her words.
Right.
They could just take it with them. Since they had transformed their homes so well, of course, they should take it. After all, his sister had that ability. Now that the house was tidied up, all that was left was to work on the garden. However, Lin Ran didn't plan to work in the yard tonight. She didn't want to make too much noise and disturb the neighbors who were watching. She would plant tomorrow during the day instead. Anyway, even if Xia Wanru dared to come tonight, she wasn't afraid of her. Their family was not to be underestimated. It would be just right to let her come and go without return, revealing the secrets of the research institute. It was already quite late, so Lin Ran decided to wait until the next day to tell her family about Xia Wanru and the secrets behind her. For now, everyone should hurry up and rest. Lin Ran took out 6 bathing tubs from her space and filled them with enough spirit water. She had Lin Dad and Lin Zhe, the 2 strong men, move them to the bathrooms in each bedroom for everyone to wash up. Now, they soaked in the spirit water every day to keep their bodies in the best condition. Except for Jang Chen, who didn't need to sleep, everyone had their own bathroom. So, Jang Chen's tub was moved to the bathroom in the living room on the 2nd floor. Jang Chen looked at Lin Ran, pointing to the living room bathroom, and said that was his tub, his eyes drooping in disappointment. This house was really annoying. What is the purpose of making such a big change? Now, he has to separate from the place where Ran bathes. Lin Ran doesn't understand Jang Chen's thoughts. After taking out clothes and pajamas for the family from her space, she went to her room to wash up. The spiritual spring water has the ability to relieve fatigue and restore abilities. Once Lin Ran soaked in the bathtub, she almost let out a sigh of comfort. The effects of the level 7 space's spiritual spring water are truly impressive. It seems she needs to upgrade her space abilities more in the future. Not to mention anything else, this spiritual spring water is already unbeatable. Thinking back to her past life, she regretted not being able to develop her space abilities beyond level 3 before she died. With this thought, Lin Ran's eyes suddenly deepened. Logically, even though many things in this life are different from her past life, the appearance of zombies and mutated beasts happened much earlier. But at this point, aside from her family, there are already level 5 and 6 ability users. Her family's rapid ability upgrades are due to her unique presence. After her rebirth, she came with abilities, and her family likely developed theirs because of the spiritual spring water she provided. At that time, zombies hadn't even appeared yet. Ordinary people didn't even know what a crystal core was. So, most ability users now are at levels 1 or 2, with the better ones at level 3. However, today Xia Wanru and Ronghan appeared, and their levels are quite extraordinary. How did they upgrade to such high levels in such a short time? Lin Ran feels this must be related to that mysterious research institute. But how does that institute enhance abilities? What exactly are they researching? Lin Ran angrily splashed the water in the bathtub. It's truly infuriating. In her past life, she was studied for a year and endured so much suffering. She didn't even know their intentions for experimenting on her. After all, what right does a test subject like her have to know why she was experimented on? Lin Ran bit her lip tightly, vowing to uncover their dirty dealings in this life, no matter what. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the bathroom door from outside. Who is it? Lin Ran looked curiously at the bathroom door. Who would come to knock on her bathroom door at this time? Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound came again, but no one spoke. Who is it? Speak up. Lin Ran became impatient, her voice rising without her realizing it. Doesn't everyone know that she dislikes being disturbed while taking a bath? What a rare moment of relaxation this is. It's really annoying to be disturbed by someone knocking at the door. It must be my annoying little brother asking for more spring water again. I really don't understand how he wastes so much water. It's probably because he's so messy. After she yelled at him, it suddenly got quiet outside, and the silence felt a bit too much. Lin Ran felt something was off and quickly realized that the person knocking might be Jang Chen. But he never knocks on her bathroom door. She had told him not to disturb her when she was taking a bath. He usually listens very well, so why is he knocking now? Lin Ran suspiciously stood up, quickly cleaned herself, and got dressed. Meanwhile, Jang Chen, standing outside the bathroom door, was feeling quite conflicted. He was only wrapped in a towel, showing off his fit body. Just now, Lin Ran forgot to give him underwear, but she had taught him that boys must wear it. So, after washing up, when he realized he didn't have any, he immediately came to find her. However, from Lin Ran's tone, it seemed like she was upset with him. She wanted him to speak, but he didn't know how to talk. How could he say something? Jang Chen stood at the door, recalling the details of Lin Ran's speech, trying hard to control the muscles in his mouth.
He wanted to speak.
He wanted to tell Lin Ran that it was him knocking. Don't be angry. Don't be mad at him. Suddenly, while Lin Ran was getting dressed in the bathroom, she heard a strange sound near her ear.
Ran.
The voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant, like metal being torn apart. But she recognized it. It was calling her name.
Ran. It's me.
This strange voice appeared again, and this time she heard it more clearly. The person outside was really calling her name. Who could make such a sound? A name popped into her mind, making Lin Ran so excited that she almost forgot to put on her nightgown. Jang Chen, he can talk now? Is it because she yelled at him to speak? Lin Ran didn't know how she felt at that moment. Her eyes suddenly turned red. She hurriedly got dressed and slammed the bathroom door open. Standing outside was a handsome figure, almost like a spirit. It was none other than Jang Chen. Jang Chen, did you just speak? Jang Chen nodded at Lin Ran.
Can you say it again?
Lin Ran widened her eyes, looking at Jang Chen excitedly. This was the first time he made a sound other than a grunt since he turned into a zombie. Jang Chen looked at Lin Ran almost reverently and struggled to say a few syllables. Ran. Ran, it's me. His first words were her name. For some reason, Lin Ran's eyes felt heavy, and a tear fell.
Jang Chen had changed.
The tear rolled down Lin Ran's porcelain white face. It was like a pearl falling into a beautiful, pure place, truly moving. Jang Chen was taken aback. He didn't understand why Lin Ran was crying, but he knew that tear was for him. He sincerely reached out to touch the tear that fell for him. It was still warm, but Lin Ran shouldn't be crying. He had worked so hard to speak just to make her happy. No, he needed to help her dry her tears. Then, he lifted Lin Ran's face, and his cool lips pressed against the cheek he had longed for. Lin Ran was stunned by Jang Chen's sudden action. The cool touch of his lips on her cheek made her shiver. Oh my goodness! What was Jang Chen doing? How could he kiss her? Even though she felt his feelings for her were a bit different, this was moving too fast. She hadn't thought it through yet.
No.
Fortunately, Jang Chen's lips quickly moved away. In an instant, Lin Ran's face turned bright red. In both her past lives, it was the first time a man had kissed her cheek. Even in her last life, when she and Yilan confirmed their relationship, it was all very proper. They hadn't even held hands. How had Jang Chen kissed her?
Ran. Don't cry.
I will.
Wipe your tears.
Ran, don't cry. I'll help you wipe your tears. Jang Chen struggled to form the words, moving his mouth and tongue. His voice sounded quite unpleasant, making the sleeping Yu-ing cover her ears. But to Lin Ran, his voice was incredibly sweet. Jang Chen didn't want her to cry. It turned out that just now, Jang Chen was wiping his own tears. But that unique way of wiping tears was a bit frightening. Lin Ran quietly sighed in relief, feeling a bit inexplicably lost. After a moment, she touched her slightly cool cheek and smiled at Jang Chen. I understand, Jang Chen. I won't cry anymore. After a moment, she added, I just cried because I was happy that you could talk again. Jang Chen, I am really happy for you. The girl in front of him smiled sincerely, expressing her joy for him. Such direct and warm feelings made Jang Chen's chest ache painfully. Thank you. So many words could only be replaced by his awkward thank you. Jang Chen hated his stiff mouth. Why couldn't he say more? But the girl in front of him clearly didn't mind his clumsiness. Lin Ran smiled lightly, her eyes sparkling. Jang Chen, you need to talk more. I like hearing you speak. Jang Chen tried hard to control his expressions and wanted to smile like Lin Ran. She looked so beautiful when she smiled. But his muscles felt too stiff, and after a long effort, he didn't succeed.
He could only nod, okay.
I will.
Talk more.
By the way, Jang Chen, do you remember things from the past? Since he had evolved, had his memories returned? Jang Chen was puzzled about what memories he should recall. He had never forgotten any moment with her, including every second she was asleep and didn't see him. Seeing the confusion in Jang Chen's eyes, Lin Ran quickly added, "Do you remember that Grandpa Jiang is your real grandfather? And the things about Yundu?" Jang Chen shook his head no. It seemed like just a basic evolution. Lin Ran was not disappointed. She believed Jang Chen would get better in time. "It's okay, take your time to remember. We have all the time in the world." The calmness and confidence in the girl's eyes inspired Jang Chen, and he nodded as if enchanted, saying, "Okay." Although he didn't know what Lin Ran wanted him to remember, he firmly believed it must be something good. The first night at the base was very rewarding for Lin Ran. She saw Xia Wanru and Yi Lan, and she also saw Rong Han. Most importantly, Jang Chen had evolved. After tidying up the bathroom, Lin Ran arranged cozy spots for the 3 little ones at home. Lindsay wanted to stay with De Huang, but De Huang preferred to guard the house. Wagging its tail, it sat in the living room, unwilling to go inside. Lindsay felt both touched and sad watching De Huang. Why was his dog so responsible? Looking at Yu Ying and the little cat, he wondered why they didn't have the same sense of duty. However, Lindsay had to admit that those 2 cats were very reliable when it came to guarding the house. Especially the 2 clusters of crystals found this morning. So, the 3 little ones at his home are quite impressive. Lin Ran felt soft inside seeing De Huang like this. How can it be so cute? She patted De Huang's soft head and took out a cozy bed from her space, placing it near Lindsay's bedroom door. But just as Lin Ran set down De Huang's bed, Lindsay moved it into his own room. Seeing that De Huang was reluctant to go in, Lindsay pretended to be pitiful and said, "De Huang, you don't want me to sleep alone at night, do you?"
I'm scared.
Upon hearing this, De Huang immediately wagged its tail and barked, "Don't worry, little master, I'll protect you." Then, the silly De Huang was tricked away by Lindsay. Lin Ran shook her head, amused at how Lindsay could even trick a dog. At this rate, her brother would become a master at persuasion. After settling De Huang, Lin Ran turned back to her own bedroom. As for the other 2 little ones, Yu Ying would follow her, while the little cat would follow Jang Chen, who would also be with her. So, they all ended up in Lin Ran's bedroom. Fortunately, the bedrooms in this villa are quite spacious. Lin Ran arranged a comfortable sofa and coffee table for Jang Chen, so he could relax and watch TV. Yu Ying had a footrest. As for the little cat, Lin Ran placed a soft little bed next to Jang Chen. Seeing the bed, it knew it was for it. The little one meowed and tried it out, finding it very comfortable. Then it affectionately snuggled up to Lin Ran, happily licking her fingers. "So cozy. Thank you, Mistress Ran." Once everything was arranged, Lin Ran finally had time to lie on her soft mattress covered with silk sheets. So nice. With such a comfortable bed, she would surely have sweet dreams tonight. Lin Ran looked at Jang Chen sitting on the sofa, watching his pad. Under the lamp, he wore a clean white t-shirt and headphones, his profile so perfect it was like a prince from a comic. Lin Ran thought for a moment and gently said, "Jang Chen, good night." Unexpectedly, Jang Chen, with his headphones on, still had sharp hearing. He looked at Lin Ran with his bright eyes and replied, "Ran."
Ran. Good.
Night. Lin Ran nodded and smiled as she drifted off to sleep. It was great that Jang Chen could talk now. They could say goodnight to each other like this from now on. Peace Base A, District Deputy Base Leader's Villa. What? She is only a level 2 Thunder Element? Xia Wanru angrily threw the information sheet about Lin Ran's family onto the ground. This is ridiculous. Feeling that throwing it was not enough, she walked over and stomped on the papers a few times. That awful person only knows how to lie and deceive. All right, look at how upset you are. You don't seem like the young lady of the Xia family at all. Seeing Xia Wanru so worked up, the middle-aged man beside her couldn't take it anymore. He was Xia Wanru's father, Xia Changhe, the deputy director of the peace space. Dad, Xia Wanru pouted, blinking her eyes in a pitiful way. You don't know how embarrassed I was today, especially in front of Brother Yilan. That person bullied me so much. Dad, I can't take it anymore. You have to help me get revenge. Xia Changhe narrowed his eyes dangerously and said, How dare she be so arrogant? Tell me exactly what happened today.
Okay.
Xia Wanru exaggeratedly recounted what happened at the housing rental center to Xia Changhe. She knew her father was very protective, and that woman was in trouble. After listening to Xia Wanru, Xia Changhe's expression darkened. You say Rong Han didn't help you? Yes, Dad. He's just a traitor. Xia Wanru huffed. You don't know he publicly accused me of using the Eagle team's name for personal gain, showing no respect for our family.
Bang.
Xia Changhe slammed his hand on the table, making a loud noise. How could Rong Han not protect you? As a leader, he has really become too arrogant. Seeing her father getting angry, Xia Wanru's eyes darted around. Exactly.
He really forgot all about you.
If you hadn't saved him back then, they would have died on the way to the peace space. And his sister would have turned into a terrible zombie by now if we hadn't taken care of her at the research institute. He has no gratitude at all. Dad, you should deal with him too. Enough. Xia Changhe gave Xia Wanru a deep look, stopping her from saying more. There are some things you know you shouldn't say, especially about the research institute. Xia Wanru covered her mouth, realizing she had misspoken.
Got it, Dad.
I won't speak out of turn again. Seeing her nod, Xia Changhe continued. Tell me, that girl you met today, did she seem more powerful than you? Hearing this, Xia Wanru smiled. She leaned closer to Xia Changhe and said, Yes, Dad, her ability level is definitely higher than mine. I'm already at level 5, so she must be at least level 6. I don't know how many good things I had to use to reach this level. For her, as a newcomer to the base, to reach level 6 is truly remarkable. Dad, should we take action? That woman is definitely a rare find. Xia Changhe picked up the information sheet from the ground and looked it over carefully. The family's background seemed quite ordinary. They didn't appear to be anyone significant even before the end of the world. Such a talent is indeed a pity for her. Xia Changhe nodded thoughtfully and said, We should take action, but since her ability is so strong, we should wait for Liang to return. Wanru, remember not to cause any trouble before then. Once we capture her, we can vent our frustrations however we like. Receiving her father's approval, Xia Wanru smiled brightly. Dad, I understand. Don't worry, I won't ruin your plans. She decided to let the woman enjoy her freedom for a few more days, waiting for Liang's return. The research facility would be her final destination. When the time came, she would drain her blood and cut it into pieces. That night, Lin Ran had another dream. She found herself lying alone on the cold bed in the research facility, with white sheets, white walls, and white lights. The low temperature of the lab made her feel freezing. Tap, tap, it was the sound of high heels on the floor. Xia Wanru, holding a syringe, swayed her slender waist and walked toward her step by step. Despite the uncomfortable glare of the bright light above, Lin Ran could clearly see the cold gleam on the thick needle. The sight made her heart tighten. She thought it wouldn't hurt, but seeing the needle and the scalpel still frightened her. Lin Ran knew all too well what would happen after that injection. It was inhumane treatment. Tap, tap. Xia Wanru swayed her body and stopped in front of the table where Lin Ran lay, her face shining like a victorious princess. She looked at Lin Ran's face and disdainfully said, Heh, look at this little face. It's so pale now. I really don't know how you became the second in command at the Ziguang base. When you were at your peak, you probably never imagined you would end up like this. You're even more pitiful than the lab mice next door. It really makes me feel sorry for you. Shameless. Lin Ran said flatly, her expression unchanged. While she pretended to feel sorry, she would be more ruthless than anyone when it came to cutting her flesh. Xia Wanru laughed loudly when she heard Lin Ran's words. Poor Lin Ran, you must really hate me now. But no matter how much you hate me, you can only lie here and let me do as I please. Let me think, which part of you should I cut today? I need to take back some good pieces for everyone to study. Xia Wanru's words were cruel, and her eyes scanned Lin Ran's body as if she were choosing which piece of meat looked best. Suddenly, she touched Lin Ran's face and wickedly smiled. I've decided. I'll take these 2 pieces from your face because they annoy me.
Ha ha ha.
Xia Wanru's laughter was loud and harsh, making Lin Ran feel a deep anger rise within her. She wished she could make this evil woman pay for her actions. She struggled desperately, trying to grab the needle from Xia Wanru's hand and stab it into her neck. Xia Wanru looked at her futile struggles with disdain, as if she were watching an ant. The vines binding Lin Ran were specially made and impossible to break. Besides, she had no strength left after being drained of her abilities. Seeing Lin Ran in such a pitiful state made Xia Wanru laugh even more wildly as she raised the needle to stab her. In a moment of anger, Lin Ran suddenly felt a surge of strength. She broke free from the vines and, to Xia Wanru's shock, snatched the syringe from her hand. Then, she stabbed it fiercely into Xia Wanru's neck.
Once. Twice.
Again. The person on the experiment table was now the bloody Xia Wanru. Lin Ran felt a rush of satisfaction at the sight. Then, she set fire to the evil research facility. Standing amidst the roaring flames, Lin Ran felt that everything was truly beautiful. The person who harmed her was gone, and the nightmare that had trapped her was slowly fading away. Lin Ran knew she was no longer afraid. She finally had a good night's sleep, and the memory of her dream made her smile. In her dream, she had killed Xia Wanru, and it was indeed a wonderful dream. Now, she was determined to do it in reality. In this life, I am the one holding the knife, and she is the meat. Lin Ran lazily turned her eyes and suddenly noticed a shadow cast above her. Then, Jang Chen's handsome face, filled with anger and resentment, appeared before her. Seeing such a handsome guy early in the morning is truly a treat for the eyes. Ran. Good morning. Oh wow, not only is he good-looking, but he also says good morning to her. Lin Ran remembered that Jang Chen suddenly started talking last night. When Jang Chen saw Lin Ran wake up, he couldn't wait to say good morning to her. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment since dawn. Jang Chen, good morning. Lin Ran responded with a big smile, sitting up in bed excitedly. Jang Chen, I didn't expect that after just one night. You speak even better now. Wait for me to get dressed, and then we can go downstairs to say good morning to Grandpa Jiang. They will be so happy to see you can talk. Especially Grandpa Jiang. Lin Ran happily jumped out of bed and went to the bathroom to change and wash up. Seeing the girl so happy made Jang Chen want to smile. Unfortunately, he couldn't succeed. After practicing all night, his speech had improved a lot, but he still couldn't show expressions. Jang Chen felt he needed to practice more. Yesterday, he had hidden in the bathroom all night practicing speaking, and he had made great progress. From now on, he would practice every night. The only downside was that he couldn't secretly hug Ran at night anymore. But Jang Chen quickly realized that once he practiced enough, he could hug Ran again. So, to restore his normal routine sooner, he needed to practice even harder. He wanted to talk to the girl he loved and respond when she smiled. Even in a new environment, Grandpa Jiang didn't give up on his daily fitness routine. Today, like usual, he woke up early and went downstairs to lift weights. Suddenly, a slightly hoarse voice came from behind him. The voice was unpleasant and grating, making Grandpa Jiang's teeth ache. But when he turned around and saw who it was, he almost dropped the weights in excitement.
Xiao Chun, what? What did you say? Can you say it again for Grandpa?
Grandpa Jiang looked at Jang Chen in disbelief. Jang Chen glanced at Lin Ran, and when she nodded at him, he repeated, Grandpa Jiang. Good morning. My Xiao Chen, good morning to you too. In return, Jang Chen received a big hug and saw tears of joy on Grandpa Jiang's face. If Lin Ran hadn't been there, Jang Chen would have had a hard time holding back from teasing this emotional old man. After all, His embrace, apart from Ran, was not meant for anyone else. Not even for a man. Lin Dad, Lin Mom, and Lin Zhe all came downstairs when they heard the noise. Once old man Jiang finally calmed down, they realized that Jang Chen could actually speak. Lin Dad sighed, "This is great news, Uncle Jiang. Although Xiao Chen hasn't regained his memory yet, this is already a big step forward." Lin Mom nodded. "Yes, Xiao Chen is truly unique. I've never heard of someone who could talk again after such an experience." Lin Zhe added, "Exactly. I've never seen a talking zombie. I think our brother Jiang is the zombie king. He will definitely unite the zombie horde and become the top man in the food chain, leading humans and zombies into a new civilization." Lin Zhe rambled on, causing Lin Ran's eyebrows to twitch. Her brother was quite something, he was like a prophet. As for Jiang Chen, Lin Ran hadn't revealed anything. She felt that these were part of Jiang Chen's life story, and sharing them would be like exposing his secrets. But now, Lin Zhe had spilled the truth. Smack. Lin Mom gave Lin Zhe a firm slap on the head. "What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Chen is just Xiao Chen, not some zombie. Don't say that again. He is just like us." Lin Zhe realized he had misspoken and glanced at Grandpa Jiang awkwardly. He knew his parents avoided mentioning Jiang Chen as a zombie to protect Grandpa Jiang's feelings. He had just gotten a bit too excited. "Hey, I was just joking. It's all because of that Zombie King novel I read recently." Listening to Lin Zhe's explanation, Lin Ran thought her brother really had a wide range of interests and had read a lot online. It seemed she needed to read more. Knowledge is wealth. Today's breakfast was still plentiful, but it was all from Lin Ran's space. There were fragrant mushroom meat buns, rich soybean milk porridge, Shaanxi cold noodles, hot rice noodles from Hanzhong, meat sandwiches from Tongguan, crispy fried meat pies, and rice noodles. It satisfied everyone's taste. After breakfast, Lin Ran didn't rush Lin Zhe and Jiang Chen to wash the dishes. "Wait a moment, I have something important to tell everyone. Do you remember that Xiaowan from yesterday?" Lin Zhe laughed. "How could we forget?" She was the first one to drop her face on the ground. "What's up, sis? Are you going to deal with her?" "I'll go with you." Lin Ran shook her head. "There's no rush to deal with her. But you all need to be careful of this woman. Everyone should keep a low profile at the base for now." After a moment, Lin Ran added, "Except for me, of course." Lin Dad nodded. "All right, we promise not to cause any trouble." Lin Mom said, "Yes, I will definitely keep a low profile." Grandpa Jiang remarked, "Then I won't go out. I'll exercise at home." Jang Chen looked at Lin Ran seriously and said, "I'll stay with Ran and not cause any trouble." Lin Ran looked at her family, who trusted her unconditionally and didn't even ask why she wanted them to act this way, and her eyes became misty. With such a supportive family, she truly felt fearless in life. Grandpa Jiang was also part of the family, since he came to live with them. Their fates were tightly linked because of Jiang Chen, inseparable. She took a deep breath, deciding to share her darkest past to help everyone be cautious. Only by staying united could they be invincible. Lin Ran shared her experiences in the laboratory. This was the first time she described her terrifying past in such detail. Lin Dad, Lin Mom, and Xiao Zhe only knew that she had been harmed. They were aware that the person responsible was Yi Lan, but they didn't know much about the research facility. Lin Ran had been afraid that if they knew how much she suffered, they would be sad for her. But now, since her enemies were emerging one by one, she could no longer hide it. Grandpa Jiang didn't know that Lin Ran had been reborn, so when she spoke, she told everyone that she occasionally had prophetic dreams. And those dreams always came true. When Grandpa Jiang heard this, he thought of the sturdy house in the Lin family courtyard and suddenly understood why they were so well prepared. It turned out Ran had this ability. That was wonderful. However, the stories about Xiaowanru and the research facility that Lin Ran described were too horrifying, and Grandpa Jiang's mood grew heavier. How could such a base bring peace to humanity? They might be more terrifying than zombies or natural disasters. After Lin Ran finished speaking, the cold aura around Jang Chen felt like it could freeze someone. His various powers crackled around him, and his eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light. There was no doubt that Jang Chen was frightening, but none of his family feared him, because they were all equally furious. They wanted to rush out and capture Xia Wanru, using the most vicious methods to kill her. Ran, I will help you take revenge. Jang Chen looked deeply at Lin Ran, his red eyes filled with concern. Only by killing her can I ease my anger. Lin Ran smiled lightly at Jang Chen. I also want to help you take revenge. In my dreams, you were also trapped in the laboratory. We are both pitiful little mice tortured by them. Jang Chen. He felt so helpless. He couldn't protect Ran and ended up being captured with her. It was unforgivable. Lin Zhe couldn't hold back his anger any longer and stood up abruptly. That wicked Xia Wanru dared to treat you and brother Jiang like that. I want to tear her apart, make her pay for what she did to you. Good son. Lin Dad put a hand on Lin Zhe's shoulder. Let's not only deal with her, but also her family, to avenge your sister. Old Master Jiang lowered the iron he was holding and said, My AK is not for show. Count me in. Lin Mom stood up, her white ice powers and green wood powers swirling wildly. If I don't take down that woman, I wouldn't deserve to be your mother.
I'm sorry you suffered, Ran.
Lin Mom grew more distressed and hugged Lin Ran tightly. Jang Chen reached out, wanting to hug Lin Ran too. But Lin Ran was tightly held by Lin Mom, so he couldn't. He could only gesture sadly into the air. Lin Ran patted Lin Mom to calm her down. I'm telling everyone about this not to incite violence against Xia Wanru, but to make you all cautious. Never fall for her tricks or have any private contact with her. Lin Ran looked at everyone seriously. I came to the Peace Base to find clues about the research institute, so let's not act hastily regarding Xia Wanru. Everyone replied, understood. Also, on the registration form, I wrote that I am the only one with powers, level 2 lightning. Everyone else should keep a low profile. Use your powers only when necessary. If Xia Wanru wants to do something, let her come at me. I'm already prepared for her. And if anything happens to me, you all know where to find me. You are my trump card. After Lin Ran's words, everyone agreed. Yes, they were each other's support and trump card. Lin Mom and Lin Dad exchanged a glance. All right, we understand. But Ran, be careful. When you go out, make sure to take Xiaozhe with you. Although he seems foolish, he is reliable when it matters. Lin Zhe gave his mother a resentful glance. He wasn't foolish, okay? Lin's mother ignored Lin Zhe's look and said to him, Make sure to protect your sister when you go out. She can't get into trouble. Lin Zhe replied, Got it. He wouldn't let anything happen to his sister. Lin Ran felt a bit more at ease now that everyone understood the seriousness of the conversation. All right, let's end today's meeting here. By the way, there's one more thing. The man who was with Xia Wanru yesterday is Yilan. He's not a good person, so you all need to be careful around him. So that's Yilan. Okay, we understand. The Lin family was very familiar with the name Yilan. He was the one they hated the most.
Great.
He was even more detestable than Xia Wanru, and they wouldn't let him off easily. Old Master Jiang pondered. Yilan? Isn't he from the Yi family? So they are here too. Old Master Jiang recalled something and said to Jang Chen, Xiao Chen, be careful of Yilan. He might try to do something because of your past mistakes. He remembered that his Xiao Chen had once caused a lot of trouble for the Yi family before the apocalypse. It made the Yi family very angry, almost leading to a confrontation. But they had no reason to complain. Xiao Chen didn't know the apocalypse was coming and didn't mean to cause trouble. However, the Yi family was known for their underhanded ways. It was best to stay cautious. Jang Chen wasn't very willing to talk to anyone except Lin Ran. He lazily replied, Hearing this, Lin Ran was curious. Grandpa Jiang, how did Jang Chen offend Yilan? She didn't know that Jang Chen and Yilan had a history. Old Master Jiang explained that before the apocalypse, Jang Chen had sold a major project from his company, costing Yilan 5 billion. When the apocalypse hit, the project fell through, which infuriated the Yi family. The anger of the Yi family made Lin Ran happy. She turned to Jang Chen and gave him a big smile. Jang Chen, you did really well. It turns out you know how to handle things. Jang Chen didn't understand what Lin Ran was talking about, but he could see she was happy. Her happiness made him happy too, and he found old Master Jiang much more agreeable. He looked at old Master Jiang eagerly, hoping he would say more. Didn't he see that Lin Ran praised him because of his words? Unfortunately, old Master Jiang didn't catch Jang Chen's hint and turned to talk to Lin Zhe instead. Jang Chen. It feels strange. Why do I feel a bit ignored? Lin Ran took out a pair of colored contact lenses and interrupted Jang Chen's thoughts. Jang Chen, let me do your makeup. Let's go out for a bit later. Okay. After getting ready, it was already past 9 o'clock. At this time, everyone was moving around, making it a good time to go out. Lin Ran planned to take Jang Chen and Lin Zhe out to see what the peaceful base was like, and they would also check out Area D. As for Lin's parents, they unusually decided not to join them, saying they would just stroll around nearby and let the kids have fun. Grandpa Lin also stayed home with the 3 little ones to exercise. Lin Ran glanced at her sneaky parents, who were hiding together, unsure of what they were planning. She helplessly reminded them to be careful. Then she left with Lin Zhe and Jang Chen. Since Xia Wanru didn't make a move yesterday, she probably wouldn't today either. Lin Ran thought she might still be waiting for something. Even if she dared to cause trouble, she wouldn't get away with it. Their family was not to be underestimated. As soon as Lin Ran and the others stepped outside, 2 people came out of a nearby villa. One had bright red hair, looking like a character straight out of a comic. The other was normal, with no dyed hair, but was equally handsome. If it weren't for the apocalypse, Lin Ran would have thought they were 2 young gentlemen from a wealthy family. However, as they got closer, Lin Ran realized they were not from rich families at all. They carried a sharp aura, clearly shaped by the harsh realities of life. "You must be the new neighbors next door," the red-haired boy said as he approached. "Hello, we are your neighbors. I'm Louisa, and this is Li Xiang. Nice to meet you." Louisa is a nice name. It's best to greet people with a smile. Besides, these 2 young men were indeed quite attractive. Before understanding their intentions, Lin Ran didn't plan to be unfriendly. She politely replied, "I'm Lin Ran. This is Lin Zhe and Jang Chen. Nice to meet you." Louisa had seen many beautiful women before the apocalypse, but Lin Ran was truly stunning. He had never seen someone so beautiful, especially in such a harsh environment. Recalling what he heard about Lin Ran yesterday, he felt he should not underestimate her. This impressive person should try to recruit his own team. When Louisa saw Lin Ran finish greeting and was about to leave, he quickly said, "Hello, Miss Lin. We are from the Red Flag team, and I am the captain. This is our vice captain. I wonder if you're interested in joining our team?" Lin Ran was surprised. She didn't expect these 2 to invite her to join their team. Are these teams really so short on members? Why are they so eager to recruit new people? Didn't Xia Wanru say yesterday that joining these teams is quite difficult? Lin Ran replied, "Why are you inviting us? We are just ordinary people." Louisa's eyes flickered. "That doesn't matter. What we care about is everyone's overall quality. Also, as far as I know, Miss Lin, you have a level 2 lightning ability. That is not something ordinary. Although our Red Flag team is not as strong as the Eagle team, we are one of the top 10 teams in the base. If you are willing to join us, I believe that together we can quickly surpass the Eagle team." Lin Ran wasn't surprised that he knew about her ability. After all, she had expected this when the property staff took their information yesterday. She didn't expect this young man to be one of the captains of the top 10 teams in the peace space. He probably also knew about her issues with Xia Wanru, which is why he mentioned it to win her over. However, given the uncertain situation, she wasn't planning to join any team just yet. Lin Ran smiled lightly and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, Captain Liu, but we just arrived and are unfamiliar with everything. We are not planning to join any team right now." Louisa's disappointment was clear. He genuinely liked her personality. Being bold enough to stand up to Xia Wanru was more impressive than 90% of the men in this base. But he quickly accepted it. He was an open-minded person and understood that normal people wouldn't easily accept invitations right away, especially when they were new and unfamiliar with a place. He glanced at Li Xiang, who immediately took something out of his pocket. It's a pity if Miss Lin doesn't join our red flag team. We hope that after you learn more about our base, you'll consider joining us. Our doors are always open for you. This is a map of the peace base. It is more detailed than regular maps, and you might find it useful when you go out. Lin Ran looked at the map in Li Xiang's hand, thought for a moment, and then took it. Although I don't know why they were so friendly, a map is a good thing. We really need a map, so thank you both for your kindness. Lu Iza waved his hand, saying, we're neighbors, no need to be formal. Lin Ran smiled lightly and nodded, then took Jang Chen with her, while Lin Zhe waved goodbye to them. Once they were out of sight of Lu Iza, Lin Zhe said, Sister, I didn't expect these two to know about your special ability and that you had a conflict with Xiaowanru. Yes, this peaceful base seems to have many hidden depths. There are likely many people unhappy with Xiaowanru. We shouldn't offend these two. They might be useful later. Lin Zhe understood Lin Ran's meaning. It was basically that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Realizing this, Lin Zhe nodded obediently, got it. The villa area wasn't small, but luckily they lived near the exit and soon they walked out. Once outside the villa area, they found themselves on a bustling commercial street. The shops were busy, just like yesterday, full of life and activity. However, there weren't many people shopping, probably because earning points was difficult. The busiest places were the restaurants, but there weren't many food shops on the street. Lin Zhe looked at the map and said, Sister, it turns out our area is the most prosperous, A district, followed by B district and C district. Yesterday's points exchange center was in B district. Lin Ran frowned at Lin Zhe's words. Was there only A, B, and C? Is there no D district? D district? Lin Zhe brought the map closer and studied it more carefully. After a while, he said, there really is no D district. This map only shows A, B, and C. The map surprisingly did not indicate this district. Lin Ran took the map and examined it closely. Indeed, there was no marking for D district. Louisa said this map was more detailed than others in the base, yet it didn't show this place. So there was only one possibility. This area couldn't be shown on the map. Now she was even more curious about D district. Soon, Lin Ran discovered a flaw on the map. She noticed that on the edge of C district, there was a large green area with no markings at all. If there were a D district, it must be there. Sister, where are we going now? Lin Ran pointed to the map and said, let's check this place out. Dear readers, the update is here. If you pass by, please give a 5-star review. Kisses to reach the places on the map. One must pass through Area B and Area C. The peace base was built next to the original resort, which was already quite large. After it became a base, they expanded the area even more. To prevent zombies from entering, tall walls were built around it. Areas A, B, and C are all within the original resort's boundaries. Area A is the central villa area, Area B is the second layer, and Area C is the third layer. The area near the walls that is not marked on the map should be Area D, the final layer. The streets were bustling with people, and Lin Ran and her friends walking down the street did not seem out of place. However, the base was indeed quite large, and it took them a while to reach the place in Area B where they rented a house yesterday. This was the points exchange center of the peace base, as well as their official service center. As they got closer, Lin Ran noticed that a lot of people were gathered in front of the points exchange center. Lin Ran said, what's happening up ahead? It's much livelier than when we came yesterday. Hey, I'll go find out what's going on, Lin Zhe said, always eager for excitement. Lin Ran nodded, and Lin Zhe dashed ahead like a rocket. Lin Ran watched him with amusement, shook her head, and slowly followed with Jang Chen. When Lin Zhe arrived, he saw everyone gathered in front of an electronic screen. This was the announcement board and task release area of the peace base. It displayed important notices and various tasks. I can't believe the fire squad is so impressive. They dealt with the scariest mutated beasts in the eastern area right away. Yeah, they really did a great service for our base. Those mutated beasts had taken many of our ability users, preventing us from searching for supplies in the east. The fire squad is amazing. They truly protect the people. Isn't Captain Luo the strongest? He's the most powerful ability user I've seen. Shouldn't Captain Wronghand be the strongest? Their Eagle Squad is ranked first. I think the Fire Squad will definitely gain points this time. They might end up in first place. Who knows? It's hard to say. Haha, there will definitely be a good show to watch. I heard that Captain Luo and Captain Wronghand don't get along well. Now, they'll have to compete for first place. Lindsay overheard some gossip and curiously asked, are the first and second places really that important? What are team points? His question sounded quite naive. The middle-aged man next to him, who had been the most talkative, looked at Lindsay with surprise. Hey, young brother, you must be new here. You don't even know what points and rankings mean? Lindsay was good-looking, especially when he smiled, which made him seem innocent. He flashed a friendly smile and said, you have a good eye, big brother. I just joined a base and don't know the rules here. Could you explain it to me? Lindsay's smile was very charming. The middle-aged man, being friendly, decided to talk a bit more. Points are divided into personal points and team points. The higher your points, the more privileges you have. So, everyone in the peace base works hard to earn points. You need points for everything from buying food on the street to renting or buying a house. You can earn points by working in the base or by hunting outside. However, working in the base earns you very few points, and there aren't many jobs available. Many people work all day just to barely get by. But for most ordinary people, being able to eat at the base is already quite lucky. It's really not safe out there. Lindsay nodded in agreement, realizing how unfriendly the world was to ordinary people. But with things being this way, what could be done? He replied, at least our base can provide jobs for ordinary people. It truly lives up to its name, the peace base. Upon hearing this, the man looked at him even more strangely. Young brother, it seems you really don't know much. Do you have any special abilities? Thinking of Lin Rant's words, Lindsay said, I'm just an ordinary person. The middle-aged man shook his head and quietly said to Lindsay, then you need to be prepared. This base isn't as friendly to ordinary people as you think. If you don't have connections or some resources to help you, you won't find a job in areas above Zone C. Lindsay scratched his head and asked, so what should I do? The middle-aged man looked at Lindsay, noticing his tall stature, and suggested, you seem strong. It would be best to join a small team. Once you're a member, you can enjoy the team's privileges and share in the points from the leaders. Otherwise, you'll just end up in a tough spot. That place is definitely not somewhere you should go, the middle-aged man said seriously, genuinely giving Lindsay advice. Lin Ran, who was following Lindsay, quickly grasped the deeper meaning behind his words. What kind of place was he talking about? Was it Area D? Lindsay was good at reading between the lines. Noticing the man's friendly attitude, he continued, so joining a team is really that great? Of course. Anyone with some abilities and strength wants to join a team, especially one of the top 10 teams in the base. You don't know, as an ordinary person, you have to spend points every month just for food, clothing, and shelter, plus pay taxes to the base. Lindsay was taken aback. You have to pay taxes? Yes, 5 points per person. But if you join a team, you are exempt from taxes, and you don't have to pay extra to enter or leave the base. You have to pay to enter and leave the base? Yes, the peace base allows individuals to go out and hunt, but every time you return, you have to give the base a crystal core. Plus, you have to give 1/10 of what you earn to the base. You have to give away 1/10 of what you worked hard to find? Lindsay instantly thought that the base's manager must have been quite a businessman in a past life. How could they run such a profitable business? But if you join a team, you won't have to pay those extra fees. Everything you bring back from hunting will be yours. Hearing this, Lin Ran couldn't help but smile. The peace base was really good at making money. This approach was clearly forcing everyone to join their teams. If she guessed correctly, these teams were likely under official control. Once a person with abilities joined, they had to follow their rules, making it easier for them to monitor everyone's situation. Lin Ran thought of a possibility and leaned in to ask, can we create our own teams? When the suddenly appeared Lin Ran caught the middle-aged man's attention, he was surprised to see such a charming person at the base. Lindsay noticed Lin ran and smiled at the middle-aged man, introducing her. Big brother, this is my sister. I'm quite curious. If the teams at the base have so many privileges, can we create our own team? That way, we wouldn't have to pay points and wouldn't be under anyone else's control. The middle-aged man laughed at Lindsay's question. You young people really think it's that easy to create a team. As far as I know, the teams at the base are mostly affiliated with the official organization. The selection of the team leader was determined after the officials assessed the members' abilities, said the middle-aged man. Lin Ran frowned. So, these teams are mostly official. The middle-aged man suddenly thought of something and added, but it's not completely impossible. Do you know about the Red Flag team, one of the top 10 teams? The Red Flag team? Lin Ran and Lindsay exchanged quick glances. They were quite familiar with it. Just this morning, their team leader and vice leader had come to talk to them. Lindsay said, I've heard a bit about them. What's going on? The middle-aged man looked around and leaned in to speak quietly. They formed their own team. I heard they were all former Special Forces soldiers and originally they were the ones managing the base. But for some reason, they stepped down from the management. Their leader, Luo Shing, is actually the grandson of the former commander of the Yunda military district. After leaving the management, they created the Red Flag team, and most of the members are from their special forces. This base doesn't rely on official support, it's a civilian team. But their strength is impressive, and they are one of the top 10 teams. No wonder the name of the Red Flag team sounds so prestigious. It turns out they are all soldiers. Knowing this background made Lin Ran view the red-haired boy from this morning in a better light. She was somewhat aware of the dirty politics during the early establishment of the peace base, where straightforward soldiers couldn't compete with unscrupulous politicians, which changed the original purpose of the peace base. Lin Ran said, since the Red Flag team can create their own team, others can too. The middle-aged man nodded. That's true, but the leader of the Red Flag team, Luo Shing, is a second-level ability user. I heard he is now a fourth-level fire ability user. So if you are all ordinary people, talking about forming a team might be a bit unrealistic. Why can't ordinary people create their own team? A strong woman approached, after hearing the middle-aged man's words. She had short hair, sharp features, and a large axe at her waist. She looked tough. Songwon, you call yourself a know-it-all, yet you don't even know this. Just a few days ago, our base established a new team called the Axe Gang Team, and the members, including the leader, are all ordinary women. Did you know that? Oh, the women's squad. How could I forget this? Luckily, you reminded me, Xiao Yan, haha, I'm sorry. The woman named Xiao Yan glared. Humph, I think you look down on us women, so you deliberately ignored our presence. Captain, this Songwon is here. The man, hearing Xiao Yan call her captain, was startled and turned to run. But he had barely taken a few steps when a woman with a large axe at her waist stopped him. The man tried to slip away, but the woman was faster. After a brief struggle, the man named Songwon was caught by the neck. Songwon, I just wanted to ask some questions. Why are you running? Lin Ran thought to herself that the woman's skills were impressive. When she looked up and recognized the woman's face, she was first stunned, then filled with great joy. Zhang Huan? Hearing Lin Ran's voice, Zhang Huan turned around quickly. When she saw it was Lin Ran, her eyes were filled with shock and happiness. Lin Ran, benefactor, is it really you? Lin Ran smiled widely. Yes, I told you we would meet again. It was wonderful. They were reunited. Lin Ran could see that Zhang Huan was doing well. She knew this strong woman would rise again. Zhang Huan managed to calm her excitement, but didn't forget the main issue. She glanced at the man in her grip and said, It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go to my place. Okay. Zhang Huan lived in a relatively quieter area of Zone C. As Lin Ran followed her, she noticed it was indeed much more desolate here. Few shops were open along the street, and those that were mostly sold food. The passers-by were dressed much more simply than in the other two zones. It wasn't easy to talk on the way, so Lin Ran only learned a bit about Zhang Huan's current situation. She had arrived at the peace base not long ago and, along with her sisters, established this Axe Gang squad. She was the captain. They aimed to unite all women in the apocalypse and protect the rights of women and children. Although none of their members had special abilities, and Zhang Huan had only recently awakened her speed ability, they were tired of being bullied. As long as they were alive and could wield an axe, they would never surrender to fate. Since their formation, their group had grown from the initial 12 members to a large team. Many women who refused to succumb to fate had joined them after hearing about their squad. The girl named Xiaoyan just joined not long ago. Each of them carries an axe and has completed a few tasks outside the city. Although they were simple tasks, they managed to finish them. Now, they're different from before. Along the way, Lin Ran listened to the lively Zhang Huan talk about her recent experiences, and she couldn't stop smiling. Zhang Huan seemed to shine with happiness. That's wonderful. She is getting better and better. Zhang Huan pointed to a small courtyard and said, "Here we are, this is our home. Let's go in and sit down." Lin Ran looked at the slightly worn courtyard and nodded. With so many people, it made sense for Zhang Huan and her friends to live in such a place. But when Zhang Huan opened the door, Lin Ran realized there were far more people inside than she expected. Wow, Sister Zhang Huan is back. Sister Xiaoyan is back too. About 10 children rushed over, giggling and surrounding them. They hugged Zhang Huan and Xiaoyan tightly, full of enthusiasm. After they finished hugging, a particularly big-eyed child asked Sister Zhang Huan, "Did you find Xiaoxue?" Hearing this, Zhang Huan turned to the man she had been holding onto, Song Wen, and smiled. "Don't worry, little one. Sister Zhang Huan will soon find out where Xiaoxue is. Uncle Song Wen will tell us." Upon hearing Zhang Huan's words, Song Wen's face, which was not very pale to begin with, turned even darker. He pouted, feeling quite troubled. Why was his luck so bad today, running into this group of scary women? It was really unfortunate. With a frown, Song Wen said, "Sister Huan, I really don't know anything." Zhang Huan grinned and said, "Don't worry, I'll help you remember. Xiao, Xiaolan, come out quickly. We have guests." As soon as Zhang Huan finished speaking, 2 familiar faces appeared from inside the house. Xiao and Xiaolan were also among those saved by Zhang Huan. They ran out, and upon seeing Lin Ran and the others, they were momentarily stunned. Then their eyes turned red. "Benefactors, is it really you? That's great. We meet again." Lin Ran looked at the 2 capable girls and smiled, nodding, "Yes, it's wonderful to see you again." After sitting inside and having a glass of water, Lin Ran learned just how remarkable Zhang Huan had become. Since establishing the Axe Gang, she had helped many helpless women and children. In this small courtyard, there were about 60 people living together. These people live under her protection and have a stable life. She is truly amazing. Zhang Huan poured a glass of water for Lin Ran and said, "Area C isn't as lively as the other 2 areas, but renting here is relatively cheaper. There are many of us and we have plenty to eat, so we save where we can and live here." Lin Ran looked at Zhang Huan earnestly and said, "This is already great. You are amazing." Zhang Huan blushed at the compliment, saying, "I'm not. I just don't want to be bullied anymore, but my strength is still too weak. If only I could be as strong as you." Lin Ran gently patted Zhang Huan's rough, scarred hands resting on the table, which showed how much she had grown and struggled during this time. "You're already doing great." "Yes, Sister Zhang Huan, I also think you are truly a heroine, a modern-day Mu Guiying. I, Lindsay, want to give you 100 praises." Zhang Huan laughed at Lindsay's straightforwardness. "It's not that impressive. We are just a group of unfortunate people seeking warmth and stability. But now we can barely hold on to that stability." Hearing this, Lin Ran frowned and asked, "What happened?" Zhang Huan pointed at Song Wen, who was tied up and thrown on the ground by Xiao and the others, and said, "You should ask him." "Song Wen, tell me, where have the missing children gone?" Song Wen sat on the ground with his head down. When he heard his name, he finally dared to look up. "Oh my, I'm just an ordinary person, not a criminal. How would I know where the missing children are?" Zhang Huan didn't believe Song Wen at all. He was the most gossiping person in the base, rumored to be the intelligence radar of the peace base. There was no way he didn't know about these things. Besides, she really didn't know who else to ask. This wasn't the first time a child had gone missing in the base. She had only heard about it before. Now it was happening to them, and Zhang Huan couldn't just stand by. That little girl, so sweet and lovely. She went out to play nearby yesterday afternoon and hasn't been seen since. They searched all night in a panic, but couldn't find a trace. When they sought an official report, they were told there weren't enough people available, as the team members were out on missions. They were sent away to wait, leaving them feeling helpless. That's why they thought of asking this intelligence radar, Songwen, for help. Who knows, this old guy is so slippery that he can't be caught at all. Today, I finally found his trail, and I had to go personally to bring him back. Zhang Huan sneered. Just because you don't know doesn't mean no one does, Songwen. I don't believe you don't know about these things. Xiao Xiao is our child. If anything happens to her, I won't let you off easily. You probably don't want to know my methods. Songwen knew that the Axe Gang's female members were tough, but he figured they couldn't do much to him. Compared to them, he thought it was better to offend Zhang Huan. He realized this and stubbornly said, "My sister, my real sisters, I truly don't know. I only follow news about some superpowered individuals. I have no idea about any missing children. I suggest you search everywhere. These days are different, and anyone could be involved. Maybe someone took the children for some reason." Zhang Huan gritted her teeth and said, "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." "Xiao Xiao, Xiaolan. Coming, Sister Huan. Take the guest away and let him experience the Axe Gang's methods. Please, I really don't know anything." Songwen was truly afraid of pain and started to shout in fear. Zhang Huan narrowed her eyes. "Make sure to cover his mouth. We don't want to scare the children in the yard." "Don't worry, Sister Huan." Songwen was roughly taken to another room by Xiao Xiao and Xiaolan. Even in the other room, Lin Ran and the others could still hear the sounds of punches landing. It seemed he was getting beaten badly. Lin Ran looked at Zhang Huan, who looked worried, and asked, "Zhang Huan, what's going on with the missing children?" Lindsay added, "Yeah, Sister Huan, if you're facing any trouble, just let us know. Maybe we can help." Zhang Huan gratefully looked at Lin Ran and the others. "Thank you, but this matter is probably not that simple. You just arrived, so you might not know that besides the 3 official areas marked A, B, and C on the map of the Peace Base, there is also a D area." D area again. Lin Ran felt a heaviness in his heart, knowing that this area was suspicious. Lindsay scratched his head. "Sister Zhang, the official map indeed doesn't show the existence of a D area. What is this secretive D area all about?" Zhang Huan snorted. "The D area definitely has something going on. The 3 areas you see, A, B, and C, are the most glamorous parts of the Peace Base. The D area is basically the slum of the entire base. How could a leader who cares so much about their image allow Area D to appear so openly on the map? Most of the child disappearances I mentioned happened in Area D. A few days ago, I heard that children have been going missing there, so I warned the kids in our neighborhood to be careful and not to go with strangers. The children were very responsible, and we even practiced safety drills with them. Everyone did well. Who would have thought that despite being so cautious, Xiao Xiao still went missing? Lin Ran, I am really scared. You have no idea. I have never heard of children going missing here and being found again." Hearing this, Lin Ran also felt anxious. "Have you all gone to Area D to look for her?" Zhang Huan nodded. "We have, and our people are still searching inside, but it's too chaotic there, making it very difficult to find anyone." Thinking about the chaotic Area D, Zhang Huan frowned even more. At that moment, Xiao Xiao came out, her pretty face scrunched up in anger. "Sister Huan, that Songwen is so stubborn. I feel like I could just knock him out, and he still says he doesn't know anything." "Do you think he really doesn't know?" Zhang Huan's face turned pale. Could it be that he really doesn't know? Lin Ran chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, I'll ask him and find out." Lindsay was surprised. "Sister, do you have a good plan?" "Just wait and see." Lin Ran smiled at Xiao Xiao. "You bring him out to me, and I'll interrogate him." Jang Chen, sitting nearby, was also taken aback. This version of Ran Ran seemed to be glowing. Songwen, with a bruised face, was dragged out. Upon seeing Zhang Huan, He immediately cried out, "Sister Huan, you have to believe me. I really don't know anything. Look at what she did to me. If I knew anything, I would have said it already." Zhang Huan remained silent, looking to Lin Ran for help. Lin Ran smiled coldly. "Do you truly not know? Or are you more afraid of the consequences of speaking up than of taking a beating from us?" Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, Song Wen's expression changed dramatically.
What? What are you talking about?
"I don't understand." Lin Ran's smile faded, and her aura suddenly intensified, purple sparks dancing in her palm. "I know you understand. Have you seen this? This is lightning-type ability. Do you know what I can do with this power?" Songwon was frightened by the aura emitted by Lin Ran, and cold sweat dripped down his face. He suddenly realized that the person in front of him seemed quite terrifying. I really don't know anything, big sister." Lin Ran's gaze turned cold, and her aura grew stronger. "It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. Since you don't know, let me help you remember." Purple lightning struck Songwon without mercy. The lightning controlled by Lin Ran was very clever. It wouldn't kill him but would make him extremely uncomfortable. This move was something she had trained for during the later stages of the apocalypse, specifically to torment those who did wrong and interrogate them. She had recorded that even the most reckless criminals in the apocalypse couldn't withstand more than 3 shocks from her electric punishment before confessing. Help! Help! Under Lin Ran's severe punishment, Songwon felt like he was living in. The girl looked so beautiful, yet she was so ruthless when she attacked. The electric currents coursed through his body, and he felt pain deep in his bones. If it didn't stop soon, his brain would feel like it was being turned to mush. Seeing Songwon rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth, Lin Ran finally withdrew her powers. He gasped for air like a fish out of water. Lin Ran said, "Do you know what this is?" "This is my special electric punishment." It was a popular form of punishment in prisons during the 19th century. Those who were the most unruly and reckless would confess everything after being subjected to this kind of shock. "Are you going to confess now?" Lin Ran spoke with a smile, but to Songwon, this beautiful girl seemed more terrifying than a devil. Her electric punishment was too horrifying. How could such a cruel punishment exist in this world? He didn't want to endure it again. He'd rather die than be treated this way. Songwon grimaced, "Please, don't torment me anymore. I just have a big mouth because I have good ears and sell information to get by. Just let me go." Lin Ran, hiding her hand in her pocket, pulled out a crystal core from her space. "All right, we won't let you suffer. We always do things fairly. As long as you give us some clues, all of this is yours." Songwon greedily glanced at the crystal core in Lin Ran's hand and swallowed hard. So many crystal cores would be enough for him to live well for a while. He thought to himself that he could just say whatever. With these crystal cores, even if he died, he could enjoy life for some time. Song Wenxin firmly said, "I know someone who should know where the missing children are. He is one of the ability users managing Area D, known as Brother Shui." Lin Ran asked, "Where can we find him?" "Go to the black market. He goes there every night to buy some things. You can easily find him." "How do you know the missing children are related to him?" Songwon took a breath and said, "Because I've seen him buy children. But I really don't know where the children were taken." Ability users are not to be provoked, especially those from Area D. They are not like the people in the spotlight. They are not human. At this point, Songwon shivered involuntarily. "If you go to find him, be very careful. He not only dislikes children but also hates women. Falling into his hands would be worse than death. You are all women, so be cautious." After saying this, Lin Ran kept her promise and gave him the crystals. Seeing so many crystals in his hands made Songwon very happy. "I didn't expect you ladies to be so trustworthy. We can cooperate more in the future." Seeing Songwon's greedy expression, Lin Ran nodded. "With your talent, there will be more opportunities for cooperation, and you won't be treated unfairly." She needed to find the research institute, and this person was knowledgeable, so he would definitely be useful later. Hearing this, Songwon smiled even more. "That's great. In the future, you won't have to catch me on the street. That would be too scary." As long as you provide enough crystals, I can find out anything you want. I live at 28 Qingshan Street, Area C. Okay, noted. After that, Songwon was taken away by Xiao to treat his injuries and rest. Seeing Songwon leave, Zhang Huan turned to them and said, Lin Ran, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gotten anything out of Songwon. You've already helped us a lot, so you don't need to worry about what happens next. Since you just arrived, it's best not to get involved in Area D. Lin Zhe said, Sister Huan, didn't you hear him say that Brother Shui is ruthless and hates women? I'm one of the only 2 men here. If I don't step up, who will? I'll go with you tonight to find the children. Jang Chen, the other man, remained silent, just watching Lin Ran. Lin Ran smiled at Zhang Huan. Since we've encountered this, we can't just ignore it. Zhang Huan, I also want to visit Area D, said Jang Chen. Upon hearing this, he immediately got the signal. Then I'll go too.
Count me in.
Zhang Huan felt even more touched and didn't know how to respond. She felt so fortunate to have met such good people like Lin Ran and the others. All she could say was, thank you, my 3 benefactors. Lin Zhe laughed and said, Sister Huan, you don't need to call us benefactors. You should know when I first saw you with that axe at your waist, it really impressed me. Just call me Xiao Zhe from now on, we're all friends. Lin Ran added, yes, just call me Ran. Jiang Chun remained silent, deciding to just let them call him by his name. Only Ran could use the other nicknames. Zhang Huan laughed, all right, you can call me Huan. Lin Ran shook her head, I'll still call you Sister Huan. It suits your strong personality better. She preferred to call her Sister Huan, just like in their past life. The 2 exchanged smiles. Okay. Unknowingly, everyone felt closer to each other. Zhang Huan's small yard was quite simple. Due to a minor incident, the children were afraid to go outside, so they all gathered in the yard, which was now filled with kids. Lin Ran noticed that the oldest child was only 8 years old. Zhang Huan explained that all the children were orphans. Their parents were either fallen abilities during missions or unfortunate souls who died in Area D. Watching the carefree children playing in the yard, Lin Ran's gaze turned back to Zhang Huan. She was always so strong and caring towards others. Suddenly, Lin Zhe sighed, Sister Huan, how do you take care of so many people? They had given Zhang Huan supplies a few days ago, which were only enough for a small group. How are they surviving now with so many in the yard? Zhang Huan replied, we have hands and feet. Those who can find work in the base do so, and those who can't just take the axe and go out to complete tasks. As long as we work together, we won't go hungry. Yes, as long as everyone worked together, they wouldn't starve. Lin Ran couldn't help but think back to the difficult times they had survived together in their past life. She and Zhang Huan had faced so many challenges, but they never felt bitter because they had each other to rely on. Since they had met earlier in this life, Zhang Huan's matters were now her matters too. Lin Ran and the others walked around the yard. When they reached near the kitchen, Xiao Yan came over and warmly greeted, Sister Huan, the meal will be ready soon. Please stay and eat with us. Today's menu is rice porridge and stir-fried pumpkin. Zhang Huan smiled and said, the pumpkin is really tender. We found it while foraging outside. You all must try it. Lin Ran quickly shook her head and refused. No, we agreed to go home for lunch. Otherwise, our family will worry. Since that water brother is only coming out tonight, we should head back and tidy up, then come over in the afternoon. We can all go to District D together and catch that guy. Zhang Huan wanted to insist, but seeing Lin Ran and the others were firm, she could only regretfully let them go. After agreeing on a time to come back in the afternoon, Lin Ran took Lin Zhe and Jang Chen and left Zhang Huan's courtyard. It wasn't until they had walked quite a distance that Lin Zhe asked, Sister, when did we agree with Mom and Dad to come home for lunch? Why didn't you let us stay and eat? I think Sister Huan really wanted us to join them. Lin Ran looked at the desolate streets of District C and said, they have to support so many people. Life is already tough for them. How can we take advantage of their hospitality? Hearing Lin Ran's words, Lin Zhe felt enlightened. He glanced at Jiang Chen beside him, realizing they really couldn't eat for free here. With that appetite, Only their family could afford to feed him. Thankfully, his sister was wise and didn't agree to eat with them. Just a few steps later, Lindsay suddenly stopped. Sister, I think I saw. What did you see? Lindsay stared at the figure disappearing around the corner, uncertainly saying, I might have been mistaken. That person looked like Luo Shing, but not quite. Luo Shing? If she was here, it meant Luo Shang was also around. That would mean all her enemies were gathered. Lin Ran felt a heat in her palm. Let's go check it out. Lin Ran jogged in the direction Lindsay indicated. At the end of the street corner was a small community. Perhaps because it was mealtime, the area was empty. Sister, maybe I was mistaken, Lindsay said, unsure if that person was really Luo Shing, as her appearance had changed so much, looking several years older. Lin Ran noted the name of the community and pondered, let's head home first. On the way back, Lin Ran and the others rented a human-powered sightseeing cart for 3 points. This cart was originally meant for tourists at the resort but was now being used as a taxi. The tour bus driver was a talkative uncle who shared a lot of gossip about the base along the way. You people from Area A should really stay in Area A. The closer you get to Area C, the less safe it becomes. Lindsay pretended not to understand, saying, What do you mean? Aren't all areas under the management of the peace base? How can it be unsafe? I saw that the wall behind Area C is 5 meters high. The uncle shook his head and sighed. People these days are not what they used to be. You haven't seen the terrible things that happen. People can be scarier than those zombies. It's better to avoid coming over here. The topic suddenly became a bit heavy. Lin Ran asked, Uncle, do you know about the recent child disappearances? How could I not know? Every day, people are out looking for their kids. Those folks are really suffering. The officials are too busy earning points and hunting. If a child goes missing, it's just lost, and no one helps them find it. Life is tough. Nowadays, only people like you who can live in Area A have it good. That's a life of privilege, seeing joy every day. So, it's better to be an ability user, going outside to fight zombies for points, rather than exploiting your own kind. Lin Ran keenly picked up on some details from the driver's words. The child disappearances were indeed caused by their own kind. The question was whether those behind it had any connection to the officials or the research institute. As Lin Ran looked at the distant Area C, her dark eyelashes slowly covered the emotions in her eyes. Whether there was a connection or not, she would find out tonight. When they got home, Lin Dad and Lin Mom were surprisingly not there. Old Man Jiang paused in opening a cup of instant noodles when he saw them return. Ran, Xiao Chen, Xiaozhe, why are you back? Lin Ran looked at the noodles on the table and said, Grandpa Jiang, you shouldn't treat yourself poorly. Is this what you had for lunch? Old Man Jiang laughed heartily and replied, Ran, you don't know that these noodles can actually taste quite good sometimes. Especially this pickled cabbage beef flavor. Let it soak for 5 minutes, add a marinated egg and a sausage, and it tastes just as good as meat. Hearing this, Lindsay teased, so, in Grandpa Jiang's eyes, instant noodles are as good as meat? We just got back and we're talking about having braised beef for lunch. It seems like Grandpa Jiang doesn't plan to eat with us. Braised beef? Is that the soft, tender, and flavorful beef? Old Master Jiang couldn't help but drool. Hey, Xiaozhe, I just thought about it. The pickled beef in the old jar is still different from real beef. Let's have lunch together, Grandpa Jiang. Lin Ran took out a large pot of braised beef from her storage and said with a smile, No problem. Everyone gets a share. The big pot of braised beef contained 6 pounds of beef and tripe, along with fresh bamboo shoots and radishes as side dishes. With a bowl of fragrant rice, it was delicious. However, Lindsay didn't enjoy it as much as usual today. He thought about the children in Zhang Huan's yard, who were eating porridge with barely any meat, and felt guilty. Lin Ran glanced at Lindsay and said, What are you thinking? Eat quickly. After lunch, we need to deliver things to Zhang Huan and the others. Deliver things? What are we sending? Of course, it's food and clothing. Hurry up and eat. Hearing it was about sending food and clothing, Lindsay immediately became happy. I knew you were the best and most thoughtful, sis. Brother Jiang, let's see who finishes first. Jang Chen looked at Lindsay speechlessly. He was really too childish. A eating competition? He wasn't interested, because he would always be the first. Soon, the pot of braised beef was finished. Jang Chen even mixed the leftover sauce with his rice and cleaned his plate. He knew that Ran hated wasting food, so he made sure to eat it all. Watching Jang Chen eat so happily, Lin Ran felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She finally understood why Lin Ma loved cooking for Jang Chen so much. He made you feel incredibly accomplished. After all, he could finish every bite. Even though today's meal wasn't cooked by her, it was still brought by her. Seeing Jang Chen finish everything made her feel so good inside. After the meal, Lin Ran put 20 bags of 10 kilograms rice and 20 boxes of 5 kilograms noodles in the trunk of the van. She also added plenty of instant noodles, energy bars, chocolates, and candies. There were also some children's milk powder for nutrition, common medicines, and some clothes and shoes. The trunk of the van was spacious, and since it was a 7-seater, they could fold down the last row of seats to create even more space. So, they managed to fit everything in, but Lin Ran wished she could prepare more winter clothing for them with the extremely cold weather coming up. However, there just wasn't enough room for more items. It seems we can only deliver it later. Ran, you are going out again. Old Mr. Jiang noticed the movement and realized they were leaving. Yes, we ran into some acquaintances and are going to deliver some things to them. Also, Grandpa Jiang, we might be back late tonight. When my parents return, please let them know that if we are not back or are late, they shouldn't worry.
Okay.
By the way, do you know where my parents went? Old Mr. Jiang shook his head. He truly didn't know. However, from his observations, they didn't seem to be up to anything good. After all, the two had been whispering and planning all morning. But with their mutual understanding and skills, nothing serious should happen. Thinking this, old Mr. Jiang felt relieved and said, they probably just went to explore the area and get familiar with the surroundings. Ran, don't worry. I'll let them know when they return. But you should come back early. Got it, Grandpa Jiang. Lin Ran patted the 3 little ones, reminding them to keep an eye on Grandpa Jiang, and then headed off with Jang Chen and Lin Zhe towards Zhonghuan. At that moment, Lin's mom and dad, wearing wigs and old clothes, stood in the talent market of Area B. They were looking for potential employers. Lin's mom saw a chubby man approaching and excitedly nudged Lin's dad. Honey, look, that person is coming over. Yes, that's him. Let me go talk to him. Lin's dad wiped some dirt from the ground onto his face and, carrying it, walked up to the chubby man. This man was the butler of the deputy base leader, and whether they could find work today depended on him. Excuse me, Mr. Wu, are you hiring a gardener? Mr. Wu looked at Lin's dad with his small eyes. Hiring a gardener? We don't hire just anyone. Lin's dad grinned, showing his 6 big teeth, and smiled sincerely. Mr. Wu, we can do more than just gardening. We can cook, clean, wash dishes, any odd jobs you need. Please help us out and give us a chance. As he spoke, Lin's dad quickly handed something to Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu squeezed it, and his eyes lit up. Wow, it was cigarettes. In this post-apocalyptic world, what was most lacking were items like tobacco and alcohol. Most people would rather stock up on food, so these items were extremely rare. This poor gardener actually had cigarettes. They were worth more than gold or points. He opened the cigarette box and took a quick look. There were still 5 or 6 left. Great. That's enough for him to enjoy for a long time. Wu was smiling more kindly now. He looked at Lin's dad and mom. They seemed honest and capable. All right, we actually need 2 skilled workers.
You can come with me.
Wow, that's wonderful. Mr. Wu, you are truly a kind person. Haha, I'm glad you think so. If you ever have more of these good things, remember to bring some to me. Don't worry, we will definitely bring some for you. The couple laughed happily and praised him. Carrying their shovels, they followed Wu openly to the home of the deputy base leader. Hehe. Now we are all heading to thank Xie Wanru's family. I wonder how things are going on your side. Are you two moving as quickly as us? Meanwhile, Lin Ran and the others drove back to Zhang Huan's small yard. The children had just finished lunch not long ago, but since kids are active, they felt hungry again after playing for a while. However, They were very considerate and never easily told Huan Jie that they were hungry. Even the youngest, Xiao Yuan, knew that when he was hungry, he should drink more water and not trouble the adults. Huan Jie and the others were already under a lot of pressure taking care of them. They were family and needed to understand each other. Suddenly, the children heard honking from outside the yard. As the oldest, Xiao Xiao, immediately shouted, Huan Jie, Xiao Xiao Jie, there's a car outside. Soon the adults inside the house came out. Since it was lunchtime, most of the people from Zhang Huan's group had returned, while a few were still out in the wild or in Area D. Everyone gathered in the yard and carefully opened the gate, seeing Lin Zhe standing in front of the van. Huan Jie, you finally came to open the door. Xiao Zhe, it's you. Isn't this our benefactor? Benefactor, it's really you. That's great. A few girls who had been rescued with Zhang Huan were very excited to see Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe shyly smiled and said, I'm Lin Zhe. You don't have to call me benefactor. We are all friends now. Zhang Huan replied, yes, from now on, we are all friends. We will remember your kindness and repay it one day. But for now, we are friends. Right? We will definitely repay you, benefactor. No, it's to repay Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe felt even more embarrassed. Being praised by a group of beautiful girls made him shy. He had been single for many years and didn't have much experience interacting with women. Ding ding. Fortunately, Lin Ran's honking saved him. Aren't you inviting me in? Lin Ran leaned out and smiled at everyone. Miss Benefactor, you're here too. When they saw Jang Chen in the passenger seat, they exclaimed, oh, and handsome benefactor. You all came. Zhang Huan couldn't help but laugh at her friends. Weren't we supposed to stop calling him benefactor? This beautiful lady is Lin Ran, and this handsome guy is Jang Chen. From now on, we're all friends. Ran, come on in. Lin Ran nodded and finally drove the van into the yard. As soon as Lin Ran got out of the car, Zhang Huan called out, Ran, Lin Zhe, Jang Chen, come in and sit. Lin Ran smiled. No rush. Let's unload the things first. Things? What things? Lin Ran opened the trunk. I brought some food and supplies for you and the kids. Hope it's enough. As Lin Ran opened the trunk, Zhang Huan saw it was filled with supplies and her eyes widened in surprise. Ran, why did you bring so much? We can't accept all this. Don't underestimate us. We can take care of ourselves. If you take all this, what will you do? Zhang Huan shook her head, repeatedly refusing. They felt unworthy of receiving such generous gifts from Lin Ran. The kindness was overwhelming. Lin Ran patted Zhang Huan's shoulder. Huan Jie, you shouldn't be so formal. We're sisters, so don't worry. We have plenty more. You won't go hungry. Lin Ran took out a box of meat floss bread and distributed it to the kids. Delicious bread is here. Everyone gets a piece. The kids looked at the soft, sweet meat floss bread, their mouths watering, but no one reached out to take any. Lin Ran glanced back at Zhang Huan, thinking how well-behaved the kids were. They were all waiting for Zhang Huan to give the go-ahead. Zhang Huan looked at the kids, then at Lin Ran, and finally nodded. Sister Ran is giving out bread. Are you not going to take any? Don't you want to eat? At her command, the kids nearly jumped with excitement. Sister Ran, we want to eat. I want some, Sister Ran. Sister Ran, I want some too. Seeing the excited faces of the children, Jang Chen and Lin Zhe came over to help. Don't worry, everyone will get some. Exactly, there's enough for everyone. A box of bread was quickly handed out. Not only did the children get some, but the adults each received one too. The children held the bread, feeling it was very special. Even though the end of the world had just begun, they felt like it had been a long time since they had seen bread. This was soft, sweet bread. It was something they used to get easily just by asking their parents for a treat. But now, their parents were gone. Eating bread had become a dream they never dared to imagine. Yet now they had bread again. Did this mean that as long as they were together, the scary end of the world would stay away from them? If that were true, that would be wonderful. Lin Ran accepted the items from Zhang Huan in the end. She quietly told herself that when she was able, she would repay this kindness. The new member of the team, Xiao Yan, was amazed by the generosity of those whom the leader called benefactors. So many bags of rice, so many boxes of noodles, and so much bread, instant noodles, energy bars, and sausages. All given to them. Did they know how expensive these items were at the base? What wonderful benefactors they were! Not only were they kind-hearted, but they were also good-looking. From now on, she decided they would be the people she admired most, besides the leader. After unloading the items, Lin Ran asked, "Sister Huan, when are we going to Area D?" Zhang Huan replied, "I was just about to tell you. According to Songwen, Brother Shui will only come out at night. But just in case, I want to go early to keep watch." "Okay, then let's go early. Since we're heading to the black market, we should also sell some things." "I wasn't sure what to sell, but now that I see what you brought, I have some ideas." Zhang Huan had always wanted to go to the black market to trade. There, if you had food and points, you could exchange for anything. But there were too many people in their group. Most of the valuable items they brought back from missions were used for food, leaving nothing to trade. Now, with the items Lin Ran provided, she could finally check out the black market. Area D. Area D is located on the edge of Area C, in the suburban area. It and the other areas of the base are separated by a wide river. Lin Ran walked through Area C and saw the river, realizing why this place could be marked off on the map. The river was simply too wide. And there were no bridges. Or rather, there used to be a bridge, but it was destroyed by someone with bad intentions. For example, those high-ranking base managers. They wanted to prevent people from Area D from coming over and competing for resources with the people in areas A, B, and C. How would they get across? Just as Lin Ran was wondering, Zhang Huan pointed to the other side and said, "Wait a moment, a small boat will come over every 15 minutes. As long as you have 1 point or a little food, they will take us across the river." Sure enough, after a short while, a boat came over from the other side. It was one of those plastic tourist rowboats from before the apocalypse. The man rowing was tall and muscular, clearly skilled at rowing. "How many of you are getting on the boat?" he asked. 5 people, came the reply. The man said, "That will be 5 points or equivalent food. What will you pay with?" Zhang Huan took out a bag of instant noodles and a bag of compressed biscuits from his backpack. "Sir, can we use this? Is it enough?" When the man saw what Zhang Huan was holding, his eyes lit up. This was a good find. It was worth much more than 5 points. Was this a tip from the guests? How generous! The man quickly took the items from Zhang Huan and tucked them under his large coat. "This is great. Please get on the boat." Zhang Huan and Xiao Xiao got on first, followed by Lin Ran and the other 3. Once they were settled, the man began to row the boat across the river. Lindsay looked at the open water and thought of a question. He turned to the man and asked, "Sir, if we can get across, can the people on the other side come over too?" The man looked at Lindsay with surprise. His question seemed naive. It was clear he was new to Area D and didn't know much about it. However, the man didn't want to dismiss Lindsay, especially since the girl had given him a good tip. He thought of the extra tip as a reward for answering questions. "Young man, is this your first time here? For those of us living here, it's not easy to survive, let alone gather enough points to live." Lindsay was even more confused. Points? Isn't it just 1 point to take the boat? He thought gathering 1 point shouldn't be too difficult. The man understood Lindsay's meaning upon hearing this. He was now willing to have a good conversation with the young man. He chuckled to himself. Earning points is easy, but from the moment you enter the city, when you can't provide 10 pounds of food, our fates become different. From the moment we entered Area D, our worth was marked. To leave, they would have to take everything from us. Most of us will never earn enough money in our lifetime. We don't have the same rights as you do, or rather, we no longer deserve to be treated as humans. Your entry permits are green, making you first-class citizens. Ours are red. We are second-class citizens. Lindsay felt a heaviness in his heart. What do you mean by not deserving to be human? The man shook his head, not wanting to say more. You'll understand when you see it for yourself. The sooner you go and come back, the better. It's not a place for young people like you to linger. Lindsay replied, "If it's that terrible, why can't you sneak over here?" just like we did? And you're a boatman. Wouldn't it be easier for you to do that? The man sighed. It's not that simple. I just told you, our entry permits are red. In this space, wherever we go, we will be recognized. With these permits, we can't go anywhere. His words made the atmosphere on the boat heavy. Life in Area D was clearly more difficult than they had imagined. It turned out that from the moment they entered the city, the class divide had already been established. Lin Ran couldn't help but recall the rumors about this base from her previous life. This base was really meant to serve the rich and the upper class, protecting the interests of the wealthy and powerful. It wasn't surprising that such things could happen. In her past life, she had regretted not coming to this base for a long time. Her family waited so long in Yundu for rescue and evacuation. Unfortunately, they only took the rich and powerful. She even regretted later why they hadn't been braver and driven to find this base themselves. She thought if her family had come here, perhaps Xiao Zhe wouldn't have frozen to death in the extreme cold. Now it seemed that not being able to come might have been a kindness, as coming here could have led to an even worse fate. As the man stopped rowing, Area D slowly appeared before them. Guess you will see the place you are going to at the end of this path. By the way, you should avoid the city wall area. A mutated beast broke through it a few days ago, and it hasn't been repaired yet. Also, if you want to return, feel free to come here anytime. We will be here no matter how late it is. Lin Ran nodded. Okay, I understand. Then, while adjusting her pocket, she casually pulled out a bag of instant noodles from her space and tossed it to the man. The man was surprised by the generosity of today's guests and happily thanked them. Even after Lin Ran and the others walked far away, they could still see the man bowing and thanking them. Zhang Huan sighed. Life in District D is really tough. Don't be scared when we get there. There are many people, so make sure not to get separated. Lin Ran slightly nodded, her gaze fixed ahead. They arrived at District D. In front of Lin Ran was a large refugee area. There were no decent buildings here. The largest and most proper structure was the city wall not far from where they lived. People lived in makeshift shelters they built themselves. Those houses were barely held together with wooden sticks and branches. Men and women lived together in terrible conditions. Lindsay had only seen such scenes in movies. Is this District D? Zhang Huan replied, yes, this is District D. It's very large, and I think the population here is even more than the combined total of Districts A, B, and C. They are trapped here, working day and night to build the wall. Look, those walls are already 8 meters high. Lindsay stared at the towering walls, exclaiming, now zombies can't get in. Zhang Huan scoffed. How could they not get in? Nowadays, zombies have earth and fire abilities. They are quite powerful. They can definitely break through. And a few days ago, the eastern wall was breached by a mutated beast. No one is managing this place. The leaders are useless. Many people in District D have been captured and eaten. It's truly pitiful. Repairing these walls seems like a waste of resources. Lin Ran agreed wholeheartedly. In the past, those bases started by building walls, but later they realized that these walls couldn't stop ability users and mutated beasts at all. Zhang Huan pointed to a small path and said, this area is all residential. Let's go to the black market. It was afternoon, and there weren't many people in the residential area of District D. Whether men or women, anyone with some strength had gone to the construction site by the wall to move bricks. Living in Area D is very hard. If they don't go, they won't even receive the basic food provided by the base, and they will starve. Du Ping couldn't go to work today. She fell asleep in the shelter built by her husband, Gao Ming. If you look closely, you would see that this shelter is much nicer than the others around it. Before the apocalypse, Gao Ming was an excellent architect, earning over $1 million a year. But now, he can only work at the base carrying bricks. Once a promising individual, he has become an ordinary person. In fact, he is worse off than many because they encountered a group of robbers on their way to the base. Although they managed to escape, they lost all their supplies and gold bars. So, when they arrived, they couldn't even pay the 10 pounds of food fee to enter the city and were sent here instead. What kind of place is this? It feels like a place for second-class citizens. They struggle to eat and stay warm, living in this messy slum, doing the hardest work like animals. Thinking about this fills Du Ping with resentment. She heard that people in other areas live just like before the apocalypse. They eat well, dress well, and live in nice houses. But here she is doing the hardest work, and she might even die. Today, she didn't go to work not because she was lazy, but because she truly had no strength left. A few days ago, her hand was injured while carrying bricks. She didn't dare take a day off and worked through the pain, but now the wound is getting worse. Frowning, she looked at the rotting wound on her hand, which seemed to be giving off a bad smell. Seeing this, tears fell from her eyes. She felt like she was really going to die. Even though her husband is still working at the site, he can only bring back a little food for her. There's no chance he can bring back any medicine to treat her wound, because there is none available, except for. Du Ping thought about the possibility of dying from this injury and bit her lip in frustration. Once, she was the most popular girl in school, with many admirers. But she didn't care for those rich kids and married the promising Gao Ming instead. Before the apocalypse, his high salary and understanding nature proved that her choice was right. But now, she heard that many of her wealthy classmates were taken away by the peace base. She knows she feels some resentment about this. If she had chosen them back then, would she have had such a hard life? She touched her face. She was still young and beautiful, and she really didn't want to die like this. Sister-in-law, are you feeling better? Drink some water. A little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, trembled as she brought in a big bowl of water. The child was very dirty, as if no one had taken care of her for a long time. Her clothes hadn't been changed in ages and were stained. But it was still clear that she was a very cute child. She was Gao Ming's sister, the late child of Gao Ming's parents. When the disaster struck, Gao Ming's parents died from the heat, leaving only this child behind. Gao Ming valued loyalty, and even though Du Ping was unwilling, he brought her to the base with him. Fortunately, although she was young, she understood some things. She eagerly helped with household chores. There wasn't much food, so Du Ping let her stay close. Sister-in-law, drink some water. Du Ping looked at the water she brought. It was relatively clean. She lazily reached out to take it, but unexpectedly, as she reached for the water, she accidentally touched her wound. The sharp pain made her hand flinch. Bang! The only bowl in the house fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. It's my fault. I didn't hold it steady. Please don't hit me. The little girl crouched on the ground, covering her head and crying. If someone had been nearby, they would have known that this child was often scolded and hit by women. Du Ping raised her hand in anger, furious that the only bowl was broken. She couldn't go on living like this. It was unbearable. Let it all end. Or, let's perish together. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. It's all Xiao Yu's fault. The girl's cries brought Du Ping back to her senses. She thought of a possibility, and a nearly crazy look appeared in her eyes. Xiao Yu, I don't blame you. After a long wait for the slap that didn't come, Xiao Yu cautiously looked up. Really, sister-in-law? Of course it's true. Du Ping forced a strange smile, but you still have to be punished for what you did. Come with me to a place, and I'll forgive you, okay? Xiao Yu hadn't seen Du Ping smile at her in a long time. Du Ping hadn't even smiled at her brother in ages. As long as it made Du Ping happy, she was willing to go anywhere. Xiao Yu nodded heavily at Du Ping. Okay. Hearing this, Du Ping smiled even more happily. A wicked thought began to form in her mind. The neighbor, Mrs. Zhang, values boys over girls. A few days ago, she sold her daughter, who was a burden, on the black market. She returned with a lot of food. Little Yu is delicate and pretty. If she were sold on the black market, she would bring back even more than Mrs. Zhang's daughter. Most importantly, if luck is on her side, she might even get medicine in return. After being well taken care of for so long, it's time for her to repay herself. Lin Ran followed Zhang Huan through the long residential area and was surprised at how large it was. Most adults were at work, leaving only children and the elderly at home. Along the way, she got a general idea of District D. In her past life, she had visited many bases, both large and small. However, there were many bases like the peace base that were strict and exploitative. But now, at the beginning of the apocalypse, this peace base didn't even pretend to care. They showed no concern for ordinary people who had no value. In the later stages of the apocalypse, people would become the most important resource because the number of zombies would increase while the population would decrease. Without people, there is no hope, creativity, or vitality. Thus, the size of a base is often determined by its population. The residents here are treated like livestock. Given this environment, Lin Ran could predict that when the extreme cold arrived in a few days, most of them would perish on the first day due to a severe lack of supplies. Do the managers of District D live here too? Lin Ran asked, recalling that there were managers in District D. Zhang Huan replied, of course not. The environment here is so poor. They wouldn't live here. Look over there at that row of tall buildings. That's where the managers live. Lin Ran looked up and saw that the managers' houses were surrounded by a large wall. The area seemed quite spacious. Why wouldn't they let ordinary people live there? Zhang Huan explained, this place was originally meant to be a resort hotel, but it was abandoned when the apocalypse hit. Lin Zhe added, I thought it looked so luxurious because it was a resort hotel. But from the outside, it doesn't seem abandoned. Zhang Huan said, that's because the people living in District D fixed it up. Although it's not as luxurious and comfortable as the original resort hotel, it's livable. Otherwise, how could it be used by the esteemed managers? Lin Ran looked at the resort hotel thoughtfully. There is a place where, perhaps when the extreme cold comes, the people in Area D can fight a little and survive. Zhang Huan pointed ahead and said, let's go. The black market is up ahead. Lin Ran replied, okay. The black market. This place is less of a black market and more like another slum. Everywhere there are makeshift tents, just as dirty and chaotic as the previous residential area. Inside the tents, there are sounds that can make one blush, causing hearts to race. Jang Chen, with the best hearing, walked in and was very curious about these unfamiliar sounds. Do these strange sounds represent pain or happiness? For the first time, Jang Chen realized he couldn't distinguish the emotions behind these sounds. If he couldn't tell, would Lin Ran dislike him later? Thinking of this, Jang Chen couldn't help but stop. He wanted to listen a little longer to learn how to differentiate. A man standing in front of a tent saw Jang Chen pause slightly and thought he was very interested in what was happening inside. He enthusiastically called out, Sir, my sister is the most beautiful woman in all of Area D. Would you like to come in for a look? I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Just a little bit of noodles or a point will do. Another man in front of a different tent grinned, showing his yellow teeth, and said, What do you mean your sister? Isn't that old woman inside your wife? Sir, come to my place instead. My daughter is the most delicate flower. You won't regret it. Ugh, seeing his business being interrupted by the other man, the first man scoffed, How can she be delicate? She's just a child. What's wrong with my wife being in there? We're just trying to make ends meet. You're the real scoundrel, using a young girl for this kind of business, ugh. Sir, you should come to my place. No, come to me. Ignore that disgusting guy. As the two men spoke, they tried to pull Jang Chen in. Jang Chen's eyes darkened instantly. How dare these filthy people touch him? The pressure of an ability user was unleashed, and in an instant, both men were knocked to the ground. Guest, you don't have to hit people if you don't want to come. Yeah, that hurt.
You need to pay for that.
Lin Zhe watched the scene with amusement. He initially thought his brother-in-law might actually stray. But now it seemed these two fools were bold enough to try to force a sale. They deserved to be dealt with by his brother-in-law. Lin Ran walked over, purple lightning crackling in her palm. You want compensation? Lin Ran's voice was soft and gentle, but it made the two men shrink back in fear. Oh no, this man has a special ability. They couldn't pretend to be hurt anymore. No, we don't want any compensation. Right, we're perfectly fine. We don't need any compensation. Let's go. Lin Ran stood still, and the two men ran away. Jang Chen watched them flee, feeling suddenly tense for some reason. He looked blankly in Lin Ran's direction. The uneasy feeling seemed to come from her. Why was that? He instinctively clenched his hands, feeling inexplicably nervous. Even though Lin Ran hadn't said a word, Jang Chen felt as if he had done something wrong and was filled with guilt. What a strange feeling. It seemed like he had upset Lin Ran.
Ran.
Jang Chen called out her name, but before he could ask what was wrong, he heard Lin Ran's cool voice. Let's go. Lin Ran withdrew her gaze from Jang Chen and walked ahead confidently. Jang Chen. It seemed like Ran was really upset.
But why?
Let's go, brother Jiang. Lin Zhe came over and gently pulled Jang Chen, who was still standing there. His brother-in-law was probably going to have a tough time today. His sister was great in many ways, but she had high standards when it came to relationships. Jang Chen had just made a mistake and triggered her sensitive spot. This was bad. After passing through the red light district of the black market, they finally arrived at their destination, the trading center. Even though it wasn't evening yet, there were still many people setting up stalls. In front of each person were various items. Some sold clothes, others sold books, and some sold jewelry. Lin Ran was particularly interested in batteries and small inventions. She noticed that there were many items in the black market and thought she could browse around later. Sir, miss, you can trade items or use points. If the price is right, these pearl necklaces could be yours. Unfortunately, no one was interested in her necklace. After all, people were struggling to fill their stomachs, who needed a necklace. Zhang Huan found a spot and took out some items from her backpack. It was 2 packs of compressed biscuits and a few bags of instant noodles. Xiao's eyes lit up as she said, Sister Huan, you're so clever. I didn't think of using that idea. We can do business here while we wait for people, just like undercover agents. Zhang Huan. Actually, I also want to trade for some items. Xiao is a big fan of Zhang Huan. Hearing this, she immediately said, Sister Huan, you're so wise. This is a great plan. What do you want to trade? I can help you shout it out.
Crystal cores.
What Zhang Huan wanted to trade for was crystal cores. Everyone in the Axe gang, except her, lacked special abilities. They were still too weak. So, for everyone's sake, she needed crystal cores to enhance her powers and become stronger. Xiao replied, You want crystal cores? Okay, I'll shout it out right away. Zhang Huan laughed and said, No, let's keep a low profile. We'll wait for them to come and ask.
All right.
Zhang Huan's stall was filled with food, which was rare in the resource-scarce black market. Soon people started to come and ask. However, when they heard Zhang Huan wanted crystal cores, they all left disappointed. Lin Ran found it interesting to see Zhang Huan setting up a stall, so she, along with Jang Chen and Lin Zhe, also started to set up their own. She took Lin Zhe's backpack and, using it as cover, pulled out a piece of chocolate, 2 sausages, a handful of noodles, and a pack of instant noodles. She realized that food was the most popular item in the black market. Maybe she could trade for something good. However, Lin Ran didn't expect that the first person wanting to trade with her would be a woman trying to sell her child. What do you want to trade for these items? Lin Ran looked at the woman rushing up to her and asked, What do you want to trade? To be honest, Lin Ran wasn't sure how to trade either, so she decided to let the woman make an offer. The woman didn't speak, but she was holding the girl's hand tightly, her palms sweating with excitement as she greedily looked at Lin Ran's stall. Sausages, instant noodles. How long had it been since she had seen these? She really wanted to eat them. If she sold her child, she could get these delicious foods. That would be great. Seeing that the woman wasn't speaking, Lin Ran glanced at the girl beside her. The girl's face was clean and looked much tidier than other children from District D. However, such cleanliness might not be a good thing here. Soon, many people gathered around Lin Ran's stall. In this place, food was always the best-selling item. The woman saw that she was about to be pushed out of the crowd and was about to speak up. At that moment, someone nearby asked first, Is there only food here? Lin Ran replied, Yes, only food. Hearing this, the woman felt extremely disappointed and pulled the little girl out of the crowd. She wanted to eat those things too, but she didn't come here just to trade for food. Most importantly, she needed to find medicine. She didn't want to die. Sister, did we come here just to buy things? But we don't have money, Xiaoyu said softly, her lips trembling. Du Ping replied with a strange smile. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. Soon we will have money. Your sister-in-law will take you to a good place to live. Xiaoyu looked at her sister-in-law and suddenly felt uneasy. She was a bit scared. Where was her sister-in-law planning to take her? Would she be sold? The girl Xiao, who played with her, had suddenly disappeared one day. Later, she saw Xiao's brother eating instant noodles. He told her that Xiao had been sold for a lot of good food. Was her sister-in-law going to sell her too? A wave of panic surged through Xiaoyu. She didn't want to be sold. She ate very little and could eat even less if it meant staying with her brother. Just as she was about to plead with Du Ping not to sell her, she was suddenly pulled down to the ground with great force. Xiaoyu, sit here. Your sister-in-law can't move anymore. We are waiting for someone to come, Du Ping said as she sat down not far from Lin Ran's stall. This place was busy, and if they set up their stall here, the child would surely be sold quickly. She didn't want to delay too long, or it would be hard to explain to Gao Ming when he returned. But she had already thought of an excuse. If Gao Ming came back and found Xiaoyu missing, she would say she didn't know where she went, probably just ran off to play. With so many missing children around, what was one more? As long as she didn't say anything, Gao Ming would never know that his sister was sold. Thinking about being sold made Xiaoyu's big, beautiful eyes fill with tears. No wonder her sister-in-law had been so nice to her, washing her face and giving her a clean shirt. She thought her sister-in-law finally liked her. But it turned out she was planning to sell her. Sister-in-law, can you please not sell me? Xiaoyu whispered softly. Du Ping felt a heaviness in her heart upon hearing Xiaoyu's words. She hadn't expected the girl to be so clever and realize what was happening. She forced a gentle smile and said, Xiaoyu, dear, you and your brother are living in difficult times. I'm not selling you. I've arranged to send you to a family that can take good care of you. Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes in fear and asked, Send? Du Ping gave a dry smile. Of course, it's not for free. We will ask them for something in return. But you know that these days, families who can get something out of life are definitely living well. If you go back with them, it means you will have a good life too. Do you know? Does my brother know too? Is he going to sell me? Du Ping raised her eyebrows. Yes, your brother knows. Look at my hands. We really can't afford to take care of you anymore. So my brother knows too. When Xiaoyu heard this, tears streamed down her face. She realized she had no home and no family left. She sat on the ground, hugging her small body, her heart filled with fear. She had heard from a neighbor that she must not wander around in Area D. If bad people caught her to sell her, they would do terrible things to her. She knew she wouldn't survive. Du Ping glanced indifferently at the crying little girl, satisfied that she was quiet. She casually picked a blade of grass from the ground and stuck it in the girl's hair. This was a sign that the child was for sale. When others saw the grass, they would know the child was up for sale. Now, she just needed to wait for someone to come and ask. According to Aunt Wang, there was a man called Brother Shui in the black market who was very generous. If a child could catch his eye and be taken away by him, it would be of luck. He was a manager in Area D, so getting some medicine would be no problem. Thinking of this, Du Ping quickly pulled Xiaoyu over and wiped her tears. Stop crying. If you look ugly, no one will want you. Xiaoyu didn't want to cry either, but the tears just wouldn't stop. Seeing her like this, Du Ping's eyes flashed with disgust as she pinched the soft flesh under her clothes. If you cry again today, and it delays me selling you, I'll make sure you regret it. Xiaoyu covered the pinched spot, unable to speak from the pain. Remembering her sister-in-law's methods behind her brother's back, she dared not cry anymore. Her eyes just stared blankly, as if her soul had been drained. As night fell, more people began to gather at the night market. Lin Ran's stall had sold more than half of its items, trading for a few pieces of jewelry and some books. These items were not very useful, especially the books, which turned out to be middle school textbooks. Lin Zhe, feeling sorry for the child who had to sell books, admired those who were educated, especially younger kids. Lin Ran let him do as he pleased. The jewelry was something she had picked up for fun, purely out of interest. Zhang Huan successfully obtained 2 first-level crystal cores, taken from the mutated beasts that a young man had fought in Area D a few days ago. Zhang Huan asked curiously, "Did you kill those mutated beasts?" The young man nodded, "Yes, I did." It's important to note that even first-level mutated beasts are quite powerful. Animals naturally have stronger muscle development than humans. For example, an adult dog can overpower an adult human if it gets aggressive. Generally, a first-level mutant cannot defeat a first-level mutated beast. This young man managed to take down 2 at once. Xiao admired him. "You are really impressive. Are you a special ability user?" The young man replied, "It's not that impressive. They were injured and I just took advantage of the situation to finish them off. To survive, you can't be timid." His words surprised Xiao. What he said was similar to the principles of their axe gang. Lin Ran, hearing the conversation, curiously came over to take a look. When she saw the young man's face clearly, she realized she knew him. Wasn't he the soldier who had warned her not to go to Area D at the base gate? What was his name?
Wu
Zicheng. How did he end up in Area D? Lin Ran had a good impression of soldiers. Seeing him about to leave, she quickly asked, "Aren't you the soldier guarding the base gate? What are you doing here?" Wu Zicheng was surprised that someone recognized him. Hearing such a pretty girl ask him, he shyly scratched his head. "I have a bad temper and couldn't stand watching them act all high and mighty, so I was sent to Area D." Wu Zicheng spoke lightly, but Lin Ran knew it must have been tough for him. Unknowingly, her admiration for him grew. Even though he had taken off his uniform, he still showed the kindness and responsibility of a soldier. Wu Zicheng continued, "Although conditions in Area D are not great compared to outside, we have more freedom here. We don't have to be the pawns of those people, and my brothers are living much more comfortably than before." Lin Ran asked, "Are there many of your brothers here?" "Yes, it's a group of fellow soldiers. We are rough around the edges and don't flatter those in power. We couldn't stand their behavior, so we were all sent here." Lin Ran pondered, surprised to learn that there was such a group in Area D. Lindsay admired them greatly and took out 2 bags of instant noodles from his backpack, saying, "I salute you, soldiers. You are truly amazing. To show my respect, I want to give you these 2 bags of noodles." Wu Zicheng quickly shook his head, "That won't do. We have rules and can't accept anything from the public." Lindsay replied, "It's the end of the world now. There aren't so many rules. This is a personal gift for you, so please don't be polite." Wu Zicheng insisted, "Even in the end times, I can't accept it. I have principles." Seeing that the two were at an impasse, Lin Ran smiled and said, "Just accept it. Think of it as a deposit for our next crystal core exchange." "Deposit?" Wu Zicheng looked confused. "Yes, my sister needs crystal cores. If you can get more, we will take as many as you can find. This is just a deposit." She then handed him a pack of ham sausages.
"But
this is too much. That's why we might need to work together long-term." Wu Zicheng hesitated, "But what if we can't find any mutated beasts again?" Lin Ran replied, "If others say they can't find them, I would believe them, but not you." Wu Zicheng looked at the supplies in Lin Ran's hands and nodded seriously. "Thank you for your trust. Don't worry, we will definitely find more crystal cores. I will accept these supplies. If you're worried, you can come find us near the D District wall. We live close to the construction site over there." Lin Ran nodded lightly as he took the items from her. "By the way, what are your names?" "I'm Lin Ran, and this is my brother Lindsay. The one exchanging crystal cores with you is Zhang Huan. Let's keep in touch." "Okay." Wu Zicheng exchanged 2 crystal cores for a bunch of delicious food and left satisfied. Ran, these people are really impressive. How can they be so steadfast in their beliefs?" Zhang Huan remarked, watching Wu Zicheng's retreating figure. Lin Ran thought of the soldiers she had seen in her past life, all of them strong and resolute. Yes, they're good people. I hope they get rewarded for their efforts. Huan Jia, if you need crystal cores in the future, you can go to him for an exchange. Maybe we can collaborate more. Zhang Huan was delighted to hear this. Yes, I dislike working with other unpleasant men, but I'm willing to work with them. We might even be able to go on missions together. Once Wu Ziqing left, their stall was half empty. However, Lin Zhe still had items in her pocket, so she could take out whatever she wanted. Zhang Huan also had some things in her backpack. The two of them took out a few items and set up their stall again. But before they could reopen, the black market suddenly became lively. The vendors who had been lacking enthusiasm just moments ago were now shouting energetically. Lin Zhe stretched her neck to look around and asked, "What's going on? Why is everyone so excited?" Jang Chen stared intently at the most crowded area, sensing an unusual energy there. Xiao approached a vendor and asked, "Excuse me, what's happening? Why is everyone so happy all of a sudden?"
Hey, what do you think?
"It's because the big buyer has arrived," the woman replied. Xiao was surprised. "Who is the big buyer?" The woman glared at her with wide eyes. "You don't know? The big buyer is Brother Shui. He spends generously, and if he likes your items, you won't have to worry about food for days." Her loud voice caught the attention of everyone nearby, and they learned that Brother Shui had come. Lin Ran and Zhang Huan exchanged glances and then looked toward the bustling crowd. Among those who heard about Brother Shui's arrival was Du Ping, who was not far from them. She shivered at the news and glanced at the crowd. Then she pulled the dazed Xiaoyu over. After looking at her fair little face, Du Ping felt it could be improved a bit. She quickly styled Xiaoyu's hair into 2 small braids. Once the braids were done, the child looked even cuter. "Now that's better. Be sweet when you talk later, okay? If Brother Shui takes a liking to you, you'll have a great life ahead. But if you cause trouble and ruin my chances, I'll make sure to tell your brother." At the mention of her brother, Xiaoyu shivered slightly. Her brother really didn't want her anymore. Brother Shui slowly walked over, and people along the way bowed and greeted him, hoping he would notice their goods. Unfortunately, he seemed uninterested in them. "Brother Shui, take a look at my items." "Go away, I'm not interested in these accessories. They're too flashy." Brother Shui scanned the area with his sharp eyes, finding today's black market a bit dull. Until he saw the little girl with the grass tag and cute braids. Her bright little eyes made him smile. What a lovely child. Today, she is the one. Lin Ran looked coldly at this man, who was as thin as a monkey and had an ugly, sneaky appearance. He didn't seem like a good person. He walked straight toward her, and just when Lin Ran thought he would stop at her stall, he moved to the next one. The man's beady eyes were fixed on the little girl, making her tremble with fear. Meanwhile, Du Ping was very excited. Aunt Wang was right. This man really liked children. As for what he liked about them, Du Ping didn't want to know. She needed to sell the little girl to him quickly. Otherwise, Gao Ming would become suspicious. He had just returned from work and was likely looking for them nearby. The man grinned widely and asked, "How much for this little girl?" Du Ping pushed the little girl forward and said with her prepared words, "She only costs 5 crystal cores. If you don't have crystal cores, food can work too. But besides that, I also need some medicine for treating wounds." The man's gaze scanned the little girl from head to toe. She was cute, but that price was higher than the market rate. And needing medicine too? What was that about? He glared at Du Ping with his beady eyes. "That price is not cheap, and you want medicine too. What do you need it for?" Du Ping smiled flatteringly. "Water brother, look how lovely she is. If I weren't in such a tough situation, I wouldn't want to sell her. But if you think it's too expensive, I can lower it to 4 crystal cores. However, the medicine for inflammation and healing is a must. Look at my hand. It's in terrible shape, and if I don't treat it soon, it will be too late." As she spoke, she raised her injured hand, making the man frown. "Don't show that. It's disgusting." He was quite put off. This woman was asking for 4 crystal cores and medicine. They had plenty of supplies, but he was unsure about this child's behavior. "Little sister, what's your name?" The little girl trembled at the man's question. I. Is she stuttering?" Du Ping, annoyed, pinched the little girl and explained, "Of course not. She's perfectly healthy. Water brother, her name is Xiaoyu. It's a lovely name." "Xiaoyu, that's a nice name." The commotion from Brother Shui caught the attention of Lin Ran, and the others nearby. Zhang Huan said, Ran, look how much he likes kids. He must be the one. Lin Zhe chimed in, what a disgusting guy. He looks so creepy that I really want to hit him. Sis, he's trying to take the child away. What should we do? Should we take action? Lin Ran shook her head, not yet. Everyone stay calm. Let's wait until he takes the child. Then we can follow him. He'll lead us to find Xiao Shui. Everyone agreed, okay? Brother Shui was always generous. He looked at the cute Xiao Yu and reached out to touch her cheek. Money is not a problem. It's just 4 crystal cores. Du Ping's eyes lit up, and she reminded him, don't forget the medicine. Brother Shui laughed, there's medicine too. Little girl, how about you come home with uncle? Brother Shui's smile completely broke down Xiao Yu's defenses. She couldn't take it anymore and began to cry loudly, tugging at Du Ping's clothes, pleading, sister-in-law, please don't sell me. Take me home. I don't eat much. I can work. Please don't sell me and my brother. If you think I eat too much, I can even skip meals. Sister-in-law, please take me home. Brother, don't abandon Xiao Yu. I won't be a burden. The child's cries tugged at the hearts of those around them. They were all ordinary people who had their own respectable jobs before the apocalypse. If it weren't for the end of the world, they would be living bright lives in their fields. But now, some of them were starting to sell children. Such things happened every day in the black market. These were their own relatives.
Sigh.
Why are you crying? Du Ping was furious with the girl. She gritted her teeth and said, shut up. Stop calling him brother. Let me tell you, your brother doesn't want you anymore. You need to go with Brother Shui today and stop causing trouble for me. After saying that, Du Ping tried to hand Xiao Yu over to Brother Shui. This deal could not fail no matter what. She could not let it go. Who says I don't want her? Just as Du Ping was handing Xiao Yu to Brother Shui, a thin man wearing glasses rushed through the crowd. Brother. With tears on her face, Xiao Yu saw him and broke into a big smile. Brother, I'm here. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. A man rushed forward and desperately took Xiao Yu from Du Ping's hands. Xiao Yu, how could I ever abandon you?
I will take you home now.
Yes, let's go home. I never want to be apart from you, brother. At that moment, the people around realized that this woman had secretly taken the brother's sister to sell her. This sister-in-law is truly wicked. The one who hated Du Ping the most was Lin Zhe. If it weren't for Lin Ran saying to stay calm, he would have wanted to confront this woman. Her intentions were clearly very bad.
Du Ping was also startled to see the man.
Feeling guilty, Du Ping said, why you? How did you get here? Gao Ming was furious. How did I get here? If I hadn't come, Xiao Yu would have been sold by you. I didn't. Gao Ming was extremely disappointed. When I got back from work and didn't see you, Aunt Wang next door said you went to sell a child. I didn't believe it at first. But Du Ping, you have really let me down. It's not like that. I was too hungry and I didn't want to die, Gao Ming. Shui Ge, watching this scene, grew impatient. Women can be so troublesome. This little girl is so delicate. She's a rare find, and he must take her today. Furiously pointing at Du Ping, he said, you two can argue at home. I want to know if you are still selling this child today. I warn you, if you try to trick me, you will regret it. Du Ping glanced at Gao Ming and then at Shui Ge. She felt a sharp pain in her palm, an unbearable itch. She knew it was a sign that her wound was worsening. Du Ping smiled at Gao Ming and said, Gao Ming, I will work hard for you and live well together. But Xiao Yu must be sold. Shui Ge, I will sell this child. Gao Ming immediately replied, no way, absolutely not. Yes, it has to be sold. Du Ping pointed at Gao Ming. Think carefully, it's either her or me. If I don't sell her, I will die. Gao Ming forced a smile. Du Ping, have I not treated you well all these years? But you actually want to sell my sister, my own sister. You should never have thought of that. Since you asked, I will tell you I want her. We are finished. Du Ping trembled all over, unable to believe that her husband, who had always obeyed her, could be so heartless. However, now she no longer cared about Gao Ming. She reached out to pull Xiao Yu from his arms, saying, no, you can't do this. You have to give her to me. You must sell her to me. Gao Ming, used to physical work, easily pried her hand away, saying, Get lost, I will never sell Xiaoyu. Lin Zhe, witnessing this scene, sighed, This man isn't bad. He has some responsibility. Zhang Huan nodded, Not all men in this world are bad. I hope he keeps it up. Suddenly, amidst their argument, a man's abrupt laughter made them uneasy. You say sell, and I sell. You say don't sell, and I don't?
Who do you think I am?
Gao Ming then noticed the buyer standing nearby. The expression on his face had turned ominous, making people feel afraid. Before Gao Ming could react, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. His strength was considerable, but it felt weak as cotton in front of this person. Then, Xiaoyu was snatched away from him. Brother, brother, save me, Xiaoyu cried, feeling overwhelmed in the buyer's arms. Seeing this, the buyer tightened his grip, saying, Children are cuter when they don't cry. Be quiet. Jang Chen looked at the buyer and whispered to Lin Ran, Ran, he is a level 2 power user with strength abilities. Lin Ran looked at Jang Chen in surprise. The buyer had revealed his abilities with just one move, and Jang Chen seemed to know all about him. It seemed he had awakened a mental ability too. What an extraordinary situation. Give Xiaoyu back to me, Gao Ming said, covering his injured hand. The buyer sneered, pulling out 4 crystal cores and a bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine, tossing them to Du Ping. Your wife sold her to me. Now that the deal is done, you can't back out. Du Ping hurried to pick up what the buyer had thrown, feeling relieved. Okay, we won't back out. Brother, save me, Xiaoyu cried out in pain. Gao Ming's heart ached. He reached out to grab Xiaoyu, saying, We are no longer a couple. Her words don't count. The buyer turned to leave, unconcerned, saying, What your relationship is has nothing to do with me. This girl is mine now. You can't leave. Refusing to listen will only bring trouble. You can suffer the consequences. The buyer kicked Gao Ming, using all his strength, sending him flying far away. Those who can't see what's ahead should just die. Xue Ge coldly uttered a few words and then walked away with Xiaoyu without looking back. Gao Ming. Du Ping called out to Gao Ming a few times, seeing him clutching his chest and gasping for breath. She made up her mind and ran off with the crystal core and medicine. Gao Ming, I'm leaving.
Don't blame me.
Couples are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly separately. He took a hard hit and was finished. Why should she stay with someone who is about to die? Lin Zhe cursed Du Ping for being heartless and went over to help Gao Ming up. If it weren't for the urgency of following Xue Ge, he would have wanted to give that woman a good beating. He usually doesn't hit women, but this was an exception. Gao Ming was clutching his chest in pain, but he wasn't seriously hurt. Just now, Jang Chen had secretly used his mental power to block most of the force from that deadly. Now, he only had some superficial injuries. Cough, my Xiaoyu. Lin Zhe whispered, Don't worry, we'll help you find your sister. You wait for us here. Gao Ming, hearing Lin Zhe's words, looked at him through the shattered lens from Xue Ge's earlier strike, incredulous. In a daze, he saw that the person was a young man.
Are you
serious? Yes, just wait here, and don't ask anything. After saying this, Lin Zhe quickly stood up and ran ahead. Lin Ran and the others had already caught up. He couldn't fall behind. Xiaoyu, seeing her brother being bullied, cried heartbrokenly in Xue Ji's arms. He found it annoying and used his pressure to make her faint. Haha, a quiet child is always more lovable. I've completed my task today. I wonder how the others are doing. If the job isn't done well, the young lady will punish us. Xue Ge left the night market and headed toward the manager's lodging. The path to the lodging was very open, and Lin Ran and the others dared not follow too closely, fearing Xue Ge would notice. Jang Chen, can you use your mental power to follow him? Sure, Ran. Hearing Jang Chen's confident answer, Lin Ran felt that he seemed even more handsome today for some reason. He was so capable, no wonder he would be the future zombie king. Jang Chen noticed the movement ahead and said, Ran, we can follow now. He has gone inside. Oh, okay. Lin Ran quickly withdrew her gaze and focused on the task at hand. As she walked forward with Jang Chen, she reminded herself that beauty can distract, so it was better to look less at Jang Chen while working. Soon, they arrived at the manager's residence. Now, in front of them stood a tall wall. Jang Chen used his mental power to explore and found an entrance for them. Jang Chen said, "There's no one guarding here. Let's go in." After saying this, he used his wit ability to create a wooden ladder. Lin Zhe was so moved by this scene that he felt tears welling up. His brother-in-law was truly amazing. What incredible powers he had. Zhang Huan was also shocked. She became even more determined to train hard and improve her own abilities. Jiang Chen was her role model. With the help of the ladder, the five of them quickly climbed into the yard. Under the moonlight, they could barely see the surroundings. Before them was a large garden, next to which stood a tall building. Ran, he went in here. Jiang Chen pointed to the building. Lin Ran said, "Let's go in and take a look." Jiang Chen led everyone into the house. Perhaps because Jiang Chen was leading, they didn't encounter anyone along the way. The hallway was very quiet, only their breathing could be heard. Xiao walked in the middle and instinctively tightened her clothes. It felt strangely cold inside. The moonlight shone on the white floor, making it look eerie. Xiao even thought the decoration was just like an old hospital. It was really uncomfortable. Jiang Chen led them to the second floor and then stopped at the end of the hallway. "Brother Jiang, why did we stop?" Lin Zhe asked, confused by Jiang Chen's sudden halt. Jiang Chen stared at the white wall blocking their way and said, "We can't go further. There are people behind this wall. Many people." Louisa and Li Xiang had been to Area D before. But previously, they came to trade things in the black market. Now they were here to find someone. Their red flag team had failed to recruit new members today, but they were not disappointed. They believed they were the most honest team in the peace space and were not afraid of others not recognizing their strengths. Louisa was confident that a good girl like Lin Ran would eventually see the value of their team. After all, there weren't many handsome leaders like him. Well, except for Rong Han, that big ice mountain. He really didn't understand why he was willing to be the Xie family's lackey. It made him so angry. They used to be the best of brothers. All those years of brotherhood felt wasted. I really don't understand how he became that kind of person. He truly doesn't deserve the title of a former soldier. Back then, he was recognized as one of the best officers along with me. What a disappointment.
Rong Han.
Li Xiang stuttered while sitting on the boat. Louisa snorted, "What wrong? Didn't I tell you not to mention that disappointing person? That's not it."
Not it?
"Don't forget he is the shame of our unit."
Not that.
Li Xiang, tell me how it's not. Louisa stared with wide eyes. Li Xiang was about to lose it. How could his friend be so stubborn? It was hard to understand him sometimes. Li Xiang pointed to a boat ahead and said, "Louisa, I'm saying Rong Han is up there." Following Li Xiang's finger, Louisa finally noticed Rong Han standing on a nearby boat. What is he doing here? Why isn't he at his big villa? Is he here for those brothers? What do you think he's doing here? Li Xiang asked curiously. Louisa coldly replied, "I don't care what he's doing." Li Xiang rolled his eyes in frustration. These two were so awkward. They used to be the best of friends in the same army. Now, how did it come to this? But Rong Han really acted unfairly. By siding with the Xie family, he went against the entire military district. And the Xie family is such a despicable group. I really don't understand what he's after. Since spotting Rong Han, Louisa stopped talking. Li Xiang wisely chose not to tease him. He stared intently at Rong Han's back, unsure of what he was thinking. Even after they landed, Louisa still didn't say a word. Li Xiang asked, "Should we follow him?" The boy's fiery red hair looked like flames in the evening breeze as he watched Rong Han's figure until it disappeared from sight. "No, we really have nothing to do with that person anymore. Hey, how did our brother turn into this?" Li Xiang felt extremely frustrated. If Rong Han were in their red flag team, they would be so glorious. Regaining control of the base would be just around the corner. But now, with the brothers drifting apart, it really hurts. Some people just don't deserve to be brothers. Once this person made a different choice, he was no longer one of them. Let's go. We have important matters to attend to today.
All right.
Jang Chen pointed at the white wall in front of him and said there was someone behind it. This statement made everyone's heart race. Xiao felt a chill run down her spine, thinking, oh no, this place is haunted. While Xiao was sweating nervously, Lindsay stroked his chin and said, is there someone inside this wall? Is it a secret room? Zhang Huan took out the axe from his waist and said, no matter what it is, I'll just break it open and find out. Jiang Chen ignored the others and focused on Lin Ran, saying, Ran, there is a level 3 wood ability user, a level 2 water ability user, a level 3 speed ability user, and a level 2 strength ability user inside. Lin Ran furrowed her brow at this, but then a wave of excitement washed over her. The fact that so many ability users were gathered behind this wall suggested that the research facility was nearby. And with a level 2 strength ability user there, it meant that Water Brother was inside. She looked at the white wall with excitement, knowing that the answers she sought were just behind it. Zhang Huan swung her axe confidently and asked, Ran, should I break it open? Lin Ran chuckled and replied, no need, Huanjia. Jiang Chen, can you find the mechanism? Jiang Chen nodded, yes, but the entrance mechanism isn't here. The mechanism isn't here? Xiao looked at Jiang Chen in surprise, wondering how he knew everything. Who is he really? He seemed much more capable than the strongest captain at the peace base, Ronghan. Jiang Chen led the group down the stairs, heading to the basement where the secret room entrance was. As Lin Ren walked quietly down the hallway, she felt something was off. They went up and down the stairs without encountering anyone. In such a large area for D District's administrators, had everyone gone to the secret room? Weren't they worried about someone breaking in, or were they just confident that no one from D District would dare to intrude? As they reached the basement, the temperature dropped even more. Lin Rand activated her abilities, keeping a watchful eye on her surroundings. Huanjia, someone is touching me. Suddenly, Xiao screamed. The sound echoed sharply in the quiet hallway. Is it you? Zhang Huan pointed her axe mercilessly at Lin Zhe, who was walking behind Xiao. Lin Zhe waved his hands repeatedly, saying, No, it wasn't me. Why would I do that? I'm just a kid. He felt completely wronged. Who knew? He was still a kid under 18. Lin Ran looked at Lin Zhe's uselessness and sighed, Sister Huan, it's not him. He really is just a kid. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Zhang Huan finally put down her axe. But someone really touched me just now, Xiao said, gripping Zhang Huan's clothes tightly and speaking in a panic. She didn't believe it was Lin Zhe. He was her benefactor. But just now, something cold had indeed touched her. Lin Ran's expression grew serious. She knew Xiao wouldn't lie. These girls were not the type to make up stories. But what could it be? Jiang Chen extended his mental energy, searching frantically for any possible danger around them. He had just sensed a unique energy, but it had vanished in an instant. It was very cunning. Then they would have to lure it out. Ran, let's keep moving forward. Jiang Chen's voice came from behind Lin Ran. They exchanged a glance and understood each other's thoughts. Okay, Xiao Zhe, you go ahead. I'll stay at the back this time. All right, sister, be careful. Lin Zhe walked at the front, followed closely by Jiang Chen. Then came Xiao and Zhang Huan walking in the middle. Lin Ran took up the rear. This time, she wanted to see whose hand had been so bold. The group continued forward. The basement had no lights, only dim moonlight filtering through the skylight above. Walking behind Jiang Chen, Xiao tightly gripped her axe. If that shameless thing dared to touch her again, she would chop off its hand. She couldn't scream like she did before. It was too embarrassing. But this time, the hand seemed to have disappeared. She carefully walked for a long time without encountering it again. Ugh, Lin Zhe at the front suddenly made a disgusted sound. Lin Rand quickly asked, What's wrong? She was very concerned about her brother. There's so many spider webs, they've gotten in my mouth.
Goals.
I hate spiders the most. Brother Jiang, Did Water Brother really come this way into the secret room? There are so many spider webs here. It doesn't look like anyone has been here. Lin Ran looked up, alert, and noticed fine spider silk floating around her and the others. Her heart sank. When did all these webs appear? Just as an ominous feeling rose in her, she heard Lin Zhe make another disgusted sound. Hey sis, someone touched me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhe quickly swung his dagger towards the direction of the hand that had intruded. Unexpectedly, the other person was incredibly fast. Before Lin Zhe could strike, they vanished from sight. He only managed to hit the shadow of the person. However, Jang Chen, who was behind him, wouldn't let them escape so easily. He moved like a ghost, swiftly chasing after the spot where the person had disappeared. Lin Ran watched the direction Jang Chen had gone, took Lin Zhe's backpack, and pulled out several flashlights, tossing them to everyone. Stay alert around us. Shouldn't we chase after him? Lin Zhe asked, worried as he looked in the direction Jang Chen had gone. Lin Ran kept her eyes on the increasing spider webs around them. Don't worry about him. Jang Chen can take care of himself. Focus on yourself. We are surrounded.
What?
Surrounded by what? Lin Zhe asked, confused, his eyes widening as he noticed more and more annoying spider webs in the air.
No.
Lin Zhe felt overwhelmed. He hated spiders the most.
Ah!
Another scream echoed, but this time it was Lin Zhe, not Xiao Xiao. Following the beam of his flashlight, he discovered countless spiders, as big as frying pans, appearing in front of him along the webs. Lin Zhe had never seen such large spiders. He felt paralyzed. Imagine something you fear greatly suddenly appearing in front of you at a size dozens of times larger. The shock was immense. They're mutated spiders, and they're poisonous. Absolutely do not let them bite you. As Lin Ran spoke, her right hand activated her powers. Purple lightning flashed, eliminating a group of spiders in front of her. However, with her movement, the webs shook even more. The spiders, thinking there was prey, crawled over in greater numbers. In the light of the flashlights, these spiders seemed endless, like an unending wave. Sis, why are there so many spiders? Did we walk into a spider nest?
What do we do now?
Xiao Xiao raised her axe and said, Of course, we fight back. Watch me take them down. Don't worry, this time I'll protect you. With that, she swung her axe at the nearest spider. It was strong, and the mutated spider lost half its head. However, that strike was not enough to kill the mutated spider. As the mutated spider reacted, it took the chance to strike at Xiao Xiao's face with its long, spiked legs while she was distracted. Bang! At the critical moment, Lin Zhe fired his metal gun. The mutated spider fell to the ground, bursting with yellow goo. Bang, 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 one after another, he kept shooting. After killing one mutated spider, Lin Zhe, overcoming his fear, went on a rampage. He wildly eliminated the mutated spiders. Lin Zhe laughed cheerfully. Hee, let me protect you, Sister Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao smiled back at the powerful Lin Zhe. She knew her benefactors were truly impressive, and she needed to do her best too. The girl's axe danced joyfully among the swarm of spiders. Zhang Huan closely followed Lin Ran, realizing how strong her powers were. But there were just too many spiders. It felt like they would never end. Ran, should we run? Lin Ran looked at the increasingly dense spider webs and said, We can't escape. We're surrounded by these webs. Suddenly, she had a brilliant idea as she looked at the webs. Xiao Zhe, Xiao Xiao, Sister Huan, come close to me. Hearing Lin Ran's command, everyone moved without hesitation to her side. As soon as they gathered, Lin Ran activated her water powers. She controlled her water abilities, sending droplets out like a shower of flowers. Then Lin Zhe saw sparkling water droplets falling on the spider webs and the mutated spiders. Next came a dazzling bolt of lightning. Crackle! The spider webs, now covered in water droplets, became excellent conductors. The spiders on the webs were instantly struck down by Lin Ran's lightning, turning to ash. Zhang Huan watched in disbelief. She was incredibly strong. so strong that she couldn't imagine ever being able to compete with her. Sister, we hit the jackpot. I don't find these little spiders scary at all now. They're just adorable crystal cores. Lindsay pointed at the piles of crystal cores on the ground, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Pick them up, everyone, hurry. Lindsay was the first to crouch down and collect the crystal cores. He missed Da Huang immensely. If it were here, all these tasks would be its responsibility. Xiao and Zhang Huan stood aside without moving. Seeing this, Lin Ran raised an eyebrow and said, Sister Huan, Xiao, why aren't you picking them up? Zhang Huan smiled shyly and said, most of this is thanks to you and Xiao Zhe. We don't take rewards without merit. Lin Ran replied with a smile, but we're a team now. Since we are all working together, everyone should share these things.
But
quickly pick them up, or the spiders will come out again. After Lin Ran finished speaking, she squatted down and started picking them up too. Although these were only first-level crystal cores, they were valuable at the base. They would be very useful when taken back. Zhang Huan and Xiao exchanged glances. Seeing Lin Ran and Lin Zhe's straightforwardness, they decided not to hesitate any longer. They would pick them up first. Lin Ran was right. If they hesitated, the spiders would surround them again, which would be bad. Just as Lin Ran and the others were collecting the crystal cores, a scream came from the other end of the spider web. In the darkness, a pair of red eyes filled with hatred watched them. Jang Chen followed the shadow, noticing more and more spider webs and human-shaped cocoons hanging from the basement ceiling. He sniffed and realized the things wrapped inside the cocoons had long since lost their vitality. What was hidden there were dried-up corpses. This creature was cunning. It had sacrificed one of its legs to escape here. He didn't want to leave Lin Ran, but he knew the greatest danger was lurking in the darkness. If he didn't find it, she wouldn't be safe. So, he had to temporarily leave her. They had been apart for 10 minutes now, which was unusual for them. He felt a bit restless, wanting to destroy something. Jang Chen noticed that sometimes he felt a violent urge to break things. It was a brutal emotion deep within him that occasionally surfaced, gnawing at his heart. Only being with Lin Ran could soothe his discomfort and bring him peace. But now, they had been apart for too long. However, it seemed he had found the bad thing hiding in the darkness. Now, it would bear the brunt of his fury. After all, it was the reason he had been away from Lin Ran for so long. Jiang Chen stood in front of a small human-shaped cocoon that appeared before him, sensing that there seemed to be a faint life force inside. However, the smell coming from it was strange. He didn't think it was human. Or maybe just part human. He raised his left hand gently, forming an ice blade. He wanted to see what kind of creature was inside this cocoon.
Swish.
Just as Jiang Chen was about to take action, countless strands of silk rushed towards him like a waterfall. Jiang Chen's eyes, enhanced by colored contacts, revealed his understanding. The weakness of this creature was these human-shaped cocoons. Silk shot towards him from all directions, and it seemed Jiang Chen would soon be wrapped up. But then, a burst of fire shot from Jiang Chen's hand, destroying the silk completely. The smell of burnt protein filled the air. Jiang Chen approached the human-shaped cocoon again. If you won't let me see, I must find out what's inside. A loud beastly roar suddenly echoed in the small basement. Then, a spider with 7 legs charged in front of Jiang Chen. This mutated spider was enormous, even larger than an off-road vehicle. But what was truly frightening was the face on top of its head. It had a large head with 2 red eyes, a nose, and a mouth, resembling a human face. Seeing Jiang Chen approach its cocoon, the spider couldn't hide anymore and swung its razor-sharp legs toward him. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. You finally showed yourself. The mutated spider's roar was strange, yet to Jiang Chen's ears, it sounded delightful. His eyes shone with excitement. A level 6 mutated beast. I'll take your crystal core. Wan will surely love it. Sis, did you hear that? Lin Zhe, crouched on the ground collecting crystal cores, was startled by this strange roar. Lin Ran looked up. It seems that big guy has appeared. What should we do? Should we go help Brother Jiang? Even though Jang Chen was powerful, he was still his sister's husband, and Lin Zhe wanted to check on him personally. Lin Ran's expression darkened as she stood up and picked up the last crystal core in front of her. You all keep collecting. I'm going to help Jang Chen. Xiao Zhe, you stay here and look after Sister Huan and the others. Although Lin Zhe wanted to go too, he agreed. He always supported his sister's decisions unconditionally. No way. Zhang Huan refused. She quickly packed the crystal cores in front of her into her bag. We've collected enough crystal cores. Since we're a team, we can't leave anyone behind. Xiao, get up. Let's go together. Got it, Sister Huan. Xiao was not greedy. She slung her backpack over her shoulders and stopped looking at the crystal cores on the ground. They have enough reasons not to abandon their teammates for these external things. Lin Ran smiled slightly. Okay, let's hurry. Sister Huan was still the same as ever. Lin Ran knew she couldn't change her mind. She would definitely follow her, just like before. She would never leave her behind. So, they all charged forward together. Lin ran, and her group rushed toward the source of the shouting. She trusted Jang Chen completely. He was incredibly strong. But she still felt uneasy not seeing him with her own eyes. The strange roars became more frequent, making Lin Ran increasingly anxious. Her speed unconsciously quickened as she wanted to reach Jang Chen's side immediately. The one with the least stamina, Xiao, was falling behind. Zhang Huan quickly grabbed her hand.
Sister Huan.
Yes, keep up. Zhang Huan helped Xiao keep pace with Lin Ran and Lin Zhe. These two were incredibly strong, but they couldn't let them slow down. Lin Zhe remembered Lin Ran's words. He needed to protect Sister Huan and Xiao. Seeing their breathing become more labored, it was clear they were struggling. He asked with concern, Sister Huan, Xiao, are you okay? Sister Huan gritted her teeth. I'm fine. Xiao panted. I can manage. Lin Zhe wasn't oblivious. He could see they were struggling. He quickly moved beside them. Then, he effortlessly lifted one of them under his arm and took off running. Excuse me, ladies, I'll carry you. Zhang Huan. Xiao. Is this possible? Although being carried like this by Lin Zhe felt a bit embarrassing, he was incredibly fast. His strength was amazing. Zhang Huan thought more about it. She watched Lin Ran leading the way and Lin Zhe carrying them, her eyes shining brighter. Ran and the others were so powerful. Ran had both water and lightning abilities. Lin Zhe had strength and metal abilities. Both were dual type. And Jang Chen was even more mysterious and powerful. Having such a team, such a family, was truly wonderful. She felt the heavy crystal cores in her backpack, clearly understanding her next goal. She didn't want to be strong alone. She wanted her sisters to be strong like her. There are so many spiders here. If it weren't for Lin Ran and the others, just with her and Xiao, they wouldn't even know how many times they would have died trying to find Xiao Shui. Their axe gang needs to be strong. It can't just be a big slogan. They must show real skills. While Xiao was lost in thought, Lin Zhe slowed down. In front of him, Lin Ran suddenly stopped, staring intently at the ceiling. Lin Zhe followed her gaze and was so frightened that he dropped Zhang Huan and Xiao. Xiao cried out in pain. What? What's wrong? The question got stuck in her throat when she noticed something shocking. The ceiling was covered with terrifying human-shaped cocoons. Sis, what are these things? Lin Zhe tried to calm himself. It looks like these cocoons are wrapped around people. Lin Ran's eyes flashed with cold determination as she formed a water blade in her hand. Whatever they are, we'll find out by opening them. As she spoke, Lin Ran leaped toward one of the human-shaped cocoons. With one swift cut, the thick silk cocoon was sliced in half, revealing what was inside. It was a desiccated human body, twisted and clearly having suffered greatly before death. Lin Ran cut open a few more cocoons, and they all contained similar remains. Xiao stood up, gasping, "These people are so unfortunate. How did these spiders capture them with such high walls?" Zhang Huan replied, "I've heard that many elderly, weak, and sick people have gone missing near the D district where they were repairing the walls. Maybe they ended up here. Sis Huan, are you saying these managers threw them down here to feed the spiders on purpose?
Why not?
To the managers of the peace base, the elderly and weak have always been worthless, right? Xiao felt her understanding of humanity's limits had been challenged once again. But why would they feed people to spiders? Lin Ran was also pondering this question. Mutated beasts are hard to tame, but many people didn't understand this at the beginning of the apocalypse. Could it be that the peace base is recklessly trying this now? Lin Ran shook off her thoughts. She would find out the answers when she met Jang Chen. She lifted her foot, ready to continue searching for him. Suddenly, she heard Lin Zhe's exclamation. Sis, that corpse's eyes are moving. Lin Zhe pointed at the first dry corpse that was released, feeling cold sweat all over his body. This thing was drained of life and could still come back to life. Xiao followed Lin Zhe's finger and felt like she was going to be scared to death. Oh my goodness. The dry corpse not only had moving eyes but was also moving its whole body. This was definitely a ghost. Sounds of joints reassembling echoed around. Not just the zombie from earlier, but all the dry corpses that had been broken out of their cocoons began to move. Those corpses greedily absorbed the air and gathered towards Lin Ran and the others. Lin Ran stared at the leading dry corpse. Its joints twisted unnaturally, making crackling sounds like an old machine that hadn't been maintained for years. At first, they moved slowly, but then suddenly, as if waking up, they rushed towards Lin Ran and the others at high speed. The sound of the zombies' joints shaking quickly was like a death knell. Lin Ran's eyes turned cold, and a purple lightning bolt struck down. She was confirming something, so she used her powers sparingly. The leading zombie swiftly dodged the attack. Lin Zhe, not knowing Lin Ran's plan, thought she had made a mistake and shouted in surprise, "Sister, you missed."
What is this thing?
As he spoke, a metal gun fired instantly. Without hesitation, he shot the dry corpse in the head. Bang! After the gunshot, the dry corpse fell to the ground. Lin Zhe was shocked at first, then filled with joy. Awesome. He was better than his sister. This move really worked. Xiao Zhe, this is a lizard zombie. Your method is correct. Keep shooting them in the head. Hearing this, Lin Zhe knew he was on the right track. He fired metal bullets like they were free. Zhang Huan and Xiao raised their axes, wanting to join the fight. Seeing their actions, Lin Ran quickly unleashed a bolt of lightning before they could reach the lizard zombies. This time, she went all out, and all the lizard zombies near Zhang Huan were struck down on the spot. Knowing what these things were, Lin Ran wasted no time and unleashed her big move. A bolt of lightning shot up, and all the lizard zombies were completely eliminated. Even the humanoid cocoons on the roof were turned to ashes. On the ground lay a pile of red crystal cores, and Lin Ran's eyes lit up. It was indeed a level 2 crystal core. Lin Zhe.
All right.
I just knew it was an illusion. Her sister is still amazing. Huanjie, Xiao, Lin Ran explained after dealing with the zombies. These creatures are called lizard zombies. They are a stronger variant of regular zombies, with greater speed and attack power. I acted quickly because I was worried you might get hurt. Your axes probably couldn't cut through their tough skin. Their skin is specially reinforced and very hard. Zhang Huan smiled gratefully. Thank you, Ran. I appreciate your concern. You don't need to explain so much. Zhang Huan could feel Lin Ran's good intentions. Although she didn't understand why she was so lucky to receive so much kindness, she wasn't someone who would take it for granted or feel awkward about it. Seeing that Zhang Huan didn't misunderstand her, Lin Ran sighed in relief. She knew Huanjie was still the same Huanjie, not someone overly sensitive. Sister, why do these people turn into these strange lizard zombies when they are wrapped in cocoons? Lin Zhe was really curious. What is the reason for this? He hadn't read anything about it in his books. Lin Ran replied, I'm not sure either. Maybe we'll find out when we locate Jang Chen. There are second-level crystal cores all over the ground. Let's not waste them. Xiao Zhe, you can collect them here while I go look for Jang Chen. Lin Zhe insisted, no, I want to go find Brother Jiang too. Zhang Huan and the others added, "We want to go together." Seeing everyone so united, Lin Ran chuckled. "All right, let's go first and come back to clean up later." This was Zhang Huan's first time seeing second-level crystal cores. As a supernatural being, she craved the energy inside them. However, compared to her teammates, these temptations were easy to ignore. The group set off again toward Jang Chen's direction. Without the spider webs and human cocoons, the basement fell silent again, except for their voices. Even the monstrous roars they had heard earlier disappeared. Lin Ran looked around, feeling that this place was very strange. As the accommodation for the managers, there should have been many people. Yet, despite the commotion they had caused, no one had shown up. But Jang Chen had clearly said on the second floor that there were many people behind that white wall. So, where were the people in the basement? Was there no one assigned to manage this place, or were they too afraid to come? Roar! A monster's roar echoed in the air, and Lin Ran's body jolted. The sound was so close. Jang Chen must be just ahead. After turning around a wall, Lin Ran finally saw Jang Chen. He stood in the darkness like a brave hero. In front of him was a huge mutated spider, with a spider's body and a human head, looking terrifying. However, the more frightening sight for the mutated spider was Jang Chen. All 8 of its legs had been chopped off by him, and even its spinnerets were destroyed. It was tightly bound by vines, leaving it with just a breath, glaring at Jang Chen with its red eyes. Lindsay, who rushed in behind, saw this scene and exclaimed, "Brother Jang, you are amazing. You managed to subdue such a large mutated spider all by yourself." Jang Chen had sensed Lin Ran's presence when she got close and ignored Lindsay's voice, looking at Lin Ran with a pitiful expression. He hadn't seen her for 20 minutes and couldn't get enough of her now. Lin Ran looked at the tightly bound mutated spider and instinctively felt that this creature was not low in level. She never hesitated to praise Jang Chen. "Jang Chen, you are really impressive." The girl's eyes sparkled like they were filled with the finest wine, almost intoxicating Jang Chen's heart. He leaned in and said in what he thought was the gentlest tone, Ran, this level 6 mutated spider is for you." Lin Ran felt a stir in her heart. It seemed like Jang Chen always gave her the best things. Suddenly, a child's crying echoed in the basement, causing everyone's hearts to race again. Lin Ran quickly looked around, trying to find the source of the strange crying. Suddenly, Lin Zhe gasped. "Sister, it's the mutated spider making that sound." Lin Ran quickly looked up and indeed saw the mutated spider opening its mouth wide and crying out. The childlike cries were coming from its mouth. The eerie sound sent chills down Lin Ran's spine, and she couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster this was. Why was it making such a sound? And where did the human head on it come from? How did this basement raise such a creature? She had thought that seeing this monster would answer many questions, but instead, she found herself in an even bigger mystery. The cries grew increasingly unsettling, and Xiao clutched Zhang Huan's clothes tightly. She felt like she was going to be scared to death. Jang Chen raised his hand, and his ability transformed into an ice blade. Ran, it might be calling for its companions. "I need to take it down." Lin Ran's eyes flickered as she replied, "Okay." As soon as Lin Ran agreed, Jang Chen threw the ice blade. The mutated spider's head was split in half, and a yellow crystal the size of a football fell out. Jang Chen picked up the yellow crystal and handed it to Lin Ran. She felt the immense energy contained within it and carefully placed it into Lin Zhe's backpack. Luckily, she had transferred many first-level crystals into their space earlier, or they wouldn't have had anywhere to put such a large crystal. Suddenly, they heard rustling noises around them. Jang Chen released his mental energy to sense the environment. He pointed in a direction and said, Ran, let's go this way." "Okay." The group continued moving forward, but the rustling sounds behind them grew louder. At the back, Xiao and Zhang Huan quickly saw what was chasing them. It was a group of monsters as large as the mutated spider they had just encountered. Why are there so many of these things here? Suddenly, countless spider webs were shot out, entangling Zhang Huan and Xiao Xiao's axes. Without their weapons, they found themselves defenseless. As the mutated spider's scythe-like legs swung toward them, Zhang Huan grabbed Xiao Xiao's hand and used her speed ability to dodge the deadly strike. Seeing the mutated spiders closing in, Jang Chen unleashed his fire ability without hesitation. A towering flame erupted, turning the leading mutated spiders into charred remains. From there, it was Jang Chen's show. Lin Ran watched as he rapidly switched between abilities and decided to join in. Xiaozhe, take care of Huan Jie and Xiao Xiao. With that, Lin Ran jumped into the fray. Her level 8 lightning ability was more than enough to crush these monsters. A bolt of lightning struck, and another yellow crystal fell to the ground. They had struck it rich. This time, they would truly benefit. Lin Ran felt that after this, their family's abilities could level up several times. Looking at the spiders, she found them quite adorable. Little cuties don't hide.
Come out.
The mutated spiders, used to being the bullies in the basement, had never faced opponents like Lin Ran and Jang Chen. Now, they were all crying. Before long, all the mutated spiders were defeated by them. Jang Chen looked at the yellow crystal cores scattered on the ground, feeling very satisfied. Ran, these crystal cores are all yours. Lin Ran smiled sweetly. Yes, they're all mine. Seeing Lin Ran smile, Jang Chen felt a rush of happiness. He quickly used his wood-based ability, extending countless vines to collect all the crystal cores from the ground. Looking at the large pile of crystal cores, Lin Ran felt troubled. With so many, where would she put them? Xiaozhe's backpack definitely couldn't hold them all. Wait, where is Xiaozhe? Lin Ran snapped back to reality from her joy of battle and realized she hadn't heard Lin Zhe's voice for a while.
Xiao Osha.
The only response was the empty echo of the basement. What was going on? Not only was Lin Zhe missing, but Zhang Huan and Xiao Xiao were also gone. Where did they go? Jiang Chun, Xiaozhe, and the others are missing. Feeling Lin Ran's panic, Jiang Chun quickly took her hand. Ran, first collect the crystal cores. Let's move ahead. I sense some activity there. Jiang Chen's calm voice helped Lin Ran's anxious heart slowly settle down. Okay. Lin Ran quickly gathered the crystal cores, and the two rushed toward the direction Jiang Chen indicated. Along the way, Lin Ran felt uncertain. This place seemed to be getting more mysterious. Xiaozhe had a gold-based ability and level 3 strength. Even if he fought a level 6 mutated spider, he might not lose. Besides, with Zhang Huan and Xiao Xiao around, how could they just disappear? At that moment, Lin Zhe, who Lin Ran was worried about, was fast asleep in a room filled with spider webs. Next to him lay Zhang Huan and Xiao Xiao. If one looked closely, they would notice a 6-year-old child beside them. The child had a cute baby face, but his eyes seemed a bit unusual. Sister Huan, Sister Xiao Xiao, are you here to take Xiao Shui home? Xiao Shui is so scared. It's great. Xiao Shui finally waited for you. Ugh. After waking from a deep sleep, Lin Zhe took a moment to realize where he was. He was surrounded by countless spiderwebs, making him feel uneasy. Just a moment ago, he had been watching his sister and brother Jiang fight fiercely, and then he saw a spider trying to grab Xiao Xiao and sister Huan in the chaos. He promised his sister to protect them, so he had to go help. Unexpectedly, before I could act, a sharp pain hit my head, and when I woke up, I found myself here. Is this a spider's nest? Yes, with so many human-shaped cocoons hanging around, it must be a spider's nest. The spider captured him to drain his blood and flesh. Thinking about this possibility, Lin Zhe felt even colder.
Wait.
Where are Sister Huan and Xiao Xiao? Where could they be? Could it be that the spider has already eaten them? With this thought, Lin Zhe forgot his fear and got up from the ground. Just as he was about to confront the mutated spiders, he suddenly heard a familiar female voice. Xiao Xue, I'm so glad you're okay.
We were so worried about you.
Xiao Xue pouted and said, Xiao Xue was so scared. Now that you found me, you can't leave. Xiao Xiao smiled and patted Xiao Xue's head. How could we leave? Everyone at home is worried about you, especially your little friends. By the way, Xiaoxue, who took you away? Huan and I have been looking for you for a long time." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxue's face scrunched up. Who took her away? She couldn't remember. Seeing Xiaoxue's troubled expression, Zhang Huan gently patted her hand and said, "If you can't remember, don't think about it." "Okay, I won't think about it. Sister Huan, I'm so happy to see you." Xiaoxue reached out her little hand and hugged Zhang Huan tightly. "I missed you too, my dear Xiaoxue. I'm so glad you're okay." Zhang Huan hugged Xiaoxue back, but suddenly felt that the soft little girl in her arms felt a bit different. Why was she so hard? It was like she was wrapped in a layer of tough armor. As this thought crossed her mind, Zhang Huan shook her head to dismiss it. "That's impossible. It must be because Xiaoxue was captured here and hasn't eaten well, causing her to lose weight." Xiaoxue crossed her arms, feeling more and more that this place was eerie. She couldn't help but ask Xiaoxue, "Where are the bad people who took you? Where did they go? Let's hurry and leave while no one is around." Zhang Huan suddenly remembered the important matter. "Right, Xiaoxue, let's leave now." Upon hearing about leaving, Xiaoxue's eyes filled with tears. This is Xiaoxue's home. Why do Sister Huan and Sister Xiaoxue want to leave right after coming? Please stay and keep me company. This is Xiaoxue's home? Zhang Huan and Xiaoxiu exchanged incredulous glances. What is going on? Suddenly, Xiaoxue revealed a strange smile. "I know you two are joking with me. Now that you're here, how could you leave Xiaoxue behind?" Xiaoxiu looked at the strange little girl, Xiaoxue, and said in surprise, "Xiaoxue, how could we leave you behind? We want to take you with us." Xiaoxue forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "But, Sister Xiaoxiu, I can't walk anymore." Xiaoxiu then noticed that Xiaoxue's eyes were actually red. "Sister Huan Huan and Sister Xiaoxiu, you must stay with me. I'm so scared alone." Before Xiaoxiu could respond, countless threads began to wrap around them. Just when they thought the strange little girl would catch them, a metal knife suddenly appeared and cut through the threads. Seeing the newcomer, Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up.
"Linsha, run."
"She's a spider," Lin Zhe warned. As soon as he spoke, Xiaoxue launched her second attack. "Bad person. How can you call me that? I'm just Xiaoxue, not a disgusting spider." Countless threads attacked Lin Zhe from all directions. He waved his right hand, and many metal blades appeared around him, cutting through the threads surrounding him and Zhang Huan and Xiaoxiu. Lin Zhe was really scared. He heard Zhang Huan's voice and rushed over to see her holding a child she called Xiaoxue. He was initially happy, thinking they had found the missing child. But when he got a good look at her, he almost screamed.
She was not just a child.
Aside from her face and hands, the rest of her looked like a spider. This was clearly a monster. Xiaoxue, frustrated that Lin Zhe kept cutting her threads, cried out loudly. "Wah wah wah." The child's cries echoed eerily in the dark room, sounding just like the mutated spiders they had seen earlier. Could they have also been children once? Thinking that those spiders might have once been living people made Lin Zhe shiver. What kind of terrible secret was hidden here? Xiaoxue cried, "Bad person, you're bullying me. I'll call my mommy to deal with you." "Your mommy?" Zhang Huan frowned. "Where did you get a mommy?" "She's my spider mommy. We are all her children." "You all?" "Yes. All the spiders here are her children. She created us." The three of them broke into a cold sweat at Xiaoxue's words. Did those people take children just to turn them into such monsters? "Big sister Huan Huan, big sister Xiaoxiu, Mom will be back soon. Will you stay and keep me company? If you stay, I won't let Mom deal with you. You can't handle it. It's really strong, and everyone here is afraid of it." Sure enough, there were rustling sounds around them. Lin Zhe swung a knife and broke down a door blocking their way.
"Run."
Hearing this, Zhang Huan and Xiaoxiu ran wildly outside. "Wah wah wah. Big sister Huan Huan. Big sister Xiaoxiu, don't leave little Xue alone." Little Xue is scared. Little Xue's cries echoed behind them, making Zhang Huan feel a pang of sadness. But she knew she could not turn back. She was no longer little Shui. She would get her revenge. In front of Lin Ran and Jang Chen stood huge glass walls, behind which were rooms filled with darkness. Lin Ran curiously leaned closer, but Jang Chen quickly pulled her back. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a zombie with a damaged face pressed against the glass, growling at Lin Ran. Lin Ran then saw that the glass walls contained a whole room of zombies, and there were many such rooms. What was in the other rooms? The noise from the zombies was too annoying, and Jang Chen growled softly. The zombies immediately fell silent under his intimidation, curling up in the corners like frightened quails. With Jang Chen around, they really weren't afraid of any zombies. But Lin Ran didn't feel like praising him at that moment because she noticed that another glass room was filled with various experimental equipment. The setup inside looked just like the research institute where she was once held. Lin Ran's heart raced. This was definitely the research institute she had been looking for. It turned out it had existed much earlier than she thought. Now, she wanted to destroy it. Purple energy surged from her palm, striking the bulletproof glass in front of her. Bang! No matter how strong the bulletproof glass was, it couldn't withstand the power of her level 8 lightning ability, and cracks began to spread across the surface. Then, Lin Ran pulled out a tang knife from her space and made a large hole in the glass of the laboratory. Before entering, she noticed the blinking red lights of surveillance cameras on the ceiling. Lightning flashed, and all the monitors were destroyed. Jang Chen, this is the place we were looking for. If Jang Chen had been paying attention, he would have noticed that Lin Ran used we. But right now, he didn't understand the meaning of her words. Lin Ran turned on the light on the wall and saw a stark white laboratory filled with cold, various experimental instruments. She wondered what experiments were conducted here. Looking around, she hoped to find any possible research records to uncover the secrets of this place. She wanted to know what those shameless politicians and cruel scientists were really studying. Were those terrifying zombie viruses created by these people? Unfortunately, there was nothing here. Ran, come here. Suddenly, Jang Chen's voice came from the other end of the room. Lin Ran hurried over and saw something that filled her with rage. A pale-skinned girl with black hair was tied to the experiment table, her wrists marked with needle marks from blood draws. What this girl was going through reminded Lin Ran of her own past. Her heart ached as she tightly grasped the girl's hand. It was cold, and her nails had no color, as if she barely breathed. During the days and nights she was tied up in the laboratory, she longed for someone to save her. Even if it meant ending her life, it would have been better than enduring such undignified torment. The girl's hand felt lifeless, and Lin Ran's heart sank. Had she come too late? Wake up. I'm here to save you. The girl remained still, as if she had passed out. Lin Ran trembled as she reached out to check for a breath. Just then, she saw the girl weakly open her eyes. It was as if she regained all her strength in an instant and tightly grasped Lin Ran's hand. In a dry voice, she whispered, "Please save
me."
The girl's dark eyes reflected Lin Ran's caring gaze. Lin Ran then noticed that the girl's face looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen her before. Putting aside those thoughts, Lin Ran nodded firmly. "Okay, don't worry, I will get you out." Hearing Lin Ran's response, the girl seemed to relax, closing her eyes and drifting back to sleep. "Jang Chen, I want to take her with me." "Okay." Lin Ran looked around the experiment table. There were no research logs here either. It seemed that only when this girl woke up could she provide the answers. But how could Lin Ran carry her out? She looked at Jang Chen's broad shoulders and thought maybe he could carry her. Vice Director of the Peace Spaces Villa.
What?
The surveillance in Lab 1 has gone offline? You all better fix this immediately. The first test subject is extremely important. If anything happens to her, you will all be in serious trouble. But what if? No excuses. Everyone right now go to Lab 1 and ensure her safety. Yes, just like that. Once it's handled, report back to me immediately. After hanging up the phone, Xie Changhe was furious. These incompetent people can't even keep an eye on one person. If something goes wrong with this test subject, Rong Han will be furious. The worst part is, those secrets might be exposed. Would he still be able to keep his position as vice director? It should be fine. Although those fools are useless, they are all advanced ability users. They should have no problem dealing with the first test subject. Xie Chang has sat in the living room, trying to comfort himself, but his anxious feelings showed on his face. This scene was witnessed by Lin Ma and Lin Ba, who were pretending to clean in the living room. They exchanged glances and slipped outside. Do you think the lab they mentioned is the place that Ran is looking for? Lin Ba nodded. I think it's very likely. What should we do now? It's so late. Will the kids be worried about us? Lin Ba thought for a moment. Don't worry, the kids might not be back yet. Lin Ma agreed, thinking of their responsible children. True, they might still be out.
Stay calm.
Now that we have important information, we can't leave. This vice director's family has serious issues. The priority is to quickly replace all the plants in the Xie family with your mutated ones. Then, their whole family will be our eyes and ears, and no secrets will escape us. Lin Ma clenched her fists. You're right. As parents, we must avenge Ran. We need to find that terrible lab and burn it down. Lin Ba wrapped his arms around Lin Ma, confidently saying, not just the lab. I want to burn down the Xie family too. Yes, turn the mutated trees they gave us into fertilizer.
Great.
With their goals set, the couple felt a surge of excitement. Working together brought back the feelings they had when they first got together. Unfortunately, at this tender moment, an unwelcome voice interrupted. Why are you two slacking off? The trash in the room hasn't been taken out. It was the butler, Mr. Wu. He thought Lin's parents were being lazy and looked at them disapprovingly. Lin's dad quickly took out half a bottle of liquor from his pocket and handed it over. Mr. Wu, please forgive us. We were just happy and chatting a bit. Working at the base is a great blessing for us. Thanks to you. If it weren't for your kindness, we wouldn't be so lucky.